After wrestling through that brutal grind, Rast finally exhaled in pure relief, because he'd done it. The 1,000 cans a day quota was crushed. He slammed the last magical vial shut. Rast beamed with pure satisfaction, staring at the masterpiece he just finished. Jars stretched in a long, perfect line across the table. His special distilled water was prized because the magic sat evenly in every drop. But the boys' quiet afternoon plans for research got ripped apart the moment a loud shout slammed through the door. That pocket watch clicked over, right on the nose, with only 11 in the morning. His water didn't just glow, it flawlessly fused with raw magical energy. The moment the young man shoved the watch into his pocket and geared up for work, he got called again. The thick-footed master, Richest, stomped into the room like each step carried weight. That arrogant armaments alchemist stared down at the scientists, smirk curling with pure sarcasm. Rast's eyes widened as he stared around in stunned disbelief at the guest. The guest cut straight to the point and blurted that the young man had been urgently summoned by the president himself. Since his department hauled in most of the profits, Richest never stopped grumbling that the researchers' budget wasn't enough. He downright loved hunting up any excuse he could to start new fights and arguments. Richest was always hunting for an excuse to start a fight, and he shamelessly picked at him every single chance he got. This time he shoved his stuff aside on the desk again, rude and careless. The boy stared in total silence, clenching his fists as fury burned inside, bracing for the next cruel trip. Yanking up the box of distilled water, the insolent one sneered that the workers should just do their jobs in silence, then shut their mouths. Right after that explosive clash, the young man got yanked straight into the headquarters office of senior management. He strode up to those towering, massive doors, bracing himself for the nasty conversation waiting on the other side. The moment that official document got thrust into his hands, his eyes went wide with pure shock. The boy squinted at the paper, stunned and in total disbelief, like he couldn't accept that those words were real. In the funding section of his department, there sat a dead-on zero staring everyone down. The boss sank into his armchair with a pipe in his mouth and shrugged that every last dime gets swallowed by the profitable departments, so basic research is pointless. Then he said it cool as ice. The whole department's getting wiped out, and that guy, being shipped off to dead-end grunt work for everyone else. The young man tried to speak up, but the boss shoved him aside mid-sentence and barked, "Shut your mouth." Finally, he pushed him back to work right away and made it crystal clear. Be thankful you weren't already dumped out onto the street. While he stewed in silent fury and swallowed his pride, the boss's smug, satisfied laughter filled the office. Smoke curled up from the cradle, shimmering with magical sparks as if the air itself was alive. Even that pipe in the president's grip was no ordinary thing. It was a magical artifact forged by the basic research department's hard work. He and his tech team built the mana from the air absorption tech and figured out how to turn it into heat, but every blueprint and circuit, that was all his department. The young man let out a tired, defeated sigh. That lack of results, accusation is just upper management's bias. They've been out of touch with reality for ages. He stormed back to his office and collapsed into the armchair like all fight had been ripped out of him. The struggle stopped cold, and that heavy door slammed shut. He could brag with his chest out. Every one of the company's newest breakthroughs only hit the spotlight because his team fought for it. When the new president took over, the money got slashed again and again. Layoffs followed nonstop, but somehow he still pulled off the job perfectly every single time. Every single detail had to be dead-on perfect. Every single formula has to be checked and double-checked, or the whole thing falls apart. They handpicked only top-tier ingredients to craft those one-of-a-kind concentrates, and he made sure to prepare every single one of them himself. A flicker of pride danced across his lips. He'd always carved every bit of this delicate work by hand. Once the fundamental research department was dissolved, there was no point in chasing the academy's current president. Rast just slumped and sighed, totally worn out. Suddenly, the lab's silence shattered, right from the shelf. That strange magical communicator snapped to life with an eerie new sound. It was once built from supplies scavenged right from its own department. And now, this unstoppable marvel of alchemy keeps pounding out a fresh new message, again and again. Rast snatched the printed letter, and his eyebrows shot up with shock. Right before his eyes, her familiar face snapped into view. The girl who always met him as an equal, and once swore she'd come through with a special offer. A letter arrived from Kalen, his best friend, someone they hadn't laid eyes on since graduation. While they were stuck in school, they kept getting into trouble, then spent hours scribbling explanatory notes like their lives depended on it, under the glare of an furious teacher. The teacher nearly snapped when those two accidentally turned a normal classroom into a wild, tangled maze you couldn't push through. In that last war, she forged herself into a real heroine. Yet to him, she'll always be the same bright, cheerful rascal. The boy grinned, then carefully opened a letter meant just for Master Rast. The friend ditched the long build-up and jumped straight to the main point. Kalen struck it rich with distant borderland land, and now the world is pulling him in, asking him to build something new with everyone. Just like that, the road of his life split into two totally different paths. He leaned in with heavy thoughts, weighing every single next move like it could change everything. In his hands sat another blank parchment, a fresh start waiting to be written, an entirely new future just begging to be born. This scroll basically threw open the doors to total freedom, zero strings attached, no old promises left to bind him. In the dead of night, electric sparks of light spun and danced through the darkness. And when that first piece of paper finally revealed itself, it wasn't magic at all, it was just a regular budget, and the guy stared at it like, great, endless routine and household chores for the rest of my life. The young man flashed a warm grin and stared straight ahead, like he already knew something big was coming. Maybe I should quit, he muttered, staring out the window as Kalen's letter sat on the table, begging them to reunite and have fun again. That old friend's message ended with a short, confident signature asterisk that hit like a final beat. Staring at the familiar bookshelves, the boy felt it hit him hard. He wasn't just visiting this office. He'd been working here even before the new management took over. Over the years, that workplace slowly turned into his home like it started feeling more familiar than his own walls. Memories crashed back in of the days when the association was run by the former president, Master Galhammer. Together they cooked up product after product, and most of it hit big hard. Before his colleagues, the man fired up his speech, pounding the point that the basic research department is the backbone of the entire organization. Master Galhammer built his whole life from scratch, so he valued every ounce of scientific work like it was priceless. The researchers leaned in, soaking up every word from the leader, and their pride practically radiated off them. Massive, pattern-covered office doors towered right in front of him, looming like a challenge. When the government shifted, Master Galhammer got shoved aside and stripped of his post, while a former civil servant stepped in and claimed his place. Rast lunged to knock, but the moment he heard Arms Association from the other side, he froze cold in his tracks. Tension snapped through him as he went deadly silent. The new leader was in full negotiation mode, fighting for every last coin of the association's basic research department, and grinning as he agreed that cutting this ballast was an insanely smart move. Rosti grimaced in pure irritation. Those two didn't even bother to lower their voices at all. A thunderous knock ripped through the room. The doors groaned open, and the boy crashed their secret meeting uninvited. The director shot to his feet, steamrolling with rage, and demanded to know who had even let him in. The official blew up into a full-throated shout, barking orders to not step inside without permission. But instead of excuses, Rast slammed the paper onto the table with full force. "I'm going," he said, cool as ice, eyes locked on the director. Rage tore through the cabinet as angry voices snapped that Rast couldn't resign. Yet he was already pivoting to walk out. The boss's face twisted, rage snapping in, shock crashing right after. The conspirators just stared, stunned, because the truth hit them like a punch. They'd wiped it all out themselves. The young man took out the papers with a cool nerve and told the management he was resigning on the spot. He shot back that the contract clearly said he had to train a replacement for himself. But then everything blew up because the basic research department got shut down by one of the people standing right there. "I'm leaving today," the boy snapped, even as the bald alchemist behind him kept screeching like a maniac about cleaning and distilled water. The old man's face contorted in pure, blazing rage. The kid just bluntly told him, "Learn to make your own water. Dirty work isn't in your contract, so stop acting like it's your job." Riholt Sam smirked, finally relieved to be done with the hassle, while his assistant kept nodding with nerves practically buzzing in his voice. The association's boss snapped after him with pure contempt, saying he'd only kept him around for filthy chores, then barked, "Get out now." That heavy door slammed shut, the whole room rattling with a brutal bang. In the end, the young man muttered that he'd be just fine, no thanks to their kindness. He stole one last look back, like he couldn't bear to leave without proof it was real. Straight ahead, the exit doors burst into view, glowing like a way out. A single, blazing step that could break him free. He skidded to a halt before a colossal painting, where a majestic white dragon bowed to an unknown wizard draped in a dark cloak. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet crackled with strange sparks, like reality itself just flickered. He stood by the stairs, yanking the heavy backpack tighter on his shoulder. His eyes locked onto that towering dragon painting, and the dread hit him. He probably won't get to see it again, not even once. The boy spun toward the exit. Soft as a whisper, heartfelt thanks poured out of him for everything he'd been given. The empty hall swallowed those words. Then they screamed back at him, echoing like a warning. The door slammed shut with a heavy, dull thud that echoed like a warning. He snapped his head back toward the sky, stared at the clouds, and then it hit him. Freedom was finally here. The lease got ripped up and gone, and suddenly everything he owned stuffed neatly into a single backpack. I gotta tell you, I felt weirdly amazing inside. Grinning from ear to ear, the boy pulled out the scroll. Now he was ready to charge straight for the lands of Kalen. With one single motion, the ancient paper ignited and started glowing with pure magic. He shot his hand forward out of nowhere and unleashed a spell. Shining magical seals snapped into motion and whirled into place in an instant. The boy narrowed his eyes, braved the moment, and shouted at his beast, Hippopo. Right before the young man showed up, his loyal riding beast Hippopo was already there, ready to roll. The young man grinned with total confidence and barked the order to move out. The hippo barreled down the cobbled road, charging straight for the border like it owned the place. Their target sat way up north, in Kalen's ever-expanding territories. The boy awkwardly remembered her promise to look after him, quietly convinced he was nothing but an average alchemist. The wind yanked his cloak like it wanted to rip him straight off the ground. It hit him all at once. He hadn't stepped into fresh air in ages. He would stride these paths again and again, hunting for any useful materials he could get his hands on. Now he just breathed in the sweet scent of the first flowers and tilted his face into the soft wind. The weight of those last few days finally started to lift off his mind. The boy let out a breath of relief and finally decided to take a well-earned break. He couldn't help wondering if those special plants were still thriving by the local lake. With all the time in the world, he patted Hippopo and finally, after ages, set off to gather herbs again for the first time in forever. Suddenly, a sneaky rustle cut through the air, and the boy snapped into full alert. The giant beast Hippopo suddenly jolted, trembling like it had just spotted something terrifying. The boy clenched the reins like his life depended on it, soothing his faithful companion. Then he felt it immediately. Danger was charging straight toward them. In the middle of that tangled, overgrown path, a lifeless body lay still as stone. The young man leaned in, eyes locked on the thick tangle of branches like it was hiding something terrifying. The hippopotamus's violent trembling screamed that whatever was out there had been badly hurt. Leaping down, the boy barked at the beast to stay on alert. then shoved ahead into the danger. On a normal road, this would have screamed robbery trap. But out here in these dead, empty thickets, nobody with sense would dare to step in. A soft step sank into the grass, like the night itself just swallowed a secret. The boy inched forward, heart pounding, toward the figure that wouldn't move a single inch. Suddenly, his eyes flared wide with sheer shock. Right in front of him stood a temple warrior, armored up and ready for war. Night priests like this almost never showed up by themselves, especially not in a place this far off the map. A meeting like this deep in a dense forest felt almost impossible, like the world had just opened a secret door. He slid down beside her, spotted the goddess of vengeance emblem on her armor, and pressed his fingers to her burning forehead. She was burning up with a raging fever. Suddenly, it hit him. Those healing herbs for high fever grew right by the river. But the girl was already sprawled on the ground, knocked out cold. She just groaned, utterly wiped out by the brutal heat. Still trying to apologize, he leaned over her and checked her breathing, gauging exactly how she was holding up. Suddenly, an eerie pattern crawled across her skin. Was this the start of a curse? The young man's lungs burned with tension, but he still gritted his teeth, clutched the metal case tight, and slammed it to life. With a swift flick, he shot the scroll into the air, and it hovered right above the unconscious girl. She let out soft, breathy moans, while a brutal fever flushed her face red. He slammed open the display menu right away, his eyes locked on with terrifying focus. The moment the first hexagonal symbol hit the paper, it exploded into a fierce flare. Complicated spells and glowing magical diagrams burst out in front of him, daring him to make sense of them. At first, he swore something cursed, that poor thing, like the whole world had turned against it. The device found no instant death threat, so the guy was just about to call the specialist and tell them exactly where it was. Then it hits him, his fever isn't random, the poison is driving it. The moment he realized this, he just went completely still, like his body refused to move. It was that nasty, all too familiar poison, and the one potion he needed was nowhere in his supplies. Then it hit them. Without those rare ingredients, the antidote can't be brewed, and they're out of time to waste. He stared hard into the pitch-black forest, like something out there might finally blink first. Ripping through his bag in a rush, the guy decided to forge a brand new tool. Tucking his unconscious companion under the watch of his trusty pet hippopo, he bolted off like he had to find something, anything, right now. The moment the boots hit the trail, they flashed like sparks, lighting up the forest path ahead. Fatigue slammed into him, and with every step, running started to feel harder and harder, like his legs were giving up one beat at a time. A violent spasm crushed his chest like a vice. He panted hard, like he'd just run for his life. The boy stopped dead, wiped the sweat off his brow, and chewed himself out in his head for being so painfully out of shape. That sneaky, hidden potion kicked in fast, and in seconds he felt his strength roar back. At last, the shoreline came into view. There, the medicinal herbs they needed were still growing like they hadn't been touched. Right then, he clocked something weird and couldn't look away. That thick little patch of plants had shrunk to almost nothing, like someone kept stripping it away. So I had to sprint in and snatch only the essentials. These stems were meant to pull the poison right out of the girl and keep her alive. He rushed around and grabbed a whole stash of those life-saving stems. At first, he stumbled on rare herbs that could slam his wounds shut and heal them for real. Right nearby, fresh flowers were already blooming, ready to boost someone back to full strength fast. These plants barely did a thing on their own, and even the usual herbs brewed from them hit like a whisper instead of a punch. Even if she somehow makes it here, she still won't be able to save herself. Still, the boy just grinned with pure confidence. Seeing that crystal-clear water, he went for a quick, simple transmutation. So he pulled out a special speed-focused technique just to tear through it. The moment he hit the command, the tools blasted upward like they had their own rocket power. Activation. The command blasted through the air, and the symbols on the scroll ignited with blazing light. Deep breath. Maximum concentration. Silence slammed down like a curtain, freezing everything for one breath. In the next breath, He shattered the gravity limits by triggering every formula at once. The river's raging current shot upward like it had a mind of its own, curling around the scrolls in wild, obedient spirals. He picked 5 targets and unleashed magical manipulation on all of them at the same time. The boy's eyes snapped into full focus. With a quick flick of his hand, he thrust the cleansing spell forward like a beam of pure light. A glowing water sphere blasted into existence in front of him, wrapped in twisting holographic magical runes. He was honestly bursting with pride over this technique, calling it the absolute best payoff from his fundamental research. First, he used the method to distill water, but later he carved it onto a scroll just so he wouldn't have to deal with it every time. The moisture they captured came out insanely cleaner than any ultra-pure water anyone could have used. Just water, no tricks, no extra stuff. He churned out thousands of those spheres every single day, so he could pull the whole process off blindfolded. Even so, to get that perfect result, someone still had to manually fine-tune the flow of energy. Because this liquid instantly shredded anything it touched, the boy went for broke and mixed in healing herbs. Purification magic just snapped to life and blazed bright. The moment the water hit, the medicinal plants instantly melted away and got completely absorbed. He hoisted a ready sphere, packed with mind-blowing concentrated potion high overhead. The brand new golden potion floated in midair, and the boy snapped on the 3rd scroll right away, just enough to partially tame gravity. The elixir burst out crystal clear, totally free of any useless impurities. The golden liquid obeyed instantly, streaming straight into the open flask. He gripped the bottle so hard his knuckles went tight, then murmured, "Not bad. Now move, let's sprint back to camp right now." Then, right out of nowhere, the dead forest air got ripped open by a terrifying, ear-splitting scream. From the tangled thickets, a swift, heavy thud burst out like it came out of nowhere. An unknown beast burst forward, ramming through the chaos and digging its hooves hard into the ground. The boy stiffened, straining to spot what danger was hiding in the leaves. His eyes shot wide with pure shock. A round little pink piglet with a blazing symbol on its forehead dropped out of the sky onto the path, right through the heather. The little one tried to slam the brakes, but the wet grass betrayed those hooves and sent them sliding. Loud bang! He flipped upside down and rocketed headfirst into the bushes like a total disaster, straight up hilarious. A dull roar ripped through the forest silence, and a swarm of panicked birds exploded into the sky. The boy gave a shaky smile, fully sure Hippopo was about to start mercilessly trampling someone again. He sprinted at full speed toward the noise, shouting his pet's name as dread clawed at him. What if something was seriously wrong? The second the boy burst onto the path, he hitched for breath, because what he saw stole it from him. The giant hippo calmly rocked on its feet, staring right up at its owner like it owned the whole place. Down in a deep pit nearby, a crushed creature, straight up resembling a summoned monster, lay broken and lifeless. Once the threat finally backed off, the boy barreled toward the injured girl. Sitting right next to her, he finally clocked it. This predator wasn't just hunting, he'd been stalking her on purpose. The boy yanked out a vial in a blink and rained healing pollen over the brutal, deep wounds. The bleeding had to be stopped right now. Any delay would have been fatal. The medicine kicked in at once, and the injured person's body got swallowed by a blinding, pure white light. A magical glow flared up and yanked the torn flesh's edges back together, restoring its life in an instant. A brutal slash tore into her chest, and a black, poisonous mist started to hiss and peel away from her body. The girl let out a quiet, breathy moan. Then her eyes snapped open, showing those eerie double pupils. She snapped back just barely and let out a low, painful groan, like her body couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide with terror. The girl shot up from her spot and yanked her sword free, staring down the stranger before her with raw, trembling fear. The boy just nodded, cool as ice, then calmly said her opponent was already beat. She shot a quick look that way. All that remained was a lonely, smoking crater darkening the ground. With her fingers locked around the weapon, the girl shot a hard question. "Who are you?" The boy nearly blurted out that he worked for the association, then snapped his own mouth shut and spun it fast, calling himself just a regular traveling alchemist. He let out a breath of relief, realizing unemployment didn't feel like failure at all. It felt like freedom washing over him. Even though he'd just gotten out, those old habits kept clinging to him like a curse he couldn't shake. While she was still recovering, the boy told her the truth. He'd sealed up her external wounds, but deadly poison was still lurking inside her body. With those words, she tried to push ahead, but her legs gave out and he snapped to warn her, "Don't overdo it." A razor-thin glass of medicine slid into view right in front of her face. The boy flashed a warm smile and stepped in to help without a second thought. The elf bowed her head low and with a heartfelt voice thanked him for saving her life. But the moment she asked the price of that healing potion, panic snapped into her eyes like lightning. Rast instantly clocked her terror. She'd already figured out the treatment started for profit, and now they were about to come for her, demanding a huge payout. He gave an awkward little smile, and the moment the misunderstanding landed, he knew this was a disaster. The alchemist broke into a rush to reassure her. He had no secret motives, even if he could tell she didn't trust him. He just needed her to snap back to consciousness fast, so she could take the medicine on her own. Hearing that, the girl's smile broke through her tears, and she sincerely apologized for doubting him. She was so sure of his selfless heart that it made the boy blush like crazy. The growth is quietly shedding its chin. Even so, the elf snapped that she wouldn't take a potion that pricey for free, no matter what. Then the boy softly offered a whole new escape route. She shot it back again, swearing her conscience wouldn't let her take that potion for free. Then Rast threw his name into the air, claiming he was a traveling alchemist bound for the northern border, and pitched a deal. She'd protect him with her sword one day if he held up his end. With a warm, friendly smile, he shot his hand out toward her. He leaned in and softly asked the beautiful knightess for her name. She clenched the sword's handle with all her strength. The boy shoved a potion bottle into her hands and grinned like it was nothing more than a simple loan. She took that gift like it was a sacred calling, and she vowed to carry it out. She swore her steel would slice clean through any trouble that dared to come for her savior. Proud as a banner in the wind, she declared, "I'm Tala, Knight of Aresla, the goddess of vengeance and the third wielder of the three swords." Her eyes burned with pure resolve as she swore, right there on her own blade. The young guy only gave this awkward little smile, and he couldn't shake the feeling she took his gesture way too seriously. But he didn't dare challenge a warrior like that. Tavla took a sip, and a sudden wave of cozy warmth hit her so fast she almost froze, melting through her whole body. She chugged the bottle clean down to the last drop. Her life energy flooded back, and her strength snapped into place. She pressed her fingers to her cheek, eyes narrowed, and slipped the weapon away like a secret. The sword snapped into place with a low, final click. She pressed her fingers to her cheek, stunned she couldn't even believe it. Staring at that glinting steel, the girl snapped into a full-body freeze, pure shock hitting her like a wall. Hot tears poured down her face as the moment she'd been waiting for finally hit. Her curse was gone. The boy just stood there, totally awkward, watching her tears spill like a wrecking wave. Shocking twist. Banishing the dark spells wasn't even the main target. It happened as a side effect of his miracle potion. Before that, he'd thrown himself at every kind of holy water there was, yet none of it worked. But the real secret hid in water so pure it felt like it was forged by the ancient gods themselves, primordial from the very start. Her divine power crushed everything earthly, stronger by leagues, like it didn't even belong in the same world. His brand new creation, locked in a real piece of heaven. Still, the young man couldn't stop fearing the unavoidable grilling. Those piles of complicated questions were waiting to hit him. So he bolted toward Kalen's domain, keeping his mouth shut about the eerie coincidence of her healing. The boy snatched himself into the saddle and blurted that they had to bolt, right now. He shoved his beast, Hippopo, away with every ounce of strength, while the poor, baffled girl just stood frozen in the middle of the forest. She froze, staring at the empty golden bottle in her hand like it had just betrayed her. The girl swallowed hard, then carefully slid the tiny metal vial from her hand as if it might bite. He left. A smile broke across her face when she finally grasped the legendary elixir, and the moment she held it, she knew she'd be paying its price forever. She lifted the bottle toward the sun and swore to herself she'd help it shine, no matter what disasters came next. The boy said he was pushing straight toward the northern border. She strode down the forest path with total confidence, pushing to end her revenge fast, then move in after him. Deep in his mind, a wise thought burned bright. He realized every great goal survives only on solid foundations. Right before my eyes, his sly smile flashed back into view like it never left. This rule hit everywhere, no exceptions. A strong foundation has always been the secret engine that pushes someone toward the goal, but almost nobody truly got it. I finally got it, right up to the very last moment. The boy pulled Hippopo to a stop and chose to camp under the blazing stars for the night. The campfire crackled softly in the dead night, and once he said goodbye to Tala, the traveler struck out straight north. Once he joined the association, he crashed every night in a suffocating lab, frantically blending reagents until his hands burned. While the boy stared down at the map, that greedy Hippopo lunged in, about to snatch his food right out from under him. The young man grinned, flashing back to the time Kalen called these briquettes a vile mash of grass and dirt. But these fruitan grain alchemical concentrates kept him fueled and safe on every faraway journey. The sky kept brightening, like dawn was slowly unlocking the world. He dropped into sleep thinking that by tomorrow afternoon, he'd finally crash into civilization. The very next day, the traveler snapped orders to his beast, making it slam to a halt right at the gates of Toma village. Up ahead, half-collapsed, abandoned shacks loomed. Nothing about them looked remotely safe. The boy softly patted his loyal companion on the muzzle and thanked him for the help. He cast a summoning spell, turned the giant Hippopo into raw magical energy, and trapped it inside a pen. "All right, stop thinking and take your shot right now." After saying goodbye to his ward, he stormed out and headed to the abandoned village, alone. The suspicious man scanned the stranger up and down and snapped, "Who are you?" But the blond young guy only flashed a friendly smile. The boy introduced himself as Rast, a traveling alchemist, and the lumberjack froze so hard he started stuttering. Then he jerked into action and rushed the guest straight to the elder. The guide bolted ahead, waving everyone forward and blazing the route. Out there stretched nothing but emptiness, and right by the roadside loomed an abandoned old well, bucket dropped and lying ruined at its side. Next door, every house sat abandoned and choked in wild ivy, swallowed so completely it felt like the whole street had died. That rusty wooden sign creaked in the quiet, rattling on its chains like it was screaming for company. Rast kept his voice low as he stared at the empty streets, and the man only shot back with a grim truth. Whole families had vanished, leaving every home behind. They slammed to a stop before a tough brick house with a tiled roof looming overhead. The young man jerked his head up out of nowhere, and that strange feeling hit him instantly. The guide started pounding the door like crazy, then yelled at the elder, "I brought you a real alchemist." Rast spotted fresh Kajero branches dangling near the entrance, and his instincts snapped into place. This rare tree had to be growing nearby. The door swung open, and there, standing right in front of them, was a bald, gray-bearded old man with a monocle, absolutely stunned by what he was hearing. His stick slammed into the ground, and a sharp, ringing clang echoed through the air. Then the guy coolly dipped his hand into his bag, like he already knew what was coming. Borodin told the elder, "I didn't check his documents, but this stranger looks like an alchemist in every single way." And the proof hit harder than anything. His words were backed by a rare silver badge. Right then, Rask grinned with warmth, raised his badge to the crowd, and introduced himself as a traveling alchemist. The foreman snapped his eyes wide, jerked his hand to fix his monocle, and leaned in fast to inspect the object up close. He stepped forward, named himself as Toma's elder, and asked, out of respect, if the guest really did hold the top rank in their association. Rast hadn't even given it a second thought. though only a handful of masters sported an emblem like that. This medallion didn't just look important. It locked in every alchemist's exact rank and acted like a golden ticket straight into higher society. No point in hiding it, so the young man just sat there, unshaken, and calmly confessed he really was higher up than anyone in the strongest organization in the whole country. The old man rushed to apologize to the peasants on the spot, then bowed deeply and invited the respected master over for tea, because he had to talk about something important. Rast nodded right away, instantly sensing this elder wasn't a rookie, and realizing his request could only be tied to the village's worsening crisis. When the sweet grandmother slid over a steaming cup of tea, the boy's gut told him this chat was about to flow easy. The host didn't even breathe. He cut straight to the point and pushed for answers about whether those rare old sample crystals were still available. The young man took a sip and lit up. After days of dry rations, that plain hot drink tasted like pure luxury. Setting the mug down on the table, Rast leaned in and told the old man, "Don't worry, I can help with the magical crystals for real." The young man leaned in and stared, hanging on every word like it was life or death. He straight up demanded to know why the master even cared about that outdated sample. The old man leaned in and spilled the truth about how magical weapons got overhauled during last year's war. The boy gave a firm nod, and as he did, the loudmouth Richest from the transmutation department came crashing back into his mind. The hall exploded in outrage, pounding the table and calling the update straight-up robbery, but the old man fought to calm him down. The young man leaned in and demanded, "Tell me more right now." Nodding along, the old man snapped his order, "Zala, get me samples." Soon 2 pistols, one from an older era and one from a newer generation, slammed onto the table. For the people trapped in deaf settlements, people who couldn't fight, these pistols were their only lifeline against the brutal monsters. The old man's eyes have gone dim, like the light finally started fading. The master leaned in and asked in a low voice, "So, has it changed now?" Those old pistols blasted flawlessly. Only every so often did they need fresh magical crystals swapped in. He pressed his hand against one of them, and the old man brought up the H-32, shockingly precise, built like a tank. The young man gaped in awe at the weapon sitting right there in front of him. This weapon's motto has always been the same: fighters stay ice calm right up to the final moment. Right when the young man signed up, the Association of Alchemists kicked off work on this rifle, with Master Galhammer running the whole project. Back then, simple, budget-friendly weapons were dismissed as too primitive, yet real fighters still gave Galhammer's work the highest praise. But then the new model, ER-001, showed up, and it turned the whole story on its head. The old man tried to soothe him, but Zale just tightened his fists in rage and snapped that the new model was worse than crap. Rage kept boiling in him, as he refused to hide just how disgusted he was with that advertised creation. The worst nightmare hit hard, energy consumption so brutal that it dragged them into non-stop buying of absurdly overpriced brand-new magical crystals. The elder nodded along with the criticism, then warned, "Sure, the power's up, but this weapon keeps crumbling and it even fires on its own." Once, rifles had plenty of punch, but the moment alchemists shut down the old crystal supply, production of the older models got completely cut off too. In the hall, he snapped his hands up and fumed about how they were forced to buy this useless thing. Then the supply stoppage hit, and now they can't track down crystals anymore, not even for the old Gash-32 models. Because of the shortage, wild monsters have started tearing through remote villages, and the attacks are exploding in number. Hunters only fired when it was absolutely necessary to save ammo, but their gun buckled, blew up, and shattered right in their hands. The young man stared into his wooden mug with a heavy heart, hearing the town spill the news. People were mass abandoning their homes and running for safer ground. The old man let out a heavy sigh, and in that moment it was clear. Pure fear had seized everyone, especially the families with kids. The boy nervously scratched the back of his head, and with a shaky grin, admitted he had absolutely nothing to offer. The men first nodded with heavy hearts, then shot him hopeful looks and begged, "Can you at least give us a portion?" The moment the refusal landed, both of them instantly crashed into crushing disappointment. Still smiling, the young man squinted into the light, took a sip from the mug, and said he'd pull it off with zero trouble. Hearing that, the dark-haired warrior snapped up in surprise, and the boy stared, whispering, "Wait, is it really that amazing?" In the next second, the room erupted in tearful relief and thunderous cries of pure, boundless gratitude. They burst into cheers, still in disbelief that luck had just slammed into them out of nowhere. After wrestling with himself, the elder finally steadied his breathing and gave a heavy nod, sealing their agreement. The boy set the mug down on the table with care, then lit up with a grin as he talked about the reward he was about to get. He shot his finger up with confidence, then asked for just a small, reasonable stash of Kajero wood as payment. Hearing that, the elder and his assistant just stood there, utterly stunned, like their brains had gone blank. The brunette just shrugged, totally baffled. Why would anyone need that weed? Kajero grows everywhere here, and around these parts it's basically considered worthless. Both men stared back in silence, their suspicions screaming. Either this guest had snapped completely, or he was hiding something big. The young man just smiled, thrilled by the huge stash, and remembered that old, forgotten tradition, filling the leader's doorways with branches. Rast couldn't stop thinking about those ancient books, stories of a special tree in every village. So he grabbed the elder and begged to be taken there before the fruits ripened. The foreman didn't hesitate. He nodded, then waved the boy to follow him. As soon as they launched their journey, a whole parade of curious villagers came streaming right behind them. The boy spun around and nearly choked on the shock, because about half the village was right behind them. He just awkwardly smiled, because an alchemist showing up in a place this remote was huge. But what really shocked him was how there wasn't a single child anywhere among the locals. Before long, they burst into the Kajero forest, and the breathtaking sight left them stunned at first glance. The foreman barked orders and shoved the attendants into place, while Rast urged everyone to sweep up dry branches and pluck the fallen fruits off the ground. The alchemist snatched up a prickly fruit and got ready to kick off the transmutation. A huge mound of raw materials towered up in front of Rast, and he wasted no time. He sincerely thanked every helper for their hard work. Clutching 3 scrolls between his fingers, he turned to everyone there and explained that magical crystals usually get made a totally different way. For as long as anyone can remember, the only way to get magical stones was to hunt monsters. Rast wanted to wow the peasants, so he slammed 3 scrolls into action at once, and the crowd immediately erupted in shock, then pure, heartfelt admiration. Even though for the boy, all of it felt totally normal, like it was second nature. He knew some peasants secretly knew a little alchemy, so he decided to win them over with a jaw-dropping demonstration. The crowd erupted in stunned whispers as everyone stared at 3 magical scrolls hovering in midair. The young man snapped his hand forward and woke them all at once. He slammed out the last word of the cleaning team like it was a verdict. A storm of powerful wind whipped around, and it lifted dazzling symbols into the air like they were alive. Magical stones usually got pulled straight from monsters, because the energy they drank from the air slowly crystallized there over years. But he yanked his personal invention and aimed it straight into the open air around him. If we could siphon power straight from the atmosphere, we'd never have to go monster hunting for resources again. Light strips started snapping together at lightning speed, swirling into a thick cloud packed with an absurd, mana-soaked concentration. The villagers shot glances at each other, totally baffled, like none of them could even grasp what the whole process was really for, because he was the only one who'd ever created and used that purification scroll. The boy locked in, eyes sharp and attention razor-true. That magic cloud shriveled down until it was just a tiny dot hovering right over his open palm. He shot his arm out and snatched the ripe fruit right out of the air. It was Kajero's fruit, the absolute best ingredient for locking away all that stored energy. A magical scroll hovered in midair, glowing in a way that felt wrong, while a faint gust began to spin into a restless swirl beneath it. The young man lined up his shot, then flicked his hand and unleashed the polishing scroll with one crisp gesture. Right in the heart of the clearing, a tiny tornado suddenly spun to life, whipping panic through the peasants behind it as they huddled together, scared out of their minds. The boy grinned, all calm at last, because the magic's reply hit harder than he ever dared to imagine. A wild commotion erupted on the spot as everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the jaw-dropping whirlwind. Without wasting a second, he swung hard and hurled Kagero's magic-infused fruit straight into the heart of the storm. The crystal shaping kicked off at once, because those future crystals would only be as strong as the wind's jewel-perfect precision while at work. The boy sensed something deeper in that scroll, like it was secretly steering the vortex, letting him fine-tune every grain's speed and density as it swirled. He shot his hand forward with total confidence, and the diamond dust thickened like it was answering him. A violent whirlwind exploded into a storm of thousands of blazing sparks. The village girl stopped breathing, stunned speechless by the sheer beauty. He just let out an ironic sigh, thinking to himself that girls are the same no matter where you go, and they'll chase anything shiny like it's magic. Up in the air, razor-sharp facets glittered as they determined the accumulator output power. Every magical stone had to hit a perfect sweet spot, size, storage, and power output, because if even one thing was off, the entire mission crumbled instantly. The boy swallowed his pettiness and, in his mind, rebuilt the exact proportions of those ancient magical crystals. He hurled a binding spell and locked the wild elements inside the Kagero fruit, sealing them tight. The energy obediently surged into the fruit. The young man stepped up, grinned, and shot his hand forward with total confidence. A flawless magical crystal, perfectly shaped, ignited on his palm. Then the boy somehow snapped the scattered elements floating in the air into real, solid form. He flashed a satisfied smile, and behind him the villagers just gawked in shock, whispering like they couldn't believe what they'd witnessed. The young alchemist pushed the old man to test his brand-new magical weapon, and the old man nodded, clearly terrified but willing. In the old man's grip, that barrel suddenly blazed with light, swallowing up destructive power and charging toward disaster. He slowly lifted his hand toward the sky. The old man sucked in a breath, then snapped his aim straight up into the sky. Behind them, the terrified villagers clutched the silence in their chests, afraid to even breathe. He flashed back to the way they erupted in joy when he forged his first crystal, and it hit him. Every ounce of effort wasn't wasted. A deafening blast cracked the sky, and a massive pillar of light punched through the clouds, shattering everyone's views on what weapons even mean. To keep the village safe, the boy decided to crank out defenses in bulk, starting full-scale mass production. He snapped his arms wide and triggered 3 alchemical scrolls all at once. Around them, sparks of raw energy spiraled like lightning in a storm. Everyone stood there, mouths open and hearts pounding, staring at a miracle they'd never seen before. After an hour of brutal work, 5 baskets packed to the brim with priceless crystals were already stacked right in front of them. The old man softly ruffled the boy's hair, and a real, childlike grin burst across his face. The young master crumpled to the ground, laughing weakly as he moaned about being drained. Yet deep down, his soul still burned warm. He calmly thrust a full basket of fine magical crystals into their hands and let them grab every last one for themselves. The elder nearly sent his monocle flying when he heard the truth. These stones would outlast the usual ones by a full 2 times. The old man shuffled off, clutching his stick and grumbling that this stash was way too much, and that they'd have to take it straight to the feudal lord himself. The elder cleared his throat, forced himself to calm down, and admitted in a low voice, Nothing in my whole long life has ever shocked me like this." Around them, the villagers had already hustled in and lined up ready bags and baskets, waiting for the next move. The elder barked orders to haul the loot to the village, and Zael, his assistant, immediately shoved the cart into motion. Even when the peasants stepped in to tie up the heavy branches and haul them, the young man politely shook them off and lifted his hand as if he had a plan. A blinding magical glow erupted from his palm, swallowing the whole pile of cargo in its light. With a single spell, he wiped the diamond dust's density to absolute zero and blasted the entire pile of rare materials skyward, straight into a raging tornado. A massive whirlwind roared into existence, whipping debris up and circling it like it wanted to swallow everything whole. In a blink, the whole pile of branches obeyed and lifted into the air, turning into a weightless package that shot after the boy. Slung the bag over his shoulder, the young man grinned at the elder, then stepped up fast and demanded a serious talk. The old man just snapped still, jaw hanging wide, eyes glazed and staring like he'd seen the impossible. Still barely holding it together, the elder snapped at Zala to finish the job, then grabbed the young man and led him straight home. Golden sunlight softly washed over a warm village house tucked on the edge of town. The boy instantly sensed the foreman had clocked his plan to run, so he dropped the hiding act and stepped out. On the wooden table, 2 mugs of steaming hot tea hissed like they were alive. After grinding through it all, that drink hit like pure victory, and the smiles on everyone's faces made it feel like the effort finally paid off. The boy lifted the mug to his lips, then froze in shock, like something hit him out of nowhere. The foreman sat right across from him, jaw clenched, breath held tight, staring him down with a nervous gulp as he waited to finally speak. After stacking the dishes back where they belonged, the young man finally cracked the silence. When he caught the old man's fear in his eyes, he broke into a warm smile, told him not to worry, and said he only wanted to talk about plans for what comes next. The moment they started talking magical crystals, the village elder prayed the supply would stretch for years. But the young man grinned and promised them the new samples were so much better that their power would run for decades. The old man slowly shut his eyes, and with that quiet breath, the weight crushing his soul finally slipped away. He clasped his hands in prayer, thanking his Savior with all his heart for the salvation he'd just been handed. The elder slammed the truth down hard. Every soul living on these lands would empty their pockets for those rare ancient crystals. A sly, thin smile flickered onto the boy's face. He quietly clocked it. This miserable village wasn't the only place in the region begging for that precious resource. Rast fixed his gaze on the person across from him and pitched a killer deal, supplying old-school magical crystals for the brand-new domains of the Night's Kalen. The elder shot up his hand and cut him off mid-sentence. He reminds everyone that even with those skinny arms, her strength is so unreal that people stop seeing her as human. The old man awkwardly blurted out an apology. Rast demanded everyone drop that ugly nickname for good, because Kalen wasn't just anyone. He was Rast's best friend from the academy. After he set the mug down, he leaned in and whispered to secretly send the proposal to the Lord, because expanding into new lands was going to burn through a fortune. The plan looked airtight. This village would finally rake in serious cash, and Rast would get to back his friend, while Kalen could pour all his focus into growing his holdings. The boy took a slow sip, and the realization hit him hard. There was still a mountain of prep work waiting just ahead. As long as the elder still had enough crystals in his hands, he could step up to the Lord with the proposal he was sure would light him up and seal the deal. The old man nodded fast and agreed without a second thought. But the real prize in this crystal game went way deeper. His old comrade was still in the royal army, and it was that person who would become the key. The boy asked them to hand over paper and a pen. He had to write to a friend from his academy days to finally lock in the last pieces on this chessboard. He grabbed a pen and began writing to an old academy friend, laying the first solid pieces of his plan. The boy smirked, already picturing Richest, somebody like that would absolutely barge in and stick his nose right in here. But all he could think about was what the regular army might do next. He realized this. If those old magical crystals started getting shipped in bulk out of here, the military would slam the loophole shut fast, because they've been hunting for anything they can grab to build their new magical cannons after the war. He rolled up the scroll, then sincerely thanked them, cracking a joke that it was probably his recent alchemical performance that got all that attention. All that was left was to slam the final seal on the finished message. The boy yanked out a shiny silver keychain with an embossed seal, and right on it sat a coat of arms lined with scales. He flashed a warm smile and stared straight at the family symbol like it was something sacred. A drop of scorching, dark wax oozed out and slowly splattered over the paper's edge. With a snap of his hand, the metal stamp slammed down onto the scroll. Hot wax hissed under the metal press, twisting into the family crest like it had a mind of its own. He smirked, pressed the seal down with his finger, and capped off the letter like he meant it. The paper mess got squared away, and the young alchemist declared he was leaving, while the villagers and the elder kept pleading, begging him to stay just for the night. The crowd swarmed him the second he showed up, tossing out wild, hilarious requests. Some begged him to harness a magical tornado to weed their gardens. Some wanted an iron axe turned into gold, and others just wanted alchemy to clean the dishes for them. But the boy flashed an awkward little smile and pushed forward, straight into the borderlands, where new adventures were waiting. The young man beamed as he bid the villagers goodbye, and they yelled back their heartfelt thanks before he was even out of earshot. In front of him stretched an endless, untamed wilderness of grass and dust, like the world refused to end. The boy gently petted his riding beast, Hippopo, then admitted under his breath that the local lands were far deadlier than anyone promised. Suddenly, a long, bendy tail whipped out from the bushes straight at them. The strike hit so fast that nobody had time to react. The hippo snapped into action and slammed the attacker flat on the ground with its heavy paw. With one sharp crunch, the whole threat collapses gone. The boy softly patted the beast's neck, grateful for how it could sniff out danger before anyone else. Then he yanked out a waterproof bag and snapped on gloves, ready to snatch those trophies. He skillfully carved away that strange chunk of the prey, then inspected it from every angle like it was hiding a secret. After catching his breath, the traveler suddenly recalled the truth of the wild. Monsters had already wiped out ordinary animals a long time ago. That kind of danger didn't scare him. It made his blood buzz as he pushed deeper into the unknown. The boy studied the map. Straight ahead lay a lake, and right behind it sat Kalen's house. The water shimmered right in front of him, and just a few minutes later, it was like the world started to glow. The boy snapped his gaze upward, stunned to his core. He raced to the closest stretch of water with Hippopo, praying that hidden monsters were waiting just beneath the surface. He softly patted his beast on the neck and urged it to take a little rest. But just when it felt like peace, shadowy dark particles suddenly erupted and swirled over the water. The hippo snapped awake to danger and let out a sudden, panicked cry. The boy snapped into focus and spotted a tiny lizard silhouette flickering in the water's wild splashes. She shot across the sand and raced straight for the shore. Right in front of him on the ground sat a tiny creature with wide, terrified eyes, and green leaves sprouting from its back. While seasoned adventurers kept watch on the deadly borders with swords drawn, a young alchemist slipped away, hunting for rare ingredients no one else dared to find. Suddenly, he spotted a breathtaking glow hiding in the bushes, and he whispered that this color was insanely rare. The boy leaned in, eyes locked on the thicket like it was hiding the next big secret. The water erupted out of nowhere, blasting everywhere in wild, crashing splashes. The moment a massive tentacle screamed overhead with a dull whoosh, he snapped into position like his life depended on it. A tiny winged creature shrieked in pure terror. The alchemist jerked back and gasped, like the world had just hit him with a shock. The creature slammed the ground again, and that's when the boy finally realized the predator wasn't hunting at random. It was zeroing in on the little dragon. Their eyes locked in an instant. Reason warned him to keep his distance. Looks can lie, and that beast might be lethal. Even if it looked like a helpless little baby, this cutie was still a monster hiding claws. But the baby let out a heartbreaking whine, begging for rescue with massive, tear-soaked eyes. He clamped down on his teeth, fighting his inner battle tooth and nail. That companion warned him in a hard, cold whisper, nature's brutal rule. Among monsters, the strongest endures, and a little runt like this. Its bait dressed up to look helpless. The boy couldn't stand watching and shoved his round pet hippopo into action at once, desperate to stop it and spare the poor little one. The chubby little one listened up and shot skyward like a rocket, soaring higher and higher. Rapid decline. Meanwhile, that giant, slimy tentacle kept tightening its grip on the terrified lizard, until it was basically whispering its farewell to life. The hippo slammed into the enemy with a bone-jarring rush, blasting a roaring cloud of dust and scattered stones into the air. When the dust finally cleared, the baby stood tall on the victory spot, while the rescued lizard stared with wide, round eyes nearby, watching that severed tentacle piece twitch and spasm in the dirt. The boy stared at his own palm, stunned it looked like that. He beamed and thanked Hippopo from the bottom of his heart for the help. Then he crept toward his prey, inch by inch, like he was about to pounce any second. I kept thinking about it, over and over, until it wouldn't leave my head. Repulsed, he grabbed the slimy tentacle anyway and decided to save it as crafting material. He yanked out his analytical tool. The boy snapped on a magical reading, and suddenly the item's secrets burst onto a glowing virtual screen. The system blared an error, then slammed a protective lock onto the data, stopping the scroll from being read. The boy hit a bizarre roadblock that jammed his system, locking it out of any info about the creature he just found. Because the injured baby wasn't human, the analysis interface started glitching out hard. The lizard lay sprawled on the ground, drained to the last drop of life, utterly motionless. Still, he slipped past the screen's defenses and locked onto the truth. This little creature was teetering on the edge of death, drained to nothing. While the faithful Hippopo stood watch over the watery edge, the young alchemist frantically wrestled with a formula for the perfect potion and got nowhere. Without the exact numbers, he cut his losses, took no chances, and grabbed a plain, basic healing elixir. Then, snap! This loud slurping ripped from behind, and Hippopo had already trapped the river monster's tentacle and was happily chewing it like a snack. While his gluttonous buddy kept stealing the show, the boy leaned in and with careful hands, dabbed a few drops of medicine onto the lizard's back. The holographic monitor's indicators snapped instantly to the same level as a normal healthy person. Even with the system's glowing reports, that mysterious guest just sat there, still as stone, not a muscle moving. The alchemist sensed the monster's real power was far bigger, and that creepy Hippopo's weird, friendly act just proved he was right. Dumping an injured creature out in the middle of nowhere suddenly felt brutally pointless. He couldn't shake the feeling that that weird lizard was hiding massive power, and that it had to be from some rare species. Leaving her alone that was basically signing her death sentence. He realized with a sinking heart that without help, this baby was going to die. Once that giant catfish vanishes, this lonely desert waterhole will instantly pull in a whole swarm of fresh, deadly monsters. The boy leaned down and asked Hippopo, his loyal beast, if he should bring the baby along, and Hippopo purred like, "Yeah, do it." He stared down at that tiny creature, like he was weighing every little detail. Yanking the map into view from the saddle, he traced the course and chose to follow the river that spilled out of that very place. Up ahead, the tents finally broke into view. Kalen, the knight's camp, had arrived. The young man crept toward the stockade, step by cautious step. Hippopo suddenly panicked and blared in fear, then snapped to a stop like he'd been nailed to the ground. The boy snapped his fingers and shouted for his beast, pure surprise on his face. The massive paw slammed down on the ground with a bone-rattling thud. Right then, a slim armored leg touched down nearby without a sound. The young man's voice just cut out, like someone hit pause mid-breath. After forging the pendulum, Rast roared out his name, Rast, claiming he was an alchemist of the highest rank, and that he'd come to this place because Knight Kalen himself had invited him. He made his move and officially begged to be accepted as an honorary guest. His guild pulled together everyone chasing hidden truth, and this young man, He wore the title of Master Alchemist like a badge of power. Suddenly, a creepy rustling burst out of the tall grass and shattered the silence. The pounding noise surged closer, and they instantly dove for cover to stay safe. Two cloaked warriors with their faces hidden slipped out of hiding like shadows, moving in perfect silence. One of the girls snapped in front of the spear, caught it clean, and bowed to Master Rast with respect. The boy got blindsided and just gaped, utterly confused. The warrior warned them that the local creatures could copy a human's face, so they had to inspect the guest just to be safe. Only now did Rast finally get it. His loyal hippopo wasn't just scared, it was screaming, "Run!" Because with one more step, they would have walked straight into the enemy's attack zone. The girls couldn't look away. Thick bandages covered their faces as they stared straight at him. The young man flashed a friendly grin, praised the slick camouflage, and boldly suggested their cloaks were forged through transmutation. The warriors insisted their masks were just ordinary clothing, but they admitted Lady Kaelin had every right to treasure her sharp, clever mind. The alchemist said nothing, but in his own head he clocked it. These things were way too close to magical artifacts, each one hiding its own secrets. He leaned in and studied those strange blue and red eye patterns stitched into the fabric, like they were hiding a secret. Both signs, the blue eye and the red eye, slammed together into a weird, unfamiliar coat of arms, like something only he could see. The masked girl shot a suspicious glare at the mount, like she was trying to figure out what kind of monster was hiding up on her back. She lunged forward with total conviction. Her companion went deadly quiet because the truth hit hard. They'd never beat Master Rast or that terrifying beast, and fear had him frozen in place. The older sister snapped the argument shut in an instant and barked at the younger one to be silent. Right now. Rast only gave a small, reluctant smile, because the last thing he wanted was to kick off his service in a brand new place with some pointless brawl. Hunching her head, the girl with the mysterious armband mark bowed and apologized with fierce politeness for her younger sister's outrageous insolence. She huffed with pure indignation, but held her tongue, because arguing any more would be a bad move. The boy clocked it fast. His little sister spots enemies from miles away, while the older one sizes up an opponent's strength the instant they step into view. Both of them clearly had an insane special visual talent. Rast pressed his hand to his chest and promised the girls he meant them no harm, then swore on the medallion that he'd personally handle the white lizard. The tiny white dragon was fast asleep, totally unaware of the chaos it had set off. The guard snapped her rage into mercy and offered to escort the guests straight to Lady Kaelin herself. She bowed deeply, gratitude swelling in her chest as his kindness hit her like a warm light. In a blink, the girl whipped her hand forward, pointing to the huge tent waiting just ahead. The comms headquarters was in full chaos. Operators scrambled to fix the connection for the fifth time as those eerie magical devices, with roots let out a low, ominous hum. In the chaos roaring all around him, Rast slipped the curtain aside with careful, steady hands. The moment he stepped in, everyone's eyes snapped to him. He swept his eyes across the hall and instantly understood it. Everything the front had been delivering was funneling right into here. Suddenly, a girl came charging straight at him at full speed, her cloak snapping and billowing behind her. Rast flashed an awkward little smile, like he didn't quite know where to put it. She clutched his hand with everything she had. A shock of light sparked between them, and then she burst out laughing. She'd finally been waiting for this. Kaelin erupted into loud laughter, claiming, somehow, he'd aged way too much. Rast let out a heavy sigh and clapped back hard, telling her straight up that it was none of her business. But then it hit him. He snapped back to his senses and corrected himself to Lady Kaelin. She gave a sly squint, like she was instantly clocking something nobody else noticed. She was convinced the road to Rast's border would be smooth and effortless. Suddenly, her smile vanished, and a grim seriousness took over her face. Two masked strangers with an eye in their faces suddenly popped up nearby and asked, straight out, if there'd been any trouble on the way. She narrowed her eyes and went, "So, did you already meet the two who were supposed to greet you?" The young man shot back in pure confusion, asking if those two masked figures really had come to find him, while the girl spun away, offended to the core. She told me their leader always pulled this weird move, working everything through those two assistants like clockwork. From the very start, she went looking for trouble on purpose, testing the person, pushing the tension, and forging deeper bonds along the way. So she pushed to see whether this fresh arrival might clash with her people, or spark some ugly misunderstanding. The boy fidgeted, scratched the back of his head, and blurted out that he never meant to cause her a single problem. The girl let out a breath of relief, and a warm smile lit up her face. She called a full stop for the entire lab and motioned for the guy to step deeper in, so he wouldn't be stuck right in the middle of the room. Ancient legends swore that, once, people could sit with majestic dragons, trade words like friends, and share the world in perfect peace. But ever since then, everything got flipped upside down. Even though magic seeps into everything, the plants, the animals, and the very ground, humans somehow came out untouched, like that power just refused to stick to their bodies. Ari glanced around, realized there wasn't even a spot to sit, and calmly told them, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything myself." She grabbed and hauled the monstrous stone pedestal upward in a single motion. No table, no struggle, while Rast just let out a quiet, impressed sigh at her insane strength. Watching the whole spectacle unfold, the guy just shook his head and muttered, "She doesn't change at all." With no one allowed to overhear, the girl snapped everyone out of the room, then called for Roa, the servant, to rush in and bring tea. At last, they were finally alone, and Ari let out a satisfied sigh like everything had clicked into place. That same mysterious smile flickered back onto her face, like she was hiding a secret just waiting to explode. She paused for a heartbeat, then forced her thoughts into place. They faced off across an improvised table, and the moment they sat down, a crushing silence swallowed the room whole. Ari shot the guy a mischievous wink, and right away she clocked it. He got it all fast, just like he always did. Rast gave a crooked grin and fired off the question. Was this mystery really a sign that the same trouble was circling them again? After the last outsiders got the boot, he finally snapped to the truth. Something was seriously wrong. Rast let out a heavy sigh, crushing the dream of a quiet life and a calm, peaceful extraction of magical power from the earth. Lady Kaelin admitted the harvest would die without magic, then immediately snapped that she didn't call him for that. This was something far darker and much more urgent. She flashed a playful grin and teased him as the genius of the academy. That line hit the guy right in the heart. The boy snapped at her to quit, remembering she was the one who'd cooked up that ridiculous nickname in the first place. With fate closing in, he didn't beat around the bush. He straight up asked what trouble Lady Kaelin was planning to throw at him. Her smile vanished in a blink, seriousness snapped onto her face, and those crossed fingers barely shook with tension. Kaelin shoved him into the assignment, track down and cure the mystery sickness tearing through the camp, and even carved out a private tent so he could work in total focus. The boy leaned in, hanging on her every word, trying to pin down just how huge this job was going to be. With a confident stride, he made it crystal clear. He was ready to take on the task. Right before he left, he flashed a quick grin and said he understood it all. Rast decided to cut through the rumors and personally track down the very first signs of that unknown disease. As he strode past the tents with that odd pack animal, the question wouldn't leave his mind. Why did the illness hit people only once they reached the camp? The boy felt the settlers' hostile, suspicious stares lock onto him, and knew he'd have to beat the epidemic and earn their trust, too. Rast awkwardly blurted out a greeting, and the second he did, dozens of razor-sharp stares pinned him in place. Masked girls marched the boy to a giant tent, and with deadpan precision, jabbed toward the entrance. One of them snapped around and told him, straight to his face, that she still refused to call him her master. Rast just smiled, calm as ever, thinking he was lucky to find such honest people right away. Then, right in the blink of an eye, he had to shove his own words back into his head. Another girl lunged to block her, but Roa's anger erupted. She snarled that she'd never forgive Rast if he somehow managed to disgrace Mrs. Kalen. Staring up at that massive tent, the boy instantly got it. His patroness was flexing on purpose, turning his special status and Kalen's ridiculously high expectations into a loud, public message for the entire camp. He clutched the magical pen in a death grip, panicking as he realized he had to get everything ready fast, before Akri and Roa dragged the first wounded in. Inside it was nothing but bare, dry earth. No furniture, no comforts, and that genuinely made the boy grin because Kalen really knew him. Rast set his jaw, shot his hand forward, and snapped the magical seal to life, summoning his assistant in a flash. Right in the empty tent, a sharp flash of light tore through the dark. Then a stunning black rose bloomed there, his rare transmuted beast. He slid down beside her, and gently urged Rose to weave a tough, steady bed for the injured little lizard. The long, razor-sharp thorn stems suddenly sprang to life, obeyed like clockwork, and surged forward, locking together into a solid, dependable framework. A magical glow burst over the plants as they twisted harder and harder, squeezing in tighter and tighter. Thorny vines sprang into place, wrapping the bed tight like obedient claws, and locking in a rock-solid foundation for what came next. They snapped together fast, weaving a tight dome that turned the bed into a cocoon, sealed off from the whole world. Rast clapped Rose on the back for her brilliant work, then barked an order: create a standard filling for this tent. Right in the middle of the room, a tidy bed, a desk, and a chair snapped into existence, sprouting from thin branches as if the room just decided to build itself in an instant. Right beside the vines, they neatly assembled a huge, comfy table, ready for whatever experiments came next. At last, the plant unfurled a thick blanket of fabric to trap heat and keep the air flowing. The boy smiled to himself, remembering how he'd painstakingly forged Rose into a rare, transmuted beast during his studies. That tent had saved the team on grueling expeditions, but Kalen's shadow, plus a bunch of other students, kept circling him nonstop and driving him up the wall. Rast slid into his seat with a pen poised, then shouted at the top of his lungs for the visitors to come in, ready to dive into his work. A shadowy assistant slipped through the tent's thick curtain, ushering in the very first patient. The alchemist flashed a warm grin, desperate to spot the perfect potion fast and knock out the whole review in a single day. But the visitor's complaints weren't simple at all. His legs suddenly felt like lead, his strength drained fast, and a dead-cold lethargy crawled through his whole body nonstop. Rast decided to blast the symptoms first with temporary meds, praying this brutal first step would finally point him straight to the real source of the illness. He realized a brutal, no stone unturned investigation into this mysterious epidemic was waiting right around the corner. The very next patient snapped that his right arm had gone totally numb from last night onward. The boy calmly nodded, and right on the spot, a system window blared paralysis threat across his vision. Suddenly, he spotted something in the patient's condition, and his eyes snapped wide with shock. The delay turned out to be far more dangerous. One more minute could have shattered everything for good, so they had to move right now. Time kept chewing forward, and the pitch-black night started to loosen its grip as a bleak gray dawn crept in. Before they even realized it, the sun had climbed high overhead. From the office, the healer's confident voice snapped, demanding they let the next one in, and it utterly stunned his assistant, Roa. The exhausted girl let out a heavy sigh and said, "This is it, our last patient for today." She could barely stay upright with visitors pouring in nonstop, one after another. While the grateful patient gushed thanks, Roa only dragged out a tired little complaint at her partner's way too fast pace. The final patient groaned about brutal fatigue and numbness all over, but the healer just lifted his hand and swore he'd whip up the exact potion on the spot. Magical screens blazed overhead as the boy rapidly whipped together a custom medication mix, blasting away the symptoms in no time. With the decoction ready in hand, he stretched the bottle out and swore he had to hunt down the real cause of this sickness, fast, before more people ended up crippled. The man snapped his clenched fist tight, distrust crawling across his face, then blurted in shocked disbelief as the numbness vanished completely. The boy froze in shock, staring at his hands like they'd just betrayed him. In the very next moment, pure joy lit up his face, and he blurted out a loud, heartfelt thank you to the one who saved him. Roa let out a nervous little smile, remembering how, back when he was with the association, not a single soul had ever reacted to his potions with this much joy. That mysterious partner shot Roa a warm, heartfelt thank you for everything she'd done to help today. The young man gazed at her gently, like his whole heart had slowed down just for her. She answered in a soft voice, like she was just doing what she was born to do. Even with her face hidden, her aura suddenly turned gentle and warm. She suddenly yanked out a tiny vial and offered Roa and Ari a fatigue-fighting potion. I thrust the medicine into the boy's hands. He froze in surprise, then nodded hard and thanked them from the bottom of his heart for that totally unexpected care. To his stunned question about when she'd made the potion, she stayed cool and said she brewed it during the quiet gaps between patients. She bolted out of the tent on the spot and left Roa trapped with nothing but her thoughts. I just finished everything for today's work, done and dusted. Roa knew cracking that ice between them wouldn't be easy, so he chose to grit his teeth and wait. No rushing, no giving up. Rast slid into his chair and got to work, stitching together an interim report for Kalen by matching his notes against the medical histories etched on that old scroll. He snapped on a cloak and pushed himself to put every bit of what he knew about magical crystals and the plague's source into action. As the guards jogged up with big smiles, they thanked him for his help like they meant it, and the young man just stared, because somehow the sun had vanished way too fast. He beamed at them, because those first suspicious stares had fully melted into respect, thanks to the real help he'd proved he could give. Behind him, the guards stared in disbelief. This kid had cleared out an entire camp in just half a day, proving he was none other than Ms. Kalen's old friend. Night fell, and the tent suddenly swallowed every sound. The guard let him through, and Rast crossed the threshold like a man on a mission, papers already waiting for his handoff. With a hand pressed to his chest, he bowed and introduced himself as the alchemist Rast, then proudly announced that his work was finished. Kalen spun around, stunned that he'd barely made it in so late. When the boy shoved a plain sheet of results into her hands, her jaw dropped. She couldn't believe he pulled it off in just half a day. That girl gave a tired little smile, accepting, once again, that Rast had blown past every single expectation. Her face dropped fast as soon as she read about the possible complications after the treatment. Dark spots suddenly splattered across the page. Kalen snapped her gaze up, and pure terror hit her like a wall. Kalen locked eyes with the boy, gratitude blazing in him, and then leaned close to whisper that he was going to save her people. He just smiled modestly and said he's only doing his duty. Right when the tension spiked, a brutal stomach growl rolled through the room, and Rast panicked, scrambling to laugh it off, claiming it was just his colleagues around, nothing more. Kalen immediately demanded 2 plates of food, fully clocking that the guy hadn't eaten a bite again. The girl burst into a bright laugh and practically begged him to finally start eating like he meant it. When Kalen heard Rast was once again living off dry herbal rations, he erupted in outrage, calling it a total disgrace for a famed alchemist. She wiped the tears from her eyes, laughing harder than she had in ages, and finally admitted quietly that she hadn't felt that genuine in an eternity. Night had swallowed the sky outside, and one lone guard stood watch by the tent, eyes sharp and unmoving. While they waited for the dishes, the girl leaned into the quiet moment, spread the papers across the table, and begged her partner to lay out what they'd do next. Next morning, Rast was already up, mug in hand, and he just stood there, sipping hot drink in silence while the white lizard snored on, still curled up in its nest. The tiny creature dozed peacefully, curled up tight beneath the fierce shelter of thorny branches. Suddenly, the young man yelped in terror as 2 masked servants stepped into his face, staring at him in eerie silence. Shaking off the daze, he yanked the tent curtain aside and braced himself to get moving. Spotting the girls outside, Rast awkwardly greeted them, then immediately panicked. How long had they been waiting? While they bombarded him with grateful questions about how he was doing after that brutal night, two conductors wearing eerie paper masks bowed and thanked him for the potion that Roa had delivered. The boy awkwardly cracked a smile, but he couldn't read a thing in their closed, unreadable faces. They kept talking, breathless, saying that with just one sip of this miracle, every ounce of their fatigue vanished on the spot. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, running every detail through his mind. Then the satellites swooped in to give him a live tour, just as Lady Kalen had ordered. The boy demanded they take him to the food warehouses, but before that, he summoned his loyal beast. A blinding flash erupted, and out popped a tiny round hippo named Hippopo, making the guides jump back in shock. The guests leaned in, staring at the prize creature with wide eyes. Then they all sprinted up the hill toward the closed wooden gates. This once wild semi-basement was a monster's lair, but someone turned it into a clever little warehouse to stash scarce building materials. One of the attendants dashed off at once to grab the head. Right when the chance hit, the boy leaned in and hissed to Hippopo, "Search carefully, look for every clue you can." Then he pulled out his instrument and slammed the search spell to life. Tucked inside his bag were magical vials and glittering crystals, all primed to be used the moment he needed them. A mysterious pendulum drifted through the air, swaying in silence as invisible waves of energy tugged it like a secret signal. With a grin, he thrust out his hand and snapped a pendulum into place, measuring the air's magical particle concentration with pinpoint precision. Two companions in sleek dark dresses lay on a pristine white bed, sprawled out in opposite directions, resting in calm peace. Roa kicked off the inspection at the food warehouse, gripping a special pendulum built to read the magical background in the air. The crystal on the chain started spinning wildly, carving fast circles in the air above the cracked ground. The boy dropped to both knees. He pressed his gloved palm into the dry earth, slow and deliberate. Turns out the magic energy here was so thick it hit the ground like a curse, instantly sterilizing it and leaving no bacteria alive. The masked companion stared in shock as the crystal started wobbling and pulsing like something alive. Roa pored over the magical scroll's readings, saw nothing shady, and figured it out fast. People stash food in semi-basement cave pockets all the time out there. Since the wilds, heavy magic wipes out microbes like it's doing them a favor. He pressed his hand to the cave's stone wall and felt it everywhere, proof that the place was holding onto a massive amount of energy without a single loss. The food warehouse inside was packed to the brim with barrels and bags, all locked behind a rock-solid natural magical barrier. With a finger on his chin, the young man figured it out. Once the food's cooked, it's totally safe, so nobody's getting infected from it. Then the companion edged in and leaned close, firing a question. "Do you even know what kind of monster used to live in this lair?" She tossed out a wild theory. Maybe the illness was carried in by something the previous owner of the nest left behind. Right before my eyes, a terrifying monster rises from the shadows, one that used to rule this very lair. The blindfolded girl snapped out a chilling whisper, one word that hit like a punch: bear. In the dark forest, the tree branches rustled under a strange, eerie hum that sent chills crawling up the skin. A sharp thud of boots hit the ground as a loud shout tore through the air. Rast practically sprinted over and peppered her with non-stop questions about what kind of animal they just run into. But the girl just named her companion the head of the storeroom, and the moment she heard the legend, he froze, stunned beyond words. The peasant bowed and started blurting out thanks for the younger brother right away. He gratefully thanked his rescuer, because that rescue yanked him out of the terrifying numbness that nearly stole the little one's life. His fingers clamped down so hard that a sharp, searing pain shot straight through his hand. The man swore right there and then that he'd do anything and everything the young master needed, no matter what. Rast shot a mental thanks to fate and remembered, crystal clear, that he'd actually helped a boy the very day before. The storage space looked utterly grim. Shelves stood almost empty, with barely any food left. The boy asked to inspect the food storage, and his companions blinked in shock because that request was wildly out of left field. In the swirl of dust and stacked old barrels, his search pendulum suddenly jerked like it had spotted something absolutely weird. His gaze snapped to the old barrels and that clay jug sitting off to the side. On the creaky wooden shelves, bags and woven baskets packed with food supplies sat perfectly lined up, like everything was ready for the next move. The boy swung his hand down toward the pendulum, and the instant it moved, magical sparks erupted and glittered everywhere. He paused for a beat and pressed his palm to his chin, like an idea was about to hit him. Every bit of food, local veggies and grains spawned by plant monsters, plus the flesh of animal beasts, got scrubbed, chopped, and perfectly processed. After the inspection wrapped up, the researcher thanked him, waved him to shut the door, and confirmed it. No poison, no monster leftovers, not even a trace. Then the young man leaned in and asked Hippopo, his loyal buddy, "Did you spot anything?" And Hippopo answered with a steady nod, so he patted him and thanked him softly. The beast let out a low, quiet snort, staring straight up at the cloudy sky. It wasn't a guaranteed yes, but the guy who got the order still told everyone to move on. The masked companion leaned in and asked whether it was now safe to say the illness had started somewhere else. The young man smirked and intercepted his thin staff like he'd seen it coming. The girl pinned down the exact place they were heading next. He pointed toward the giant tents in the distance and pushed for them to go check that place out. Disguised satellites slipped into position and watched the quiet settlement without a sound. A local resident was already there, hunching over a massive water jug like they were brewing clean drinking water from scratch. Ras studied the magical artifact up close, and even though it looked ancient, he confirmed the cleansing power still worked perfectly. No strange tricks, no suspicious details anywhere. Because the victims were strangely numb, he suspected poison, tore through the local food and water to find a culprit. But the truth was maddeningly hard to pin down. Out of nowhere, a masked assistant popped up in front of him and practically pestered him into taking a lunch break. She closed the distance so fast it felt like she was right on top of you. The boy finally caved, while his companion just grumbled that the moment he gets fired up about something, he tunes everyone out completely. Then, just like that, his next step got yanked out from under him. He got hit with instant panic when he realized someone was basically yelling at him to drop everything and go eat right now. He straight up demanded the assistants tell him if Kalen had ordered them to tail him and make sure he ate. And the second they realized what they'd been doing, embarrassment hit hard as they immediately looked away. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and insisted, face full of confidence, that he could handle himself just fine. Right then, a memory slammed into his head, Kalen forcing him to eat during their academy research, so he nodded and agreed with a grin. The assistants finally exhaled in pure relief. Before long, they hit the camp dining hall. She jutted her finger toward the tables under the long awning and practically dared him to sit down. The assistant sprinted to the neighboring tent for food, while Ras stayed seated at the table, totally calm, trusting them to pick the perfect dishes. They told him the food is cooked in the next tent, and everyone eats together here at those long tables. On a pristine baking sheet, a silky ribbon of finely ground magical stone powder rained down in a perfect, thin stream. When the treats hit his eyes, the giant magical boar Hippopo let out a joyful grunt and demanded his share right away. For Rast's transmuted beasts to stay stable, he had to nail the magical balance. So he mixed dust scraped from stones with potent herbal granules, slow and precise. Hippopo flashed a cheeky sparkle in his eyes, then dove in and started cramming his favorite dish into his cheeks non-stop, while Rast watched, grinning with pure satisfaction. The beast rumbled with pure satisfaction, wiping the scene clean until not a crumb was left behind. Soon the soldiers stormed back from the kitchen, hauling dinner with them. Just a plain army ration. Dried grains, spicy veggies, and meat ripped from monsters they'd slain on the march. Rast asked what people did around here, and the fighters told him most singles pile into the dining hall, while families eat together at home. As he scanned the room, the boy couldn't help but think back to school. This huge wooden cafeteria felt exactly like his old classroom. An awkward silence slammed down on the table, even as all three desperately tried to pretend they were focused on the food. Rast kept calmly reading his book through dinner like nothing was happening, completely oblivious to the tension tightening all around him. Right then, a razor-thin metal rod slipped free from one fighter's trembling grip. The boy jolted at the sudden noise that blindsided him. He clamped his jaw shut, chewed to a halt, and lifted his eyes like, "Wait, what?" Even with those thick masks on, Rast could still feel their piercing stares, like they were itching to speak. Two masked assistants with an eye symbol on their faces huddled close, whispering fast about whether any new patients had shown up today. While the modest food cooled on the plates, Rast leaned in and asked if they'd spotted the asterisk, one thing in common asterisk across all the patients. The girl told Mr. Rast to hold off on questioning, at least until mealtime. She confirmed there are no new infections, and she insisted she sees nothing in common asterisk between them. Roa suddenly stopped dead, eyes unfocused as her mind spiraled into deep thought. The young man just smiled back, pure gratitude lighting up his face. Then it hit her. She suddenly remembered the big clue. Nearly all the victims were asterisk single asterisk asterisk. The tiny round helper on the roof sprang upward, blaring praise for Roa's asterisk asterisk sharp, spot-on observation asterisk. Loneliness. Roa said she hauled this food all the way from the asterisk asterisk singles tent asterisk asterisk. Ras snapped his head toward Ari, and he finally got it. So many lonely souls were showing up here, and yeah, it's absolutely not a coincidence asterisk. He shot his hand straight up, ripping open the spell of asterisk asterisk transcription and projection. The moment he guessed, the truth snapped into place. His fingers slid through the air, like they were dragging an invisible thread. Ras spotted something crucial on the flying sheets, then shot his hand forward so fast that his companions erupted in shocked gasps. Dizzying alchemical formulas erupted across his vision. The boy slid a finger to his lips, shushing everyone with a hush. The companions just stared at each other, utterly confused, like something didn't add up. A huge burst of joy flashed across his face, and he softly blurted out the discovery he'd just found. With total confidence, the finger slid across the report's lines, wiping every doubt clean off the table. A thunderous shout, demanding they stop eating right now, sliced through the hall's silence like a blade. Ras sat there, locked on the papers, burning his brain like, "Where have I seen this wild composition before?" One of the girls blurted out that the monster's poison targets the nervous system, and that's exactly why the sick are showing those symptoms. She couldn't hold it in another second. She screamed at the top of her lungs, blasting the whole tavern to drop their spoons right now. At the tables, the guests went stone cold with fear when they heard the horrifying truth. Someone had poisoned the food. At that exact moment, Rast snapped with sudden clarity, finally remembering where this recipe truly came from. The girls barreled toward him, praying he'd drop even the tiniest clue. But the fresh view of that pillar confused him all over again, tossing him into a brand new mystery he still couldn't crack. The boy pieced together every puzzle piece with total confidence. Most of the infected were hitting the local cafeteria and spilling out of the singles tent. And because the water jugs could be purified with zero trouble, he finally cracked it, leaving the attendants reeling in total shock. The head chef hurried toward the guests, looking totally lost, then whispered that she was the one running the whole kitchen. Whispers about the mysterious savior's appearance tore through the camp in seconds, and everyone couldn't stop asking if he really had the answer. She stared at the guy with fear in her eyes, trembling as she asked, "Is something wrong with this food?" Ras stayed cool and flat out asked to inspect the kitchen, praying the place would prove his suspicions right. He bowed, introduced himself as an alchemist hunting a cure for the illness for Lady Kaelin, and apologized for crashing in so suddenly. The boy snatched a magical scroll and the kitchen flashed with runes, so bright it confirmed his worst fears. That boy snapped at Silent Roa, demanding she race over and deliver a message to Lady Kaelin. Right now. Rast clutched the shimmering crystal and flashed a confident grin, then barked for everyone to pack into the ruler's tent in 1 hour. 1 hour later, every single person squeezed into Lady Kaelin's huge tent and huddled under the dome. The mistress stared the alchemist down and demanded to know, did he really beat that horrifying plague? Rast kicked things off by slapping down a camp map and pointing out the monster upstream in the lake. Its poison wreaks havoc on the human nervous system. Lady Kaelin gasped, because they always purified the river water in the very same special jug, every single time. She swore that their ancient jug could wipe out every trace of the poison. He pictured the whole purification scheme in his head, turning the poisoned water into crystal clean water right inside their old jug. A sudden gut punch hit the boy, and he bolted straight for the main tent. He said with total confidence it wasn't the purified drinking water at all. It was the water they used around the house. With the manager and his assistant frozen in terror, the young man finally snapped the truth into the air, revealing exactly where the infection was coming from, and it was horrifying. He set up shop in a singles tent and uncovered microscopic specks of monster poison clinging to just washed clothes and dishes. Turns out they didn't bother with filters at all. People just hauled water straight from the river for their homes. The masked nuns sprang into action, pointed at the sick in that tent, and warned them. This poison seeps in through skin and mouth, then quietly piles up inside the body over time. The old manager broke down in shame, tears pouring, and swore he'd take full responsibility for the tragedy himself. Suddenly, a gloved hand snapped into action and shut him up mid-lament. Lady Kaelin shut that down hard, then declared she'd take matters into her own hands, splitting the scarce clean water evenly herself. She dropped her gaze with heartbreak, blaming herself for that mistake. The assistant rushed in to steady her, insisting, no matter what, that none of this was her fault. Lady Kaelin dug deep, then slammed down a bold new plan. Reclaim the water, then strike fast and wipe out the monster terrorizing the river upstream. The young man just smirked like it was nothing, and said he'd already wiped out that monster long ago, right after he rescued the white lizard. Everyone in the crowd went utterly speechless after that line. Pure shock hit them like a wave. Kaelin blurted out in shock, asking Rast if he could really see the future, and Rast just awkwardly scratched his head, claiming it was all luck and that his pet hippopo somehow helped. They leaned in, scrutinized the recipe scroll, and double-checked the potion's ingredients until everything was perfect. Kaelin still couldn't wrap his head around curing every patient on his own in a single night. Then, the next day, he hunted down the infection source and smashed it. Rast cringed under all that attention, but his masked partner just smirked and said, without missing a beat, that his powers were way beyond anything ordinary. The boy bolted back to the villagers and barked, empty out every drop of cleaning water, right now. He told them the river's still poisoned after the monster, so you can't risk drinking from it yet, only after serious purification. Out of nowhere, a voice ripped through the crowd. Someone yelled, Mrs. Kaelin. After confirming the pond was finally monster-free, the masked companion steadied everyone's nerves and promised them the poison would vanish for good within a few days. Rast finally marched up to Kaelin and declared that the sick were treated, and the disease's source was wiped out. Mission complete. The girl snapped her cloak wide open with a sharp, dramatic swing. A calm, satisfied smile spread across her face like she'd finally gotten what she wanted. Rast stood across from her, perfectly still, just waiting for her words to hit. Kaelin strode up with ceremony and blasted the news to everyone that Master Rast's work on this task was pure genius. She met his gaze head-on and genuinely thanked him for blowing past every single expectation she had. The disease slipped in under the radar, stacking up inside him in microscopic doses, until the number of fresh infections could explode at any moment. The young man just flashed a confident smile. He grabbed the moment with both hands and went for it. The boy swore he'd keep healing the wounded if their condition shifted, then grabbed Kalen's attention and told him to send everyone to him. "Sure, I'll handle it, just toss me the budget first," he said with a sly grin. They were pushing to crank up production of one-of-a-kind water jugs that could purify water. Kalen blinked in surprise, then grinned and agreed without hesitation, wrapping up his very first mission across these lands. As the caravan finally rolled out, he kept his hopes locked tight, dreaming of an honest shot at enjoying life out on the outskirts. No fantasy, just the real thing. Back then, the boy had zero clue that the Alchemist Association was already stitching schemes together behind his back. Right then, graceful Ari strode onto the stage and adjusted her hair with effortless confidence. She donned a sharp mask marked with an eye and served Lady Kalen from the Admiralty without missing a beat. Two cloaked figures crept down Porcelain Street in the capital, moving slow like trouble was trailing right behind them. One of them barked for the girl, like they'd finally found what they were hunting. Ari smirked behind her mask, then leaned in and demanded, "So, what's Master Rast really all about?" The girls charged off to track down the massive water jug master Rast demanded they bring back. The moment they met, the older sister knew this guy wasn't like anyone else. She still felt that gut punch shock when she understood Rast's power was limitless, and his beast was fully tamed, crushing any hope she and Roa had. Under Lady Kalen's command, they were the deadliest fighters in the whole force, and now Roa was stuck in a storm of conflicting feelings toward the young alchemist. Her fist clenched tight, filled with real awe and a savage envy of the power he wielded. Years of training sharpened their pride to a blade, but it also sparked a burning curiosity for a whole new kind of strength. She shot a look at her younger sister, fighting the urge to snap at her for that cheeky stunt. Roa suddenly jabbed a finger at one of the benches up ahead, and the older sister nodded along at once, because the same thought hit her too. She's gotten so good at burying her real feelings deep in her soul that nobody ever sees the truth. They charged deeper down the cobblestone street, picking up speed with every step. She leaned in and called her sister under her breath, and Roa shot back immediately. With the merchants' goodbyes ringing in their ears, the girls bolted straight to the magic item store the alchemist had mentioned. Her older sister flashed pure confidence, shoved the papers into his hands, and sealed the deal with the purchase. Here, unlike the loud Porcelain Street, the air felt thick and suffocating, and everyone passing by wore a tense, gloomy stare. They stared up at the house rooftops, and a wave of relief hit. There wasn't a trace of hostility in the air. A thick, crackling tension filled the magical shop district, so they didn't even pause. They just tore over to the right store. They yanked open the heavy door and stormed inside. At the table, a young hostess in glasses greeted them. So young she even matched what Master Rast had warned them about. She shot them a quick look. Those suddenly empty spots on the store shelves snapped right into view. So many products were missing, no doubt about it. The books stood in tight rows, silent and alone like they were waiting for someone to notice them. Even after all this time, the place still bristled with strange, never-seen-before artifacts. The mistress clasped her hands, leaned in, and demanded to know who dared send those to her. Her eyes, hidden behind those glasses, snapped sharp the second she looked. They calmly told him, straight-faced, that they were trying to sell something. They instantly felt that sharp, judging stare, like their clothes had absolutely nothing to do with alchemy. She was basically blazing across them with her eyes, like she could read every move. A glass flask brimming with magical liquid, and a tightly sealed scroll dropped onto the table with eerie, silent precision. The girl in that eerie mask clutched the documents in silence, one unblinking eye staring through the danger. The bespectacled shopkeeper snatched the papers in a flash. His gaze snapped instantly into full seriousness. The round wax seal on the parchment snapped everything into place and killed every last doubt. He slapped the sheet onto the table and pinned every corner down with heavy stones. The merchant dragged his finger over the glowing script, tracing the magical ink like it was alive. The man stared up at the guests in shock and blurted, "You really carried out the master's orders." The girls nodded to seal the deal, and the merchant finally exhaled in relief. Those top-notch herbs were about to be worth their weight in gold. He slowly lifted the bottle, admiring its flawless color, until his voice suddenly began to shake. The moment the messengers caught it, they snapped tense and leaned in like they were about to spring. They tiptoed up and asked what was wrong, because Rast had clearly demanded they sell everything at the normal price. The man bristled and insisted that the association was short on supplies, which sent alchemy prices through the roof. So snatching a treasure like that for pennies wasn't business at all. It was pure robbery. The envoy let out a breath of relief, because now he finally understood why Master Rast trusted that merchant so deeply. Most merchants would have swindled you blind, but this ordinary seller didn't, because that potion could have been marked up for several times the price with zero shame. When she grabbed the heavy bag of gold, the girl shot a confused whisper. It's way too much. The two sisters just stood there, frozen in place, staring at each other like their eyes couldn't possibly be telling the truth. As soon as they stepped outside, they burst into a lively debate about their new acquaintance, because he'd handed them a pile of coins on the spot, just to cover their travel expenses. Right in the middle of the road, the younger sister spun around at once, because she heard a soft voice calling her name. The old man softly called her name, Roa. The second she suggested they go grab something to eat, Roa practically burst with joy, wild nods flying as her excitement hit full volume. The girl's mood snapped up in an instant, and sweet desserts started dancing through her thoughts already. Just a few minutes later, they were already huddled in the tavern, and Roa was absolutely demolishing the dishes she ordered like she couldn't get enough. This carefree ride didn't last a second. Everything exploded with one terrifying incident, and that was when their important mission truly kicked off. When a nightmare disease started sweeping the camp, the panicked healers from the guild didn't even try. They bolted and flat out refused to help Lady Kaelin. It looked like there was no way out at all, until the mysterious master, Rast, suddenly showed up. Before Rast ever showed up, everyone had thrown in the towel. Kaelin's desperate pleas for healers still got ignored. Just half a day after he arrived, Master Rast jumped right in and started repairing everything. She and Roa snapped into action on Ms. Kaelin's order, splitting up fast to haul the fevered, paralyzed villagers straight to Master Rast's tent, where he'd already wiped out the illness's source, smashed the monster, and healed Rast's people in mere minutes. Rast's towering silhouette hit her like lightning, and suddenly she just knew. This kind of legendary alchemist could help both of them and bring back her lost sight. That tiny, fading hope to see the world again finally planted itself deep in her heart and refused to let go. Just then her sister's voice cut through her thoughts, sounding frantic, because Roa had totally stopped eating. The girl only nodded, soft and silent, like all her emotions were crashing inside her chest. Both sisters sat at the table in dead silence. Bound by a single secret dream they shared like it was their heartbeat. Richest Sam, the guild master, froze right at the doorway of the Alchemist'S, Association special storage, staring in stunned disbelief at the chaos inside. The room reeked with brutal decay, and the man's face twisted in an instant. He threw himself into cleaning, muttering through clenched teeth and cursing his rotten fate under his breath. Richest Sam pinned every disaster on the Rast Association to the member they just abruptly fired, and he accused him of being an ungrateful egoist. The work was straight-up lethal. Those rare monster ingredients could detonate any second, unless you stayed on them like your life depended on it. At one point, a separate administrator ran this place, but budget cuts shut him down, and all his duties got dumped onto the basic research department. Once this department got shut down, toxic trash was left to rot on its own. Then disaster hit fast, with a massive blast of garbage slime exploding out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, the vault door slammed with non-stop pounding, while frantic shouts screamed that a brand new emergency had erupted. Richest Sam's fist slammed shut with rage, as he spat curses at the stupid rule that let only masters sift through the toxic junk of the first safety class. Terrified, Tordek, the assistant, stammered in panic, then managed to blurt out that the Association of Gunsmiths' vice president was already spiraling in hysteria over a critical emergency. Hearing that, the alchemist snapped, dumped his tools on the spot, and barked at his assistant to hand the mess over to the first master who came back to the guild. Tordek froze in shock, staring at the order like it hit him out of nowhere. No clue what he was supposed to do next. The novice understood the harsh truth. He had zero business bossing the great masters around, and waiting for them to come back would take forever. No rookie with any sense would ever boss respected masters around to clean up after themselves, and nobody even knows if they'll come back at all. He shoved forward, grimacing as that vile stench clung to his clothes like a curse. Everyone nearby pinched their noses, and the young assistant had to fight tooth and nail just to keep from gagging at that awful stench. The boy shoved those massive doors shut with one sharp motion, cutting off the world behind him. He had to slam the premises shut right away, before foreign magic seeped in and took control. Then he headed straight to the association's main entrance and just waited, gripping the moment like it was about to hit. The system slammed the door shut. Only a master rank medallion could open that lock and end the blockade. Meanwhile, the first drops of liquid magic shimmered in midair like tiny, glowing sparks. Clothes from the world above slowly sagged and dripped to the floor. A heavy fog started creeping upward, swallowing everything in its path. In the office, Han, the vice president of the Gun Association, was in a full-blown rage, slamming into the alchemist over the transmutation materials that were late. The giant erupted in fury, because every deal and deadline had already blown past a long time ago. With a sneer, he dismissed the other guy as a boy, and warned him he'd get hit with a massive fine for breaking the contract. The army kept this gear on standby, waiting to unleash it when the next war finally erupted. The office door exploded inward with a thunderous bang. A restless young man let out a heavy sigh and demanded they call Richest right now, because he was done waiting. Right then, a balding man burst into the room, breathless, and started dumping apologies on Mr. Han for running late. But the newcomer barely took one step before both hosts pinched their noses, because that wild stench hit like a cloud, clinging to him as he moved. The old man frantically flailed his hands from afar, begging the guest to stop right there and finally tell him why he'd come. He stood there totally frozen, staring in pure disbelief. He felt the mockery in every word and shot back, furious, asking if this was some dumb joke. Then the man snorted, checked his sleeve, and suddenly remembered, after all that slime garbage muck he'd sprayed with deodorant in a panic, that he'd completely forgotten just how awful his clothes still smelled. Burning with shame, he rushed up to Ghana's vice president, blurted out an apology, and promised he'd change his clothes right away. A whole storm of outrage and furious curses chased after him. Suddenly, a bolt of realization hit the poor guy. He remembered the promise he once swore to these people. Meanwhile, in that room, they kept screaming for the delivery they were promised, right now. The poor young guy could barely breathe, clapped his hand over his nose, and fought back tears from that brutal, stench-filled attack. With his final ounce of strength, he tried to read the room. Was this visit finally going to seal the long-awaited agreement? Richest practically begged to know. Was this finally the long-awaited agreement? Richest blurted out Sabasi's name on the spot, snapping for an immediate report on the work. As the scared student clammed up, the master rushed over and swore, right then, that everything would be ready by tomorrow. Sabasa's jaw dropped at the audacity of the lie, and the mentor only kept sweating and forcing a tight smile. The soldier snapped his finger at the alchemist and demanded he pay for every word he'd spoken. The second the door shut, dread hit the boy like a wave. Tomorrow's deadline felt impossible and they were doomed. Within minutes, every assistant came sprinting into the weapons alchemy lab. Students huddled together, whispering in panic, stunned that even the ones with a day off were being dragged in too. At last, the master yanked Sabasa close and called him over. Richest stood with his back to the room and stared into the night through the window in tight, silent focus. He shot a dry reminder at everyone present. The army had demanded an urgent batch of plates with chains, meant for converting elements into fire. Sabasa lunged forward, threw his arms wide, and then the whole plan hit a wall because they'd completely run out of quality distilled water needed to draw those magical diagrams. The mentor snapped, demanding why the delay hit right now, like they hadn't done this delicate work 1,000 times before. The moment Rihultsam heard water, he bolted upright and blasted. Water purification is the simplest foundation. Every student starts there. He kept yelling through the office, demanding they send him to work right now and stop making dumb excuses. The man lunged a heavy step forward, huffing low like he couldn't hold it in. The moment it happened, the students in the crowd started whispering at once, like they could smell trouble in the air. Right in front of them sat an experimental plate loaded with purified water, hooked up to a device made to probe its magical circuits. The examiner leaned in with a hard glare and snapped, "What is this nonsense supposed to be?" Without a second to spare, he snatched the board straight out of the boy's hands. The old man wasted no time. He slammed the tester on, ready to twist the crystal's magical power into roaring flame. The board hesitated for a second, then slid into the device's socket like it had no choice. But the powerful flash never came, just a sad puff of steam, followed by a few pathetic sparks. The teacher snapped that the capacity here is basically nothing, and the energy flow is flat-out unstable. One of the people in the room couldn't hold it together. His eye twitched from pure shock at that verdict. The culprit, with defeat in his bones, shut his eyes and quietly gave up. Nearby, someone ground their teeth, trapped in rage and crushed by shame. Even though they secretly prayed they could use the master's distilled water for mixing solutions and keeping the equipment spotless, at least for that. Even the shyest voice chimed in that this water could do more than just the big tasks. It'd make everyday equipment washing way easier too. Rihultsam slammed his fist on the table in furious rage, then roared at his subordinates never, ever, to say the hated name of Rast again. The subordinates only traded terrified looks, because they knew their boss's jealousy of Master Rast had long ago shattered every limit. With a pompous flick of his raised finger, he barked for the magical circles to be finished, because he was about to craft a far better distilled water. Proud as a peacock, he snatched a box of ready-made potions, flashed that disgusting grin, and demanded everyone shower him with praise. Hours of dull lab work have dragged by, and the whole place feels like it's on repeat. Rick Halsam smirked and demanded the measurement results right away, practically salivating for the win. But the lab technician, clutching that report, suddenly went deathly pale. The indicators barely squeaked past the bare minimum, never hitting a safe level, and that shaky margin set the stage for an accident and a total reputational crash for the association. But fear of what would happen crushed him, so he flat-out lied that everything was fine, while deep down he knew Rast was in a whole different league in skill. More alchemists went quiet too, then let out shaky sighs of relief, clutching that slim hope that a miracle might finally show up. Rihultsam just scoffed with pure contempt and barked at them to work even faster. Meanwhile, a creepy green slime oozed out of a crack in the warehouse door, dripping like it had plans. Right before midnight, this exhausted girl clutching her papers suddenly went quiet and thoughtful, like a missing piece just snapped into place in her mind, and she knew she'd forgotten something huge. Suddenly, boom! The door blew clean off its hinges as a mountain of giant, stinking slime barreled in, sucked the magic out of the air, and then wriggled Asterisk to life. The air reeked with a vile stench. Some slime devourer was rapidly gorging on everything in sight, and it had already started melting the heavy door right off its hinges. Panic hit hard, so she snatched the very first thing her hand could reach. Turns out it was just an ordinary magical circle tester, but the guy had no choice. He decided to weaponize it anyway. "Do something with him already," my friend yelled, panicking, demanding action right now. Suddenly, the device jolted to life and exploded in a blinding burst of light. A furious burst of magical power slammed through the air and blasted the disgusting slug clean away in a single brutal strike. A scream of pure horror tore through the air behind them, because just ahead sat a wooden chest packed with valuables, and if that spell struck it, their mission would be over. The magical wave would not be stopped, and the fat client shrieked in terror as it swept him straight into the line of fire. Right then, his legs betrayed him and skidded on the slick floor like it was out to get him. The friends just stood there, mouths open, staring in total shock at that painfully awkward scene. The client awkwardly sprawled on the floor with his legs up, while the terrified boys nudged each other forward, too scared to step any closer. A heavy, deathly hush clung to the room, and everyone there just choked down their shame in brutal silence after failing. Sam's rage boiled over, and he couldn't swallow that disgrace in front of his subordinates. One of the bewildered assistants snapped, then screamed, realizing something was seriously wrong. The scorching mixture tore down the walls in a flash, slamming into everything and dragging a sticky trail right behind it. 1, 2, and then boom, the whole story hits its final note. He slammed the valve shut, and the liquid's flow died instantly. In the middle of the room, an exhausted fat man sat slumped, drenched in slime, while dark energy hissed and swirled all around him. While everyone else in class panicked and scrambled to figure out what to do with Master Sam, someone else was already rushing to slam the lid shut on the goods box. The lab finally looked cleaned up, but that awful stench still clawed at the air, and shards of broken flasks were scattered all over the floor. Suddenly, one of the wizards snapped, blurted out the order he'd just remembered. But Sam was gone in an instant. He bolted from the room, vanishing like a shadow and leaving nothing but a nasty smear on the wall. The elder barked for the assistant to rush the finished magical outlines straight to the Weapon Association. Skinya blinked hard, totally lost and bewildered. The girl hauled those heavy crates like it was nothing, never guessing a slimy thing was already crawling out of one of them. Meanwhile, Kaylin blinked through the sleepy haze, brushed her messy hair once, then thought better of it and left it alone. Her morning kicked off at dawn, like the day was daring her to keep up. Starved of supplies, she forced herself to share a plain, modest breakfast with her humble subordinates. The moment Kaylin woke up, she couldn't wait to dig into a big, hearty meal, and juicy meat steaks were her one true weakness. Afterward, she scrubbed the scorching sweat off her skin, like she was shaking off the fight itself. During training, she grinned and told her subordinates, "Don't worry, I'm only going to fight you with my left hand." Every time something new hit, it yanked her right back to reality, where Kaylin frantically tore through paperwork she hated, stuck with no way out. Even so, the girl kept lighting everyone up with her big, bright smile and constant cheering. But under that mask, scorched earth memories burned, where a dying soldier rasped her name, and with tear-streaked resolve she swore the enemy was finished, so he could finally rest. Nights for Kaylin turned into real torture, and somehow it dragged on like forever. Then out of nowhere, that same light-haired boy stepped into her life, grinning warmly as he spoke soft and steady. "You have come." When her people were crushed by an invisible enemy that laughed at every blade, Kaylin felt utterly helpless, and that horror turned into a disease of pure dread. And just like that, the lives of her subordinates were teetering, ready to slip right through their fingers again. He burst in just in time, fought back and saved them all. After he rescued them just in time, the people he saved broke down in heartfelt gratitude for pulling them out of illness. Kaylin replayed it in her head. Right after her proposal, that research-obsessed guy stormed out of their guild and sneered that his old boss was a nobody. Now that he was working for her, she promised him total freedom and the best reward. And the next morning, spotting him with a huge backpack, she stared in shock and blurted, "Where do you think you're going?" Rast greeted her with a calm smile, saying this early hour was normal for him. But the real shock was seeing her up and moving at dawn, because that never happened. She turned her back and went silent. The boy told her he had a few days off, so he was heading out to hunt rare ingredients, and she just reminded him to take care of himself. Staring at him in profile, Kaylin with a straight face told him, as the Dominion's representative, she'd get him every single thing he wanted. Rast poured out a sincere thank you to her, for helping him battle that deadly illness. But she paused for just a heartbeat, like the world was holding its breath. That sudden shift in her voice hit him like a slap, and he froze on the spot, totally baffled. Kalen locked eyes with him, stared him down, and finally demanded he start trusting the people around him. Rast rubbed his chin, deep in thought. She leaned in and told him the truth. His habit of doing everything alone is a gift and his biggest weakness. The girl flashed back to his old bunch of lazy companions, shamelessly riding his kindness, and she couldn't shake the fear that one day this massive weight would finally break his body. Rast, lean on your friends, she said with a warm smile, swearing she'd do everything in her power so you'd never have to face your problems alone again. He flashed a warm smile and gave his full nod. Kalen had grown into a strong, steady leader they could finally trust. The boy burst into a happy laugh after she gave him a light, friendly slap, and the girl kept moving, ready to start her day as early as possible. She brushed off every worry, fixed her gaze forward with fearless confidence, and urged them to go all in again. Freshly back from his expedition, young alchemist Rast rode home in calm control, swaying in the saddle atop his colossal beast, Hippopo. They got lost in the untamed wilds for days on end, pushing deeper and deeper as the wilderness swallowed every mile. Everything the monsters dropped was already packed in the bags, so all that was left was grabbing the water jugs and bringing the plan to life. Kalen funneled the money he'd been saving into the plan, and just like that, Rast broke free from the financial reports he couldn't stand. Because the right combat scrolls landed in his hands, the boy scored even better resources than he ever expected, and kept everything safe and intact. Up ahead, the tents of the native camp finally burst into view. The moment the travelers crossed the settlement's border, a cheering crowd surged around them, peppering them with non-stop questions about the hunt. Cheers burst out from every corner, roaring through the air like a victory parade. When the alchemist came back, everyone's faces lit up with real hope, because they were praying he'd boost their daily water rations. Right in the middle of the crowd, Rast spotted Litna, running the food supplies, and closed in fast to strike up a conversation. The boy bragged that he smashed a bunch of monsters along the road and hauled their edible parts back to toss into the communal pot. He patted Hippopo's bag and demanded to know where to unload this raw meat. Lita whipped her hand toward the warehouses. Seeing that kind of generosity, the provisions head practically burst with joy and promised to buy every single thing, all the way down to the last scrap. At the monster processing station, the usual chaos roared on as the boy slid beside his backpack, feeling the local evaluator's eyes locked on him. The worker stared, baffled, and asked where the loot had vanished. Then the young man stayed cool and promised he'd haul it all out right then and there. A bunch of curious folks barely blinked before they swarmed in, eager to see what was going to happen next. The boy tore open the magical scroll, and space-bending rings spun wild around his hands. He locked in his focus and snapped the summoning spell into action. With a thunderous crash, the massive three-headed horse's body hit the floor, and the young guy calmly asked them, straight-faced, if they'd buy it. He flashed a sly grin and stared straight into the stunned receiver's eye. Seeing everyone freeze in shock, the boy grinned and promised, "This is only the start," then kept draining his supplies nonstop. In a blink, the whole area got swarmed by rare monsters, poisonous thousand-headed horrors, blazing hell horses, and those priceless mole bears. The receiver clutched his own head, mumbling so quietly you could barely catch it. "This is already too much." Even that stern, bald giant stopped cold, rubbing his chin in shock when a strange creature showed up in the pile, something he'd never seen before. And the young man just beamed with quiet satisfaction, casually rattling off his trophy names like it was nothing. The Scarred Fox Guild member stared at the newest target in shock, because this was a sight he'd never seen in his life. The young man gave a small, modest smile back, while the battle-scarred warrior's surprise hit him hard. A Scarred Fox Guild member stared at Roa and nodded, admitting how brutally strong he was after taking down deadly anteaters and hellish horses. Then he swore that one day he'd face Roa in a duel. Roa bolted out the moment she heard the offer, and the giant just let out a crushing sigh of disappointment behind her. While everything's still in motion, he flashes an awkward grin and pleads to be called once the loot assessment is done, basically dumping all the work on the guild. He hustled back to his cozy tent and greeted Rose, the clever Rose, with a warm smile. From the outside, his temporary shelter looked like just another plain gray tent sitting right in the heart of a military camp. The boy stared at the battered monster huddled in the corner, and finally felt a wave of relief when he realized its injuries weren't getting worse. He thanked the flower for its care, then watched it obediently soak the sick with the leftover medicine. Roa snatched up the vials, his mind racing over how wild it was to treat monsters with human potions, because too much magic could just wipe the beast out. For a long time, day after day, that medicine had to be given in tiny doses, and Rose, careful as a hawk, handled every single one perfectly. After he wrapped up the review, he stretched with a sweet smile and bolted outside, ready to chase his next wild adventure. By the shed, where massive jugs sat like trophies, a masked accomplice was already there, just waiting for him. She thanked Roa for hauling those heavy clay pots through the chaos, then stared in disbelief. How did he keep something so fragile from cracking? The boy believed that, with the special power in his eyes, her companions would sail through the road without a single problem. With the clay so smooth it looked untouchable, the client carefully pressed in with 0 scratches and leaned over, asking if anything had gone wrong on the journey. Meanwhile, dark clouds started piling over the capital, and the whole sky felt like it was tightening with each passing second. The townspeople spotted prices shooting up overnight, and panic hit hard as they started whispering, "What happened to Lady Kaelin?" Somewhere deep in snowy Rireholtsam, out of the biting cold, someone let out a thunderous sneeze. The young man leaned in and reassured his friend, telling him Lady Kaelin had already heard about it, so now everything would be okay. He finally got back to it, grabbed the jugs, and shouted for everyone to back up. After he inspected every vessel, he declared purification was ready to begin. Full power, no hesitation. The boy flung his arms wide, and a blazing wave of magic transmutation burst around him. He slapped his palm over his face and tuned in, letting the power flow through him as the delicate work unfolded. A blazing whirlwind roared through the air right in front of him. First, he pulverized the magical stone into the finest, densest powder imaginable. Then the young man finally unleashed the power he'd stored up, and the water in the flask stayed crystal pure. They poured the powder into the bottle's neck in a razor-thin stream, just like that. The conjurer poured immaculate water straight from his magic, hovering it perfectly over the vessel like it was made for the exact moment. With the magic dust finally fading, the water started warping at breakneck speed, until it gave up and snapped back under the normal laws of physics. He thrust the vial into the air, grinning hard, and declared that the full magic circle creation solution was finally ready. His companion, her talisman glowing on her face, stared at the drawings in awe, totally blown away by just how skilled he was. Suddenly, she snapped around with a sharp turn. The boy clocked her curiosity and flashed a sly, knowing smile. Then he cracked open the tome, yanked away gravity from the solution, and flipped the water purification circuit on. With one slick motion, the intricate magical formulas ripped into the air, hanging there like living power. A torrent of light tore through the crystal, blasting the room with pure brilliance. The liquid magic slid into place on the walls of the giant clay jug, like it knew exactly where to go. The outline sank into the clay and locked in for good. All he has to do is snap that power crystal into place, and the job is finally done. Swearing he'd do the same with the second jug, the boy had the girl shaking with pure, electrifying excitement. Her whole body practically shimmered with pure, unshakable joy. Both jugs gleamed like they'd just been scrubbed to perfection. The companion let out a breath of relief, thinking, finally, real water. But then he smirked and warned, "This is only the start. He told me right now it can only do one thing, hold water." They both stared back, baffled, like neither of them had any idea what they were even looking at. Suddenly, the girl shot up with confidence and declared she was about to forge a brand new magical item, so they'd never have to lug water around again. The boy jolted in shock, totally stunned by what he'd just heard. Even though her secret power sent chills down his spine, he still nodded and said he'd take her along, because right then, there was zero danger anywhere nearby. Soon they slipped into a quiet forest pond, the whole place holding its breath. The boy whispered to his loyal pet hippopo, "Check the water real quick, just in case." The tiny kid giggled and dove into the pond, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, they got to work building a special water collector, an unbreakable tube wrapped around a rare magical core, then smeared with a catfish poison mix to scare off the local monsters. Hippopo hauled himself onto the shore, gripping a brand new fish tight in his teeth, and for one sweet moment, he savored it all. After he thanked his favorite, the boy froze, because ever since that giant catfish died, smaller creatures were already swarming in here. As he snapped the device together, his companion leaned in and blurted, "Tell me, do we really need a magical stone from that monster for it to even work?" The boy pressed his fingers to the panel and locked in his guess, and the memory hit him hard. Weeks of brutal, volcano-side inferno just to get this crystal. She dropped onto the edge of the water, and he calmly told her he was tracking the monster called the paralysis cloud. The boy just gave a calm nod, backing up the masked girl's suspicions. Then she swallowed hard, realizing this monster was in a special danger rank, and that every physical weapon she'd tried was totally useless against it. Frowning hard, she slammed in the settings into the system, hunting for an alarm signal before the pond could suddenly start drying up. After crunching the numbers, the girl let out a breath of relief, and that smile finally lit up her face. "Everything's set, here we go." The young man grinned, then snapped his hand forward and activated the magical device with total confidence. The black obelisk jolted as if something woke inside it, and fiery glowing lines ripped across its metal skin. A brutal beam of light erupted from the device's top, ripping through the air and vibrating like it had a pulse. When the shocked buddy demanded, "What is this thing?" the creator awkwardly grinned and admitted there wasn't an official name. He just called it a cloud water distributor. Right at the foot of the column, the water snapped into motion, spinning into tight little circles as the magic force took control. "Wait, does this thing turn water into clouds, or is it just blasting it into steam?" the girl blurted, eyes locked on the strange vapor. But the steam didn't fade away. It surged upward in a dense, snowy white plume, curling right over the edge of the pond like smoke with a mind of its own. The boy shook his head and swore regular heating would burn a fortune, so he slid a core made from the captured paralyzing cloud right into the system. This monster could bend the laws of physics like they were paper, turning stone straight into liquid, then trapping that vapor into a cloud, and keeping the moisture sealed in place so it evaporated without leaving a single trace. A heavy white fog obediently swirled high above, then drifted straight toward the camp, homing in on the empty jugs. At the end of the day, the whole amazing setup was powered by one thing: the same magical stone, locked tight inside that metal column. The boy broke it down like this: once the air river hits its destination, the spell shatters and the clouds pour back into water, while the magical circles etched on the jugs decide which way everything moves. Roa stared at the spectacle in disbelief, while her companion just watched, calm as ever, like none of it could shake her. She gasped in disbelief, whispering that there was no way anyone could carry water like that. The girl clutched her spear tighter and stared straight up at the endless celestial river hanging above her. Smiling through it all, the boy lifted his finger and urged her to take matters into her own hands and scatter that cloud herself. Roa nodded with trembling caution and braced herself for the strike. Her strike sliced through the air, whipping the stream's wind, but the water didn't even twitch. Roa choked on a gasp as the boy calmly bragged that his magic wouldn't be fazed by anything outside. The roar ripped through the air like a punch, Yet the heavenly water didn't even blink. In this wilderness, monsters would smash any normal pipes in seconds, so only heavy-duty ones could survive, and nobody had protective gear for the whole journey. The boy let out a quiet chuckle at her childish excitement, then snapped an order for her to turn back. They yanked the horse by the bridle and rode straight back to camp, sheltered beneath the slow-drifting magical river that cut across the sky. Ancient alchemy held 3 killer techniques, starting with the power to rewrite life itself, whipping up obedient, transmuted beasts on command. The masters who finally mastered this power dove headfirst into a life of unheard-of riches. Newly arrived in the endless wasteland, the young alchemist Rast beamed as he took in the fresh camp they just carved out of the nothingness. The boy wrapped up his work, then poured fresh, clean water into the jugs, right as his loyal assistant crept up behind him. The troubled girl panted through her breath, and with barely enough strength, she blurted out that Rast was calling. Mrs. Kalen had to come and fast. Kalen shoved a sealed scroll into his hands the second it was in reach. Anxiety crawled all over her face. They stormed into the tent. She showed up with 2 letters, one already torn open, the other sealed tight like it was hiding a secret. Rast just stood there, calm as ever, quietly waiting for someone to finally explain everything. Kalen couldn't believe his eyes. While average alchemists burned through whole days on the same kind of work, his skill just kept blowing him away. The young man modestly said hand-drawing magical chains takes forever, and then he handed over the open letter. The village elder of Tomi fired off the message, striking a deal with the local lord to trade magical crystals together. The contract's terms blew past their expectations, in the best way possible. Kalen lit up and admitted the offer blew past every expectation, turning it into an absolute win for them. Rast tried to slip away without anyone noticing, but Kalen lunged in, yanked him by the collar and barked demands. What tricks did he pull, and explain it now? Fear slammed into Rast's chest as he realized Kalen's superhuman strength could crush his skull and shake his brains right out. He barely managed a whisper. She was about to rip his jacket, so Kalen instantly released him, then blurted out an awkward apology like he couldn't help it. Kalen muttered under her breath, baffled, trying to wrap her head around how something this small managed to yank the neighboring estate's attention. Rast replayed the moment. He only half told her about the crystal proposal that was coming. He made it crystal clear. No tricks at all, just some old-school magical crystals that have fallen out of style. Kalen froze in shock, then leaned in and whispered, "You mean the crystals for the Ash 32 cannons?" Not a single objection showed up, so Kalen let out a defeated breath and shut her eyes. Rast shot an awkward little smile. Kalen shot up from her chair with a loud thud, demanding the truth. So can he really create them, or is she being played? When the good news hit, she crumpled back into the chair and clutched her head like it was spinning. Rast blurted in shock about where these cannons could be found, but Kalen crushed the hope fast. Such weapons were gone, nowhere to be found. Kalen flat-out denied it, then leaned in and told them the local fighters used to be his own subordinates, people who already know martial arts inside out. He unfurled the paper scroll, and a grin cracked across his face, because the proof was real. Kalen snapped the conversation into serious mode, and demanded to know whether he understood that his actions were basically declaring war on the capital's elite. He shot a sly wink with one eye, and kept his mouth shut. Kalen jerked back from that response and snapped, asking if the guy truly didn't care one bit. He kept locking eyes with his friend, hunting for even the tiniest flicker of anxiety on his face. Finally, Kalen shoved back in his chair, and with a sharp little irony asked if they were about to dump this whole mess straight onto his shoulders. Then a brand new document popped up in front of Kalen, and he froze, staring at the paper like he couldn't believe it. The young man told him he'd gone hunting for every detail about Harold, their old academy buddy, and then shared that reply he'd gotten back. Kalen remembered Harold used to work in accounting, which meant he could get his hands on the most important reports. The second Kalen heard Harold's name, his whole body tensed, and he read that letter with razor-sharp focus. He pressed his hand to his mouth, thinking hard as the information hit him. Clutching the letter in his hands, Kalen whispered that the capital was way worse than Ari and Roa had ever told him. The blond young man grinned with pure certainty and told him, straight up, "I'm ready. Let's team up and crush this in one go." She grinned like a hunter, clocking the perfect chance as if it was handed to her just for this moment. The girl slammed her palm onto the paper with total confidence, bragging that she'd drown him in assignments up to his ears. The young man shut his eyes, went totally calm, and just said, "Yeah, I agree," like he'd already decided. That tiny argument instantly shoved her back into their shared school days. Not long after, the kid had finally collapsed into rest, letting the warm breeze brush his face like a lullaby. The cool breeze swept through me and wiped every useless worry clean out of my head. Clouds drifted slow across the endless, blindingly bright sky. The day of the massive deal with the neighboring dominion finally hit, and he, along with Akri and Roa, waited at the camp entrance, holding their breath. Roa stood frozen beside her strange mask, eyes locked on every detail around them. The hero slid onto the giant beast's back with ease, soaking up the warm sunlight like it was made just for him. Suddenly, he pushed himself up on his elbows and whispered, "They're here. The guests finally made it." Roa shot back with a confident nod, telling everyone she'd spotted the caravan closing in too. The young man quietly marveled at his companion's insane eyesight, because he'd seen nothing yet. He was just getting himself ready for what was about to hit. Roa stared hard into the distance, then leaned in and said one of the guests gave off the unmistakable vibe of a monster fighter. The travelers trudged into a blank, endless plain, and all they heard was the cold wind's sharp whistle. Kalen once said that with that many trump cards in your pocket, negotiations don't get interesting. They get dull fast. Ras slapped his palm to his forehead, squinting at the far-off guests, because he'd handed the negotiations to Kalen completely, and was left in the dark about every single detail. His job was straightforward. He turned the Cajero's delivered fruit into magical crystals, then raked in the huge profits, while everyone else handled the dull paperwork and all the logistics. Rast was thrilled by the freedom. No production plans chained him down, though he still had to keep Kalen in the loop if production suddenly spiked or crashed. The hooded guide snapped that this wilderness has 0 roads, so carts can't roll through it, meaning the only way out is on mules. The loaded caravan inched across the empty plain, mile after mile, stretching so far it felt like it would never end. The young man figured you couldn't tame a wild place like that without nailing the right priorities and carving out roads. Then he instantly exhaled, because all those brutal decisions would be handled by his boss, Kalen. When the merchants finally limped in, travelers clocked fresh wounds all over them. Either a beast tore them up or bandits did, yet the cargo, somehow it survived, miraculously untouched. Rast leaned in, spotted the hooded guide right away, and burst into a big wave, because he finally recognized his old buddy, Janel. Gainel snapped his face into a respectful smile, bowed hard, and promised Mr. Rast, voice burning with sincerity, that he was absolutely thrilled to be part of this deal. Rast begged his friend to stop pushing so hard and to keep things simple, just like before. Then he snapped his eyes back to the injured caravan people, clearly shaken. Healing potion drops splashed onto his deep arm wound, and the magic kicked in instantly, sealing it from the inside out. Rast calmly pushed for caring for the injured, and Janel's heart buckled so hard he nearly blurted out, "What a great young man you are." The battered delegation trudged along the mountain path, each loaded mule-heavy under the weight of their mission. After scanning the crowd, the boy saw nobody was badly hurt, so he grabbed his pre-made herbs and started treating them right away. Panic hit him hard, because what if those travelers had been forced to kill one of the wounded animals along the road? Luckily, every mule was still intact, though a few could barely drag their feet under that brutal, way too heavy load. Suddenly, something he'd seen 100 times flashed right in front of him. His eyes flew wide with shock. Inside that sealed helmet, one of the warriors called the boy by name. With a swift pull, the warrior yanked off his helmet, and right in front of the young man was a face he recognized instantly. The night priest Tala. Rast's jaw fell open in shock, and he blurted out her name like it escaped on instinct. A flash of memory hit him hard. Back on the road to Kalen, he'd rescued this girl himself, and seeing her here now left him completely stunned. The caravan's leader was so flooded with gratitude toward Tala that he could barely speak. But Tala just shrugged and admitted the truth. She'd hunted down a meeting with Rast herself, then joined them in Toma's city. She smiled softly at the boy and held her breath, waiting to see what he'd do next. Rast let out a breath of relief, smiled hard, and nodded like it all finally clicked into place. One merchant choked on a scream when the snout of a massive riding beast suddenly lunged toward him, while Rast just grinned, bursting with real joy that the travelers were finally safe. They finally slammed into the border, and a white-haired young man greeted them with open arms, breaking into a warm smile as he announced the start of a brand new story. On a bright summer day by the water, the whole crew finally caught a short break, right there in the sun. The girls slipped into brand new swimsuits, buzzing with excitement as they got ready for that long-awaited swim. The moment Rast met Tala, he greeted her right away, but she cut in fast, insisting it was her turn to thank him for keeping that valuable cargo safe and secure. She flashed a soft, heart-melting smile. Rast clocked her exhaustion and pushed for a breather in that cozy corner, handing her a warm cup of tea. The boy locked onto her eyes, refusing to look away. The girl nodded, eyes shining like she'd just been given the world. He got the hint. She was dying to spill a secret without a single other ear, and he yanked her into his tent to talk. Rast wasted no time. He ordered the assistants to haul the Kajero fruits, then finally carved out a moment for a private chat. That tent kept them safe from prying eyes, like it never let anything see them. Tala crossed the threshold and froze in pure shock, because every single piece of furniture inside was woven from living forest vines. Rast flashed a grin and told the guest, "Don't worry, this plant has 0 thorns and it's totally safe." He poured a steaming cup of fragrant tea and jumped straight into the conversation. Tala snapped her eyes shut and asked, softly but firmly, to toss the formalities, because after she saved his life, she'd already sworn on her sword to protect him forever. Rast leaned in, told her to just say his name, then pressed a steaming cup of tea into her hands. She leaned in, thanked him under her breath, and flashed a soft, warm smile that lingered. The girl took in that sweet, fragrant scent and smiled like she'd found heaven in the air. Suddenly her smile vanished, her eyes turned cold, and she launched into the story of the shaman. One sip of that fragrant rose tea eased their nerves and helped them finally break the ice. Rast blurted out, "Wait, was it the same villain who unleashed that monster on you?" The girl nodded and told me this. After he vanished, she hunted the shaman all the way to the capital, and it was him who smashed her church and sealed a curse in her life, letting him keep eyes on her every single move. But when she finally slammed into the enemy, with Rast wiping that brand off her, the girl slipped into the shaman's hidden lair, untouched, unbothered, and completely unnoticed. She burst inside and found a terrified little girl shaking in fear, while a dark, looming silhouette bolted farther away. The villain vanished in a blink, swallowed by the pitch-black stone passage. She let out a heavy sigh and admitted she'd never once been able to catch up to him. But at the spot where he was hiding, the girl stumbled on something weird, and it was piled there in huge amounts. Terrified of the curse, Rast studied the find with shaking hands and realized they were those special harvesting gloves, sealed with a cleansing spell to keep the danger off him. The boy froze in shock, staring at the find, then blurted out that he wanted permission to take a closer look. He ripped the info straight off the scroll and triggered his copying magic on the spot. A tiny black plate landed in his hands like it had been waiting for him. Staring at the artifact, he demanded of his companion, "Did you show this to the Alchemist Association in the capital?" The girl shot back that she didn't dare step in, because the alchemist's own headquarters was falling apart in the worst way. Local workers looked like the living dead. A foul stench clung to the air, and they slapped crude boards over the holes in the walls to block what was coming. The crooked-smiled boy leaned in and whispered that dangerous slime could be lurking right in there. She told him she'd hidden the rest of the proof back in the capital, and she'd only carried this payment here because she desperately needed a truly trustworthy person to help her. His smart move, comment only cranked up her anxiety. She clutched her breath, terrified the truth would finally hit. The boy nodded with a grin set to his jaw, then snapped that it was a military magical plate, meant to turn elements into deadly, blazing flames. On the table sat a single piece of evidence, and when you matched it with that stash of magical rifles they pulled from the lair, it screamed, loud and clear, that the capital's alchemists were behind it. Things were starting to look seriously suspicious, like something didn't add up. It looks like the Alchemist Association was secretly tied to the shaman all along. Even if you accidentally pull the trigger, the person you hit won't get a single scratch. For the monsters, though, this weapon was basically a death sentence. Those extra magical elements tore through them fast and dropped them instantly. The young man said that tweak the element even a little, and the energy drains away. So those pistols were basically fun toys for hobbyists who hadn't stepped into real combat yet. Using this monster fighting plate to burn up pure magic just to keep wasting resources. That was downright pointless. The girl snapped to it right away, heart pounding, and blurted out whether that meant the weapons were about to be readied for war against people. As the drink sloshed into the cup, that guy leaned in and warned him. Something seriously bad was coming. Defeated, he shut his eyes, bracing for whatever came next. This mechanism had a deadly flaw. It could accidentally blow up the moment the shot fired. From how mangled the plate was, slime had chewed right through part of it, and that careless mess from his old workplace straight-up enraged him. The customers got hit with the same kind of defect, bad enough to injure the shooter and anyone standing nearby. The girl trembled and asked if it was really that awful. Then he just bowed his head and nodded, a sad silence shouting for him. She sincerely thanked the guest for the help, already sure she'd come here for a reason. Now she was desperate to meet his manager, Ms. Kalin, face to face, and she demanded to be taken straight to her. Right before she left, the guest grinned sweetly, raved about the amazing tea, and told them to pass along her thanks to the fluffy assistant. Evening clouds drifted through the sky in eerie, quiet silence. The boy flashed a confident grin and pulled out his work tools like he was ready to take on the world. He slipped out of the welcome dinner under the radar, then immediately plunged into a profitable venture. Before the guests left tomorrow, he had to scramble and turn every last Kajero fruit into magical crystals. He leaned in and studied that prickly ball up close, trusting his gut like it was the only map he needed. With both arms stretched up to the sky, the boy kicked off the transmutation. Magical sparks whirled overhead, blazing like tiny stars above the tent. Meanwhile, Tala fought to rein in her buzzing excitement, then swallowed her saliva like she was nervous to the bone. Tables were piled so high with juicy fried meat and fish that it felt like they couldn't fit another bite. Across from her sat Lady Kalin, the ruler of these lands, who had just commanded the servants to bring the food. For Tala, this festive welcome turned into a real trial by fire. But when she laid eyes on that juicy roast game, her appetite exploded like a flare in the dark. Flanking Lady Kalin, grim advisors sat in silence, until one of them snapped, calling her name out of the blue. Lady Kalin flashed a warm, welcoming smile and rolled out the red carpet for the guests at the Admiral's estate. Kalin snapped up the invitation to that filling dinner, grateful to the heavens that her goddess wasn't out here starving her followers. The second that first bite of meat touched her tongue, her whole body snapped still in shock. The moment she took that first bite, juicy meat flooded her senses, and the fresh, mystery herbs danced on her tongue, spreading a cozy warmth from the inside out. The girl shut her eyes and felt pure magical power thunder through the dish like it was about to explode. She leaned in and whispered, "This dish is packed literally packed with top-tier magical power. Kalen leaned in and asked, just to be sure, if they were looking at a two-horned linehorn, and everyone there nearly dropped their jaws at how much she actually knew. The girl across from him slammed the guess home and revealed the steak was cut from an adult female. Her meat was famous for packing an insane concentration of raw strength. She beamed with real pride, savoring every bit of that perfect catch. Breaking the silence, the guest told Ari that Master Rast's hunting was razor-sharp, just like his alchemy success. Ari gave a quiet nod, but her short answer carried this eerie, icy calm. At that exact moment, a huge wooden mug packed with foamy beer slammed onto the table with a heavy, dull thud. Kalen instantly felt the table's vibe turn heavy and suffocating. To shatter the eerie silence, she snatched a cold ale and guzzled it like she couldn't wait another second. She savored the sharp, fragrant hops, then squinted in pure, delighted pleasure. The white-haired warrior took a deep swig of the beer, stunned. How in the middle of nowhere was something this cold, this fresh, actually on tap? A brutal wooden mug slammed onto the table with a loud, heavy thud. The red-haired assistant beamed and bragged. This is all thanks to Rast. When he's not working, he tinkers in his free time and forges useful artifacts that genuinely make life better for everyone in the camp. The guest snapped her head side to side in pure disbelief, totally shocked to find advanced cooling magic hiding in a place this wide. Everything he does, it's all for us, the red-haired girl whispered, her warm smile shining like a promise. In her eyes, pure, unwavering devotion blazed for her master. The guest immediately felt that fierce protectiveness, and he got her completely, because anyone would want to stand shoulder to shoulder with a leader like that. But the next words hit her like a punch. Her body went rigid, and cold sweat broke out on her temple. At the table, the neighbor leaned in and bluntly demanded why the white-haired woman had slipped into the Rast tent before lunch. The warrior's eyes snapped wide, frozen in shock. That worried tone ripped open an old wound. She'd felt it once too, back when she prayed for her friends, right up until that cursed shaman shattered everything she loved. Now she stared at a girl standing right in front of her, doing nothing but fighting to protect her friend. Her own darkness burned hot, and revenge for her fallen comrades drove her. So this foreign concern felt painfully pure, blinding her the way a light in a nightmare does. She traced her finger along the table, stunned. This guest had really trekked all the way just to take revenge, brushing off the capital's finest alchemists like they didn't matter. She stumbled on a game-changing clue about alchemy, so she threw caution to the wind and came here. You can't fully trust the capital's alchemists. Some say they're tied to the shaman, and Rast steps in again, dropping the exact advice she needs, because honestly, nobody matches his talent. Across the room, the girl just grinned warmly like, yeah, Rast. He's not only good, he's unbelievably talented. As they watched, the masked friends leaned in and whispered that she was shining with pure joy, like they were praising her in the dark. Right in front of her eyes, vivid memories burst to life. Her named sisters, smiling wide, welcoming her home safe from the road. Suddenly, she choked up and admitted it. She genuinely envies this, because she used to have a bunch of friends, right up until the shaman showed up. She dropped her gaze and mumbled under her breath that it was probably all the alcohol's fault. That night, a blazing moon hung high above, painting everything in silver. She didn't even realize it, but she blurted out stories about her friends, ones the shaman had snatched away. 2 years earlier, the story goes back to the church of Aresla in Turnageld, where the girl was standing there, double-checking her gear. Suddenly, a voice shouted her name, ripping her attention away in one heartbeat. A tiny cheetah exploded into her at full speed, slamming into her like a lightning strike. Tala blinked in shock, grabbed the handmade toy, and asked the girl straight up if she'd stitched it herself. After hearing a positive answer, she praised the work, but she still remembered how brutal sewing had been for that girl before. That checkered-dressed doll was straight up stunning. Chita lit up and told everyone. Tala gave her that toy, so she was determined to sew it a truly gorgeous outfit. Even when that needle kept stabbing their fingers, pain flashing with every prick. Tala beamed at the little one and promised them, with a gentle certainty, that the doll was absolutely thrilled to have such a caring owner. The girl shuffled in place, shoulders tight, and she hid her face like it might explode. She barely managed to ask, "Tala, are you heading into the city today for shopping?" She got it instantly, like the whole truth hit her at once. Chida clutched her toy to her chest and pleaded for a beautiful ribbon. Tavla nodded, gently rubbing the kid's head until, snap, somebody's hand yanked hard at her shoulder. From behind, a friend slipped in close and whispered to Forte, "Sneak me a delicacy from the city, the liver of a honey badger." Because the church sat deep in the forest, far from the city, the nuns had to trek for supplies every so often, and this time it was Forte's turn. With a bright grin, her friend winked and swore he'd be waiting right here when she came back, clutching a mug of strong ale just for her. Suddenly, the abbess of the Menning village called out to her, and she froze mid-step right at the exit. When he finally said her real name, Tala, she froze like time had stopped. She planned to bolt out the door as early as she could, because the list of things she had to buy this time kept stretching way too long. Forte snapped back fast and told everyone she'd been planning the same thing. She needed to hunt for healing herbs because the church's supplies were running dangerously low. The village abbess had always been like a real mom to her, warm in every way, respected by everyone, and sharp enough to see straight through people. A woman softly warned her not to push too hard in training, and Forte fidgeted as her nervous swallow gave her away. She'd just been caught. At last, the village turned to the heavens, invoking the goddess Aresla to shield the girl as she stepped onto her journey. Across from her companion, she snapped back with total certainty. Their goddess is love, wisdom, and the revenge that's coming no matter what. He clutched his hands around the mug of ale and pressed her, demanding to know if she really remembers, and if she knows the three faces of Aresla. In that dim tent, a thoughtful, almost holy quiet settled over everything like a spell. She confidently laid out Aresla's three faces: love, wisdom, and revenge. Because of her rare role, she learned love and revenge side by side, and her training routinely stretched deep into the night. At the same time, the shaman surged forward and launched a full-on assault. Even though the night was already deep, the girl still dared to hope he'd forgive her. She brought a beautiful ribbon and rare ingredients in her hands. The road sliced through the silent night forest, like it was pulling me deeper into the dark. In perfect silence, his footsteps echoed like they were hunting him. Suddenly, a blazing, weird light tore across the hill ahead, and she slammed to a stop, panicking. She still carelessly pictured Mrs. Selly's anger boiling right in her face. Flames lunged forward and greedily devoured everything in their path. Behind the hill, the sky blazed with a creepy, sinister fire. Right in front of her, a church blazed like a raging inferno, and terror snapped her heart tight the moment she saw it. The bag slipped right out of her grip, and she lunged forward like a firestorm, crashing into danger to reach her loved ones before it was too late. A packet of herbs ripped through the air and slammed onto the ground. Gifts crashed down into the road dust, scattering like a curse. A look of pure, unspeakable despair froze her right in place. She spun around in pure panic, clawing at the air with her eyes, desperate to spot even one surviving soul. A bone-chilling silence swallowed everything, smothered under steaming haze and drifting ash. She was terrified of pain and she couldn't stand it, but the cruelest, most horrible ending still hunted her down. They ditched her there, like she was nothing but an unwanted old rat. She vividly remembered the moment they first crossed paths. She flashed a real, heart-deep smile and asked, plain as day, for a simple colored ribbon. The blaze's epicenter was a hall sealed shut from the outside, and through shattered windows, eerie fiery silhouettes skated and flickered in the flames like something alive. The heroine threw herself into desperate pleading, shocked to realize her loyal sword couldn't do a thing here. Her blade swung with all her hope, but it still couldn't shield the ones she was fighting to save. At dawn, when the flames finally guttered out, she spotted the parish superior still standing in the ashes, Lady Sello. All that was left around the ruins were charred scraps of what used to be a cozy little shelter. Her body was scorched beyond recognition, yet her face still held that soft, gentle, kind smile, one that never once faded, not even after death. The moment she wrapped her arms around the dead, the shaman's deadly trick snapped shut and sprang to life. It was a sick curse. This scoundrel knew how the whole world adored the abbess, so he shattered her with brutality just to make sure anyone who dared approach never lived. Tala choked through tears, replaying her shame as bruises from the curse burned on her skin, and remembering how the enemy tortured Lady Selly's body, a pain she swore she'd never forgive. Kaelin couldn't hold it in either. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out the same desperate thought. It should have been her, not them. Raindrops pattered down on her clothes, soft at first, but loud enough to feel ominous. Seeing the despair hit her friend, Tala gently squeezed her hand and whispered a heartfelt apology for reopening those old wounds. She stared at her with raw, crushing pity. But now the curse finally broke, and for that she owed Rast an endless debt of gratitude. Kaelin yelped and recoiled at the sudden touch. She jolted upward, stunned by what she saw. Then, right on cue, she smiled softly and told the girl she'd always be welcome here. Then her eyes sharpened. She swore that the moment her revenge was done, she'd dedicate her sword to Rast. With a soft smile, she gratefully let him call her by her name, just her name. Then, for the first time, they finally dropped all those stiff titles and got real, close in a way that felt undeniable. Meanwhile, Rast went full focus in his room, whipping glowing scrolls through the air like they were alive. After hours of transmutation, he let out a tired sigh. His throat had gone bone dry. At the bottom of the basket, a whole mountain of ready-to-use magical stones glittered like they were begging to be used. Suddenly, Ari slid in from behind wearing a weird mask, smiled like a guardian angel, and offered me a break, tray of food in hand. Rast whipped his head around in pure shock. He'd barely clocked out when he shoved the tools aside with pure relief. A real smile burst onto his face. The girl teased him for eating while standing, and the boy instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. She nodded at their tent and urged them to grab a chair for him. Rast nodded instantly, grateful through and through. He sat by the tent, fumbled out an apology for the trouble, but Ari just waved him off like it was nothing. Then he lifted the wooden mug and clinked it to his lips, taking a bold sip. That cool ale hit my throat just right, wiping away the grind of hours of non-stop work. Chef Litna wasn't just pleased. He was ridiculously proud of this element, because he'd carved the recipe out of endless trials and painful mistakes. Ari let out a quiet chuckle, revealing the master had cooked up this special batch just for the welcoming banquet. Rast took a deep breath at the weird new smell, grinned at the amazing quality, and guessed they'd slipped in ingredients from a monster plant. The girls reminisced about that time. The local warehouse manager went after the barley monster with fierce excitement, since he handled the provisions and even brewed the drinks himself. Right in front of them sat a juicy, thick steak from a two-horned beast, same creature, but cooked and served totally different than before. Rast was halfway through dinner, raving about how the local cooks could twist any ingredient into something new, when, boom, one of the girls yanked him aside for a serious talk. The boy dropped his utensils and leaned in to listen. Then the masked figure cut straight to it, asking if he'd noticed their special abilities. That mysterious power the two sisters shared, what was it really? The question hung there, and the silence got so tense it practically hurt. The girl held her breath, then stared at him from behind that mask, waiting to see what he'd do next. Rast just smiled, cool as ice, and admitted he'd figured it out while they were trying to set up that ambush near the camp. He told them their powers were tied to how strong everyone else was, and the girl proved it, dropping the cards that showed Roa could see through walls and had the power of foresight. She softly admitted the boy was almost right about everything. His sister told me this wild truth. Roa can see for miles and even peer through objects, while she can catch glimpses of what's coming next. Right in the boy's head, the pieces finally snapped into place. Roa had two powers, and her sister could see the future. He hooked his chin on his hand and stared in pure shock. Magic eyes were so rare they barely existed. Seeing the future felt like pure magic to him, like a power only whispered about in ancient legends. The girl rushed to clear everything up. Her power isn't some magic cure. She can only snap into action when danger hits, and she can see a few seconds into the future. The masked girl dipped her head with quiet humility and shrugged that her future-seeing power wasn't anything special. The boy snapped back, insisting that this kind of gift was power all on its own. He earnestly pushed his point hard, determined to smash every doubt she had. Then he fidgeted, scratched the back of his head, and nervously asked if she finally knew his fighting style too. He awkwardly cleared his throat, forced his embarrassment down, and even though he wore a mask, you could almost picture that mysterious smile hiding underneath. The girl said nothing. She just kept her lips shut, staring like she was holding back everything. The boy stared at her with a hard, serious look, totally baffled, because she just spilled the secret of her magical eye like it was nothing, and he couldn't make sense of how it worked or what had to be true for it to run. She told him her family is just her sister, and all the fearless people out there with her, pushing into these deadly lands. With her hand pressed to her chest, she said he'd won her trust through his actions, so now she's telling him to listen. His eyes locked on her, and he couldn't look away. Finally, the boy nodded, then leaned in and asked her, softly, urgently, to spill every last detail. He totally snapped into full-on listening mode. The girl hesitated, then slowly tugged her mask like, "Yeah, this is exactly what I've been dying to talk about." She thrust her hand into the pitch-black void, daring forward as her finger pointed straight at that mysterious light ahead. She slowly lifted a dark-gloved hand, eyes locked on him, demanding his attention. The young man leaned in, staring into the empty space like it might bite back, and felt the elements thrumming through the air. Right there, a magical seal was waiting. The shocked partner double-checked his claim, then straight up admitted, "Yeah, I see things through." She said they had special magical artifacts, except only two still existed anywhere in the entire world. He awkwardly smiled and waved his hand, claiming he basically guessed half right. The masked girl slowly shook her head, like she was refusing to give you an answer. Then the boy shot up his index finger and straight up asked her if she wanted him to fix these things. Seeing her hesitate, the young man leaned in with a calm certainty. When he said no repair, it meant only one thing. Her own strength was going to keep growing. She snapped her head up, stunned by how sharply he'd seen everything. The boy beamed at her and pitched the idea of forging two fresh artifacts for her instead. No shortcuts, just a wait. She opened her mouth to object, but he smoothly cut her off with a gentle palm gesture. Still, the girl dropped to her knees and swore, on everything, that she would repay every last bit of that debt. The young man told her to get up right away, and with a small, knowing smile, he urged her to remember every word. He reached for her hand again and again, steady, firm, pushing her to her feet. The young man leaned in and demanded the other guy stand up, then replay the words they just said. He hammered it into them. "From this moment on, you're one family. Now face death together, risking your lives side by side to build these lands." A calm, quiet voice confirmed it, like the world just clicked into place. The girl behind that eerie patterned mask leaned in and clung to every word he spoke. The boy beamed with warmth and swore he'd stand by them, and Roa too, because from this moment on, they were his new family. After thanking them for dinner, he dashed off for business, and then told them they inspect their special clothes tomorrow. The young man bolted back toward the magical crystals, and the girl stayed put by the tents, quietly swearing she'd be there tomorrow. The caravan leader clutched his head, stunned out of his mind. Could all that towering pile of material really be transmuted in a single night? He spun around, staring at endless rows of bags in pure confusion, wondering how they were even going to haul all of this away. No time to waste. He barked at the fighters to load the mules right now. He honestly admitted the young man had far surpassed every single expectation the village elder had ever set. He ditched the stunned boy and sprinted off to get the big shot management on the line. The young alchemist barely smiled at all, just as he watched the man walk out for good. An elegant official named Mamel strode up to them, introduced himself as the envoy of the Dominion of Dabbleton, and set the whole moment on fire with his presence. Even the tough warrior riding with him couldn't mask her shock at the sheer sight of so many magic crystals, all lined up and ready to use. The boy's eyes snapped wide in shock. Everyone darted into the tent, ready to hash out payment in full-on negotiations. The official spread out the neatly set tools for signing right on the table, then nodded and remembered the elder's warning: get the money ready in advance. A colossal metal seal slammed down onto the paper. The young man leaned in and tracked every move of the official's hands like his life depended on it. Mamels lifted the instrument, and the instant the magic circle sparked to life, the whole room exploded with brilliant light. A jaw-dropping surge of power detonated through the emptiness of space like thunder. The first sparks popped to life on the ground. Crack by crack, a magical circle's outlines crawled into view on the tiles. The spell's insane geometry erupted at full blast, scorching the air until it blinded everything in sight. Rast stared at the number on the page, and his stomach dropped, because it was double the yearly budget of his old department. The moment those numbers hit, cold sweat erupted all over the boy's body. The assistant lifted a signed check on a tray like it was a treasure, then urged Knight Kalen to take it. The man also snapped that Rast's share still had to be paid, exactly like the agreement promised. Kalen broke into a satisfied smile and nodded yes instantly, like there was no question at all. She snapped her hand forward and blared that the Department of Alchemical Research was born, under her command. No debate. A triumphant grin lit up her face the moment she crowned Rast as the new head of this organization. The boy froze in total shock, like his whole world just shattered. The knights dropped to one knee as their ruler rubber-stamped the budget earned from crystal sales, and while she approved it, Rast just swallowed his frustration, already bracing for another wild demand from his lady. All that kept spinning in his head was one furious question: why nobody warned him about this ahead of time? The fighters, with Rast beside them, dropped to their knees, pressed their hands to their hearts, and pledged their loyalty to their mistress. Admiral Kalen declared the new department's funding was locked in, fully paid by the magical crystal sales, with Rast's cut already carved out. Rast only smirked in silence, fully knowing that building an entire department from scratch was a soul-crushing grind, and he couldn't help but silently pity whoever would be stuck drowning in paperwork. The clerk was already scribbling like a man possessed, pen racing across the paper while sweat poured in waves from the relentless crush of work. But the other guy grinned like a predator, swore he'd handle every detail with zero trouble, and promised he'd put those resources to work. Then she spun toward Mr. Mamels and swore she'd deliver the crystals exactly where they were promised, including to his estates. Right as the official stuff wrapped up and everyone started to scatter, Rast got hit with an unexpected request. He was told to stay behind for a while. The boy just let out a quiet sigh. Why bother when Kalen was already firing up her next genius scheme? Soon, Tala marched up to the boy, congratulated him on his appointment, and then, without warning, said she was pushing deeper into the wilderness to hunt down a shaman. She hated the thought that she'd miss his rise in this new role, but she clenched her resolve, using every clue she'd been handed to keep hunting that shaman down. For Rast, it hit like a gut punch. He just scratched his head, totally baffled. The girl offered a soft, sweet smile, said her goodbye, and wished him good health. As she walked away, he stared after her, swallowed his silence, and prayed, no, wished, that his revenge would land perfectly. Right before Rast, they unrolled the scroll detailing the alchemy department's duties, and they trusted his sharp common sense to handle it all. Over the military tent, a brand new coat of arms snapped and fluttered in the wind like it owned the whole battlefield. Rast nodded along to the new terms with pure relief, his heart soaring because he finally got to keep digging into his research. His task list was way simpler than he expected. Study the basics of science, transform magical crystals, and keep the camp's problems from spiraling, using alchemy to fix everything. And just like that, the conversation didn't stop there. The girl snapped that he could do whatever he wanted with the budget, but every single expense still had to be reported to the accounting department. She pushed to break his alchemy department off into its own organization, and then told Rast to come up with a name for the whole thing. The boy froze in confusion, staring like he couldn't make sense of what he just saw. They needed a brand new name for their organization, and it had to be special. Rast clenched his resolve and made a sharp, desperate choice. He would stay as far away as possible from the greedy Alchemist Association's reach. He refused to rush, so he slipped right back into his work, and with a flick of magic he sent the scrolls floating into the air. In my mind, options were spinning like a storm. Should I tie the name to Admiralty Holdings, or forge my own unique alchemy instead? Right at the tent entrance, familiar voices burst in, asking, loud and urgent, if they could come inside. The mysterious sisters, Ari and Roa, finally storm into town, summoned by Rast for an urgent inspection. He leaned in and tasked his faithful Rosa to forge 2 chairs for the guests, while Roa kept staring at the tent with that sharp, penetrating magical gaze like she was decoding. The boy calmly pushed for the review, ready to dissect the magic pulsing in their eyes and figure out what the restraining bands were really doing. He craved a deep, no-holds-barred investigation into that fabric that gulped their strength. Both girls shot each other a quick look and nodded, like they finally locked in. They just locked eyes for a beat, no words, pure tension. The boy grinned kindly, sensing their nerves crawling up the moment before the procedure. One of them swallowed hard and asked, shaking, who was going first. He picked Roa, saying that yanking a permanent artifact off someone's face always sparks fear, because the risk is sky high. And then he heard the truth. Ari's magical eye wrecks her body, so she'd better hold off and wait. The girls nodded without a fight, trusting his call like it was the only answer. Ari obeyed and froze dead still. Roa let out a quiet breath and whispered her own name. The boy unrolled the scroll, snapped it into place, and ordered them to wrap it around Roa's head, right over her eyes. Calmness and confidence blasted off his face like he already knew how this story ends. Once everything was locked in, he breathed out, smiled, and finally declared, "It's time we start now." The masked assistant tore open the white bandage and readied themselves for the ritual. The fabric glimmered as magical sparks danced across it, like the world was sparking to life. She slowly drew the ribbon across Roa's face, sealing her eyes in darkness. Ari whispered, "Go," and the girl instantly nodded, doing exactly what she was told. The moment the knot cinched tight, the young man slapped his palm to her forehead and snapped her eyes shut with a magical seal. He carefully slid his hand away, like he was pulling back from a dangerous secret. Roa shivered at the sudden chill of that foreign energy, frozen in place. The magical seal detonated into blinding light, and with one brutal flash, it threw her world straight into pitch-black darkness. Ari checked if she was okay, and the girl admitted it was pitch-black night all around them. Then she demanded they remove her magical limiter. The boy slowly yanked the string tied at the back of her neck, like he was pulling a secret loose. Suddenly, a razor-bright flash sliced straight through the emptiness of space. Ari and his companion gawked, completely frozen like the world just hit pause. A crack ripped through the magical fabric, right down the middle, splitting it in two. Tears spilled out under the torn bandage, and Roa's voice turned deathly soft as she whispered that she didn't want to see this world anymore. Ari froze, crushed by despair the moment he heard it. The young man's breath caught in his chest as shock hit him. Right when the girls clung together, crying their hearts out, the boy snapped into action and rushed to inspect Roa's magical item. The mysterious white fabric stamped with an eye symbol practically demanded a close, obsessive look. No one could ignore it. The young man flashed a calm smile, like he already knew what was coming next. He demanded that Rose grab the magical elements tester, then immediately inspected the magical stone's condition. To track the energy currents, the boy swung a pendulum, using the exact same method he'd already used to unravel the epidemic. The sharp tip hovered, stopping dead, right over the exact center of the drawing. Then it hit him like a truck. Every bit of his effort was wasted, and sweat broke out across his forehead. Turns out that artifact was basically a crude setup, just a regular sound absorber, a buffer, and a no-frills amplifier. The young man furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. Even after they burned the inner circuit with a solid solution and had tons of space to rework everything, the final result still felt crushingly underwhelming. The one who made this trinket was barely an average alchemist, because the kid could piece together his schemes in seconds and whip up something way more powerful. This master was so tied to Ari and Roa that the young man froze, wondering exactly how much truth he dared to hand them. That's why he was stuck in confusion, weighing whether it was even worth telling them the full truth. Rast held his gaze low, wrestling with the truth of how much he dared to reveal. The moment I spoke, they nodded, silently agreeing. The companion shot Roa a look, then murmured that she'd finally stopped raging. She said it could all be psychological, that the magical object's promise of safety soothed Roa more than the magic itself ever could. Rast only let out a soft, confident smile. Those tears of Roa wouldn't let the boy sleep, so he snapped on pure instinct. He demanded the girl's hand and kicked off the protocol to transfer the scroll's rights. Rast smiled warmly and told her the artifact was finally hers to use however she wanted, because it still had a few more of those scrolls tucked away in reserve. Roa stared, totally stunned, at the surprise gift that just landed in her lap. She froze. A bone-deep silence crashed down. Rast suddenly got jittery, panicking that maybe he'd just done something wildly stupid. Roa clutched the scroll to her chest, pressing it close with fierce tenderness. She stayed stone silent, refusing to say a single word. Her quiet gesture said everything. One small gift turned into a priceless treasure in her hands. Tucked under a tight bandage, she shook uncontrollably, barely managing to whisper a trembling thank you. Roa slipped this in so quietly, you almost wouldn't notice. A soft, gentle smile bloomed across her face. Even as she pulled her crying friend into a tender hug, the boy still heard every single word she said, crystal clear. The young alchemist locked eyes with the empty void, quietly letting out a sigh that felt like it carried a whole storm. Right in front of him sat a strange fabric, stitched with eerie hexagonal patterns that looked like they belonged to another world. With his arms locked across his chest amid a room packed with books, he froze, already unsure if he should even give any of it away. Doubts kept tearing at him from the inside, and he couldn't find a single moment of peace. After all that studying the power of Ari and Roa, he finally rolled up his sleeves and forged 2 brand new magical artifacts from scratch for them. The fresh items kicked in way stronger, but those old talismans with the weird eye still dripped foreign magic, and it was obvious their maker had a tight, personal link to Ari and Roa. If it's really just about controlling power, then those old objects deliver way more peace, and they might even come out on top. The alchemist scratched his head, torn in two. Should he build a device to measure and compare just how strong their control really was? He slammed into a wall with his research, and he blamed his old enemies, those pointless little tasks and the never-ending lack of money from his last job. The boy stood there, lost in thought, hunting for a totally different path. With the budget finally in hand, they decided to bet big, dive into a brand new approach and swing for the win. He feverishly scribbled the idea, raging against power. Devices shouldn't just chase more power, they should automatically shut off and snap back on in tiny bursts. His eyes snapped wide open, with a rush of sudden understanding. A sudden thought hit him like lightning, and he nodded to himself, decisive, ready to act. The pen whispered across the paper, carving a silky, perfect line on that clean sheet. The boy dropped the tool and snatched up his finished drawing. He hunkered down in the tent, eyes locked on the formula, frantically trying to snap every piece together the right way. Once he wrapped up his work, he reached out and called Ari and Roa over, thanking them for making them wait so long. They lined up in front of him, banded together with the eyes symbol, just as he declared he was forging 2 brand new magical items. On the wooden table, elegant glasses caught the light and sparkled like they were begging to be noticed. The girls spun the strange objects in their hands, totally baffled as they tried to figure out what they were for. He patiently broke it all down, straightening the metal brackets the right way, then snapping them onto the ears. The first bandage inched loose, and a slice of his face finally broke through. The girls slipped on their glasses over their masks, and, with shaky nerves, hurriedly asked if they'd gotten everything right. Then he flashed a smile and told them to rip off their bandages completely. Ari tore the fabric off first, and the second it cleared, she froze. Everything around her snapped into razor-sharp focus. Trailing after her, Roa finally showed her face too, then softly gasped, overwhelmed by those strange new sensations. The girls were giggling over their fresh outfits, and he just watched their joy bloom with a satisfied smile. The girl nervously slipped on the brand-new magical glasses, like she was bracing for something unbelievable. The boy grinned, totally confident, and told her they fit her perfectly. With cheeks burning, she reached for the frame and mumbled, painfully embarrassed, that she'd never seen herself like that before. The tip of the spear caught the light, gleaming menacingly beside the still palm. The boy jumped in to show everyone how the new toys worked, then pointed straight at Roa's gear to start. The boy snapped his head around, shocked, hunting for Ari's gaze. At that exact moment, Roa shot forward and drove her blade straight through the massive armored salmon that had burst out of the water. She lowered the spear with icy calm, then murmured that the outcome hit exactly as she wanted. From the shore, the boy yelled at the top of his lungs, unable to resist wondering what the magical object was doing. Without a word, she nudged her glasses into place like she owned the moment. The shot hit like a miracle. Its stone-hard armor couldn't stop the pinpoint strike at all. With just a quick tap on the frame, the artifact snapped into power containment mode instantly. While they inspected the catch, the boy suddenly realized Roa was firing straight at the tiny gaps between the plates, and the fish had already bolted upstream after Hippopo took down the river boss. The girl kept grinding her training in the water, while her companion started tallying up, wondering if that tough shell could fetch a killer price. Roa slid the updated glasses on, took one look, and straight up said they were perfect. The young man shot back, asking if they even slip in the heat of battle, and whether their modes switch cleanly without a hitch. He shrugged, nodding at her like, "Come on, tell me what's wrong. Spill every complaint or comment." Their companion stood right there, fuming, and shoved Roa to speak up, way more politely. Then Roa, with total calm, told everyone she had finally seized full control of her magical eyes. She says you can switch vision modes through walls and from far away, and nothing blocks it. The young man weighed her words, then snapped that when fighting, physical control beats trying to command things with your voice. She reached for the handle and instantly nodded. Pressing control with her touch at that make-or-break moment was way more convenient. She said she held the list in her right hand, so she wanted every switch shoved to the left, and the guy shot his palm forward, swearing he'd fix it all right now. He snapped his glasses on and started herding every distributed function over to the left side. A burst of magic blazed across the air as the young man started remolding the spell's shape from scratch. Right on the spot, a renewed artifact sparked joy in Roa. She sprang and bounded along the riverbank, and her bright smile lit up her friends. The girl with glasses tiptoed up to Roa, clocking that bright, happy grin on his face. She paused mid-moment, lifted her cheek with her hand, and just stared like she was thinking of something dangerous. She looked at the happy boy and lit up with a warm, relieved smile. Suddenly, a spear tip screamed past his face with a chilling, quiet whistle. Roa gaped in total confusion at her companion, who calmly jabbed her weapon ahead like she already knew how this would end. Right then, an armored salmon exploded out of the water and slammed straight into the spear's tip. A deafening splash roared through the air. The girl planted her feet on the shore, gripping the weapon in one hard, unshakable hand. A giant fish was slammed, stuck solid on the very tip. A gentle smile lit up her face as the water erupted around her. Roa suddenly realized she'd actually mapped this jump ahead of time with her magical eye of foresight, straight into the future. She spun back to him with deadly calm. The boy grinned warmly. Realizing the sisters were basically twins in the way, their joy lit up the moment. She just puffed her cheeks in a cheeky little way, like she was trying not to laugh. The boy gulped down his fear, terrified he just blurted out his thoughts, or worse, that her magical eye could see what happens next, even beyond this battlefield. He froze in shock. Wait, does she really have the power to read minds? The girl narrowed her eyes like she was reading a secret, then said he was damn near right. Clouds drifted lazily over the treetops like the sky was taking its sweet time. Meanwhile, in that lavish hall, Sam's rage erupted like thunder the second he even thought about bringing Rast back. An enraged colleague slammed reports onto the desk, snarling that someone had to explain how the place got so messy. A brutal fist slammed the table, shaking the whole room. The man threw his arms wide across the mountains of papers, making Sam stare straight into the mess his choices had unleashed. Every department started shouting the same problem. Those transmutation raw materials were garbage, their batches kept failing, and the delays were so brutal that clients demanded penalties. The guildmaster kicked back in his chair, replaying the memory of other leaders screaming at him for those broken promises. Sam was drenched in sweat when his own words came back to haunt him. Rast leaving wouldn't change a thing. The interlocutor slammed the table again, furious, and accused him of wrecking the whole association. Sam ground his teeth in pure frustration, then snapped his eyes toward the window. He tried to deny it, but terror choked his voice until he could only stutter pathetically. Massive holes ripped through the building, and that brutal stench just wouldn't fade. Sam slammed his fist down with raw force and swore, without a shred of doubt, that he'd never allow Rast's return. The director snapped back in rage, yelling about how the new magical crystals were crushing record profits. He dropped a brutal ultimatum. Sam either takes responsibility for Rast's absence himself, or he straps up and goes after him personally to drag him back. Sam had to swallow his pride and bow his head in total humility. He clamped down on his rage, convinced every single one of his troubles came straight from Rast. He spun around out of nowhere and stomped off fast. Ahead, the cracked doors of the weapons alchemy department loomed like a warning. A heavy, furious stomp hit the ground. The subordinates recoiled in terror as the thunder roared, and the walls crashed down around them. Sam dropped into his chair with a heavy thud, pure rage burning through his veins. The alchemists leaned in and whispered, "Just act like you didn't see a thing." Startled by a rustle behind him, he snapped, "Why's it so damn loud around here?" Right then the frightened assistant exploded into the office, yelling, "Master Sam, we've got a serious problem." The department head smirked with smug joy, basking in the peaceful silence like it was theirs to savor. But right when the peace felt perfect, Sabas burst in, his face went deathly pale, and with a trembling voice he blurted that nearly all the new magical crystals had been returned. The boy, dejected, jabbed his finger at the boxes lined up against the wall. The news hit the office like a thunderclap, and suddenly everyone panicked, shouting about a mistake. When the boss spotted the note on the boxes warning they'd keep melting into slime, his face snapped into stunned disbelief. The very next second, he lunged at Sabasa with brutal force, fists flying as he demanded to know exactly where their money had vanished. With zero patience for excuses, the furious boss barked that they had to reach the wholesalers right now, while the terrified Tordek stood frozen nearby, barely daring to breathe. The girl whirled around on the spot, panic blaring in every move. The boss shoved Tordek with a brutal question, but she only cowered and shook her head, denying everything with fear. She sounded baffled about what happened to the defective goods, and the boss snapped back that nobody was about to toss their own earnings away. Tordek let out a defeated sigh. She had no choice but to dash to the nearest closet. For the farewell, the boss barked, "Clear out the storage, dump the old junk," then stormed off to handle the delivery. The employees hesitated. Should they trash the old items or keep them? Especially since that inventory was tied to their own weapon alchemy department. But the moment they cracked the door open, they saw it. After a quick cleaning, Every single returned cargo piece slid neatly onto the shelves without even a struggle. On those old, forgotten shelves sat battered boxes and dusty jars, and the names etched on them had vanished into nothing as time gnawed away at them. The dark-haired girl with pigtails flashed a carefree grin and jabbed her finger to the side, urging them to toss those old wooden boxes. The boy hurried up, eyes wide, and leaned in to stare at the big box's shut wooden lid like it was about to reveal a secret. She shrugged it off with a bright grin, dismissing that dusty junk from the poor Department of Fundamental Research as nothing but trash. The boy slipped his fingers beneath the lid and nudged it open with a sharp little creak. The girl barked out a scornful laugh, shocked that even such worthless stuff was trapped in a department this broke, then snapped again, "Throw it all away." Skinny swung a magical pendulum over the contents, and when it buzzed at the clear liquid, he declared it nothing but an ordinary broken potion. Peering deeper into the drawer, he froze for a beat, then rejected her proposals with shaky doubt. The comrades shot each other worried looks, then pushed the idea, "Go ask Master Richest first." But his partner feared the mentor's wrath, so she shoved Skinia into a secret mission: dump every last one of those cans into the river without a word. Skih in Cyrillic letter 456 let out a bitter sigh, because once again all the grime and heavy lifting landed on him. He instantly remembered that furious master who barked at them non-stop, snapping over every tiny mistake like it was a crime. Meanwhile, the girl commander snapped orders to clear the battlefield and rush in the brand-new magical crystal type. Then they started lining up the shelves, sliding fresh boxes of new type crystals into place. The girl stared at the wooden box packed with dangerous magical concentrate, then snapped the lid shut right away. The heavy lid slammed down with a brutal creak. Rast once used this substance in her early experiments, so now she grabbed the mutated beast and rode it hard to ferry the boxes straight to the river. Magical waste poured straight into the water, and it didn't burn anyone on the spot, just like the conspirators' plan. It poured straight into the river, smooth and flawless, and the locals never once caught on. The fish drifted through shimmering water, blissfully unaware, because Tordike and his crew's secret plans wouldn't surface until it was already way too late. Every gorgeous rose clung to a dangerous secret, shrouded in savage thorns and lit up by a wicked, magical glow. That heavy-set nobleman fumed through clenched teeth, furious at Rast for everything that had gone wrong. Meanwhile, inside the Alchemist'S Association communication room, magical transmitters crackled to life, blasting urgent dispatches from every corner of the kingdom. Young Officer Sabas snatched a brand new message tape, and his entire body froze with pure shock. Right then, the door blew off its hinges with a sharp crack, and a raging boss barreled into the office, itching to get the news right this second. He bellowed from the doorway at Sabasa, demanding the report on the spot. With one lightning-fast move, the man yanked the paper straight out of the boy's hands. A freezing bead of sweat erupted across the leader's face in an instant. His eyes raced across every line, and he couldn't believe what he was reading. Sabasa only nodded back, quiet, defeated, and terrified. Barefoot, his toes shook hard, trapped in pure, uncontrollable terror. The report claimed someone drowned the market in an insane stash of rare, old-school magical crystals. "This can't be happening," the alchemist roared, losing control and detonating into a wild scream of pure, powerless fury. He eyed the crowd, sure someone there was ready to betray him. Then he shook it off and shoved that fear aside. Imports got slammed shut, so buying ingredients from overseas was basically off the table, and every desperate smuggling try only made things worse. Richest seethed with rage. Those licensed alchemists under the association knew they'd be booted out on the spot if they ever betrayed him, and the amateurs didn't have the talent to pull something like that off. Then it hit him. Rast stood there with deadpan indifference and just announced he was resigning. The chief alchemist erupted in cold sweat, because suddenly every puzzle piece snapped into place inside his mind. Meanwhile, customers flooded back with the new magical crystals, mass returning them like trash, and what used to rake in profit crumbled into a sad pile of junk. Chaos erupted through the hall as anxious employees frantically hunted for any scrap of news about the sales numbers. The assistant's report crushed every last hope. Our guild was sprinting straight into crushing, bottomless debt. When he heard the brutal losses, Sam went stone, still at the window, like his heart couldn't accept that his empire had truly fallen. The man realized he was just one step away from going completely bankrupt. The idea of cowering, tail tucked and begging Rast to come back burned him with pure rage and disgust. A relentless knock slammed against the door, ripping him out of his heavy thoughts in an instant. Sam clenched his teeth, rage flaring in his chest as he sensed doom creeping closer. A terrified servant stumbled onto the doorstep and blurted that the furious master was calling him. Right now, no delays. The assistant could only let out a defeated sigh, because there was no fixing it anymore. Rage exploded in the angry man's fist as he slammed the glass flask holding that incomprehensible creature. Then he bellowed at frightened Sabasa, yelling at him to act, right now. His desperate scream of helpless rage ripped through the grand domes of the academy. Somewhere else entirely, a blond young man sat at his desk, minding his own business, until a brutal sneeze tore out of him, and he had zero clue he was just being talked about. Meanwhile, the nobleman was nearly choking on rage, fists clenched in pain as he cursed that hated Rast nonstop. Wind shrieked through the thin trees at the forest's edge, and the brutal sun kept hammering the ground with scorching heat. The scorching rays blazed off the traveler's sweaty, bald head, dazzling him as he pushed onward. The sun hit at full blast, scorching the streets and tearing the eyes with its blinding glare for anyone brave enough to step onto the road. Sweat poured down Lord Sam's face as he trudged through the bushes with two shady mercenaries, replaying that humiliating moment over and over in his head. The boss's voice still rang in his head when he flat-out declared it was an order. From those memories, Sam tightened his jaw, gritted his teeth, and muttered a furious curse under his breath. Rage surged through him as his heart hammered from that brisk walk, and his fingers clenched into a fist all on their own. In his head, the commander's smug face flashed back as that cold voice demanded he take full responsibility. No excuses, no escape. That smug official jabbed a finger at him and barked, "You, go find Rast and bring him back yourself." Now the Lord had to trudge through the forest with the cheap vagabonds he hired, using his own money. Anything was better than facing total solitude. The path vanished into a tangled, dense forest maze. Sir Sam's expression snapped tight, and cold sweat burst across his forehead. His companions swallowed hard and bombarded him with, "Are we really going there, or are we turning back?" The gang leader snapped the whimpering to a stop and drilled his accomplices with one reminder, "Get back to the job." Sam clenched his jaw and grimly confirmed the plan. He couldn't stop bragging about his own custom gun, one that could twist the world's elements by snapping magical chains into place. This weapon's shot was a trap, meant to lure wild monsters in and have them rip the target apart piece by piece. The whole plan is simple: drag him out of his hiding place and end it right there, before he can breathe. He swore they'd split the loot down the middle, and then barked, "Don't a word leave your mouths." The mercenaries flinched at the mere idea of how loaded the victim was, especially with those priceless magical crystals. They laughed it off, swearing the feeble recluse stood no chance against them. Then Sam got left standing there by himself, wiping sweat off his face and cursing the brutal heat of the forest. He sneered at the president, furious and clueless, baffled why he was babying that former knight, and then slapping the label war hero on some peasant. He grumbled that he refused to use the communication device, since it leaves behind records. One of the companions snapped at Deaden in panic, jabbing a shaking finger as that weird black growth squirmed toward them near the rock. In the blink of an eye, a massive black snake erupted from that spot, its round mouth packed with razor-sharp teeth that looked ready to rip anything apart. The fox commander just flicked his hand like it was nothing, brushing off the whole thing and promising they'd sail right through without a single problem. His calm face froze the fighter in place, and the poor guy couldn't stop trembling as he stared at the monster in pure terror. The bandana-wearing warrior didn't hesitate for a second. He blasted the beast with a glowing fire core from his magical pistol. The flames blasted straight into the monster's head, frying its skin in an instant. The next shot ripped the snake apart, and the shooter just calmly spun his weapon on his finger. His mohawk sporting friend practically beamed as he shouted that with these guns in their hands, they'd finally become untouchable. The shooter let out a smug chuckle, savoring every second of how effortless this win felt. Then just a second later, his smile crumpled and vanished. A thunderous blast ripped through the air, calling every hungry predator from miles around. Now dozens of equally starving beasts started crawling out of the ravines. Snakes closed in from every side, and the boys went rigid with pure terror, while the shooter could only stammer in helpless whispers about how many enemies were closing in. Deaden screamed for everyone to pull the magical outlines fast, but panic detonated in the air. Then the soldiers started spraying shots wildly into the oncoming pack of monsters that kept charging without stopping. The monster just kept swelling bigger, and then it barreled ahead like an avalanche, crashing straight into the stunned fighters. The mercenary raised his magical pistol, but it only managed a pitiful puff. Then smoke exploded from the barrel like a failed shot. Chaos exploded everywhere. Weapons were sputtering and blasting out of sync, while a massive wave of black worms surged toward the squad. Panic swallowed the fighters, and they screamed at Richest, begging him to hand over working crystals. He narrowed his eyes with pure disdain. "I'm all out, no reserves left," Richest snapped, then spun away from the squad with ice-cold resolve. The mercenaries traded stunned looks, suddenly realizing they'd been left behind and used. Thud, boots hit the ground like a warning bell. They spun on their heels and bolted into the forest, leaving furious Richest to rage and shout at their backs. He stared at the worms squirming under his feet with pure disgust, rage burning as he was forced to foul his hands over something this pointless. He yanked out the plate in an instant and barked the activation command like a war cry. A crackling circle of interdimensional power ignited in midair, like reality tore open. The man slammed his palm onto the slab and pleaded for the parasitic beast to crawl into his body. A sharp wave of pain hit him so fast his face broke into a cold layer of sweat. From the portal, a thick, stringy mass of flesh spilled out, oozing and squelching with a foul, slurping sound. The fox-like giant in a black cloak shattered the sticky trap in one brutal punch, slime flying everywhere as he thrust his jaw forward and roared that his enemies were nothing more than tiny insects. His eyes blazed with pure, unstoppable rage. 30 years back, he was nothing but a brooding young researcher, always dragging a mountain of books wherever he went. Right then, his eyes caught a nightmare: scaly creatures, bodies getting chewed up alive as giant mushrooms devoured them. A blister tore open and spores exploded across his black skin. From the wound, pale mushroom caps burst up in an instant, smashing through that tough shell like it was nothing. Glowing particles burst into the night sky like the world was on fire. The beast snapped its head back and screamed in pure, savage agony. The parasite surged up at last, and just like that, it finished the host for good. 30 years later, the worn-out alchemist faced a massive clearing blanketed in hundreds of the same infected snakes, and panic slammed into his chest as his heart hammered like crazy. He choked on his breath, stunned beyond belief. An old man let out a low groan as he stared down at that filthy, writhing nightmare squirming at his feet. Suddenly, a feral scream ripped through the void, and the alchemist jerked back in pure shock. He clamped down on his breath and stabbed the dark with his eyes, like he could force it to blink first. From every crack in the ground they crawled out, one after another, and all he could manage was a weak, trembling whisper: "Cursed insects." The final scaly tail slipped into the thicket with a razor hiss, vanishing before anyone could blink. Suddenly, a shadow shot out from the bushes like it had been waiting for its cue. A sharp crack tore through the silence, and Richest burst into a wild scream as something clamped down hard on his thigh. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, and his face twisted with pure, roaring rage. He unleashed a crushing kick, trying to shake the attacker off him, but those razor-sharp fangs had already torn deep into his flesh. "It bit me," he shouted, eyes wide as he stared at that creepy black creature. With one lightning-fast slash, he split the monster clean in half and sneered, calling it nothing but a pathetic weakling. A weird mist spilled out of the fresh wound, and Richest snapped that a simple potion would shut this whole mess down fast. As he scanned the area, he realized the whole clearing was carpeted with countless mushrooms. "Looks like we just wiped out the bulk of the enemy crew." Suddenly, a brutal new wave of pain slammed straight through his body. Sweat dripped as he sprinted to summon the magical inventory panel. He rammed his fingers into the glowing screen, hunting for the healing vial. Unable to take the pain anymore, he screamed into the whole forest, ripping into his enemy and blaming him for every last bit of it. Richest clenched his fists and swore that the moment he could believe in his return to the association, he'd make them pay for every bit of this pain, dearly. By the lake, a smooth-talking man chuckled like a threat, and with every laugh he swore he'd get his hands on Rast soon. Rast calmly got to the heart of every alchemist's job, prepping the wild lands like they were ready for the first seeds. "If you don't fix this, the harvest won't sprout at all, and too much magic can twist certain plants into monsters." The ground hit like stone, but this young guy still grabbed a shovel and started digging on his own, leaving his loyal buddy, Hippopo, totally stunned. First, they had to punch tiny palm-sized holes all across that huge field. Then the giant favorite swung into action and started working the skill with his hooves. And the moment he did, he got hit with instant, heartfelt praise. The hippo let out a deep, satisfied bellow and flat-out refused to trade spots. Before long, every task was finally done, and the boy gratefully thanked his partner for moving so fast. He slowly scratched his friend behind the ear, and you could tell he truly got how brutal that mind-numbing grind was for him. The beast only nuzzled up to its master, and as he carefully lowered the first focusing stone into the pit, it just clung there, quietly waiting. The magical conductor slipped down and settled right at the very bottom of that dry pit. Once Rast confirmed the circuit was solid, he flicked his hand and kicked off the energy diversion. Then the excess power exploded into the air in a blazing burst of light. A heavy surge of magical power gathered in his palm, thickening until it finally formed into something real. Rast checked for every possible energy leak, then slammed the next spell into action without hesitation. A hexagonal magical seal ripped out of the ancient scroll, bursting into blinding light like a flare from another world. Dozens of identical stone platforms shot up from the ground, all across the entire field like they were perfectly programmed. The boy flashed a satisfied grin, locking eyes on the finished result of his hard work. The plates whirled furiously across the earth's supports, like they were hunting something. Dust columns blasted upward, climbing higher and higher into the sky. Right then, the amulet stitched to his sleeve gave a sudden, soft jingle. He shot himself a warning in his head: move as carefully as he could, and don't spill too much magic. But in the next heartbeat, his hand froze solid. The boy leaned in, eyes wide as he studied the woven thread on his sleeve. A flash of memory burst in front of his eyes as his awkward companion thrust an amulet into his hands, thanking him for the artifact he'd just gifted. Then she leaned in and spoke softly, telling him this little trinket had been passed down in her village for generations. She stared at him with cold, unblinking seriousness. The next instant, fear jolted through her, and her cheeks flamed with a deep, instant blush. He flashed a soft smile and leaned in to ask her if she'd crafted this amulet herself. She gave a shaky nod, clearly uncomfortable, like she didn't know what to do with her own voice. Glare clung to her glasses and hid her eyes from view. Rast, still smiling softly, stared at the amulet on his wrist, like he'd spotted something everyone else missed, and figured that if things ever got bad, that protective cord would only need to be cut. Ari made it crystal clear. If it had to be ended, then it had to be terminated, no hesitation. Because it took forever to get ready, The boy finally kicked back and flipped through ancient scientific papers. The very first thing he grabbed was a study that traced how magic in the soil could make the wheat grow richer, stronger, and far better. Before his exile, Rast vividly remembered how he secretly copied every one of these works, snatching away the rare knowledge the old leadership left behind. The researcher swore that magic never alters the real flavor of food. It just tricks your brain, and suddenly you can't stop enjoying it. The magical fog started creeping in, thickening by the second. This document lays bare how magic particles slam straight into the human body and change everything. Water erupted in a sudden boil, and stone platforms burst up out of the surface like they'd been waiting to strike. That massive hippo snorted, pure displeasure blasting out of its nostrils. Out of nowhere, a startled Ari burst from behind the trees, spear raised, and shouted at Rast to get ready. The stranger was coming. Her eyes, hidden behind those glasses, flickered with real fear. No way this visitor had come with peace on his mind. In the scorched wasteland, the satellite clocked the man as a total scoundrel and demanded to know if he'd given her at least a name. The girl dropped her gaze in heartbreak and barely breathed out, Richest. The second he heard that word, his teeth snapped with fury, and a black aura of pure rage swallowed the space around him in an instant. A shadowy stranger bared his teeth in a wicked grin and hissed the name, Rikazama, under his breath. Rast suddenly felt sick and urged his companion to hash everything out on the way back, then reached out and offered her his hand. The girl stared at his palm, completely baffled, and froze there, unsure of what to do next. He just sat there, holding his breath, waiting for her to finally answer. Before they even had time to breathe, they were already galloping atop the beast, and the boy snapped, "Hold on tighter," as the speed surged. Rast's eyes locked in, sharp, locked on, and utterly unshakable. The companion's face flared red from that sudden, shocking jerk. She clutched the air in her lungs, vibrating with pure excitement. The beast tore across the desert, blasting through the sand at a furious, gut-pounding speed. Snug against Rast's back, the girl stared in awe as Richest glided over the wild land's bumps, smooth, quiet, and unstoppable. The boy had a bad feeling. The pursuer was here for the magical crystals. He explained that it all traced back to his old buddy from the Alchemist'S association, someone who was always hunting for a fight. Rast flashed a gentle smile and asked her straight out if anything was weighing on her. The girl dropped her gaze in silence, fully swallowed by her own feelings. Ari stared into the void, and even with the future clouded over, one thing burned clear ahead: battle. And this fight, it was brutally hard from the first second. She could feel the crash coming, like fate was already barreling toward her. The vision erupted in bloody chaos, destruction blazing for a split second, vanishing just as fast, like a terrifying warning that a real, devastating war was about to hit. As they thundered through the air on the giant beast, Ari knew the boy's question was coming and shot back that her gifted monocle was flawless, crystal clear, and built to help her spot the next big battle. She stood there like she already knew she'd win. Rast swallowed hard and asked, voice trembling, if this was his way of being forced to duel Richest. She wasn't sure, because she'd never felt anything like this before. The boy flashed a warm smile, calmed her fears, and thanked her for the warning with total sincerity. She dropped her gaze, drowning in guilt. Suddenly, a brutal premonition slammed into Ari, and she flinched so hard that Rast spun around in shock. Right now, fate is about to slam the door shut, and everything hinges on the choice Rast makes next. The portal in her vision twisted and spun harder, like it was about to rip open reality. Every road was just as powerful, and once you chose it, the outcome locked in for good. Fate shoved her into a brutal fork in the road. Choose the worst future or cling to the best, and hope it's enough. She shut her eyes slowly and gave a soft, clear nod that said, yes. In her vision, the future ripped apart into shards, howling wind screaming over the wasteland, two looming silhouettes stepping into view, and the shaman's arm thrusting outward, reaching for her. Rast watched with sharp worry as the magical stream swirling in the girl's eyes lit up his enchanted monocle. The magical glass shimmered wildly, blasting bright sparks as the colossal tension tore through the air. That future sight was terrifyingly powerful. This kid had no clue just how far it could peer ahead. Even when information processing hit its breaking point, the artifact still kept Ari's eyes power trapped. Suddenly, crack. The crack echoed, and the monocle blasted off to the side like it got hit by a cannon. The girl swayed, her strength slipping away as she started to drop. Then Rast snapped into action and caught her instantly, begging her not to let go. Her eyes cracked open just a sliver, and she breathed out her master's name like it was the last thing keeping her alive. The boy finally felt his shoulders drop. Those visions of the future had faded at last. Ari forced a shaky smile and thanked him, insisting everything was finally okay now. Rast quietly told her to stop worrying, because everything was finally going to be okay. But a scary thought kept spinning in his head. That magical eye was draining the girl way more than he ever expected. At that exact moment, Ari's magical eye snapped awake, burning to life like it had been waiting for this. Rast gripped the controls with total confidence, drove that train like a promise and swore, quietly but fiercely, to protect everyone, no matter what, because they'd become his real family. The boy shut his eyes for a beat, and in his heart he vowed it all over again. Ari caught the words and barely cracked a smile, murmuring soft agreement like a secret only she could hear. Suddenly, the light behind her glasses flared like a secret, sparking with mystery. Rast felt his cheeks burn, begged the girl to grip on tighter, and drove the horses to full speed toward the military camp ahead. By the tents, a warrior woman shouted at them with her spear, and Rast immediately demanded news of Ari. Yet she cut him off and swore she'd go with him. He just smiled warmly back, like he already knew what would come next. The girl shoved her glasses higher on her nose, eyes blazing with a promise. She was going all the way. With her special power, Ari sensed a horrifying truth in the opponent and snapped Rast awake, warning him that a deadly darkness was creeping in. She wouldn't stop pressing him to be painfully careful. Up ahead stood Kaelin in meteorite iron armor, and every swing she landed felt lethal, like her heavy gear turned her attacks into instant doom. Rast flashed a warm smile and quickly apologized for keeping you waiting. Spotting her friend, the warrior's shoulders finally dropped, and she exhaled in pure relief before lowering her massive sword. Dust swirled in the wind as Rast stared up at the sky, silently bracing himself for a brutal talk he could already feel coming. In the heart of the scorched wasteland, right across from his squad, a figure like a nightmare crawled into view. The man let out a sly snicker, savoring every second of the meeting like a sweet secret. Rast snapped his eyes over the chaos, then realized it. Richest, the higher-ranked alchemist, would absolutely wreck Kaelin, because all Kaelin had in his arsenal was close-quarters combat. The girl went rigid with shock when the commander suddenly thrust his hand right in front of her face. A heavy boot slammed onto the cracked ground like it owned the place. Rast grinned, told everyone to back off, and swore he'd handle it all on his own shoulders. Richest already tried to charm the room with a sweet greeting, but Rast shot him a disgusted pinch on the nose and demanded why it reeked so badly in here. The guest seethed, then forced a smile and puffed up proudly. The Association of Alchemists was bringing back the research department, so Rast finally gets the honor of returning. He shot his hand forward, and a nasty dark aura curled around it like a living shadow. Rast flashed a bright grin and shot back a quick, cheerful refusal, right then and there. Richest spun toward the sound, and the moment he heard it, his eyes nearly shot straight out of his skull. His arrogant smirk snapped into pure shock the moment it hit him. Rast calmly said he quit on his own, and now, right here in this brand new place, he can finally push his science forward. The young man didn't waste a second. He coldly ordered the unwanted guest to get out, right after he made sure he'd said everything he came to say. But all that answered him was a rough, hoarse breath. Rage contorted the old man's face as his own companions scoffed and turned their backs on him. In the very next second, he exploded into terrifying, wild laughter, so loud the guards instantly snapped their weapons up. The boy screamed for everyone to fall back at once, then snapped into action. With a feral scream tearing out of his throat, the madman lunged into the fight, swearing he'd grind his opponent down to dust. The old man kept grinning like a ghost and kept muttering that the past was done. There was no going back now. The young man lunged into him, begging for reason while yelling that deadly duels were outlawed, and that losing his title as Master Alchemist would be a disaster. Suddenly, the old man's flesh started to grotesquely melt and boil, dripping off in horrible chunks. A hulking dark monster surged forward in a blur. A monster with a half-human face twisted into a wild grin, refusing to back an inch. Massive mushrooms shot up out of nowhere in an instant, and glowing spores burst into the air like a living storm. A deadly, sickly glow swallowed every inch of the space. The boy snapped his hand over his face and yelled for everyone to back up fast. Don't breathe that poisonous mold in. The mushrooms beneath his feet suddenly jolted, and like the ground had a pulse, they shot up with tiny new sprouts. From under the hat, a soft rustle hit, then the first limb tore free. The mushroom shot up toward the sky, swaying like it had a heartbeat. The satellite inside the mask jolted with a shocked gasp as the monsters started regrowing their limbs, right in front of him. Alone, they wouldn't have mattered, but packed together like that, and with poison sealed inside, it was instant, merciless death. A whole horde of mutants surged forward like an unstoppable brick wall, so the boy snapped into action and crushed them all in one deadly blow. He yanked out a magical scroll, mumbled a desperate apology under his breath, then wiped every trace of it clean off the world. The boy snapped into a battle stance and froze solid, glowing shards of magic swirling all around him. His palm slammed down, and the polishing disc spun out of control. The disguised satellite snapped the spell into place right away, because it was the exact same one the boy had used back then to forge those magical crystals. He never tore his gaze off the young man, jaw tight, eyes sharp, waiting for him to make his move. The boy dumped every drop of his mana into the magical scroll, dialing it up for one crushing, full-power hit. By tearing down the limits, he unleashed a massive whirlwind that spiraled into a roaring, destructive hurricane. He barked the order to break the limit, and in a flash that wild power erupted, spiraling into a massive whirlwind that tore through the air. The boy calmly thrust his hand forward, choosing to obliterate the unknown mutated beasts into tiny scraps, while his allies stared, stunned by the sheer power he unleashed. A monstrous tornado roared across the field, twisting and whirling, and it swallowed an entire horde of living mushrooms in one brutal gulp. He scrambled to shove the elements as far from the camp as he could while the bald enemy squinted in helpless confusion, getting blasted by the first waves of mud. A relentless blast of air pulverized his whole army until they turned into one uniform, tasteless mush, smashing battle monsters right into plain mushroom smoothie. Sticky pieces shot out at breakneck speed and slammed straight into the opponent's face. Sticky sludge kept slamming shut over the man's eyes and mouth, merciless and unstoppable. The whirlwind kept tearing through the battlefield, blasting what was left of his army for miles in every direction. At last, the storm finally died down, and the young man dropped his hands in pure relief, praying he'd wiped every last trace clean. Right in the middle of all that emptiness, the only thing left was a massive pile of gray sludge. While the allies were buzzing over his insane strength, weird noises suddenly erupted from the filthy depths of the mountain. Stuck under a thick blanket of dirt, they clawed and fought desperately, begging for even a single breath of air. From that monstrous hill of slime, the bald enemy finally shoved himself out, choking on fumes and spitting like his lungs were on fire. He seethed with rage, screamed at the top of his lungs over his favorite mushrooms, and swore he'd get brutal revenge. The boy froze in place, scrambling to make sense of the sudden twist in everything. Out of nowhere, a vile mass surged into view, and right in his hands sat a mysterious scroll of materialization. He stared at the find in shock, still unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. Right then, one of the magical seals hanging in the air snapped and erupted with a chilling, sinister glow. On the battlefield, a monstrous predatory mushroom shot up and towered over everyone, and stout Richest started flinging his magical plates everywhere. A thick, pitch-black fog slammed onto the ground and rushed outward in a terrifying wave. The young man instantly knew this wasn't some cheap trick smoke, because while the dust was settling, the enemy had already vanished. The alchemist's heavy frame vanished in the blink of an eye, swallowed by the dark like it was never there. Rage flared through the companion at that insane audacity, and the masked warriors were already gearing up to sprint after whoever dared. The boy slammed on the brakes, stopping them cold, and warned them that a deadly poison lurked right beneath their feet. His eyes locked in, sharp as a blade. Even with Richest's weird shenanigans, he was still a top-tier alchemist, so the hero snapped his arm up to strike back. So he ripped off the suffocating seals, and finally unleashed the power that was trapped inside. He thrust his hand forward and shouted a cleansing spell, blasting the toxic fumes into ash with blinding magic. The boy narrowed his eyes and locked onto the target like he could already feel it coming. A swarm of translucent hexagonal shields snapped up in an instant, sealing the mushroom monster in. Above the battlefield, gigantic gas spheres started spinning wildly in the sky. Satellites watched from far away, buzzing warnings to stay clear of the barrier, because it crushed the air and split it into sharp, layered bands. Crafting that jewelry demanded absolute focus, so the boy locked in and handled every detail with total care. He crushed pure oxygen into a tight, dense air balloon around the mushroom, then snapped the next spell into action. The gas trap sealed the monster in a suffocating, deadly zone, with nowhere left to run. Now it just needed one spark, so the boy grabbed ordinary sunlight and turned it into ignition. With one sharp gesture, he hurled a colossal glass prism into the sky, where it snapped the blazing sun rays into shimmering light. A blinding burst of flame tore open the barrier, and the oxygen overload turned the whole thing into a cataclysmic explosion. Everything inside got incinerated. When the flames finally died, all that remained on the scorched earth was the mushroom's charred, black husk. The boy popped open a special cleansing glass jar and trapped the deadly purple smoke that the remnants were still spitting out. His companions accidentally breathed in sweet, deadly gas, and now they're frozen in place, slack-jawed, drooling from the heat. Once the lid was screwed tight, the young man let out a relieved breath. This nightmare threat was finally finished. Roa snapped her far-sighted eye on, and before Kalen could dash after her, a warning shout blasted from behind them. The enemy was right there, but a sudden threat behind him slammed the whole plan sideways. Kalen's body went rigid as a terrifying sense of doom crashed down on him. Roa screamed in pure terror because something was coming straight for them. At that exact moment, a brutal explosion ripped through the air, blasting stones and dust skyward like a violent storm. Through a choking haze of smoke, a massive silhouette of leathery wings finally broke into view. Kalen stood there, stunned to the bone, unable to move. Ras snapped his head around, and his heart plummeted straight to his boots. A massive horde of armored salmon was barreling toward them. Then, out of nowhere, they sprouted wings and blasted into the sky, and Rast could not believe the absolute worst possible timing. Doubt swallowed the young man whole. Should he risk everything and chase Richest, or stay put and fight alongside the others to defend the camp? He didn't have a second to think, only time to act. A sudden sharp shout snapped through the air, and he flinched hard, whipping his head around. The red-haired warrior seized command on the spot, snapping orders at the fighters to hold the winged beasts back, while civilians were being evacuated, because every single life mattered more than anything. She shut her eyes for a split second, bracing herself to eat the impact. The armored girl screamed at the top of her lungs, begging everyone to put their own survival first. No hesitation, no delay. The satellite grilled Rast, asking if he planned to track down Richest, and it swore it would back whatever choice he made. She tore into the silence with another blood-curdling scream, shouting for Master Rast again and again. At that exact moment, the boys' instincts started screaming at the top of their lungs that danger was right there. Rast let out a confused breath, utterly stunned by what he'd just realized. A sharp voice inside his head demanded, with absolute certainty, that he sprint after Richest. It was the exact do-or-die moment Akri had warned him about back then. He had one shot: stay right here and fight alongside the others to hold this camp line by line, or to sprint after Richest. The boy shut his eyes with a heavy sigh, remembering how Kalen and the others couldn't do a thing against the flying enemies. A brutal swarm of winged monsters with hard scales crashed out of the sky, right where Rast couldn't possibly reach. So without magical artifacts or alchemy, this fight was about to spiral into a hopeless slaughter. He clamped his fist so hard it cracked the moment the tension broke. But he didn't have the right to just let Richest slip away like that. It's no accident. Direct clashes between master-ranked alchemists were banned, period. The boy dipped his head and pictured the nightmare ahead. Bloody comrades, and the camp wiped out the moment he was gone. Normal alchemists don't stand a chance. This kind of power can erase entire worlds off the map, and it's already putting innocent lives in the crossfire. If the enemy comes at you with everything they've got, the danger won't just rise. It'll explode into a totally different, out-of-control level fast. Kalen, the ruler of these lands, saw every one of those dangers coming, clearer than anyone else. She clung to one mission with everything she had, saving the outpost, no matter what. Now she finally trusted him completely, and handed him the power to choose. The boy slapped his hand to his chest and declared with fearless confidence, "I'll stay right here so I can protect everyone in this place." As soon as he saw her face, it hit him like a punch. If a single person dies chasing Richest because of his selfish rush, Kalen's the one who'll take the blame. She'll never let anyone see her crack. No weakness, no pain, not even for a second. Because it's her job as the camp's leader. She'll lock herself in total darkness and swallow every tear and ounce of sorrow alone, letting the pain punish her from the inside out. The young man gave a gentle smile and promised they'd strike at Richest the moment he slipped back in. The girl shut her eyes tight and, finally trusting him, nodded in relief. She stared at him, completely stunned by how sincere his support was and how deeply he understood her. A massive flock of heavenly salmon swarmed across the camp, and Rastu was commanded to wipe out those monsters on the spot. Rast calmly nodded and took the order, no matter how Ari begged him to stop and chase Richest instead. The boy snapped that it was way too much for him to carry, but then he swore he'd give everything he had. The girl sobbed, begging him to hurry to Richest, but Rast snapped orders at her, "Shut up right now." The commander stepped in hard, laid down the law, she's the one calling the shots on the battlefield, and demanded they carry out their duty without excuses. Ari went completely mute, overwhelmed with no idea what on earth he was supposed to argue back with. Rast quietly apologized to her, then pushed forward with renewed focus. The masked girl snapped the order into place and drove the squad forward. Somewhere deep inside, Rast didn't even flinch. He just knew the future his friend promised was coming. He remembered how, at his old job, he'd slowly slid into becoming completely unmotivated, then just let life carry him along like it was no big deal. But fate finally handed him a choice, built on the trust of comrades who were always ready to throw their weight behind him. Hope reignited in his chest like a second sunrise. The boy's eyes locked in, fierce and unshakable. A squad of heavenly salmon dove onto the camp, unleashing wild, howling screams that shook the air. Rast sprinted to the camp with everything he had, swearing to himself he'd guard every resident and keep every single thing he'd been entrusted with safe. A chunk of the enemy pack dropped straight onto the tents, while the rest suddenly veered toward the capital. The boy froze in pure confusion when he saw the flying salmon rip apart midair. He couldn't stop panicking. What if something went wrong in the capital, and did this split actually count as good news for the siege? Meanwhile, the camp was already in full-blown chaos. Roa and Ari hurled harpoons and started wiping out monsters right out of the air. Rast scanned the battlefield with laser focus, measuring every move before committing. The defenders yelled, "We've got this, each of us is trained to fight and we'll take it from here." One of the fighters bolted after him, shouting that he'd cover their leader. Rast pinpointed where the unarmed people were hiding, then gave the green light to drag them underground, so those skyborne enemies couldn't reach them. Now he had to move fast, like right now. He burst into the giant tent and yanked the curtain back in one hard motion. Ahead of him, a whole wall of alchemical flasks sat lined up in tight rows across the tables. The boy thrust his palms toward them, and the moment he did, the transmutation snapped into a furious, rapid spin. Glass bottles clinked like thunder, getting swept up in the magical current. With a gentle chime, magical glyphs started popping into the air, one after another, unfolding like they had a secret to reveal. The young man lunged forward, snapped his hands out, and ordered the system to smash the gravity limits, straight toward the concentrated magical liquid. A sinister sphere of dark liquid floated in midair, utterly untethered from gravity like it didn't even belong to Earth. 9 flawless metal spheres clanged into existence around him, and he immediately knew this was not the moment to try saving anyone. He stared forward with iron resolve, even as sweat streamed down his face. Under normal circumstances, he would have hoarded every precious crumb and dragged those rare resources as far as they could possibly go. A fresh hot drop of sweat thundered down his temple. He pulled off another flawless move, eyes locked in as he poured every ounce of focus into the process. These materials were insanely expensive, but the boy steadied himself, telling his heart he'd just make more if he had to. The young man narrowed his eyes for a beat, measuring every next step like it could change everything. If it means saving everyone in the camp, then losing even those priceless treasures is a price they'll gladly pay. Even so, the weight of responsibility crushed down on his shoulders like a steel anchor. He clenched his fists so hard the tremor in his fingers screamed with raw tension. The transmutation had to be razor precise, like threading a needle, because he couldn't just do one thing. He had to juggle multiple active processes at the same time. He cranked down on the shaking wrist until it cracked, forcing his focus, because there was no second attempt and nothing new to work with. Their eyes bulged so hard, they looked like they might pop right out from the strain. Suddenly, the energy slipped right out of his grip. Everything around them suddenly lurched into a dizzying blur, spinning faster than their thoughts could keep up. Consciousness was slipping away fast, like the lights were shutting off one breath at a time. Complete darkness. Then, out of nowhere, a girl's face slammed into my vision, and her woven amulet snapped in half with a sharp crack. That snapped him out of oblivion like a lightning bolt. He screamed like he was falling apart, clutching his head as if it might shatter, barely holding onto reality with his last ounce of strength. His vision finally snapped into focus. He sucked in a rough breath, realizing he was literally one step from blacking out. But there was zero time to breathe. Crafting a single scroll like that, powered by monster skin, monster cores, and magical stones, ate up serious time and drained rare resources. He had no choice. He had to whip out every single one just to stand a shred of a chance against the sky swarm of enemies. He poured every ounce of power into it, then slammed out the work at the very end, the last, 9th magical scroll. Ready scrolls obediently drifted in the air, circling the boy like they were waiting for his command. Staring at the rope sprawled on the floor, he remembered what his bespectacled companion said. If things went bad, this link could be cut cleanly. The boy lifted the thread like it was precious and breathed a soft whisper, "Thank you, Roa." He stopped dead for a heartbeat, eyes locked on the emptiness staring back. The doubt in his eyes vanished completely. He clamped the thread in his fist and surged ahead, praying with every breath that the others were still okay. A lone rat froze in the heart of the city square, wide-eyed and terrified as the sky above bulged with a massive black cloud of flying monsters, swelling by the second. Kaelin smirked like a hunter, all predator and promise, hidden behind her helmet's visor. The visor slammed shut with a heavy, final thud. Vlash! The girl hurled herself to the ground with a stone in hand, and she clamped both hands around a brutal two-handed sword. Kaelin spun through the air like a blur, and with one deadly slash, he cut down the first monster. With one brutal wide swing, the whole school of fish got ripped to shreds. Clean cut. Rast stared at her in awe, his jaw dropping at how the black armor looked and how powerful it seemed. Right then, the alchemist suddenly remembered exactly how that terrifying nickname was born. Kaelin kept up her deadly dance, ruthlessly bulldozing through the enemy ranks without mercy. Charging through the chaos, a real wartime heroine surged forward, ready to smash the enemy's entire onslaught all by herself. The boy just watched as she careened in like a storm. Then in his head he labeled her the Black Mad Bull, because for all that brutal power, she somehow still had the one thing she didn't, her own mass. That's why she strapped on that heavy armor, yanked up the giant sword, and launched herself like a wrecking ball. One savage, thunderous hit that ripped straight through the ground. Before the dust even settled, Rast stared in shock as his partner burst forward with a lightning-fast strike, and she grinned, telling him he'd have rocked it too, because it was all over in seconds. With a bright grin, she said his speed made it totally easy, while a startled flock of birds swirled overhead across the city. Suddenly, she snapped her finger straight at the split monster. Her smile vanished in an instant, seriousness snapped into place, and her voice went ice cold. It was way too soon to let their guard down. While the guy stared in shock and asked about the eggs, his partner snapped that tossing that kind of filth around would just summon future disasters. Buried inside the creature's defeat, a whole nest of slimy parasites writhed in the dark, just itching to burst out and spread the infection. The monster's massive body was bursting at the seams with hundreds of vile eggs, and they'd spilled onto the ground like a disgusting flood. The girl stared at Rast with bright hope and begged him to shoulder it himself. Rast flashed a confident grin. He yanked out his magical scrolls and barked a clear command. Begin. Paper ribbons ripped into the sky, bursting into a massive glowing circle around the alchemist. The folks from the nearby village stared up at the sky, and the moment they saw it, they knew in their bones those were their master's words. Even those masked spies, mysterious and unreadable, spun around in panic when the flash erupted, feeling a terrifying new surge of power hit them all at once. He couldn't tear his eyes away, frozen in shock at how massive the young master's power really was. From above, the vile creatures came crashing out of the sky like an avalanche, swallowing everything in their path. He snapped at Roa and Akri to step back right now and take a breather. Then he yanked out those special scrolls and unleashed the embodiment spell. Carrying destructive scrolls through the camp was a death wish. One wrong move and they'd have shattered everything around here. Blurted out Rose, and the boy flicked his magical cards soaring into the air. A massive, see-through barrier shot up in an instant, slamming right in front of the predators. He thrust his hands up with fierce resolve, pouring raw power into the magical shield to keep it standing. The whole flock slammed into the obstacle at full speed, like a single, crashing wave. But the shield didn't even wobble. The air shook with savage claw strikes and battering wings. The boy refused to move, locking himself in place like he was daring the world to come closer. The beasts slammed again and again into the magical wall, trapped in their helpless frenzy. That dome stood like a shield, protecting every building in the camp with zero misses. The companions stared in awe, their faces lit up. This kind of power was seriously unbelievable. Rosie's springy vine ripped through the air like a blade, cutting straight for its target. The young man grinned like a winner, savoring the fact that he'd masterfully whisked pieces of the rose into another space with nothing but scrolls. Right ahead, a colossal celestial salmon tore through the sky, its iron-hard scales soaking up magical energy, while its powerful fins kept it perfectly balanced mid-air. Rosie's vine playfully jabbed the boy in the cheek as he stared, wondering if these fish really drank magic from the air to power flight. As the sky churned with an endless swarm of creatures, he rushed to Rosa, swallowed his apology for the weight he'd caused, and vowed, after the battle, to trim her with careful hands. A swarm of winged predators slammed over the sun, blotting out the light like a living nightmare. All right, it's time to crack down and clean house. A young man snapped his hand up, and dozens of scrolls blasted into the sky, ready to ignite the moment they were activated. While everyone was stuck in camp, Litna, the guy who usually ran the kitchen, snatched a heavy double-edged axe and hurled it over his shoulder like he meant business. The weapon screamed through the air, carving a deadly arc as it went. Winged monsters came crashing into the food warehouse, and the defenders instantly knew this nightmare had no finish line. One warrior sprinted at the last second, slammed a fist into his own chest, and yelled that he'd be the bait. Before he could react, a familiar voice shouted "Commander" from behind, so Litna spun around in pure shock. He just gave a bitter, quiet smile, like he was reminding everyone that this title belonged to the past. Amid the chaos of battle, a frantic order tore through the noise: lock in a tight circular defense, and under no circumstances shatter the formation. Enemies flooded in from every direction, and their hides were way too tough to crack, so the fighters, totally baffled, turned to their leader and demanded what to do next. The young man rubbed his cheek in pure panic, racing through his mind for any crack in the trap. They didn't know how long they could hang on, but right then, faith was all that kept them standing. Lady Kaelin's message hit like a hammer. No matter what broke them, they had to push through and endure. Because the team trusted her with their lives, they survived. So now there's only one choice: go all the way. The boy hoisted his weapon, roared at his people to keep fighting with every ounce of strength they had, and refused to back down. His hand clamped down hard on the weapon, knuckles white with tension. Even as he shouted to stand and fight to the death, deep down he was already hunting for a way to slip back, and he was desperately praying Lady Kaelin would come save him. Above the wooden barricade, a furious swarm of winged creatures tore through the sky. Suddenly a call sliced through the air: his name. The monsters barreled straight toward the New West like a storm that wouldn't slow down. The boy cut in fast, insisting he wasn't a commander. But right then, something eerie up ahead seized his attention. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupted ahead, and the shocked young man just couldn't wrap his mind around what was happening. He shot back a hard, unshakable no. Suddenly, eerie black shadows started whipping through the sky, and the fighters all froze, staring, wondering if a brand new monster had just arrived. But then bam, the most horrifying thing happened. A mysterious power started tearing into the heavenly salmon, swallowing it alive, bite by brutal bite. At the front line, a soldier's panic detonated as he rushed to the commander and blurted that the enemy had smashed through the defenses. A massive swarm of winged horrors slammed toward the soldiers, and panic exploded as they thrust their spears up to meet them. The commander clutched the axe even tighter and roared at his men to dig in and never retreat. The monsters' jaws snapped open inches from their faces. A savage whirlwind ripped through the air like it had a grudge. The commander froze, because the surprise hit like a punch to the chest. A massive vine-made dome slammed down and shattered the enemies into chunks, and the soldiers instantly knew this had to be the alchemy master Rast at work. One of the fighters choked out a mutter of disbelief, stunned that some plain old scroll could unleash that kind of power. Plant vines kept ripping through the air like living blades. The commander could only lock eyes on the sky, stunned, trying to wrap his mind around the sheer scale of what was unfolding. These monsters, so tough a heavy axe couldn't even make a dent, crumbled into dust in just a few seconds. A heavy sigh burst out of his chest as the dust from the fight finally started to fade. Wiping sweat off his forehead, the commander seethed as he thought of those higher-ranked alchemists, because this carefree young guy had just unleashed terrifying techniques without a single flinch. When they demanded a report on the losses, the subordinates snapped back. No one died, and only 12 fighters walked away with minor cuts and bruises. Relief finally cracked across the commander's face in a smile. Right nearby, the bald giant let out a heavy, defeated sigh, then scratched the back of his head, crushed by his own helplessness. The clouds finally broke and the sky cleared, but the warrior's gut stayed heavy, because deep down, he knew their defense had been crushed before it even mattered. The giant slumped and muttered that it was all just trash, and that alone left the commander frozen, his mind screaming that the guy was a fool. The warrior froze mid-breath, blinking hard in disbelief, because that reaction made zero sense to him. He warned the giant that if they hadn't shoved the civilians to safety in time, and if the enemy had crashed through the defenses from the very start, then that tragedy would have been impossible to stop. Braced against the massive axe, the leader tilted his head to the sky and snapped at his companion, asking if he was really going to moan about his own weakness when faced with someone else's power. Then he slapped the big guy on the shoulder like a friend, reminding him to stick to the roles and make sure everyone stays in their place. Right when he was boasting about his flawless tactic, a sharp, startled cry cut him off. Someone yelled that the transport mules were under attack. Without a second to breathe, the commander shot his fist up and barked orders, sending fighters sprinting out to rip through and clear the rear right away. As the sun blazed overhead, the warrior watched him and grinned, absolutely sure Litna was the best commander anyone could ever ask for. Shin clung to the roller coaster track at dizzying heights, desperate to crack Tatsu's mind, only to realize Tatsu's brain runs purely on instinct, like an animal that won't think twice. A mysterious creature snapped awake on an ice crystal beneath a beam of light, signaling the start of a whole new era. Under that endless blue sky, the young warrior strode toward his friends with total confidence, vowing, no matter the cost, that he'd protect them all. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a black slime started to seep onto the ground, while eerie moans crawled through the air. The groans kept swelling louder and louder, like something was about to snap. He clenched his teeth, trapped in pure helplessness. The smooth official, ripped in torn clothes, crashed through the brush, lungs burning with terror, still stunned that fate had turned on him so brutally. The exhausted fugitive stumbled to a stop, gulping air, and the face of the person behind every single one of his misfortunes flashed in his mind. The one who tore the whole world apart. Everything went up in flames the moment that cursed boy crossed the association's threshold for the very first time. He remembered that loud upstart from his childhood who latched onto alchemy dreams and drove everyone nuts with those ridiculous rants about magical elements. That boy yearned with his whole heart to uncover nature's secret mysteries. Even when his mother snapped and told him to toss the mushrooms, he couldn't tear his eyes away, because their eerie look felt like the first spark of real alchemy. Then nobody backed him up, not a single soul, but he still lifted his eyes with total confidence, ready to stare down his fate. With a cold glare, the father snapped him out of his thoughts about Richest and demanded to know if he'd studied alchemy today. The boy trudged forward, lost in memories of his alchemist parents' roaring hopes, and the burning dream that one day he'd become the youngest master in history. And right there, his dream detonated into reality. He stormed into the department of weapon alchemy to thunderous applause, while the bitter, old rival fumed, seething and refusing to admit his genius. Jealous fury consumed him so completely he snapped with rage. He swore he'd make Rast choke on despair and wipe out everyone standing anywhere near him. He kept cursing his name, over and over, like it had personally betrayed him. In the dim light, rage shook through the man like a live wire. Creepy whispers slithered through the empty corridors, like they were hunting for someone. Suddenly, he jerked back like something just struck him. The mere thought of someone else winning ate through him from the inside, screaming for revenge, right now. In the very next heartbeat, his amulet exploded into jagged cracks, and he panicked, scrambling for cover inside an alchemical vial. He ripped the cork free and guzzled the potion like it was the last drop on earth. But the miracle never showed up. The man trudged on in total despair, completely lost, and he couldn't even figure out how everything spiraled out of control. Realizing he couldn't do a thing, wild fear ripped the life right out of his face. He clamped down on the wound in full panic, staring like, why won't it heal? Broken bottles littered the ground like they'd shattered in a hurry, leaving the place empty and ruined. Consumed by rage, he wiped out every last herb supply, but it still wasn't enough to satisfy him. I had to grit my teeth, make the extreme call, and reach for a special device hiding under the ripped uniform. At first, he clung to one hope: get to the association, where the medicines were supposed to be far better. He couldn't take it anymore, and he slammed the mechanism into action. This thing always smeared his clothes with dirt, but now he didn't care at all. He roared the spell at the top of his lungs, ripped open an interdimensional portal, and slammed in the king of Myxomycetes, the parasitic beast known as Number 4. With a blinding flash, monstrous, hideous tentacles ripped out of the darkness in an instant. The slime shot forward and cinched itself tight around his fingers. Thick, sticky tapes clung to the man, wrapping him up tight like a living cocoon. A vile mass slithered over his face and neck, sinking under the skin like it owned him. With a jolt of fresh power, he barked at the creature to haul him straight to the capital. A gigantic black glob of foul slime barreled ahead, roaring as it smashed through trees. That magical barrier split with a vicious crack, then blasted apart into a storm of flying shards. The man got yanked straight to the capital's gate, but one guard's furious shout slammed him to a sudden stop. Still reeling from that brutal crash, he wasted no time and slammed the scroll of return to get back on his feet. He sprinted for the medicine, because if he missed it, it would all be over. On any other day, his battered, wounded look would have screamed for the guard's attention. But today, everyone was too caught up in something else. Chaos erupted everywhere. Houses lay in ruins, people screamed and sprawled on the pavement, and terrified soldiers scrambled to bring order back before everything collapsed. As he pushed through the crowd, panicked voices screamed about the crushed army and the horrific fish-like creatures that had rained down from the sky. Breath came in ragged gasps as his throat scorched with fatigue, and the pain kept climbing. The horrifying infection on his back beat louder and louder, like it was hunting the rest of his body and about to poison everything. His only lifeline was the association of alchemists. There, the potion he needed was sure to be waiting. He kept telling himself the nightmare would finally be over any second, right around the next bend. Instead of a majestic stone fortress, all he found were smoking ruins staring back at him. He just stood there, completely stunned. No words could escape his mouth. The idea that he could have just turned the right way in an instant evaporated fast, until all that was left was pure, crushing helplessness. Richest just stopped dead in front of the ruins, staring in disbelief as the association's magnificent building lay smashed into rubble. Despair tore through him, because he'd poured his entire life into this work, and now it was slipping away. Suddenly, a faint rustle crept in from behind, like something was about to strike. He jerked around in panic, instantly feeling something unfamiliar lurking right behind him. From the darkness of the hood, a mocking voice slid out like a knife, greeting Master Richest with pure disrespect. The guests scanned the empty street with a tense stare, wondering how that barrier wiped the neighborhood clean without even breaking a sweat. The alchemist's jaw dropped when he heard the news. The stranger flashed a hungry grin, reliving that insane sight of armored salmon raining from the sky. That grin kept stretching wider and wider, as those wild memories flooded his head. The guest's eyes snapped again to the association's building, shattered, wrecked, and beyond recognition. Dark marks crawled across the ground, and the newcomer realized the foreign magic had dug in deep. It looked like the monsters were streaking straight for the trap bait, someone left hidden inside the building. The horde surged with deadly intent, charging straight for the alchemist's main office. The guests said the rest of the city only took small hits, but the attackers' big plans kept getting smashed by one stubborn warrior with a sword. The opponent barely flinched. Your crushing strike only left minor damage behind. The armored salmon's sudden strike hit like pure chaos, but it ended up working way too well for a little while. But that victory didn't even get time to settle in, because it vanished almost instantly. Out of the dark, a hooded figure slithered into view, sneering that everything was a huge disappointment, and the bald merchant's courage crumbled as fear hit him hard. The terrified man snapped his head back and stuttered out a frantic question: who the heck was standing in front of him? The merchant's face slicked with cold sweat, as the stranger's ominous aura closed in like a threat. The stranger claimed he was just some nobody, then whipped out a glowing payment sealed in magical chains, and said he'd come to thank Master Richest, because those defective goods wrecked his plans. That same broken piece, the one that kicked everything off the rails, caught the light and gleamed like it was daring fate. That one mistake crushed the stranger's entire grand plan and sent it crashing to a full stop. Ricklesama's stomach dropped the second he truly understood how dangerous things had become. The merchant stammered, baffled by what gratitude was supposed to mean, just as the noose tightened around his throat. In the next heartbeat, the attacker clamped a dead grip on Richest's face, yanked him up with terrifying ease, and forced him to scream out in brutal agony. As he watched the victim suffer, the madman flashed a shameless grin, then leaned in and purred that he just stumbled onto something absolutely incredible. "The demon inside you is blooming beautifully," he purred, clocking how perfectly this man matched mushroom magic while his soul spilled over with raw, nasty negativity. Richest pressed his palm to his forehead, panicking as his hand shook, while the mysterious guest calmly told him he didn't need to thank anyone. The hooded stranger snapped his fingers with a sharp, sudden crack. The stranger's face twisted into a hungry, predatory grin as he vowed he'd bring Richest a special gift. At that instant, black arrows of filth erupted from the fat man's body with a savage hiss, and he arched into sudden, hell-level agony. The poor man's face split at the seams, his flesh turning raw as dark veins surged in, and his human form vanished in a blink. Ripped muscles burst through his clothes, and the nobleman was instantly swallowed into a savage, uncontrollable pile of flesh. In the dead of night, high above the rooftops, the city seemed to hush, as a satisfied guest whispered, clearly happy he'd chosen to stay right here. He vowed to the terrified creature that it would be reborn completely, and in the pitch-dark room, the first thunderous thump of the new monster's heart rolled through the silence. A brutal, muffled thud slammed through the darkness, like the night itself just got hit. The hooded stranger gave a chilling smirk and darted to escape before the mysterious woman showed up. Then, at the last second, he wished the monster a happy demonic life. In the half-dark, a predator's grin stretched wide, sealing that smug, mocking wish in stone. Out of nowhere, a blazing white flash tore through the darkness with a hiss, and the stranger jerked back, startled out of his skin. A searing blade of light roared outward, ripping the night's darkness clean in half without mercy. Merc! The sharp agony in his right leg suddenly started to fade away. The villagers crowded in around him, worry etched across every face. Someone yelled, "Hey, can you hear me? Are you even conscious?" Suddenly, darkness swallowed everything. Only the heavy thump of a heartbeat kept pounding in the silence. Then bam, another gut punch landed. He snapped his eyes open wide in an instant. Then, out of nowhere, the priest crumpled onto the pavement, howling in agony as gigantic, monstrous mushrooms erupted straight out of his chest. Agony twisted his face out of shape. The terrified peasants bolted back, eyes wide with horror at the sheer madness unfolding before them. The girl went rigid in terror, clamping both hands over her mouth so no sound could slip out. The priest's body flashed dark in seconds, sealing over with thick mycelium, then blasted out toxic spores. Mushrooms burst through his hand's skin, shredding the flesh with every horrible sprout. A terrifying darkness spilled into the air and swallowed everything around them. The man crumbled as if he were melting from the inside out, twisting into a vile, slimy horror. Right in the middle of the street, a fat demon called Richest surged out of a puddle of black sludge. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the room like something was about to go wrong. The townspeople snapped to it right away. This skyborn creature was the reason the armored salmon collapsed, and they erupted into screams, convinced a monster in human skin had just shown up. A terrified person in the crowd fixed their eyes on him, shrieked like they were losing their mind, and demanded the monster be killed, right now. The streets erupted in total chaos, and everyone sprinted for their lives, scrambling as far away as they possibly could. They tore through the halls yelling over each other, begging for someone, anyone, to decide who to call next. The knights, the royal army, or at least those battered alchemist students. While Richest stood there, strange mushrooms sprouted across his face with eerie little pops. The demon only grimaced in disgust, totally baffled. He had no idea why everyone stared at him like he'd just committed the worst crime imaginable. But people swore those mushrooms were poisonous, and the road erupted into a nasty traffic jam because of it. Richest lunged with his slick hand, pleading for them to pause, just to wait a moment. But every word fell on deaf ears, so he just stood there, heart pounding with grief, as they walked out without him. Then, right in front of him, bam, a magical musket materialized out of thin air. A squad of royal soldiers slammed into his path, cranked into a tight line, and leveled their weapons right at him. The young commander snapped his cold palm up and barked the order. Everyone opened fire at once. A squad of soldiers locked their sights on a strange figure in the middle of the street, all set to unleash gunfire the instant the command hit. They locked straight onto the demon, and their magical weapons surged to life, blasting with blinding light as it charged. The first bullet slammed into the target, but nothing budged, so the captain barked, "Cease fire," when he realized ordinary magic couldn't do a thing here. The shells just melted into the monster's body, proving every grim warning in that report was right. Harold was ordered to stop firing, and he locked his eyes on the dark silhouette ahead. One fighter urged they strike first, but the commander snapped him down on the spot, warning that deadly poisonous spores were swarming the enemy ahead. With their crew already stretched thin, taking chances in that situation would have been pure suicide. Harold didn't hold back. He ordered them to charge the other magical plates and crash together in a single, deadly strike. Meanwhile, the creature trembled in terror, forcing out one desperate truth: "I'm human, not a demon." The mutated man, twisted beyond recognition, reached out with a slime-slick hand, begging for mercy like it might still save him. Nobody even listened to his plea. Someone barked an order, and the next salvo blasted straight into the target. The poor guy barely had time to catch a glimpse of his own awful reflection, mushrooms sprouting on his head, staring back at him from a shattered window. The second the flame hit, it swallowed him whole. He erupted into wild screams as the soldiers watched him coolly, stone cold. Only after the screams started to fade, Harold shot his hand up and barked, "Stop firing." That flame hit. Then nothing changed, because this monster adapted in seconds and power surged as the fire only made it stronger. In a cold sweat, the commander snapped his orders, "Draw the blades." The steel tore free from its sheath with a rattling roar, blasting through the air. The whole squad surged forward, screaming a battle cry, as they drove straight at the massive black slug. Suddenly, the monster broke through the pavement with a thunderous splash. Did he seriously slip out through that drain? The young fighter stood there, completely frozen as confusion crashed over him. The slug vanished into the pitch-dark underground tunnels, and the young man could only snap curses into the void, helpless as hell. Across the world, far from everything, the wind kept yanking at a distant, foreign flag like it was alive. Out there, tucked between the hills, a massive military camp sprawled out like it owned the land. That red-haired leader was tallying up the damage from the heavenly salmon's rampage. And then she flat-out promised killer special bonuses to anyone who proved themselves in the fight. Beside the smiling blonde boy, two silent figures loomed in strange masks marked with a sharp eye design. They froze in place, and not a single sound escaped. At last, the leader barked their names right out loud: Ari and Roa. Two masked fighters stood in tense silence, eyes locked on the crowd forming ahead. During the attack, the commander spotted that the soldier instantly judged the heavenly salmon's power and wasted no time sending the verdict up the chain. So he stepped in to thank him right away. She grinned and said there's no shortage of hotheads around here, so she fully trusts him to handle the ones who barrel forward without thinking. Then she saluted the defenders who fought tooth and nail to shield civilians, and kept every single person from getting hurt. The moment they called out litany, his face lit up with pure, stunned disbelief. And just like that, she sealed the final spot on the hero list, Rast. Even though he'd been out of active duty for ages, the young man shrugged and said, modestly but firmly, I'm glad to lend a hand." Meanwhile, Summer bowed his head with respect and said it was an absolute honor to hear praise like that. Rast shot a confident nod, fully confirming he was ready to dive in and keep moving. He stood there steady in front of her, palm pressed to his chest like he was about to pour his feelings out. The commander declared his victory a huge win, then raced through the heavenly salmon and guarded the camp so it wouldn't be destroyed. For a brief moment the girl went quiet, shut her eyes tight and held her breath. She burst out that one tiny mistake could blow up the whole mission to explore these lands, and her gratitude is beyond words. A real smile snapped across her face as she gushed that she was beyond happy he joined the team. And then they slammed their hands together in a solid handshake. Rast flashed a warm smile, then quietly thanked everyone in front of him. But the very next second, he halted mid-breath, utterly stunned by what he was seeing. A small, shaky burst of applause trembled through the room, echoing everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the whole crowd exploded into thunderous applause and shouted their thanks at the top of their lungs. At that exact moment, the boy felt the brutal weight of Richest's treacherous escape finally slide off his shoulders. He stared at the laughing crowd, and real relief finally hit him like a wave. His companion just flashed a calm, gentle smile back. She stepped up to the front and fired off a bold message to everyone in the room. Turns out the heavenly salmon didn't just show up. It straight up stormed the capital. She's not just talking. She's already filed an official complaint against Richest for the treacherous attack on the master. The brutal news of the association's destruction hit Rast hard, even though he never planned to go back there. Even the royal castle was in total pandemonium, and nobody was about to sit around waiting for some order from above. Rast grabbed the moment with both hands and launched a full-on mass distribution of magical crystals right away. The girl agreed on the spot, but she couldn't help warning Rast that an enormous mountain of work was about to hit. Right now, the big job is fixing and upgrading the local roads, so everyone can finally communicate without delays. A few days later, they were counting down to the grand arrival of a fresh shipment of rare Kajero fruits. Even the neighboring lords were buzzing about this deal, so all that was left was locking in the final details and thanking everyone for the great cooperation ahead. The work was roaring full speed, and every step they took slammed them closer to forging a power-packed alliance. Rast finally slipped back into his tent, let out a shaky sigh, and remembered how that crowd had thrown him off with their non-stop, way too close attention. Suddenly, shock hit him like a lightning bolt, and he froze dead in his tracks. Inside a tiny cage, the little lizard ripped off its old skin, and brand new real wings unfurled on its back. "You're not a lizard, you're a dragon," the boy blurted, staring in disbelief and jabbing his finger at the little creature. He'd never come this close to a real dragon in his entire life. That tiny baby just squeaked back, and now the bewildered owner was stuck there. No clue what to do next with this whole amazing mystery. Rast couldn't forget how badly he'd been fooled. He didn't even realize who he'd picked up on the road back then. Just as his mind raced, something clattered into his grip, an ordinary grass brick. Yet it did absolutely nothing to explain the madness unfolding around him. Still in disbelief, he blurted out to the little ones how they'd ended up alone on that beaten path. The little dragon just fluttered its wings carelessly, like none of those questions even mattered. The boy held out a chunk of ration to the little one, but it just sniffed the strange food with sharp, suspicious eyes. Seeing that, the young man froze for a second, then quickly started rummaging through his supplies, trying to figure out what he could serve his unexpected guest. He kept insisting, like he was proving that cracker was totally, genuinely edible. But the baby just turned its head with smug pride, straight up ignoring the treat like it wasn't even worth a look. Right then, the tiny dragon sneezed, so comically it almost made everyone laugh. That one sneeze was so violent, it blasted the cracker clean out of place, leaving the culprit staring in total confusion. The moment his own sneeze hit, the baby got scared and let out a pitiful little whine. The boy remembered dragons don't just roar, they hunt, so he grabbed his courage and went hunting for dried monster parts. Suddenly, the little one yanked out its tail branch and jabbed straight at the table packed with reagents. The young man froze in shock, already calculating the safest dose for that tiny creature. So it wants his magical potions, for real. With a quick thank you to Rosie for prying the cage open, he slid a bowl of liquid inside with careful, steady hands. The little baby shut his eyes with pure satisfaction and started greedily chugging the drink. The potion vanished in seconds, and the boy just stared, shocked, baffled, and suddenly obsessed with what this wonder really fed on. The little creature finished its meal so fast that the bowl in front of it came out completely licked clean. The young man just watched that feral hunger unfold, grinning like he couldn't wait for what came next. That little baby squeaked with happy contentment, even though most animals normally would have recoiled at the sight of him, except Hippopo the hippopotamus, who clearly didn't care at all. The boy stared into the shadowy rose and quietly begged it to hold him up, just in case everything went sideways. He leaned in and poured a little more potion into the bowl, slow and precise. The young man knew he had to stay sharp, so he ordered the plant to keep a non-stop, razor-close watch on the subject's condition. At that moment, he was buried in a scroll of graphs, hunting for even the tiniest clue. Surprisingly, the cub didn't flinch one bit and kept eagerly licking the dishes like it was exactly what it wanted. Suddenly, the boy's eyes snapped still in shock. The tiny one dropped down to sleep right there, safe under the thorny vine's fierce guard. He yawned all sweet and slow, like the whole world could wait. Staring at this sleepy little wonder, the young man finally felt the time had come to give it a real name. Soon after, he spilled the news to his acquaintance, and she froze mid-bite, so stunned she blurted straight out, "Wait, what about the dragon?" She snapped still with food stuck in her mouth, fork clenched tight, trying to process the shock she just heard. He wrapped up his story, went stone silent, and just sat there, hanging on his friend's reaction. The girl gasped that a real dragon would be the first one found in centuries, because everyone had always treated dragons like nothing more than pretty fairy tale stories. The boy replayed how he'd pulled off the rescue for the baby, and then he basically confirmed it. If that wasn't genius on full display, nothing was, meaning his divine origin was all but guaranteed. The companion nibbled the fish canapé with a skeptical sneer, insisting that refusing one patch of grass still hadn't proved a single thing about intelligence. He took a sip of warm sake, gave a calm little reply, and basically said, "That's just one example," then made it clear he'd sit back and watch from that point on. As he spun the cup in his hands, the girl leaned in and reminded him. He was the real expert here, and chances were he'd already cooked up a plan. The boy nodded with a grim breath, already seeing just how huge the danger really was. She flashed a warm, encouraging smile, like she already knew everything would work out. In the end, he chose the only smart play: snare the beast with a magical contract. She never once dreamed of palace games. Her heart was set on something way bigger, beyond the endless bloodshed. With the cup thudding onto the table, the boy leaned in and told me about Kalen, a mysterious creature everyone had treated like a bedtime story from ancient times for centuries. The lady gasped and demanded, "So you're really going to sign a contract with this legend?" After a beat, a soft smile lit up her face, and she nodded, giving her full consent. But she warned her, "Before you take a single step, you'd better set up rock-solid protection with special roses first." The young man started to reel off a lesson, claiming every fairy tale hides a grain of truth, while the lady sat there already bracing for the kind of lecture that drags on forever. The delighted alchemist rushed to thank him, but she cut him off mid-speech and pressed a finger to his lips. Staring her down, the guy shot back, completely sure he understood every single thing. Only one mysterious name kept spinning in his head: Kalen. The lady winked with a grin and declared she was definitely coming for the ritual. Then she demanded they call her the second everything was ready. On the way back, she teased him, asking if he was doing all of this just for kicks, and he only awkwardly laughed it off. Now it was time to move. Then a mysterious family crest blazed bright on her clothes. When the alchemist came back to the room, he froze, Two serious twin sisters, Roa and Ari, were already there, and they immediately started guarding the little lizard with unrelenting focus. Staring at the terrified creature, he suddenly remembered how Roa had eyed this tiny dragon with hard suspicion from the very first second. Roa snapped to full alert and barked at her companions to stay on guard. Then, all of a sudden, she dropped her gaze in embarrassment and apologized to Master Rast for the false alarm. The boy calmly halted her right then, promising her nothing bad would happen. He was so sure that taking on the white dragon wouldn't even be dangerous for a second. Rast leaned in and stared hard at the creature's eye, no magical glimmer in sight. So his foresight gift wasn't just failing, it was straight up busted right then. The boy glanced over his shoulder, eyes sharp with thought. Just to be safe, he told Roa and Ari to duck behind Hippopo's back. That outrage lit a fuse in the other fighter, but Rast swooped in, tossed her a compliment, and suddenly she was calm, because he just crowned her the strongest on their team. Then he yanked out a tiny bottle, like it held the next move. The girls shot straight to the point. How's the master going to draft the contract? And is he planning to bring alchemy into it too? Roa lifted a finger to her lips, holding her breath as she waited for him to answer. The boy snapped that weak alchemy would just fizzle off the dragon, but if you hit it with alchemy too strong, you'd actually end up hurting it. A mysterious grin flashed across his face as soon as he grilled his friends about everything they knew about primal magic. Roa admitted, looking utterly baffled, that she barely knows anything. She only understands her link to the life force and how blood can act like a conductor. Rask grinned and said ancient magic is tied to dragons, and now he's putting his old colleague's theories to the test right this moment. Rose hated every second of that dull lecture, then cut him off fast by thrusting her hands out. Ari let out a shy gasp and clapped her hand over her mouth, and the boy immediately stammered an apology for talking way too much. The girl shot him an urgent grin and insisted nonstop that she was absolutely dying to hear his theories. Rose leaned in and told her friend, "We've got to stop Rast right now, or he'll keep yapping nonstop until evening, and everyone will be begging for silence." The boy finally snapped back to his senses and told Rose, "Start." He awkwardly cleared his throat, bracing himself for the moment that mattered most. A burst of magical light slammed into the room, and right there, among those lush green branches, a tiny winged dragon blinked into existence on the pillow. Rast proudly strutted in with his bizarre pet, and the guests stared in pure shock. The baby gave a funny little squint and stared at everyone with those huge, shiny black eyes. That cute little kid look might fool you, but he reminds everyone he's still a real dragon, no matter his age. His eyes snapped cold and serious the second it happened. Panic gnawed at him as he realized the beast could rip his arm clean off, unless Rose lunged in time. The guests started buzzing and bickering. Were those rare herbs the real deal, or was he just using a dragon as bait to snag a fortune? The tiny dragon giggled as it happily slurped water straight from the bowl. Rast snapped to attention and remembered the powerful magical formulas the Alchemist'S association had left behind. Without those concentrates, brewing real potions is impossible, and forcing them to be made again is sheer, soul-crushing torment. While the satellites stared in awe at the tiny creature, the boy prayed that his supplies were tucked away safe and sound. The little baby happily smacked its lips and licked the plate clean. The alchemist flashed a warm smile, and just like that, pushed every anxious thought out of the room. Legends say you can only forge a contract with a dragon if you're willing to harness the beast's primal magic. With a confident motion, he pulled a beautifully patterned knife from its sheath. The shocked assistant asked how, and the boy snapped back that this weapon was forged from the horn of a double unicorn. Ancient tales screamed one rule: the ritual had to kick off with a human's blood, only if they chose to give it. Rast slowly dragged the razor-sharp blade across his wrist, drawing pain with every inch. The blade kissed his skin. He carved a clean slash straight in front of the little dragon's curious stare. The second blood hit the ground. The knife snapped to life, erupting in a blinding swirl of magic light. Rast readied a special knife carved with capillary channels, built to stamp that bloody emblem while wasting as little blood as possible. With one fist he gripped the blade tight. With the other he clutched a chain, the medallion dangling like a promise. The boy snapped his arm out and thrust the knife toward the little white dragon. "My name's Rast," he said, steady as stone, right before everything changed. The little one cocked his head, utterly puzzled, while the alchemist kept talking like nothing could stop him. Through this bloody pattern, the carved blade snapped up the red droplets the moment they hit, glowing bright with symbols as the boy summoned, ready to seal a contract. Light tore through the air in sharp lines, and a magical circle snapped onto the blade's tip, trapping the bewildered creature in its glow. That sudden blast of energy hit so hard the little dragon snapped its eyes wide in shock, and even Rast jolted and flinched. A deafening burst of raw power ripped through everything. When the glow faded, the normal contract screen vanished, and weird runes drifted in the air like they were waiting to be decoded. The second it happened, the boy went completely numb. He had zero idea that was coming. These ancient symbols pulsed with a gentle glow, hiding something massive and vital right beneath their light. Rast slammed on the brakes, locking his eyes on the blank nothing in front of him. Rose's instincts screamed the moment something felt off, and she shot him a worried question. Did he find anything? The girl shot a look back at her friends, praying Ari and Roa had spotted it too. Right in front of him, a mysterious slab with ancient runes lit up like it was alive, so he blurted in shock, asking how the other three couldn't see it too. Rose said, calm as ever, that he hears every one of the girls replies himself. The boy finally broke the silence and admitted he understood it all now. Ari and Roa straight up confirmed it. There's nothing at all ahead of them. Rast still shot a sharp finger at the weird polygonal tile, floating inches from his nose. To be extra safe, he muttered a spell under his breath and instantly hauled up a choking wall of thorn vines. The young man flashed a calm smile at the girls and said it was only for safety, just in case. Those sharp, spiked stems snapped tight and wrapped the whole group, plus the horse, into one solid fortress, blocking anything that tried to get through. He beamed at Rose, proud as he surveyed his own handiwork, but she just smirked with pride and snapped that she didn't need any of that care. The girl brushed it off like it was nothing, saying it didn't bother her at all, leaving the boy staring, completely lost. The rat gaped at the bizarre glowing rings, and then it hit him fast. This whole interface was showing up for only him. The young man narrowed his eyes, staring like he was hunting for the truth. He stretched his hand out inch by inch, like he was afraid of what he'd touch. His palm hovered right above those mysterious runes, like the next heartbeat was waiting to strike. A split-second flash hits, and then a brutal surge of magic crashes through the room like a tidal wave. Rast went wide-eyed with shock and jerked back fast. Suddenly, a tiny dragon burst into view right in front of his face, fluttering its wings and chirping like it was joy itself. His companions stared at it in shock, like his eyes couldn't believe what they were seeing. The boy leaned in and demanded if the little one was really telling him to touch that panel. The girl with the glasses stared straight ahead with that special eye, but it found nothing at all. She frowned hard, clearly not buying it. Another girl had zero clue what he was hunting for in that dead, empty space. They talked about ancient primordial magic that could slip straight past any concealment technique, no matter how hidden you tried to be. Right before Rast's eyes, a totally unheard-of graphic scheme burst onto the scene, something no textbook had ever dared to show. His finger slid onto the asterisk shining, ring asterisk on the panel. A tiny spark lit up the boy's face, and he couldn't help grinning like everything was finally right. He recognized every warning sign for what it was, so he pushed himself in his head to asterisk keep max caution asterisk. But the asterisk hunger for answers crushed the fear, and thrust that hand forward once more. Strange symbols snapped into place with every touch, lining up in a perfect, unmistakable sequence. That sudden rustle snapped him upright, and he jumped hard. Right in front of him sat a asterisk tiny white dragon asterisk, and it looked like it could read those ancient symbols like it was born to. The medallion's antique scales dangled and swayed, clicking softly with every little movement of the chain. The boy clutched the chain in his hand, squeezing it so tight it felt like it might snap. Suddenly, a bright, pure light started oozing out from his fresh wound. The medallion snapped to life, the moment it tasted the blood, blasting out blinding light like a sudden flashbang. The boy thrust out his hand, summoning a magical circle, while behind him, someone yelled Rose's name with pure panic. Thick, spiky vines clawed around the carriage, and the terrified horse jerked in fear as a crack ripped across them. A blinding flash tore through the boy's vision like a lightning strike. Deep in the tangled underbrush, a squad rode close behind a mysterious mounted beast. The boy furrowed his brow, grinding his brain to figure out what in the world was going on. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide with shock. A sinister, perfectly mirrored pattern suddenly surfaced on the kid's body. The tiny creature burst with joy, glowing bright as it fluttered its wings. He snapped his head around, flashed those razor-sharp teeth, and let out a tiny, quiet squeak. The boy stepped right up and blurted, stunned, asking if he'd really grown that much. He slowly pushed his palm forward, reaching into the unknown. Silent pause. Then just like that, the young man's face lit up with a real, heartfelt smile. On the baby's chest, the mighty symbol of the sacred runner of the heavens blazed like a holy mark. Staring into those huge eyes, he leaned in and whispered that the little one had to get a name, like, right now. And right then, it exploded into his mind like a light bulb turning on. A warm smile exploded across his face. He already knew the name for the little one, no doubt about it. And just like that, he pressed his fingertip to the little one's tiny paw and sealed an official contract with the dragonlet Saluk right there, in front of the stunned Kaelin and her masked assistants. Late at night, the military camp went eerily quiet, until heavy footsteps thundered near the alchemist's tent. In his humble lab, glassware sat perfectly lined up on the shelves, sparkling, waiting to be smashed into action for whatever experiments came next. Rast snapped his head around in shock when a loud voice suddenly blared right at the entrance. It was Kaelin. She showed up in the dead of night, grabbed a bottle of wine, and came straight to the door. The girl beamed and pushed the idea of a laid-back hangout, something they hadn't done in ages. While she checked out her friend's place, she leaned in and stared into a wooden box packed with spotless flasks. Without pausing for even a second, the guest grabbed the lab glassware to use instead of plain cups. Rast snapped in an instant, demanding, loud and clear, that each flask gets painstakingly scrubbed clean of every last speck of dust, because even the tiniest grain could wreck his entire transmutation results. He leaned in, voice trembling, and made it clear he couldn't just ignore the brutal way they treated his instruments. Knowing his friend wouldn't fold, the boy let out a heavy sigh and asked Rosa to set up a cozy little corner for them. Kaelin side-eyed Litany and from behind her back whipped out a bag of snacks she'd secretly swiped. As the girl poured the drink into the flasks, their tiny handheld dragon spun on the carpet, then suddenly sneezed, shaking flower pollen everywhere in the most hilarious way. Kaelin stared at Rast in shock, realizing he let the kid run loose through the camp with zero limits. The boy calmly said there was zero reason to keep a loyal little dragon on a leash. As the heroes lounged peacefully on their mats, a goofy, absolutely starving rumble erupted from the side, coming straight from the little dragon. The winged baby tiptoed forward, leading with its nose as it sniffed out familiar scents it couldn't resist. The boy felt that stare lock on him, grinned, and then handed the baby a bottle like it was nothing. That tiny dragon instantly landed on his shoulder, and Kaelin burst into playful laughter, teasing his friend that the potion tasted just like plain, ordinary grass. The boy acted like he was furious, but the girl beamed and happily held out her glass for a toast. She shut her eyes again, savoring every second, and kept teasing him for his bizarre cooking tricks and alchemy magic. But the little one didn't get a single joke. He was already chugging that magical potion straight out of the deep bowl with everything he had. The clink of glasses sliced through the cold night air. Across from the girl, the boy leaned in and earnestly raised a toast to their totally unexpected meeting. He smiled with warmth, nodding like, Yeah, you've become more than a friend, you've become someone I truly value. In that instant, the past crashed into his mind. How Kalen ripped him out of that dull alchemist guild and completely remade his life. Because of her, he stumbled into these incredible people. And somehow, they became his brand new family. Even now, that boy couldn't shake the thought. If he hadn't taken that other path back then, would he still be rotting away in the association? Those piercing thoughts hit him like lightning, and his cheeks betrayed him with an instant blush as he awkwardly tore his gaze away. The boy suddenly choked on the strong drink, and Rose just froze, staring at him in shock. He hurriedly swallowed a huge gulp, trying to smother the burn clawing at his throat. The girl hurriedly doused the scorching mix with water, and the boy shot her a grateful smile like he'd just been saved. Rose lifted the fire spirit and burst into laughter, daring it to scorch everything it touched. After he set the glass down, he finally leaned in and demanded to know what she really wanted to talk about. The glass slipped from his hand and hit the floor with a soft, chilling thud. Rose softly ran her fingers over the tiny dragon, muttering that this little brat didn't come here for ordinary water. Something bigger was going on. The tiny one chewed her finger like it was a game, and the girl snapped into a shocked gasp. That tiny dragon snorted like it was totally pleased, and Rose kept rubbing her chin, lost in thought. As the water hammered into the glass, Rose leaned in and asked if he still remembered the story she told him about the road construction. The boy flashed a warm smile and shot back, "Of course I remember it all." The girl burst out that the plans were finally approved, so in just a few days, they'd need his own working hands. With permission in hand, she slammed her glass down in one gulp. Rose grinned as she lifted the empty glass, practically begging him to save the day again. She flashed a real, heartfelt smile and told him she was counting on him, again. Kaylin turned out to love her drinks, yet somehow she still carried herself with calm, steady sense. Even with her lord's duties weighing on her shoulders, she still squeezed in some fun, grinning as she joked that the little dragon should sign a contract with her. The boy flashed a gentle smile and stayed by her side all night, because that's what real friends do. The very next day, Say was wiped out to the bone. Then, in total despair, he started flinging papers everywhere, tangled up in his own research mess. The sun beat down mercilessly from above, roasting everything in its path. After he signed the contract, he fought to figure out why nothing changed on the outside, even though the inside signs were dropping fast. The magical scroll only tells you what's physically there, so to measure the non-material magic stuff, they have to swing in a pendulum. Building wild theories about the unknown was pure fun, but Say couldn't escape one burning torment. Does this world hold another immaterial force besides magic? Just as his thoughts started to spin, a tiny dragon suddenly latched onto the boy's clothes and demanded, straight up, to fetch that strange plate again. The boy let out a defeated sigh, like he'd already given up. But the second his big companion's stomach growled loud and hungry, every clever theory instantly crumbled. He flashed a warm, gentle smile that felt like a soft hand on your shoulder. The beast rumbled with a satisfied purr, like it finally got what it wanted. Ari crept up on Rast in silence, his mind racing. Was that contract the only leash on the kid, or was there something deeper hiding underneath? She leaned in and reminded them, "Today's the day, we're helping with the road construction." In the blink of an eye, they were already galloping on horseback straight for Seluka. Rast spun around and barked at the tiny dragon to stay close to Rose, because they weren't coming back anytime soon. The newborn baby drifted up into the sky, lifted off from a blooming branch. The winged satellite tore off after them with ruthless speed. Dragons had feather-light bodies built for pure, non-stop flight. The baby zoomed right past the delay and caught up with Saluk in an instant, and Ari's shock hit like a punch. He slammed onto Rast's hand, then leaned in and asked if the little one wanted to tag along with them. The boy finally caved and let him stay. They pushed across the endless plain, and up above, their little companion joyfully swooped and circled in the blazing sunbeams. That tiny dragon was steamrolling the fight, bright sparks exploding in the air, while its scales shimmered like they were set on fire. Ari leaned in, whispering, "This is gorgeous," and couldn't stop staring. Her eyes lit up with pure joy as the tiny dragon twirled in the sunlight high above, turning the sky into a celebration. After centuries of silence, the very first person to forge a contract with a dragon finally showed up. And of course it had to be Master Rast. The boy stared at his new friend's flight, completely blown away by the effortless grace he had. His companion stood right there, stunned, because this young man's mind had already sprinted past the limits of ordinary alchemy long ago. Rast only gave this nervous little smile, like he could somehow convince you that it all happened on its own. And you can't truly grasp this miracle until they learn to repeat the call themselves. The ritual became brutal because only he could see that mysterious, translucent slab. Everyone else was totally blind to it. Without solid proof and repeated trials, the other scientists would just laugh him out of the room. Just as those thoughts were building, his companion snapped to attention, sensing something out there and going instantly alert. But Rast still had no clue. He just kept staring up, amazed at how carefree Saluk was spinning through the sky. The tiny dragon chirped with pure joy, soaking up the warm sun and the sweet freedom like it was flying on air. Suddenly, a panicked shout ripped through the quiet, and the boy snapped upright, startled out of his calm. The girl let out a terrified scream, because a whole pack of monsters was charging straight at them. Her eyes snapped into razor-sharp focus, and the sternness hit like a switch flipping. She clenched her staff in both hands, hurled it upward, and braced herself for the fight to explode. Ari came screaming out of the sky, drove her spear straight into the ground, and warned everyone that danger was waiting below, while Sei stared, impressed by how solid and dependable she was. He couldn't believe it. Just hours ago that girl wrecked an armored salmon with ease, but now she was barely keeping up with a single underground creature. Ari leaned into her glasses, locked her eyes on the target, and instantly knew this enemy was a mole type. The girl shot a frantic look forward and warned Seiya that two more creatures were coming, then told him to grab the one on the right. A white dragon obediently shot up into the sky, spreading its wings like it owned the heavens. The earth buckled under their feet, and the first monster erupted into view with a blood-curdling squeal. His tough, rocky form bulged up out of nowhere right before the hero's eyes. Sei barked an order at Popo, "Turn right, and do it now." As Ari was already sprinting in to save the day, the faithful beast obediently bolted to the side. That millipede turned out to be insanely nimble, and its legs were blitzing across the ground at lightning speed. The boy clutched the weapon until his knuckles went white, knowing he couldn't let that creature slip underground again. At that exact moment, the white dragon dropped like a meteor and shredded the ground right before the frightened beast's paws. Ari stared in stunned silence, completely frozen as she watched it unfold. He was just as stunned, frozen in shock like he couldn't breathe. The monstrous beast's mangled carcass lay still and broken among the stones. Suddenly, a majestic white dragon burst into the sky, flaring its wings and commanding the air like it owned the clouds. A brutal gust from his waves slammed into them, and the travelers immediately ducked to keep from getting blown away. The beast tore off into the sky in a blink, vanishing behind the clouds and whipping up streaks of white as it went. The young man on the beast leaned in, eyes wide, whispering in pure shock that this was a real dragon. On the cracked ground, Ari's defeated monster lay still, yet for some reason it never vanished, holding onto its shape like it refused to die. The massive riding beast crept in, then cautiously snorted the prey like it was hunting for the perfect moment to strike. A mysterious scroll dropped out of nowhere and crashed straight into the boy's hands. He nervously clenched the collar of his cloak like it could save him. The masked companion shot him a worried look and asked, "Did you feel anything off, like you noticed something there?" The young man crouched over the dead creature and went, "Wait," because it screamed mole, mouse, and even a centipede all at once. Kneeling by the fallen corpse, he shouted for the chimera monster to reveal itself. The wildest part, real mushrooms sprouted right out of the creature's belly, like something alive was growing there. They nodded along, because they'd never, ever seen such a jaw-dropping combo of four totally different creatures in one place. Hippopo and Salak slammed on the brakes, staring hard at the exact same spot like something was about to jump out. The boy figured they weren't just any creatures. This had to be something brand new, never seen before. But the giant hippopo just shook his head, utterly unimpressed. The beast felt danger on its skin and kept whining, broken and mournful, like it knew something was coming. The assessment magic scroll stayed totally quiet. No poison stains ever showed up on it. The boy shot a worried look at his friend and whispered, "Dude, our giant's feeling something so vile it's disgusting as hell." When he saw how the animal reacted, he froze, suddenly unsure if collecting it was even worth the trouble. He asked the girl if she didn't mind waiting a few minutes, and she immediately lit up and agreed to help. Above them, the sky stayed bright and carefree, like it had no idea what was coming. The boy snapped at his companion to stop touching anything barehanded. Then he dabbed the animal's paws with a potion and ordered her to keep her eyes on the surroundings. Right there on the ground, a mangled, brutal mess lay in their faces. The moment he poured the solution onto the ink, the whole area exploded into flames, hissed like it was alive, and choked the air with thick, black smoke. The girl nodded with a grateful smile, and just like that, they finally broke free and headed onward. With a bright "thank you," the girl skipped alongside him, and the travelers strolled on, calm and unhurried as they pressed forward. While his buddy, Rast, promised everything was set, he fidgeted and stared into the void. Then a flash of suspicious movement hit his eyes, and his nerves went through the roof. Right there, buried in the dry grass, a fresh crater sat battered and smoking, like it had just screamed. The earth buckled under brutal hits as the massive transmuted beast hacked the road ahead. And at last, Rast and his companion burst through to the construction site. The monster's massive body slammed to the ground again and again, each thud blasting dust into the air and leveling the brutal terrain into smooth ground. The local supervisor clutched a tablet, staring in stunned silence as Rast stayed cool and broke down the whole process for his assistant. A little farther off, the surveyor leaned in and measured the slope to perfection with special instruments, marking out magical landmarks as he went. Meanwhile, out in the field kitchen, giant cauldrons were roaring on full boil, bubbling like they meant business and choking the air in thick, mouth-watering steam. They built a brand new road, meant to slash straight from the neighboring estate to their camp, straight past the borderland's entrance. Smelling that mouth-watering heat rolling off the food, Rast relaxed and shut his eyes, soaking in the special magic of a place so alive with people. Right then, a familiar voice cut through the air. There stood the elegantly dressed Mr. Mamels, stepping out to greet the whole group. He greeted them and laid out the truth. This construction is massive, and that's exactly why they shipped him here as the chief inspector. Rast asked if his visit had anything to do with this road, and Mamels nodded fast, remembering how the magical crystals had just tangled them up. The alchemist grinned, thanked the guest from the heart, and urged them to lock in a steady supply of goods fast. The inspector broke into a warm smile, genuinely impressed by just how perfectly Rast's creations were doing their job. While everyone else scrambled, the giant beast gleefully stomped down in the blink of an eye, and it left the workers frozen in shock. Rast flashed a warm, reassuring smile. The man promised Rast that even the military alchemists from their own lands couldn't help but respect his talent. Rast felt like an outsider, so he leaned on his companion and begged him to step in as the go-between, introducing him to his colleagues. The boy gave his pocket watch a shaky twist, then blurted out an awkward apology for the extra trouble he'd caused. He could only hope that seeing a familiar face would calm the nerves of that first awkward meeting. The man flashed a genuine smile, tapped his chest with pride, and quickly agreed to help without a second thought. Meanwhile, the thought of those rumors already slipping around him hit Rast like a shock, and cold sweat broke out across his skin. He didn't want any other masters to line up ahead of him, not a single one, because his authority demanded first place. As the excited alchemists bowed to legendary Rast, he waved them off, rushing them to drop all formality. The young man admitted he's brand new here, and that kind of public work is totally out of his league. That calm, humble voice from the legendary master had everyone gasping for air, then stunned them to silence with pure relief. Rast grinned warmly at his colleagues and urged them to spill their experiences, so they could chase their goal as a team. The boy stared up at the sky, and joy surged through him, because the first wall of distrust had finally cracked. Out of nowhere, he felt a weird shift, like something was moving right next to him. Right beside his shoulder, a winged magical creature tore out of a glittering cloud, and Rast went completely still, staring in pure shock. Four workers froze in shocked silence. They erupted in cheers at Rast, gushing over his snow-white dragon, while the old legends came flooding back. Suddenly, they shouted the boy's name at the top of their lungs. Little Say suddenly squeaked, high and sharp, and everyone in the room froze in shock. That tiny dragon squeaked again, like it knew exactly who was in charge. Rast only awkwardly cracked a smile, and that grand, majestic vibe vanished in seconds. Suddenly, the boy's senses snapped to attention. A girl burst onto the hill and screamed that a massive swarm of pseudo-moles was charging straight for them. Rast snapped at Ari to warn the fighters about the enemy's tells, then immediately started gearing up for the clash. The construction foreman barked for the workers to sprint to the center at once, begging them to shield themselves from the engineers. The alchemist was the first one to trigger the summoning magic, calling forth transmuted beasts. The magic rifle shooters snapped into formation in a blink, lining up like a storm about to unleash hell. Four engineers shot their hands up at the exact same time, and glowing magical gates snapped into existence in midair. With a deafening blast, the portals tore open, and towering, clawed monsters summoned in their hundreds stomped onto the earth. Three brutal mutant bears snapped their claws out, and roared so loud they shook their creator's team to the core. That white-haired kid clocked the monsters the second he saw them. Back in the army, battle bears were all the rage for their brutal strength and lightning-fast moves, but every alchemist could only command one. He carefully tightened his grip on the metal device strapped to his chest, bracing himself for the fight ahead. Suddenly, the monocle girl snapped her spear toward the hills ahead and kicked off a countdown. The valley right before the mountains felt deadly still, like the whole world was holding its breath. 3-2, she hissed, jaw tight, eyes locked on the horizon. Suddenly, the ground in the center of the field buckled and tore apart, as a violent underground shock ripped through the earth. The moment the word 0 cracked through the air, a towering black beast erupted from nowhere, so terrifying the soldiers went stone still with fear. Magical weapon fire, the officer roared, and the shooters unleashed a thunderous volley. The girl swallowed her fear, held her breath, and fixed her eyes on the attack as it unfolded. The young man stayed stone-cold calm. The shells slammed into the monster's black hide like a storm of hail, but they only sparked and clanged before bouncing right off. The shots never even scratched the enemy. Panic erupted among the fighters, but the boy just stood there, completely calm, staring down the monster. A colossal black beast towered over the battlefield, snarling with one goal: rip straight through the defenses. He remembered how the last enemies came in all kinds of creatures, but this giant felt utterly untouched, like it was pure, through and through. The giant monster's body shuddered as a chain of blinding explosions detonated around it. The shells slammed into the target with surgical precision. The shooter commander snapped out orders: get the second wave ready, then open fire. With a crushing strike, the beast's flesh split apart. Then the real nightmare surfaced. Right in front of them stood a whole colony. The soldiers swore they nailed it. Then the weapon struck again and still barely scratched the enemy. A bunch of ordinary moles crammed together so tightly they looked like one giant, living monster. The young man squinted in silence, like he was trying to see the truth through the dark. The moment word spread about that colonial-style enemy, the defenders got slammed with brand-new problems. Then the command cracked through the air, and those fierce mutated predators surged into battle like a wave. The pack swarmed the monster's base on the spot, ripping in with everything they had to tear it apart. Claws raked into flesh with brutal, unstoppable force. Back behind them, the girls shrieked in pure terror. This monster was huge, and all the beast did was rip moles up from the surface. The giant lashed out with a crushing swipe of its monstrous paw, and with one brutal hit, the attacker was launched away flying. He was so sure he could crush that monster, like nothing could stop him. A towering black silhouette swallowed the horizon, and the terrified fighters snapped to the truth. Nothing they had, not their magical rifles or their summoned beasts, could touch it. The kid with the tiny dragon perched on his shoulder flashed pure confidence, swore he'd shoulder it all alone, and barked, "Back up." A daring move straight toward the enemy. A tiny, almost invisible smile flashed across his face, and then he launched right into the words about combined activation. His fingers clamped down hard on the magical scrolls, like letting go meant danger. With a single, brutal sweep, he hurled them up, and they burst open, unfolding like they had been waiting. 6 massive scrolls hovered around him in midair, leaving the fighters staring in stunned disbelief. "Unite!" The command cracked through the air. The shining signs slid closer and finally locked together. A colossal hexagonal circle slammed into the ground and snapped shut around the monster like a prison. The monster slammed its giant paw against the defenses, and the people behind it erupted into terrified screams. A blinding surge of pure energy slammed into the dome, and the enemy inside got obliterated from the inside out. The girl with glasses and the soldiers exhaled in relief, their gratitude pouring out as they thanked the Hippopo brothers for pulling them out. Salak snapped the serial embodiment online, and the enemy's strike smashed the ground right next to him. He clenched his teeth, so hard the tension practically screamed. The shadowy little mushroom launched itself like a missile and slammed into the enemy, blasting black goo everywhere. The monster with the cracking wound started to crumble, piece by piece, until it vanished into dust. The white giant let out a savage roar from the depths of its lungs, and the little partner shook with pure terror. The ground under their feet splintered with a deafening crack. The young man roared that this wasn't over, then snapped out a spell that rang through the crowd, calling everyone to the chase. Dozens of tiny Saluks started tumbling out of the round portals in the sky, dropping like pieces of a broken spell. The tiny mushroom gaped in shock as one of the fresh babies straightened up on its legs and barked out a fierce shout. The little beast shot forward in a blink and pinned the enemy's shadow to the ground. The black paw shattered and crumbled into a cloud of fine dust. The tiny hippos giggled and rolled over in pure joy. A massive swarm of clones was frolicking in wild circles while the giant just stood there, calm as ice, watching them play. The boy blurted out, totally baffled, "Wait, was that really my Salak who pulled off a miracle like this?" That tiny dragon suddenly shot into the sky, and the boy just froze, gawking at the wild, strange sight. The creature threw its mouth wide open, and a blinding glow surged to life inside. The boy snapped his eyes over everything, then roared at everyone to drop flat, right now. The dragon unleashed a blinding surge of energy from its mouth, tearing through the sky like a weapon. A blinding flash erupted, and for a split second it scorched everything in its path. This strike turned the giant flying mushroom into ash in the blink of an eye. Nothing but empty air left behind. The wind tore through the clear sky, flinging the last specks of ash into the open air. The bewildered beast just stared, blinking slowly, while the exhausted young man slumped on the ground. Crowds erupted in screams of pure hype, stunned as the dragon's breath tore through the air, and the young alchemist's power lit everything up. The witnesses just gaped in total shock. The young man shot his hand up and barked an order, "Make the beast turn back." A breath of relief ripped out of them. The crowd behind him kept exploding with cheers for the win, while the boy stayed quiet, staring at all the noise like he couldn't move. A sheepish smile flickered across his face, because even he couldn't believe he'd unleashed something that destructive. The crowd exploded into grateful cheers, screaming their thanks as the magical light finally started to fade. Rast relaxed with a soft smile, eyes shut tight, thrilled that his experimental scrolls worked even without the usual long setup. Suddenly, a violent crack snapped through the transmutation circle as electric surges tore across it. The boy whipped around, shocked by the quiet squeak creeping up behind him. Magic still had to be stabilized, but Kalen's budget and those scarce local materials had already forged something truly incredible. A little white dragon scampered right onto his hand, then purred softly like it already belonged there. When they laid eyes on that miracle, the crowd went wild again, screams of pure delight exploding out of everyone. The entire camp erupted into chants of Master Rast, and it totally threw him. He couldn't stop blushing. He just flashed a humble smile, while the non-stop roar of applause thundered around him. The boy dropped into a deep bow, soaking up the crowd's applause like it was pure victory. Beneath a full moon atop a lone rock, a sacred white dragon sat like a king, born to rule the heavens. A jolt of raw power slammed down and vanished, leaving nothing but a blazing green circle etched in the sand below the clouds. Everyone around let out a breath of relief. The blast was massive, but not a single person got hurt. Rast clutched the tiny dragon in both hands, right as it unleashed its true breath in front of him. The crowd erupted into wild screams, stunned by every single thing they were seeing. The soldiers snapped their heads up, staring at the sky like, how did a single ray slice through these clouds so effortlessly? The tension snapped like a rubber band, and at last, real smiles broke across the fighters' faces. Meanwhile, Rast took a deep breath and seriously mulled over the perfect way to hand out that glory to everyone here, and make sure he didn't disappoint a single one. He couldn't stop scratching his head, wondering if they even expected him to say a word now. In the end, the guy just pressed his hand to his chest and told the commander, calm as ever, that the monster was finally defeated. The man froze, caught completely off guard, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. In a blink, he snapped his hand to his chest and nailed a flawless military salute. The commander roared at the top of his lungs, shouting praise to the fighters for their victory and giving Master Rast a heartfelt thank you for the job brilliantly done. The young man beamed with warmth, sure he'd just found the kind of leader his army had been waiting for. The commander barked the order to get back to their posts, and every soldier snapped to attention and saluted him together. He prayed it would light a fire under everyone's belief in themselves. While Rast rushed to fill the pit after the monsters, his companion snapped at him, blasting him for overworking himself into exhaustion. The boy fumbled through an awkward explanation and jabbed at the diagram of the magical circle he used. She finally got the full picture. Every last detail clicked into place. The girl stepped forward, cold as ice, and snapped that he was only lucky. She locked eyes with him and studied every inch of his face. Under that relentless stare, Rastu could only choke out an apology, guilt eating him alive. The girl clenched her staff tighter and tighter, like she was bracing for impact. Still, she admitted his drive to protect the people he loves, and the strength to back it up was downright incredible. Meanwhile, she urged the guy to look after himself, then admitted, right there, that she was scared too. She shoved the warning into his head. Don't you dare forget your own safety. She was sitting there, panicking, like something terrible was about to happen to him. She slammed the truth into him. They were way too pricey for him to gamble like that. Ari thanked Rast from the bottom of her heart, because he didn't just save her. He saved her sister and every single resident in Admiral's dominion. She hesitated for one heartbeat, then tripped over herself. Then she gave him a soft smile and admitted it. Somehow, he'd become crucial to every single one of them. With a serious stare locked on him, the girl demanded he finally start taking care of himself. Those words sank into Rast's chest like a warm victory. He realized that Ari could spot possible futures, and that's why she felt the threat from everyone else so sharply. At my old job, nothing ever stayed the same. I'd pour everything I had into the work, and as soon as I finished, management would slam a fresh pile of tasks in my lap. Rast threw a sincere apology into the air for all the extra trouble he caused, then swore he'd be way more careful from here on out. Suddenly, those delicate wings fluttered overhead with bright, carefree energy. A tiny dragon plummeted from the sky and landed squarely on the boy's head like it owned the place. Saluk, the little guy, let out bright little chirps and practically buzzed with joy as he greeted his master. The boy awkwardly forced a smile at the sheer shock of landing like that. Watching that hilarious moment, Ari burst into a soft little laugh before she could stop herself. Finally, she slipped her glasses into place and sealed the quiet vow they carried. Total silence just slammed down. Right in front of me, the whole saga of Richest's rise played out, starting as a helpless infant, growing into a magnificent mage, and ending with him losing his human form for good. At the very end, he finally snapped and became a giant, grotesque slug with mushrooms sprouting on his head. Memories tore apart and vanished, and the world slid back into pitch-black darkness. Meanwhile, the underground tunnels swallowed everything in pitch-black darkness, broken only by rats squeaking in the walls and water dripping nonstop. Water dripped from the ceiling, one slow drop at a time, like the room was slowly leaking its secrets. A grimy stream oozed through the sewer, dragging its filthy waters along at a slow crawl. Suddenly, something cut through the darkness like a blade, fast and sharp. The terrified rats snapped awake in an instant. Richest, still a formless nightmare, slowly raised the tiny rodent right up to its twisted, distorted face. Under his breath, he hissed that the sewers had been running low on rats lately. Rage tore through the monster because Night Rast wiped out every last pseudomole and smashed all his carefully laid plans. This man slammed a stop to his ruthless plan, blocking him from subjugating living beings and growing his army. Richest burst out a cloud of spores, slamming his parasite into the next rat so it could keep evolving. If their bond was perfect, he could even catch glimpses and sounds through their very bodies. In the pitch black, a soft rustle snapped the silence, and the first spy dropped in from above head first. The beast went still, like the whole world just held its breath. But it still wasn't enough. Those puny cave creatures couldn't give him an ounce of power strong enough to beat back the hated Rast. So he started forging something far worse. A twisted chimera with the body of a rat and the tunneling spirit of a mole, all wrapped in long, deadly claws. His eyes flared with pure rage, and all that spilled from his mouth were vicious curses aimed straight at the enemy. That all-consuming rage was the only thing holding on, clinging to the last scraps of his human mind so he wouldn't fully snap. Deep beneath the earth, in a monster nest of roots and mushrooms, Richest hungered for nothing but raw power, and the next batch of puppets he could control. Suddenly, one of the underground spies let out a terrifying shriek. Uninvited guests, the monster rasped, then snapped its gaze around like it was hunting trouble. He snatched the infected creature the second he saw it, and started sucking it alive straight into his slimy shoulder. Just a few seconds, and the flesh vanished for good. When those parasite-infected creatures got absorbed, something inside them snapped into a new rebirth, one far worse and utterly terrifying. Adventurers inched down the pitch-black corridor as the monster snapped up their memories greedily. Deden's name echoed in his mind, warm with sweet nostalgia. The jaw stretched into a asterisk quiet, sinister laugh asterisk that sent chills down my spine. Back then, they didn't even hesitate. They dumped him into these depths and then slipped away, like they'd gotten away with everything. A massive, pale form twisted in the root's nest, stirring up to warmly welcome the guests. He flung his short limbs wide, and the cave shuddered from that low, roaring rumble. On the cover of the new chapter, the mysterious Roa was sprawled in cool, refreshing water like she owned the whole place. Silence hit the world, total, eerie calm spread everywhere. The peasants finally dropped their tools after a brutal day in the fields. The sun was already slipping out of the sky, so it was time to head back. The boy sprawled on the ground, finally feeling like life had gotten so much better after leaving the association. Yet somehow trouble still kept creeping back in. My mind raced with one wild flash after another, saving my old friend from illness, breaking the curse hanging over Tala, and even forging crystals for the grateful people of Toma. Then the story kicked into gear as Ari and Roa forged powerful magical items, and everything exploded when the arrogant Richest showed up, so they shut him down for good. And yeah, some wild contract with the dragon Saluk sealed the deal, because he straight up helped blast away those flying fish and save the camp. Suddenly, the boy caught a familiar sound in the air and snapped his head up. A chilling, dark, magical stone dropped straight into his palm, like fate had just struck. A white dragon tore out of the sky and landed on him in a thunderous crash. The alchemist thanked Salak with a soft smile, and Salak purred like he'd just been handed exactly what he wanted. That trophy could only mean one thing. The kid had been guarding the sky with razor focus, and he'd just taken down some monster all by himself. That weird transmutation symbol on his body had him frozen in thought, because no book ever mentioned something like it. Rast replayed it in his head, his first meeting with Salak by the pond, right when the shaman's familiar got poisoned. Then, right in his bones, he felt the magical vibrations, and in the water he watched a glowing magic circle appear, carved by the dragon's insane power. The boy froze at the terrifying unknown power, but before his mind could race, a thunderous call from the camp shattered his thoughts. The rocky road kept clawing its way deeper into the wild, like it was daring anyone to follow. They suggested I show him something that mattered, something huge. It was Mr. Mamels, and seeing that young alchemist warmed his heart like a crackling flame by the fire. Even though Rast doubted himself, that man shook him with confidence, claiming their alchemists had no power at all, so every ounce of hope now hung on Rast's brains alone. Mamels threw praise at his abilities, and the young man's jaw practically dropped at how huge that compliment was. As soon as Rast halted by that pile of stones, he spotted something weird right away. But when he saw it up close, his jaw dropped even harder. Pure astonishment hit him like a wave. Mamels said the tamed creature, while clearing the stones to open the path, stumbled on a huge stone slab. The monster's owner and the one who sparked the discovery stood side by side, both squirming and refusing to meet each other's eyes. The boy just hummed under his breath, eyes locked hard on that ancient stone like it held the answers. He hummed under his breath, eyes locked on the mysterious stone slab like it was about to reveal a secret. The other person leaned in, worried, and told Rast that the local alchemists had spotted strange magical flows here, so the excavations had to be shut down right away. Rast only smirked like a secret was hiding in his smile, then murmured that he'd understood it all. Just then, deep grooves carved into the ancient surface snapped into view before his eyes. A colossal stone slab loomed in the wilderness like a giant monument that didn't belong in nature. The boy realized those mysterious findings deserved close study, so he rolled up his sleeves and launched a full-on experiment. He popped open a tiny bottle packed with concentrated magical elements, and his companion's jaw dropped in shock. The alchemists closed in, grabbed their gear, and fished their instruments out like they were about to unleash something huge. Up close, they stared at the bottle and snapped into shocked gasps. The radiation felt insanely powerful, and they begged Rast to finally let them hold it. The young man beamed warmly and instantly let them do it. A researcher locked in, focused hard, and got everything ready for the measurement. He confidently clamped his hands on the cold metal frames, ready to hunt down magical sources. The moment the device hovered near the vial, metallic tendrils whipped and spiraled out of the solution's supernatural power. Rast just stood there, dead calm, watching their shock unfold in real time. The researchers just stood there, struck dumb with shock, because they had never, ever, laid eyes on a magical substance that pure in their entire lives. Rast flashed a mysterious vial to his companions and told them he snatched this glowing liquid from a monster, so they could light up every step of hidden magic as it moved. The girls guessed that the moment this substance touched the air, atmospheric magic would light up like fire. The liquid in the vessel suddenly erupted in a blinding flash. The boy calmly swirled the solution around to show everyone the technique. He chose to unleash the mixture as vapor through his jerry-rigged setup, then fired off the signal to start. Earth shook with a deep, booming growl as the first glowing specks of magic rose from the ravine. Then the light surged brighter and swallowed everything around it. A brutal burst of steam erupted from the ground out of nowhere, and everyone nearby snapped into terrified gasps, except the young alchemist, who just watched in calm awe. Bright magical streams spiraled around the stunned crowd gathered on the road. The ancient stone slab's magic flared and collided with the Rast's solution, turning the drifting vapor into a wild rainbow of shades. Rainbow cloud, one of the girls blurted, staring at the sky like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Rast leaned in and told his companions how this stone slab was born from ancient days, then echoed his mentor's warning about the countless relics scattered across the wild lands. The boy beamed with satisfaction and asked, "So, do you like what the experiment produced?" The girls started scribbling fast, writing down exactly how the ancient artifact drinks in magic and spits it out in a set direction. The satellite beamed and lavished Rast with praise, stunned by how much he knew for someone so young. Rast reassured the panicked mammals that lifting the stone slab was totally safe. Just don't let any magic splash on it. With zero hesitation, he agreed to help, snapped into action, and yelled for his transformed beast, Hippopo, to haul the enormous boulder out of the way. With a single brutal jerk, the hippo heaved the massive stone block like it weighed nothing. Mammals froze, staring, completely stunned. Rast grinned at mammals and demanded, "Tell me, where do you want this fragment taken?" As the obedient beast trudged forward, hauling it on its back, the local workers just stared at each other in shock, realizing that this kid's talent was way beyond anything they expected. Weeks had slipped by since Rast started helping with the road build to the border. Now his beast's job was finally done, and the work was 100% finished. Hearing that Kalen had cooked up a brand new assignment for him, the boy bolted straight to her tent. He strode up to the entrance, lowered his voice to the hostess, and yanked aside the heavy curtain. The command tent loomed dead center in the camp, and right at its entrance, a guard stood stone still with his spear planted. Inside, pure chaos erupted. Then a sudden draft ripped through the room, sending stacks of papers flying across the table. That desk radiated a suffocating, gloomy presence, and Rast couldn't help but flinch. He dove deeper into the darkness, praying to spot Kalen, but the place was empty, no one in sight. Those brutal Alchemist Association deadlines still haunted him, so he tried to slip away quietly, until a vice-like grip yanked him back and someone screamed his name. His eyes snapped wide with shock and dread, and he froze, breath caught in his throat. Kalen flashed a chilling smile and muttered that Rast had shown up at the exact right moment. Her tired eyes and predator's grin sent a chill through him. She made it crystal clear he wasn't getting out alive. She yanked the stunned Rast by the hand, then snapped that his job search was on the line and demanded help right now. A colossal wall of documents has reared up in front of them, towering higher than the sky. The whole office looked like a war zone. Tired assistants were face-planting into their desks and practically begging for healing potions. Rast froze in shock, caught red-handed in the middle of it all. Kalen leaned in and told the shocked boy that these mountain-high paper stacks were applications from people desperate to move here. He snapped himself together in a hurry and awkwardly choked out a throat clear. The boy joked that she was wildly popular, but all he got in return was one desperate request: go handle the nearest stack. After dumping the load on him, the girl sagged into the chair and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Rast snatched the papers out of the air, stayed cool, and pressed for whether samples were available to fill out. The boy read her mood instantly, because this restless warrior couldn't stomach a single second of that dull paper routine. He flashed a soft, harmless smile. Kalen could only grimly give a helpless thumbs-up before finally passing the reins of power through a wave of paper chaos. Rast slowed down, stared hard at the fresh stack of papers sprawled across the table, and kept thinking like it held a secret. The boy snatched the pen with total confidence and dove straight into the most urgent reports first. Turns out the paper routine was so easy it felt like autopilot, so he tossed the last document aside in a flash. After clocking out, he just leaned by the window and locked his eyes on the black night, swallowing everything outside. A brutal, bone-dry silence swallowed the entire world. The hours vanished in the blink of an eye, and then, before anyone could react, daylight started creeping in outside. Suddenly, he clocked a person standing right nearby. The boy whispered her name, but it got swallowed by silence. She never answered. Kalen was sprawled sound asleep at his desk, arms curled neatly under his chest like he'd dropped mid-dream. Rast's smile spread wide, because this calm, relaxed girl was nothing like the ruthless war hero who'd carved out these lands with her own brutal victories. He nudged her awake by the shoulder, insisting it wasn't worth crashing here, and the girl, half asleep, mumbled something useless as drool slipped from her mouth. Rast leaned in, asked her what she was dying to tell him. Then she blacked out. Sana Kalen barely cracked her eyelids open, then let out a dazed whisper of his name. Finally, the girl snapped back to the real problem. All those newcomers rushing to relocate here had crowded the camp so hard it was moments away from bursting wide open. Kalen grinned like he knew a secret, then told me the capital's been getting hit with stranger, head-scratching events lately. She shot her finger skyward and snapped out a command to grab everyone's attention. With these non-stop disasters terrorizing everyone, the residents scrambled to find fresh homes and flee the city before it swallowed them too. The girl urged him to scout fresh territory to grow their camp, and he agreed on the spot, then only asked what kind of conditions the job would demand. She beamed, waving goodbye, and told him to ask Rower about everything as they went. Kalen was so stunned by that instant reaction that he couldn't even find the words. Then right in that instant, her lips curled into a smug, satisfied smile. The trip's weather blew me away. Everything turned out absolutely perfect. Roa couldn't stop vibrating with impatience and raw excitement for the adventure ahead, tugging her glasses into place. With Kalen's orders ringing in their ears, they charged straight into the endless desert. No fear, all confidence. Roa kept snapping, asking every few seconds if they'd reach soon, and the boy stayed cool, telling him, "We're almost there." For days, they rode the river toward the sea, until weird armored salmon began smashing through the water with every wild splash. Suddenly, a gigantic vine snake shot out of the water and slammed into them, and their beasts bolted at top speed to survive. With total confidence, the boy thrust his hand forward and launched magical cards into the air to summon his brutal battle monsters. A colossal whirlwind tore through the monsters, ripping an entire flock apart and blasting them off in every direction. The boy let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. He'd hoped to uncover brand new materials, but all he ran into were run-of-the-mill monsters. Thanks to Roa's sharp eyes and Hippopo's skills, they caught the enemy's moves early and dodged every strike before it even landed. The glass of her glasses caught the light and blazed like it had a secret to tell. This magical object worked perfectly, letting the girl see straight through obstacles from miles away. He asked her whether wearing it for a long time left her feeling any discomfort. Roa's magical eyes sparked non-stop chaos, so intense that even a special face mask couldn't hold their power back. That crushing burden had haunted her for years, so when the boy finally got her out, he couldn't help but beam, because she was truly safe. Her lips curled into a grin like she'd just won. She admitted that every single day has suddenly gotten brighter, and she credits it all to his help. He answered with a gentle smile that lingered just a little too long. So, as Hippopo tore through the endless open ground, the boy beamed with pride, because he knew he was the reason she flashed that bright, happy smile. 3 girls in pale church robes strolled through the cathedral's wide corridor, chatting softly like nothing could touch the calm, while the quiet tension hung in the air. Meanwhile, at a howling mountain pass, Rast and her young companion were forced to rein in their massive riding beast. Somewhere up ahead, near the shore, you could feel the thud of battle in the air, when the girl boldly insisted that someone was fighting right there. Her eyes flickered for a split second, like a hidden glow sparked into the space ahead. The boy blurted to his mentor right away, asking if she'd managed to spot anything. As he hesitated, wondering if another mimic was lurking ahead, Rast stayed ice calm and cut in. She'd spot the creature the moment it appeared. The companion stared in shocked silence, stunned by that wild confidence. On the map, that clash zone screamed too close to the seashore at first glance. The boy flashed a confident grin and nodded hard, like he was about to jump straight into action. He pushed the girl to speed up, and she shot back that they still had some distance left before they reached the sea. A warm thought hit the boy's mind. Rast had changed so much. She used to be terrified to even take his hand, but now she'd opened up completely. The girl lunged onto the beast, back behind him, and clamped her hands hard on its shoulders. The white giant shot to action in an instant, kicking up a roaring cloud of dust across the rocks. Kicking up a cloud of dust, the massive white beast tore across the rocky wasteland, and the dull thud of its hooves slammed through the stones like thunder. The boy suddenly blurted a shout and thrust his arm forward. Something was going down right there on the shoreline. His companion stared hard into the distance, eyes locked through her glasses like she was hunting something. A ruthless sea wind slammed into their faces as they raced toward the shore. Right there by the water, a lone warrior was fighting for his life against a whole swarm of armed fishmen. The boy couldn't shake the dread of their clear advantage, and the girl didn't hesitate. She stepped in to help right away. At that exact moment, the mysterious protector gripped a huge cross-covered book in his hand, locking it down tight. The traveler leaned in, stared, and then gasped in total disbelief. The girl snapped into recognition, wheeled toward the warrior, and let out a sharp gasp as she shouted her mistress Rast's name. That same long, silver hair, so unique you couldn't possibly mistake it for anyone else's. Rast chanted a sacred prayer, begging the goddess Aresla to bless her blade and lock the three watchful faces onto this battlefield. At that exact moment, her sword's steel went soft like a ribbon, robbing the enemy's blade of its strength and edge. A nearly invisible, razor-sharp smirk flickered across the master's lips like he already knew everything. With one lightning-fast spin, she slammed the fish people apart, scattering them in every direction. The girl could only gasp in awe, whispering that her mentor's strength was unreal. Rast stared as Tala fended off the monsters with a divine blessing, and when he saw the enemy outnumber them, he snapped and sent Hippopo charging in to save the day. He screamed her name at the top of his lungs, slicing through the battlefield's chaos like a blade. The girl whipped around mid-swing and froze, staring in shock like she'd just seen a ghost. "Rast," she gasped, still not able to believe what she was seeing. After checking her closely, the boy saw the exhaustion hit her hard, and he knew he had to move right now. In the next instant, Tala's strength vanished. She crumpled onto his chest, utterly helpless. Rast yanked her in with one hand and fired off a duplication spell without missing a beat. He yanked a healing ampule from his bag, then barked, "Hold your breath," and made her do it. The girl let out a feeble moan, fighting with every ounce of her strength just to keep her eyes from shutting. Metal tubes packed with whistling mouths were hammered deep into the ground, forming a blazing protective wall. A scream of pure panic ripped through the air from the side. Roa burst onto the snowy glade, spear leveled and ready to strike. She screamed that a fresh tide of monsters was breaking up from the deep ocean. Roa slammed into the enemy's onslaught, while Rast rushed to wrap up the treatment before it was too late. Roa frantically stirred the reagents, clinging to every second as Tala's body steadily slipped into deadly cold. With the final touch, the saving potion was finally ready, right on cue. The boy held the medicine steady and poured it right into her mouth, knowing her body would drink in the magic even if she never swallowed. He tugged the girl right into his arms and whispered her name like a secret meant just for her. Even a simple skin application did something, but taking it by mouth locked in the fastest, full-throttle results. The frantic pounding in her chest finally steadied, and Tala let out a soft, pained groan as she came back to herself. No time to breathe. Every inch of the shore ahead was packed with sea monsters, all under the control of someone far stronger. Roja stared at the disaster's full scale and felt the damage hit like a punch. My partner's terrified scream rang out behind me, roaring for a retreat. Right now, no questions. The boy didn't run. He drove his riding beast straight into the enemy horde, betting everything on a secret prototype. The finger slammed down on the activation button with total confidence. Roa floored the accelerator and hurled the experimental development straight into the monster's heart. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion ripped through the air, and the shocked partner snapped their head toward the roaring wreckage. Little Roa screamed a chilling cry, snapping the owners to the fact that danger was about to crash down on them. Rast snapped, yelling for everyone to shut their eyes, then hurled his special device straight at the water monsters. Boom! White-hot light erupted like a flashbang the second it hit. With one brutal yank, he seized the weakened Tala by the hand and yanked her out of the danger zone like his life depended on it. The whole magic behind it was simple. Unstable magical crystals got tossed together with a light mixture inside the bulb. Even though the flash couldn't kill anyone, it shattered everything, plunging the suddenly frozen monsters into total, perfect chaos. When the blast hit, the pressure spiked so hard the reagents instantly dumped every stored ounce of power into a blinding beam. For Tritons who'd lived their whole lives in the crushing depths, that sudden light was pure torture. They spun out and lost their bearings in an instant, while the squad bolted away on the beast's back. Tala blinked awake, cracked her eyes open, and took a quick look around, instant focus snapping onto her by the guy with glasses. The girl's breath caught as shock hit her. She gasped hard. Rast flashed a gentle smile and leaned in, asking the girl how she was holding up after everything she'd just survived. They halted at the base of the cliffs, and Tala, still completely stunned, tried to wrap her head around how they dragged her here. The girl slammed her palm to her temple and with a heavy sigh accepted the truth. She'd been saved again. She slumped with exhaustion again, forced out a warm thanks to the boy, and berated herself for failing to even keep the very first deal they made. Rast just gave her a warm smile and told her not to sweat the small stuff. They had a million things to say, but first they had to steady their nerves. The young man made sure to thank his loyal hippo, and it just snorted, smug and satisfied, like it understood the gratitude perfectly. The noble princess didn't just smile. She sincerely thanked Roa for saving her life. Roa's eyes widened, because the surprise hit like a punch. Staring at her grimy armor, the princess demanded the nearest river, and the boy wasted no time. He sent Hippopo to lead the way. She was wiped out from the fight, and all she could dream about was finally scrubbing away every bit of dust and grime the second she got the chance. The young guy flashed them a warm wave, then yelled, "Take care on the road." All alone, he pulled out a magical scroll, grinned with confidence, and blasted the summoning spell with his own voice. As soon as he spoke, a fragrant vine shot into action, snapping around everything in seconds and weaving itself into a magical forest cottage. They looked like plain roses from the outside, but that's where the mutant plant hid its real teeth, and its true power lived right inside those buds. The boy breathed in the sharp citrus scent, and it instantly sent those weak monsters scrambling back. That smell kept the forest predators away from the place every single time. Too bad for Saluk, the winged dragonlet, because he hated that perfume with a fiery passion. Inside that tiny house, pure cozy magic wrapped everything. Soft light streamed through the windows, and right in the middle of the room, a table of broad leaves had grown. Suddenly, a flexible branch drifted in and brushed his sleeve like it was trying to get his attention. The boy beamed with warmth, then sincerely thanked the plant for standing by him with unwavering loyalty. His clothes snapped in the wind, and those dark ribbons tore free from his shoulders on their own, whipping away to shake off every last speck of dust. The young man leaned into the supply bag, grabbed every single thing he needed for dinner, and hauled it out like he meant business. A magical paper bird launched into the sky, whisking away every last speck of dirt, because it loved being spotless more than anything. With his sleeves rolled up, the boy grabbed fresh meat duty and started grilling the two-horned beast on the metal grate. With a sharp wave of his hand, he unleashed the magical scroll, and it obediently floated in the air right before him. He raised a sharp knife and sliced that juicy tenderloin into perfectly even pieces in a blink. The alchemist grinned, watching the protein fold perfectly as the heat worked its magic. The meat hit that blazing stove and started sizzling like it was begging to be eaten. Now all that's left is to wipe out that brutal smell of game. He crushed a fragrant herb leaf and squeezed out a few potent drops of concentrated juice. The steak sat there, perfectly seared and spotless, proof that this young alchemist's cooking skill was absolutely terrifying. Right then, his companions came back, and the girl with glasses lit up the second she caught that mouth-watering smell. The young man froze, hit by that crushing, awkward silence. His companion just stared him down, eyes sharp and suspicious to the bone. The girl with the glasses stared in honest shock, because she'd always assumed he only knew how to craft herbal blocks. But turns out he could cook for real. Tall flashed a grin and pushed his companions to sink their teeth into those juicy steaks before they cooled off. The elf girl stared at him in total disbelief, because now they finally had a real shelter and hot food to their names. She stumbled through a shaky apology, then threw herself into loud, fervent prayer, only for the guy to let out another resigned sigh, like he'd seen this gratitude 100 times. At last, the entire company burst into cheers and dug into their meal together. The tiny owl shut her eyes tight and gulped down that very first bite. Her eyes snapped open in shock, like something unbelievable just hit her. She kept chewing like it meant something, yet muttered that the meat's taste felt downright off. Choking a little on her food, she only let out a soft hum, like she was thinking hard about something. The spices on the meat instantly brought him back to a fresh wild field, and they perfectly cut through the heavy, fragrant tea he just had. The elves couldn't get enough of that dinner. Their noses lit up from the faint herbal scent in the air. She flashed Tala a grateful smile and thanked him warmly for all his hard work. The boy snapped his eyes wide, stunned by the praise. That tender meat came out perfectly roasted, locking in its original rich flavor like it never left the source. Roa calmly explained how he kept a close eye on the dish while it cooked, copied the process, and then, right at the end, he just sprayed the solution. His bespectacled companion could only stare in disbelief at how casually that guy joked about dangerous stuff, while another guest dug in and scarfed down the dish like it was the hottest thing in the room. Roa finally stopped playing around and called Tala serious business right now. The clinking forks scraping empty plates were the loud signal that the meal was finally over. Hands clasped tight in front of him, he leaned in and demanded to know why she was on the beach when she was meant to head straight for the capital. Tala clamped down on her nerves, swore she'd lay it all out step by step, and started from the second they split apart. She gave a sharp, confident nod, like there was no doubt at all. In the capital, she dove into the Alchemist Association's investigation to hunt those magical plates, only to find out they were secretly being shipped straight to the military. The woman with glasses stiffened the second she heard it, like her body knew trouble before her mind did. Roa leaned in and listened hard, fully realizing just how dangerous this moment was. She confirmed the money had been rerouted, clearly breaking the law. So she had no choice but to hunt down that trusty knight who knelt to the goddess Aresli. The boy couldn't believe how far she managed to dig beneath the Alchemist Association. Thanks to the knightly order's push, chaos erupted. Then they tore through the supply chief's office, and boom, they uncovered proof that a mysterious shaman had been there. A massive swarm of winged, armored salmon suddenly blasted out of the sky and descended on the capital like a nightmare. Witnesses swore the shaman was still lurking in the city, but right as the knightly order geared up for a massive raid, everything snapped, and the whole situation blew up overnight. For some twisted reason, these creatures were straight up wrecking the Alchemist's guild on purpose. The boy gave a shaky nod, his mind flashing back to the rumors of the association's building getting wiped clean. The woman with glasses gasped in shock, asking what day it was when everything suddenly went dark and ended for good. The girl said that after the shaman's attack, people kept spotting him a few more times. But then, one day, every single mention of him just vanished. Right as his trail vanished, a terrifying demon burst into the capital like a nightmare made real. Inside the hut at the table, the young man and his friends traded tense whispers about terrifying rumors. Something demonic was said to be showing up. The knight stepped in, soothed the crowd and dismissed it as just a rumor, then snapped out a warning right away. The alchemist stared at her in shock, like he couldn't believe he'd just heard about something this wild for the very first time. A brand new, never-before-seen monster species suddenly erupted across the nearby lands. The girl with glasses sipped her tea in total silence, while the boy murmured that only 7 higher demons still haunted the world. 8 stood against her, but Lady Kaelin, fearless and furious, slashed through the fight and brought one of them down. If this new enemy truly existed, there was no way he'd belong to the known 7. The knight let out a tired, broken sigh, because the monster was gone, and the leaders were scrambling to shove the security forces somewhere else. She still couldn't stop thinking about it. Right when that monster crashed in, the mysterious shaman vanished like a ghost. To figure it out, the girl sprinted north, chasing the nearest demon everyone swore was there. But just like that, the journey slammed shut. Her boat flipped over and capsized out in the middle of the sea. The alchemist snapped back to the old tales about the abyss demon of the North Sea, said to live closest to the capital, right on the doorstep. After she took a sip of the hot drink, she shut her eyes like she'd found heaven, and with a calm little smile, she whispered that everything was clear from here. She flashed a warm smile and thanked them again as soon as her mug was refilled. She shut her eyes tight and took a slow, huge gulp from the wooden mug. Suddenly, a creepy pumpkin-shaped teapot swung down from above on a rope, and she froze with a startled gasp. The boy slammed his dishes onto the table and demanded, "So what are you two doing here, right now, and why?" The moment he heard the answer, he figured some divine protection must have shielded the girl and carried her safely to shore. After hearing how they were prepping the land for the future city, his companion just nodded, calm as steel, but clearly impressed. Meanwhile, hot steam kept curling up from the mug like it was alive. Hunched around a round table carved from giant leaves, they kicked off a tense talk about the rumors swirling around demon hunter Kaelin, and the weird, unsettling things happening right in the capital. The girl said those strange little oddities at first didn't rattle a single soul, and honestly, they seemed like nothing at all. The boy snapped to attention and demanded to know what the mysterious stuff was exactly. After those little pests vanished, the narrator says something new took the hunt. Down it went for bigger prey, and soon stray dogs and cats started vanishing off the streets. At first, the townspeople were only truly happy once the rats and those filthy insects vanished overnight from the basements. That's when the real nightmare hit, when the line finally reached the people. She leaned in and admitted she has no clue if those creepy disappearances are connected. The boy just scowled and said it flat out. There isn't a shred of peace in this place. Nobody kept any records, because the streets never stopped getting trampled by homeless wanderers and foreign adventurers. If nobody watched it, that meat or bread would get smothered in mold in a flash. And in the capital, food started rotting at a frantic, unstoppable pace. The boy's stomach knotted with dread. Those food supplies in the city could vanish in just a few days, rotting too fast to stop. Panic tore through the land, and terrifying rumors spread like wildfire. People in the north swore those flying armored salmon didn't just show up, they were planted by a demon. The other person took a sip, snapped that the Association of Alchemists should have handled this already, and made it clear nobody was rushing to put it back together. The boy snapped his eyes open in pure shock. His companion smirked and leaned in, saying that his name was getting louder in the crowd. More and more people were talking about him. That's exactly why everyone bolted from the capital in a full-on stampede. Everybody in town was buzzing about the brilliant alchemist who vanished from the association and rode straight into the lands of the Knight Admiral Kaelin. People swore that the moment he arrived, he crushed a rare disease right away, and that miracle even lured a magnificent dragon to serve him. He let out a sharp, irritated sigh, because with modern chat and messages, rumors hit the whole world instantly, even though he'd already cut every last tie with the association. Then, out of nowhere, the girl spun around and fired a bold request at him. She locked eyes with him, voice shaking, and asked, "Are you really going to let me tag along on this journey with you?" The young man only shot back one question. Did she truly think they'd uncover clues about the shaman in the lands they were heading for? The boy blurted that he wasn't against it at all, but his tight, sweaty face practically shouted the exact opposite. He awkwardly froze for a second, darted a sideways glance, and tried to suck in air before he could move again. The woman with glasses stared him down, drilling him with a harsh, unblinking look that made it impossible to breathe. Then Tala spoke in a low, serious tone, saying those brutal giant armored fish didn't just show up. They might have been unleashed on purpose by a hostile shaman. When he heard that shaman was probably tracking down alchemists, the boy snapped up in shock. He immediately clocked the trap. He was about to be used as plain old bait, and even as he tried to argue it, he had nothing to prove it. The girl gave a steady nod, like she knew exactly what she was agreeing to. With an awkward little smile, she looked up at him and declared, "From now on, you've got me. I'll be under your care for a while." So Tala officially joined the team, and the whole trio kicked back together, grinning and celebrating at the same table inside the tent. Just up ahead, a wild ride through jaw-dropping mountain ranges waited, along with the crumbling ruins of cities nobody remembers anymore. These ancient ruins could have been the perfect spot to kickstart a brand new settlement someday. The bespectacled girl shot her finger forward, practically yelling at the boy to stare straight at the horizon. Snapping the reins on those strange white beasts, the heroes surged toward the already marked spots to size up just how massive the upcoming construction is going to be. The boy grinned and asked the girls if they were comfy to ride, bragging that he'd personally sharpened the summoning scroll, so these two obedient hippo brothers would look just right. Tala quickly looked away, and the second she did, a blazing blush rushed across her cheeks like wildfire. The boy stared at her in pure shock, barely able to whisper the girl's name. Meanwhile, the priestess fought to swing onto the saddle, forcing her posture to stay proud and unshaken. The young man smirked to himself, because these church knights clearly had no idea what a real battlefield actually feels like. He narrowed his eyes, then flashed a grin like he'd just figured everything out. The poor girl shook with tension, sweat soaking her skin as she clamped onto the wooden railings with a death grip. Suddenly, the road slammed into half-ruined stone walls. The travelers froze in their tracks, staring straight ahead as the empty space in front of them gripped them in pure awe. Spread out before them stood the colossal ruins of a long-forgotten ancient city. Thin green shoots pushed up between the stone slabs, like the air itself was packed with raw, focused magic. The boy halted the animals right beside the ruins, like he just stepped into the middle of a mystery. He proposed we keep the untouched cobblestones and the flat stretches of the road, and Tala instantly agreed. The young man whipped around to the girls and demanded their take on building a brand new settlement right here. Tavla straightened her glasses and said the sea was right there, plus the safe distance from the Triton's turf made this spot the perfect choice. The young man stared over the ruins, baffled. Why were there no monsters anywhere, not even in a place this warm and inviting? Even with things looking safe, this anomaly had to be studied to the bone, because they needed to track down exactly what caused it. On a quick break, his companion suddenly remembered. Lady Kaelin had been dreaming for ages to finally set foot by the sea. A quiet private harbor, salt pouring in from the earth, and non-stop maritime trade all lined up to promise something absolutely massive for what came next. In those waters, demons and tritons ruled the waves, so the boy basically expected more wild, off-the-wall assignments. His companion leaned in and demanded to know what he had planned for his future. The nun nodded once, and in that instant she sized up the territory's true strategic value. He picked a solid building for cover, then fired off a scanning spell, hunting for monsters that might be lurking nearby. A magical pendulum hung in midair and swung so slowly, like it was teasing destiny. Out of nowhere, a creepy rustling crawled in from right behind him. The researcher was the first to hear it, and they snapped their head around, chasing the noise with their eyes. The kid shot his arm forward like a command, yelling at the squad to freeze, right now. The young man clamped his breath in his chest, waiting for something to happen. But straight ahead was nothing, just a hollow cobblestone road choked in dust and silence. The crystal pendulum in his fingers suddenly shook hard, responding to the absurdly high surge of magic hanging in the air. The girl in glasses shot off a question about the find right away, but the boy just stroked his chin, acting like there was nothing weird about those elements lining up like that. He shot his finger downward with total confidence, claiming there was a magical thread running straight beneath their feet. The boy just smiled, steady as ever, and said that weird stuff like this happens all the time, especially inside old magical circles. His hooded companion blinked in pure confusion, like, wait, are these magical lines seriously that rare? Roha kicked off with an ancient secret. Back before alchemy even existed, people would draw those circles straight into the dirt. But now they just roll them up and carry the whole thing in handy scrolls. As the girls wrestled with his words, Roa casually pointed out that the drifting particles in the air were practically shouting where the old spell had been. Staring across the endless cobblestone square, he realized this magical circle had to be absolutely massive. Maybe that's exactly how it all went down. The companion couldn't believe anyone was still guarding this place, but Roa shut that down and told him to just follow the revealed path. Out of nowhere, he slammed to a stop, eyes wide with pure shock. He planted one step, and his soul sank onto the pavement's deep, magical pattern. With the pendulum ticking, the boy grinned and guided his squad straight past the half-ruined brick walls of that forgotten building. They pushed deeper into the cracked, dry desert, sprinting toward that looming mountain range far off in the distance. The young man snapped to a stop, eyes widening as he caught something downright strange. He thrust his hand ahead, pointing to a ghostly path stretching way past the ruins. Beneath a blanket of dust and rubble, they spotted two eerie double doors. And right here, powerful streams of magical energy slammed together like fate colliding. The whole team locked eyes for a beat. Then the find hit them like a red flag, screaming suspicious. The young man clamped his grip on the metal ring and yanked it upward with all his strength. No turning back now, so everyone agreed, grabbed their courage and took the risk. A brutal, pitch-black passage yawned open, and an iron ladder dropped down beneath the lid. That heavy slab finally gave way with a grim, dull creak. The boy nodded hard and promised he'd head down next. But his fearless partner didn't hesitate. He dove into the darkness first and yelled, "It's not even deep." He just blinked, utterly baffled, and immediately wondered if he should have gone first as the man. But deep down, something about all of this felt brutally wrong. Up below, the only sound was the quiet thud of her boots striking the iron stairs. The trio hurried through the glowing hallway, and the bespectacled girl double-checked everything. No traps in sight, but fresh tracks leading on. Rast leaned in and quietly interrogated Talu, demanding to know what really happened. She didn't buy that this gloomy place could possibly be a shaman's hideout, and the boy nodded, backing her up. They couldn't track the hiding spot in time, like it vanished the second they searched. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered up from the dark depths of the tunnel. They whipped out their weapons in a heartbeat, bracing for the fight about to explode. Rast snapped still, staring in pure shock. From the shadows, a terrifying command roared, "Don't move, or you'll be incinerated on the spot." Rast heard that voice and, in a jolt of shock, he blurted out his teacher's name, Master Galhammer. The dark shape up ahead froze too, staring in shock as it blurted, "What's your name?" He took one slow step forward, like everything was about to explode. The girl with glasses narrowed her eyes and stared like she was trying to solve a mystery. Tavla's eyes went wide, and the words died in his throat. Out of the shadows strode Master Galhammer, former head of the Alchemist'S, association and Rast's mentor, looking genuinely stunned at this totally unexpected run-in. That sudden run-in in the gloomy stone corridor hit both men like a brick, completely frozen, staring in shock. The boy shot forward at once, broke the tension, and right on the spot introduced his companions to his contact, Master Galhammer. The old man just smiled kindly and asked how the former protege ended up trapped in this dungeon. The young guy blurted to the girls that it was this seasoned master who had guided his very first steps in the Alchemist Association. The crew shot each other silent looks. Everyone knew something was coming. Galhammer squinted with a sly grin, like he was already plotting his next move. Every time the boy tried to wiggle out of liking someone, the old man burst into loud laughter, mocking him as a stubborn bookworm who kept ditching girls for his crazy rust research. With a loud, hearty laugh, he slammed his palm onto the young man's back and sent him off with a blazing wish that everything would go perfectly, right on the personal front. The upbeat mood snapped into seriousness the second the master suggested tea, and promised he'd finally spill the real reason he was in these ruins. Long-cloaked figures strode through the castle's grand corridors, their footsteps echoing like thunder. Rast blurted, stunned, "You work here." But Master Galhammer snapped back that he'd been gone from the association for ages. They tore deeper into the pitch-black tunnel, pushing forward fast. A year ago, the master got demoted, but he refused to sit back and do nothing, just collecting money. Galhammer asked, "Did you go too, Rast?" And the guy snapped, apologized for his silence, and finally admitted he'd already accepted a job offer. The old man brushed it off like it was nothing, and genuinely lit up with relief that the boy didn't rot in that association, all because of his own sense of duty to protect him. Rast dropped his hand to his forehead in bitter regret, furious that he couldn't save the basic research department from being shut down. Galhammer froze, stunned by those words. The old man murmured that Rast must have paid for it hard. His eyes snapped open with instant realization. The master awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, fumbling for control while his emotions crashed around him. Then he flashed a warm smile and told him, "Any organization is just an empty shell. Only the people inside it matter." The young man gave a quick nod, getting it instantly. People and their ideas are the real heart of everything. Galhammer burst into loud, friendly laughter, slapped the student's shoulder, and declared that their department's ideas would live on forever, as long as those two weirdos kept them locked in their heads. Rast lowered his gaze in silence. Master Galhammer beamed with warmth, then told the boy, "Don't sweat it." Those words hit him like a thunderclap, and for the first time, that crushing weight inside his chest finally shattered and vanished. He lifted his head and broke into a heartfelt smile. The moment the guild gates shut behind them, the teacher pounced on his research, and Rast beamed as he bragged that he'd made huge strides, until a thunderous cough slammed the moment to a halt. Behind him, the girls closed in, one grinned and waved him over, while the other tugged at her glasses and snapped, grumpy that she couldn't tell if they'd be waiting forever. The young man's cheeks flared red, and with a shaky little grin, he stammered that it could take a while. The old master shot a sly whisper at once, teasing the boy like, "Tell me, did you end up fully under our control already?" The girls froze them in place with nothing but ice-cold stares. But the moment the old man cracked the door open, everyone there went completely still, like their bodies forgot how to move. Right ahead loomed a colossal secret laboratory, its walls swallowed by shelves packed with thousands of jars, swirling magical potions, and shimmering dust that seemed to sparkle with its own secrets. The companions tore into the shelves, and the wild, beautiful mess they found screamed, loud and clear, that this chaos was straight out of Rast's own home. Galhammer erupted in a loud laugh, then flashed a friendly warning, "Don't touch a single thing with your hands." The guests just stood there, stunned and spellbound, staring at every wonder they weren't brave enough to touch. His lips twisted into a sly, shadowy grin like he knew a secret you didn't. The young man immediately clocked it. He'd secretly kept his research going this whole time. The old alchemist leaned in, nodded, and lit up as he swore their science had nothing to do with money or fame. It was all about chasing the unknown, hunting truth, and using it to help people. And all those hard-won bits of knowledge they collected one by one opened the door to insane new opportunities. The young man said, with respect, that the fundamental research department's ideas are still alive and breathing in this place. Suddenly, something on the shelf snared his attention, and his eyes flew open with pure shock. Behind the creaky wooden partition sat a massive glass vessel, and that old man guarded it like it was pure treasure. He blurted out Master Galhammer's name, stunned to the core. The young man stared in pure awe at that mind-blowing specimen, because in all his life he'd never seen anything this huge, or this vivid, like it. Inside, sealed away like a holy grail, was the absurdly rare parasitic fungus called winter beast, summer grass, the kind of treasure every alchemist dreams of chasing. The boy blurted out, wide-eyed and desperate, if they were using him as a medium to split magical elements, while every guest in the room froze and silently listened. An old man brewed tea, then leaned in and told the white-haired girl that, based on what he saw, she had to be one of Aresla's followers. He flashed a gentle smile and held his breath, waiting to see how she'd react. With zero hesitation, he confirmed he was right, and then he calmly spoke her name, Tala. He slammed the hot mugs onto the wooden table, ready to kick off the conversation. He shoved that weird tile into his companion's hands and demanded, "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Master Galhammer let out a heavy sigh, then urged them to handle this strange mess first. A crumbling, ancient fragment was etched with a symbol that looked eerily like Aresla's own seal. The girl went stone still, staring at the mysterious pattern like it was about to reveal a secret. Galhammer launched in from far away. He came all this way just to snatch up resources. She blurted out, heart racing, interrupting him to demand, "Where exactly did you get this artifact?" The young man blinked in shock and finally admitted he'd been dead wrong. He thought the old master was the one actually driving off the local monsters. The master remembered a time when these wastelands were totally empty, no people anywhere, and even the monsters wouldn't dare step foot in here. They tore into why the local magic had stalled, and then pointed at the monstrous magical circle sprawled across the surface. The boy nodded and said he'd seen it, and that circle was absolutely massive. The boy told us he'd stumbled on the dungeon right, where weird, suspicious lines of force collided and crossed. Galhammer flipped the cards to reveal everything. He didn't stumble in by luck. He tore open the entrance by digging into the already finished underground tunnels. He gave the table a light tap and knew this hiding spot was built long before they ever arrived. The boy's eyes went wide. This dungeon was already laid out before them, and the old man gave a quick, knowing nod. He couldn't shake the question. Why were these tunnels even made, and what monster secret kept everyone from poking around? The old man narrowed his eyes and demanded to know if the boy had spotted one crucial detail. Hearing that number inside the 100 magical circles made the young man jerk back, shaking with pure shock. He pictured a structure so massive it felt unreal, and instantly snapped into doubt. Could anyone even build something on that scale? Turns out that magical circuit they found was only a tiny piece of a massive machine, one packed with over 100 connected elements. As they trampled through the stone corridor, the old man leaned in and declared, "This place was built by human hands, no doubt about it." When they asked if the old man had ever tried to boot the system, he only let out a heavy sigh and said, "In theory, yeah, it could work." Out of nowhere, the man slammed to a halt by the wall and started talking about a secret space hidden inside it. The girl shot into the passage first, then froze solid, staring in pure, breathless shock. The boy locked his gaze straight ahead, feeling that something huge was about to hit. Up ahead, jagged gaps in the crumbling stone walls revealed the shadowy shape of some ancient structure. In the heart of the shattered hall, beneath beams of blazing light, a lone stone altar stood like the world's last secret. The old man spun toward the girl and demanded to know if she had any clue what this find was meant to do. The trio skidded to a halt before a stone slab, and it turned out to be an ancient altar dedicated to the deity Aresla. The priestess shot a quiet objection, eyes locked on the ruins like they were staring back. That old explorer practically burst with excitement, claiming they were standing at the very birthplace of everything they believed in. That old magical circle carved into the stone screamed one thing: these dungeons were built in ages past. The girl nodded softly and agreed without hesitation. The old man flashed a warm, comforting smile back at him. She clasped her hands in a heartfelt prayer and sincerely thanked the scholar, grateful for the chance to step inside this shrine. Rast watched her joy and broke into a quiet smile, instantly feeling how real and steady her sincerity was. The researcher leaned in and said he'd been hunting for years, trying to find the scraps of primitive magic that existed before alchemy even showed up. When Rast heard about ancient magic, one crucial memory snapped into place in his mind. Roa's anxious voice ripped through his thoughts, calling the boy from the far end of the hall. Suddenly, a weird blaring squeak ripped through the dungeon, and the whole place started to shake. Everyone snapped to attention, eyes wide, trying to pinpoint where that weird sound was coming from. When the old man pressed him about the hand beast, Rast stayed cool and said, straight-faced, that he'd struck a pact with a real dragon. A weird rumble rolled from above, and Galhammer immediately figured there had to be some openings nearby letting outside sound seep in. Then panic hit hard when he realized it was his little dragon, Salak, calling. Trying to get answers, the young man asked about primal magic, but the old scholar nearly dropped everything. Because what he saw wasn't magic at all, it was a real living dragon. Without a second to breathe, the young man shot off an apology and bolted for the exit to the surface, while the stunned old man chased him with panicked shouts and unanswered questions. On the move, he casually dropped this bombshell. Ancient magic was wielded right by Salak himself. That scholar's curiosity snapped into action. He started grilling for every detail, because his whole research is built on the leap from primitive magic to alchemy. With every rung he climbed, the young man swore he'd spill only what the little dragon dared to let out. The old man wouldn't shut up. He peppered the young one with question after question about whether a wise dragon could judge the truth of alchemy exams, and the kid could only slump and sigh, defeated. Still, as someone hunting for hidden truths in the deep abyss of knowledge, he totally got the fire behind this scientific passion. The boy couldn't believe it. Master Galhammer was this pumped, this fixated on a brand new puzzle, and it had been ages since anyone saw him like that. But then the thought hit him. If that long-awaited scientific breakthrough landed in his hands, he'd act exactly the same. That scholar's obsession only fanned his anxiety, so the young man decided to keep a sharp eye on Salak, ironically convinced this ancient old man was the same one who'd just chewed him out for being too wrapped up in his research. Bursting up through the water, the boy shouted at Salak, who was happily looping through the sky above him. He called the little dragon by name, and in that moment he couldn't stop himself. He kept staring at it like he was afraid to blink. He let out a joyous howl and flashed a cheerful circle high in the bright, sunny sky. A winged monster ripped out of the sky and crashed onto Salak just as he was surging forward with every ounce of strength. The Rast satellite snapped to attention the second it saw the creature, then blared out that it was the snake shaman's flying familiar. It was the exact same kind of winged beast, their giant hippopo, once smashed in a single, brutal blow. The boy snapped his head up, eyes wide with pure horror. Rast couldn't shake the memory of how Salak crumbled during the last tentacle attack, and then it hit him hard. These monsters weren't just hunting people, they were built to take out his war. In the clouds, the monster shot forward and slammed into the little one before it could even get away. Suddenly, Salak snapped his mouth open and started gathering magical energy, building up to a devastating blast of air. Rast froze in stunned disbelief. He lunged forward with everything he had, pleading with Salak to take to the skies and stay far from the fight, because he refused to let them clash with the enemy up close. But it was already over. Before anyone could stop him, the little one fired a brutal air ring straight into the flying creature. The snake turned out to be ridiculously agile, and it gracefully slipped past the strike like it saw it coming. Rage surged in Rast's chest when the enemy instantly nailed the attack's trajectory, so he tore forward and slammed his spell to life. Time was running out, and the boy realized his magic might not be enough to stop Salak from dying under those deadly claws. Still, he lunged forward and slammed his hand down, pouring every last ounce of strength into the spell. The magical scroll wriggled free from his fingers and shot up into the sky like it had a mind of its own. Suddenly, shackles erupted out of nowhere and clamped onto the white dragonling's body like a death sentence. It turned out to be a set of strange living tentacles that latched on and crushed the helpless victim with brutal force. The poor thing wailed in agony, squirming and straining with all its might to tear free, only to fail. Ras snapped still the moment he locked eyes with that crying beast. Those pupils were etched in his mind. He'd spot them in a crowd of 1,000. The comrades sprinted in yelling apologies, but the damage was already done. With a sudden burst, the dragon vanished into the clouds, and Rast could only spit out helpless curses as it disappeared. The boy shot off after the fugitive by himself, even as his friends begged him to bring them along, warning that traps were waiting around every corner. He leapt onto his loyal beast, Hippopo, yelling that speed was all that mattered right this second. Rast ordered him to trail behind, and with the air so dry, their footprints along the tracks would practically shout their presence. Still fleeing, he yelled at Master Galhammer to get the rest of them across by using transmuted monsters. The hippo barreled ahead, smashing forward and blasting up a thick cloud of dust. His friend stood there in stunned silence as he stormed out. Staring at the deep ruts in the road, old Galhammer cracked a smile and murmured that the boy had finally grown up. In the middle of that soggy wasteland, a massive, deep, twisting trail carved its way through, like some gigantic creature had torn the earth open. In this world, hidden among the wonders, there was a healing transmuted beast, like a glowing green jug come to life. The curses were supercharged by ancient magic, and their inner makeup didn't even play by the rules of alchemy. On a blazing run across the land, the young man on his white steed, Hippopo, had been hunting that elusive feathered serpent for a full 2 straight days. A tiny speck in the sky suddenly became the target. The feathered serpent's wings sagged with strain, and its whole body started to slow down fast. Even though it was a magical familiar, it was still flesh and blood, so it couldn't slip away forever. The snake was dropping fast, sinking toward the ground with every heartbeat. The young man blared his faithful companion's name at the top of his lungs. The perfect moment is finally here, right now. The boy snapped his polishing spell to life, and magical circles erupted in an instant. A weird glowing sign suddenly flickered on Hippopo's forehead. The boy locked in, dialing the power and aiming just right so he wouldn't miss his strike. 3 magical flags snapped and whirled around the snake, blasting up a savage whirlwind that sealed off every path it tried to take. He barked the order to unleash another attack. No hesitation, no pause. Little Saluk helplessly dropped straight out of the clouds, falling like there was no way to stop it. Seeing that, the young man yanked every limit off his power and launched straight at the magical scroll of fixation. He had to stop this fall right now, so he slammed the anti-gravity spell into action. The dragon's skies went dead silent the moment that magic snapped the airspace shut. A crystal-clear energy cube ripped open in the sky, and it snatched the baby in midair without missing a beat. The boy leaned in and stared down, double-checking the result with laser focus. After making sure every last thing was working, he finally cracked a smile, breathless with relief. His loyal horse thundered ahead through the thickets, throwing everything it had into every gallop. Dropping to his knees at the dragon's side, the young man ordered it to open its mouth. Exhausted, Saluk whined pathetically as the boy just kept apologizing for making him wait. The nurse tipped the medicine in, and it trickled into the baby's mouth in a steady, thin stream. That rare potion mixed with pure water was meant to scorch out every drop of poison and shatter the shaman's curse, so the boy just clapped his friend for pushing through it. The tiny dragon gulped the bottle down in a blink, then sprang into the air with pure joy, leaving its owner stunned by how agile it was. The young man let out a soft smile, thrilled that his companion was finally back on his feet again. That tiny white dragon kept paw-tapping like a menace, begging for more treats with every cute demand. The young man beamed, sending warmth straight into his winged pet as it fluttered beside him. Suddenly, the boy whipped his head around in confusion, and a heavy sigh behind him spelled out that Yet another failure had struck. He froze on the spot, snapped his head left and right, and hunted for any hidden threat lurking nearby. The world lay in dead silence and emptiness, until the faithful steed Hippopo snapped his eyes open in shock. The boy snapped still, like his whole body got hit by lightning. That mysterious voice kept drilling into the dizzying art of making familiars, and the young man spun around frantically, scanning every single direction. The invisible enemy ranted that alchemists have it too easy, while he stuck hunting down the right targets the hard way. Cold sweat soaked the hero as the truth hit. Turns out even the beast couldn't detect anyone else was there. The hippo only snorted in pure terror, stuck helpless as it watched its owner hunt for the source of the sound. Suddenly, the entire world around them lurched downward, swallowed by heavy, thick black shadows. Darkness swallowed his eyes whole. An evil aura clamped down hard, stealing every breath. Out of the crushing darkness, a hooded stranger's sinister grin finally surfaced. Then he stepped forward and revealed himself. The boy jerked to a stop. Then a hooded figure in a dark cloak appeared out of nowhere right in front of his face. He choked out a heavy breath, stumbled back, and while he did, his massive riding beast roared, completely baffled. Rast locked eyes with the nighttime guest, baffled by how he'd completely missed his arrival, while the obedient, winged Salak perched on his shoulder like it had always been there. The stranger lifted his skinny hand with slow, razor-sharp confidence and aimed a finger into the far distance, then started talking about a dragon. A quiet sigh slipped out from beneath that deep hood. Then the stranger leaned in and called him, Master Rast. That icy voice cut through the air and declared that the story was meant to end right here, right now. Rast demanded, voice tight, who the stranger was. Then the guy smirked like he had a secret and barked that the aliens always mess everything up. He went completely still, eyes locked forward like he was afraid to blink. The boy shot him a straight question, are you the same shaman? Rast flashed a calm smile and brushed it off, saying he was nothing more than a humble alchemist. The shaman threw his arms wide, grimaced at the nickname, then snapped his eyes sharper and told the alchemists they were nothing but copycats and total upstarts. His snake-like gaze sliced into the boy, brimming with raw disdain. The boy didn't even twitch. He just stood there, taking the enemy's poisoned stare straight to the soul. The stranger snapped his finger at the boy, accused him of being the real problem, then told them to deal with it later, for now. The boy snapped to the truth in his head. This weird catfish whale was nothing but this guy's familiar. The enemy spat that he had ripped apart a creature made to drag demon killers through a lifetime of slow, brutal suffering. The boy scratched his head, torn between Tala and the girl's stalker lurking right behind the choice. That stranger grimaced as he remembered the young man didn't just stop there. He even tore the curse off that obnoxious stalker. But the guy still couldn't make heads or tails of what this weird stranger was blurting out. The dragon was the final breaking point, because the hero didn't just hide it, he fought to keep it from dying again. The enemy demanded they wipe that creature outright on the spot, and the guy instantly tensed up like he'd been caught in the trap. The young man narrowed his eyes, and rage surged in his chest at the sight of this guy. The enemy smirked pure mockery, with full, confident control. The hero snapped his fist shut in pain, because that bastard talked like human lives were nothing more than toys. That tiny dragon felt danger snap into place and let out a furious growl as it charged straight at the enemy. The baby pressed its face to his cheek and kept growling like a tiny nightmare, glaring straight at the enemy. The boy shut his eyes tight, then soothed the little dragon by stroking its head, determined to calm the trembling creature. A friend clamped a tight grip on Seiya's shoulder, begging him to calm down. Right ahead of him stood a shadowy figure in a dark hood, and it just smirked like it knew exactly how this would end. For a heartbeat, the world vanished into a wall of pitch-black darkness. The boy stared straight ahead, stone calm, while a tiny white dragon quietly perched on his shoulder. As soon as he heard the new name, the young man leaned in and quietly demanded, "Which Richest do you mean?" The stranger said, calm as stone, that the boy had swallowed his rage perfectly, while Master Richest had completely drowned in dark emotions. He smirked and said it's way too easy to deal with people. Then, right on cue, he hastily pretended to apologize for those same words. A razor-sharp wind tore through the gorge, whipping up dust like it had a mission. Right then, the enemy blasted out a crushing dark aura and swore he had to end the boy on the spot. The darkness slammed down hard, swallowing every last scrap of light in an instant. In utter darkness, a suffocating silence pressed down like a weight. Suddenly, that pitch-black void shattered as a blinding white streak tore straight through it. Rast strode forward with steel in his eyes, warning the hooded enemy that he'd better finish him right now. With a single snap of his hands, he unfurled the battle scrolls and got ready to go to war. A brutal burst of energy screamed through the earth, ripping up dust clouds as it tore forward. The young man instantly felt it. His attack slipped straight through, and the enemy's body started to fade away like smoke in the air. It was a trap laid by familiar spirits, and the enemy's voice, laughing with glee, confirmed every one of the alchemist's worst fears right behind him. The grass jerked its head up and went still. Then a blazing stone block came roaring out of the sky straight for it. In the blazing wake of the meteorite, a creepy figure suddenly stepped out of the fire. A chill sweat erupted across the boy's face. A real meteorite, right out of the sky. No time to think. Rast slammed his hands forward and kicked off the combined magic activation. He yanked every limit off active scrolls, blasting the skies to stop the threat from moving through the air. A massive, three-dimensional barrier circle exploded into the sky, his absolute masterpiece, the most complex and strongest spell he could ever forge. From below, the enemy kept staring up with a worried, tightening gaze. A blazing boulder slammed into the magical barrier with all its might, then got jammed fast in invisible webs. Above the shattered earth, a slice of black meteorite floated in the sky, caught inside a blazing, geometric cage of light. He locked onto the anomaly, held his breath, and listened as that eerie foreign energy hummed around him. The plan hit perfectly. He yanked the vessel open in a flash and poured the healing water straight into his palms. With a sudden jerk, he scrubbed the grime and soot away, and a huge breath of relief tore out of his chest. His hand burst with a gentle glow, and the small cuts and burns sealed up in an instant. He greedily gulped in air, and right when the oxygen hit, that crushing fatigue finally backed off as fresh strength surged through him. Even though his beasts came out of the fight nearly unscathed, he still cast a healing spell on them, just to be safe. Still choking on dust, the boy struggled to clear his throat and genuinely thanked Hippopo, only for the giant to mutter back, low and quiet. Then he spun around and stared up at the sky like it was about to reveal something. That black stone block floating inside the air cage froze him. Was this fall really the work of someone's spell? The boy slammed down onto the ground, snatched the meteorite, and vowed it would be Kalen's gift, because he was betting she'd turn it into rock-solid new gear. With a flick of his hand, he cast the copying spell and blasted the data onto a brand-new scroll. With the scroll clutched in his hands, he and Hippopo charged into that scorched clearing, right where the enemy shaman had been standing just seconds ago. But what he saw hit him like lightning, and he froze on the spot, stunned out of his mind. Around them, those familiar beetles kept swarming like a living warning, because it looked like this was the very trail the enemy used to vanish from Tala for years. But how in the world did he even manage to carve a magic circle inside that magic crystal? In the choking dust, the boy spotted a weird ring that didn't belong there. The sky rained down the leftover pieces of magic, flickering in the air like sparks after a blast. The boy locked onto the find with raw, wild excitement. He leaned in and stared hard, because that magical circle he'd seen for the very first time in his life was staring back. This artifact ripped open the sky and summoned a meteorite, and its mind-bending octagonal shape was nothing like the usual hexagonal patterns. But the moment they found it, the truth hit hard. The thing was way too fragile to last. It shattered right in his grip, like it couldn't survive the pressure. The boy let out a heavy, sad sigh that sounded like it hurt. Even now, it proves modern alchemy still can't compete with curses and the raw power of primal magic. His eyes hardened, Like the fun just died and something dangerous took over. And even the thought of magic like that left him genuinely awestruck. He had to rush and dig into every detail, because this shaman was absolutely coming back for another attack. At last they all came together, locked in, ready to fight for every single thing they loved. He just stood off to the side, watching them in dead silence. The boy exhaled in pure relief as the giant sky structure finally cooled off, then pushed for everyone to head back. Then it hit him, snapped back to reality, and he raced to jot down the new ideas that had just burst into his head. Meanwhile, the tale jumps back a bit to right after Roa and Tala finally find each other. Cool water trickled over his palm, sending a fresh chill coursing through it. Roa confessed she hadn't slept well in ages, and Tala shot back with a grin, promising that with farsight magic, she'd watch the area like a hawk. She cast the spell, then scanned the forest through her glasses with razor focus. No people, no monsters lurking anywhere. Tala suddenly shot closer through the water and called Roa with real sincerity, begging her to be her older sister. Roa went completely still, stunned by the shock, and held her breath. Tala blushed at her own bluntness, then ducked under the water fast, leaving a trail of bubbles while her friend just stared, totally confused. When the girl broke the surface again, she made up her mind. She'd thank Roa for real one more time. Roa lowered her gaze in dead silence, clutching herself tight around the shoulders. With her palms pressed together, Tala swore she'd never forget the moment her friend dragged her out of that deadly trap. Roa was soaking up the chill in the river until, out of nowhere, she felt someone lurking right behind her. Right out of nowhere, the companion slipped in close, pressed a fingertip to her face, and hissed, "SHH, silence." With that sudden burst, the water around them exploded upward, splashing loud and wild. Roa simply jabbed the girl's nose and snapped like, "Cut the grim act right now." She barely breathed her name out, quiet, trembling, and stared back like she couldn't even make sense of what was happening. The optician flashed a warm smile and promised her, "I'm just glad I could save you, because every one of Rast's friends is yours too." Roa leaned in without hesitation, her whole heart blazing with one burning need. She had to uncover the truth. With a hilarious grunt, their little piglet shot out of the water, and Roa froze for a beat. But no matter how badly she wanted to get stronger and be useful, she couldn't find peace. While her friend scrubbed herself under the waterfall's roar, Roa came at her nonstop, peppering her with wild questions about the mysterious glow surrounding her sword. She just smiled softly, then told him it was the strength of divine protection keeping her safe. As soon as she heard those words, Roa's eyes lit up behind her glasses with instant, unmistakable delight. Your friend was left stunned by how intense and genuinely heartfelt the reaction was. She wrapped her arms around that bold girl and told her, "You can learn it too, but it'll be brutally hard unless you truly trust the goddess Aresla." Her eyes glittered bright, and she blurted out in pure joy, still stunned she'd gotten this lucky. Right before my eyes, a sweet memory from the past flashed like a spark in the dark. The little girl leaned in with pure excitement, begging her friend to teach her that trick, eyes shining with hope. The blonde flashed a soft smile and promised she'd make it. She was going to succeed, no question. Her warm hand drifted over the bespectacled girl's hair, soft as a promise. She closed her eyes tight, savoring every second. After that, the girls kicked back and relaxed in the steamy hot spring, while the waterfall's soft roar washed over them like pure comfort. Suddenly, those little glasses narrowed their focus like they were locked onto something, dead serious. Both friends snapped still in an instant, staring deep into the forest like something was about to jump out. "Something coming," the blonde hissed and their fluffy pet squeaked, trembling with pure fear. A piercing whistle tore through the calm harbor like a warning siren. That baby wouldn't calm down, and the girls scrambled to figure out why some random object was barreling straight toward them. That wild, breakneck speed through the trees screamed one thing: this was no ordinary danger. Even with those glasses giving her superhuman sight, she couldn't make out the silhouette. But one thing was crystal clear: it wasn't some run-of-the-mill monster. Suddenly, a fast whirlwind of toxic pollen ripped into the air, snapping into a deadly cloud that paralyzed everything in its path. Clutching an open book in her hands, the girl pushed to confirm if this was the same enemy that normal physical attacks couldn't touch, and her spear-wielding partner finally gave a reluctant nod, basically admitting these monsters left her powerless. On the battlefield, a terrifying special-rank monster suddenly crashed in, an eerie paralyzing cloud that twisted the rules of physics and blanketed everything in deadly poison. The girls went still in the water, shocked. No volcanoes ever showed up around here. But the enemy didn't wait, charging straight toward them. The masked partner launched into a tense countdown, bracing for the moment everything would finally break their way. At the very last second, she snapped the spear forward and barked the order, attack. Roa snapped to the signal and charged ahead, sword already in her hands. She spun like a cyclone, slinging blow after blow to smash the enemy cloud apart. But every normal weapon just bounced off that shapeless fog. It slid through strikes like they meant nothing at all. Roa's voice cracked with pure despair. She swung her sword, and it just slid through the monster like there was nothing there. The partner just clenched her teeth, trapped by the brutal reality of how tangled everything was. Thick, poisonous fog slammed into Roa's eyes, choking her sight so she couldn't even see the enemy anymore. She swung wildly, but the attack just slipped right past, like it refused to feel a thing. Then she thrust her sword skyward and screamed for the goddess Aresla to pour oracle power into her blade, so she could finally bring sight back. Roa held her breath, praying a divine miracle would explode into the world. At that exact moment, a blinding surge of power exploded out of nowhere, so intense it tore right through the fabric of space itself in this world. A towering wave surged up as the girl tore through the water with her blade, fighting for her life to hold back the enemy's brutal assault. Her eyes snapped into focus, and just like that, she finally saw what had been hidden before. Then, without warning, she snapped her eyes open, stunned by a blinding flash of light blasting inches from her face. With a sharp turn, Roa whipped her head around and yelled to Tala that the danger was creeping in from behind on their right, then barked that they had to go straight for the magical stones, no doubt about it. But the enemy was way more agile, and the girl realized that waiting to react after the attack already landed was just too slow. Still, she clung to the spellbook with white-knuckle grip, determined to prove her eyes don't miss a single thing. The girls faced the danger back-to-back, teaming up with everything they had to take down the threat. Water whirled around them while they fought in sync, batting away relentless attacks coming from every direction. A raging water vortex spun around them, and Roa stayed cool as she leaned in and asked her partner, "You've got a plan, right?" Tala stayed death still, glaring forward through her bizarre eye mask, as if the world had just stopped moving. Roa snapped into action and called Tala, urging her to draw the enemy's focus away so they could strike at the perfect moment. They were set to move, no pause, no second guessing, because the clock had run out. Tal snatched her long list with total confidence, smirked at the challenge, and demanded to know if their plan could actually work with that weapon. She eyed that long list with a jittery nod, not fully convinced the plan could survive a weapon like that. She shot her eyebrows up in shock, completely lost on what they were even talking about. The masked warrior suddenly remembered a secret ability that could stretch his sword's attack range way out. This magic could be shared with others, but it would hit them like a light version, way weaker than the original. The light-haired girl immediately remembered the divine blessing. The masked one snapped that the length change would be so small it barely mattered, and her friend immediately demanded the exact size. The eye patch snugly covered her face, hiding every move and secret she wanted to keep. The light-haired woman grinned like a hunter, already assuming the extra length would be about the size of the back of her hand. The masked warrior snapped the conversation to a halt and spun the spear through the air like a warning. She surged forward like lightning, cutting through the water so fast her rival barely had time to blink. The light-haired girl snapped her tome open and slammed her palm onto the page. She threw caution to the wind, had no plan at all, and called on the goddess Aresla to forge her inner strength and steer her forward. Masked figures flashed through the air, blasting out torrents of water that slammed the battlefield. There was zero room to dodge. She launched into a fierce leap and snapped her blade forward to drive the strike home. Small crystals spilled out and scattered across the floor where the rock cracked straight in half. With one brutal thrust, she drove her spear through the water and cut it wide open, blasting towering splashes in every direction. The tiny pink hippo snorted back with pure joy, and the girl burst into real, heartfelt laughter. Off in the distance, a friend she hadn't seen in ages shouted that she'd always believed in the power of Roa. The bespectacled girl snapped her eyes open in shock, then cautiously pointed at herself like, "Wait me." In the blink of an eye, she launched forward. Roa whipped around in shock as water suddenly blasted against the scene. The girls erupted into a roaring high five, slapping their palms together, and their partner yelled with pure joy that they finally pulled it off. She glowed with pure pride, riding the thrill of their shared win. Roa smiled with doubt still swirling, and a strange warmth surged in her chest like a secret. A strange, electric tingle shot straight through his fingers out of nowhere. She stared at her palm, completely spellbound. Still stunned, Roa demanded how she pulled it off. Because those cores were flying so fast, there was no way to land a hit. A friend tossed out a new topic like it was no big deal, but Roa snapped right away, telling her to stop with the super formal "you stuck." Roa twisted her wet hair and nodded, and her delighted friend practically burst with the news. Now she'd have the perfect story to brag about to her sister. Waves softly kissed the rocky shore, and perfect silence wrapped everything in total calm. That tiny white critter squealed with pure joy and darted off to scoop up magical stones, all to make Rast smile. Meanwhile, the girls huddled up to break down the last clash, and the glasses wearer confidently laid out how she outplayed the enemy and casually slipped out of those deadly spears. Barefoot in the spring's crystal water, she felt Ari's warning hit her again. Mr. Rast couldn't take care of himself at all. Hot tears streamed down her face as she stared hard at the ground, deep in thought. She glanced at her companion and whispered that she was just like their leader, always forgetting herself. The blonde froze in shock, and flustered feelings hit her all at once. The optician pushed her to stop doubting herself and finally trust her friends, because only then could she count on them to have her back. Those words hit her like a spark, yanking her straight back to the exact second she chose, without a shred of doubt, to become living bait. She spun away from her and told her straight up, using bait was a last resort move only. A strange, gentle smile slid onto her lips, like it didn't belong there. The blonde stared at her in silence, totally blown away by the sudden warmth. The wind whipped the leaves into a frenzy, and she swore to herself that from this moment on, she'd never act any other way. Far off in the distance, a gray-haired man broke into a warm smile, staring at the pictures of Forte, Chita, and Lady Sarah. The girl stood at the water's edge, tilting her face up as the soft sunbeams warmed her like a promise. A single, razor-thin glimmer of light flickered inside the dead black nothingness. Ever since she swore revenge, her soul has turned to stone. Her body won't feel warmth anymore. Bitter cold and endless darkness latched onto her every single day. As she stared at her friends' backs marching ahead, a wild thought hit her. Was she even allowed to warm up for a moment in this brand new light? And for the first time in forever, a real smile broke across her face. In that calm pause, she finally tasted the peace she'd been chasing for so long. She tugged her stockings up, slowly and stubbornly, while her companion grumbled that their leader couldn't fend for himself, like he'd straight up eat grass the moment nobody watched him. She cupped her chin and admitted she's always forgetting herself too, but not nearly as much as Rast. Both girls nodded in sync and decided he couldn't be left to his own devices. Now it was time to teach him how to save his energy. A soft, barely there chuckle slipped out between her lips. They threw their full weight behind him, in every single thing he did. Meanwhile, deep in those gloomy caves, the servant crept up with today's tiny catch, bringing his master a single mouse, bowing in respect. The demon Richest only scowled, letting out a sharp grunt of pure disappointment, because of course he'd been handed yet another ugly rat. Ravenous, the demon hissed at the terrified servant, snapping that he'd better finally bring something worthy to eat. Richest wrinkled his face in disgust, and grumbled that he was sick to death of living on rats. Just as his thoughts were about to take over, a timid servant barged in and stammered to his enormous master. A brand new assistant named Duga stepped in and, eyes wide, waited obediently for the monster's every command. Right when the conversation got going, the cook burst in with word of a surprise visitor. And just as that hit, Duga got blindsided and knocked clean off his feet by a brutal blow to the head. In the pitch-black cave, someone shot past him like a blur, stealing the dark in a single breath. A man in a dark hood slipped out of the shadows, and with a dry, ironic grin, he muttered that he'd only come to chat. Doe lunged in, grabbed him hard, and snapped with furious rage that this audacious alien was a threat who had to be destroyed. The stranger only grinned like a predator and greeted Richest, whispering memories of the nights he turned into a demon. The guest's face gleamed with pure malice, like he was ready to strike. He smirked at the terrified mushroom servants and sneered that they were wonderful little worker bees. Richest froze in pure shock, until the last piece clicked and he finally recognized his main tormentor. The man kept taunting, eyes locked on that monster as it marched with unstoppable confidence, like it was already stepping into the Demon King's shoes. Rage thundered through the giant as he lunged at the one tormenting him, but the moment he struck, his entire body froze solid in total paralysis. The alien warned him not to waste a single ounce of energy, because he himself had slapped a control curse on him during his evolution. A hooded stranger leaned in and told him, in a low, mysterious voice, to picture his body at its peak, like it was the obvious path to real power. The man's new flesh tore itself back together out of the mud in a blur, so fast he froze, totally stunned. She said that now he could even do alchemy, and he just stood there, staring in shock at his own back and shoulders. Mad laughter tore through the cave, and he swore that with this moment, he'd finally smash past Rast. The stranger only let out a soft sigh, stunned by how fiercely the former master still had everyone's loyalty. In the next heartbeat, her face cracked into a smile as she calmly admitted Rast was just in her way. Then she killed him. His eyes snapped wide with terror, because the one thing he lived for just disappeared. The moment the shock hit, the man's newly formed face crumpled, then melted and dripped away. He stared at his hands, and despair crushed him. The girl shrugged and said, deadpan, that his brand new shell can't hold together, so this decay is only a countdown, not a failure. But he wasn't hearing a word she said. He just kept hammering the same panic-filled chant, insisting Rast couldn't have died so easily. The stranger leaned in and bragged about how she blasted that meteorite out of the sky with a priceless magical artifact, vaporizing her foe and ripping his body apart in a roaring, fiery ruin. Mushroom monsters flashed in his head as panic slammed into him. Rast couldn't afford to lose to anyone, because he was the one who had to crush that god. Above the world, a fiery comet tore across the sky, downing toward Earth with the brutal, primal magic forged in the creation era. The hooded man cackled with pure malice, over and over, swearing he was already dead. That young man stayed stone calm, and it drove the enemy so crazy with disappointment that he straight up labeled him boring. He tried to torch his own rage from the inside, forcing himself to smash through the gap in that tough, reinforced concrete strength. Instead, that clumsy, ugly creature next to him sobbed and shook its head like the obvious didn't exist, watching the villain light up with real, wicked glee. Right in front of the stunned villagers, he sneered at everyone else's weakness, because once people are drowning in their emotions, they're so easy to control. The villain fixed the monster with a cold, ominous glare, then leaned in and couldn't wait to ask what Master Richest would become next. Thick rust swallowed everything in an instant, and a savage, ear-splitting roar slammed through the cave. Bound tight and frozen in place for 2 whole days, The boy was trapped in pure, brutal torture. Saluk looked absolutely overjoyed, and he happily grumbled back like he couldn't help himself. He narrowed his eyes, thinking hard. Right before my eyes, that whimsical magical barrier flickered back into place, and out of the shadows, the mysterious shaman appeared again. That sneaky smile the sorcerer wore, it stuck in my head like a warning. He had to find out if this was the real deal. The legendary three-dimensional alchemy everyone's been whispering about. Suddenly, the earth trembled as the massive four-tusked elephant, Rast, thundered toward them. Grinning like he owned the world, Master Galhammer sat on Roa and Tala's backs together, riding with them in total swagger. He broke into a joyous shout and flailed his hands in the air like he couldn't hold in his excitement. The master grinned, already sure his student had crushed the monster with zero trouble. But then the old man shot him a stunned look and demanded, "Where did all your clothes go?" The old man just went completely numb, like his soul shut down on the spot. The boy scratched the back of his head, all awkward nerves, and tried to excuse himself by pointing to his win over the feathered serpent. He stammered that it was all about the winged serpent he'd already defeated. Galhammer and Roa's eyes went wide when they realized the shaman had slammed down a mind-bending, multi-layer transformation circle. Rast nodded in total calm, then said the circle even had 8 rings, and the hardest part was keeping it steady. For him, it was a mind-blowing discovery, totally unexpected, and way too exciting to ignore. When the girls heard the news, an actual meteorite had slammed into reality. They couldn't even process it. The masked companion just asked, like, "Do all researchers get this reckless, so blind to the lethal danger right in front of them?" Suddenly, a dark silhouette tore across the sky with a blood-curdling scream, and the old official burst out in joy, because it was a white dragon. Rast couldn't hold back. He lit up at the idea and practically begged Master Galhammer to join them and head to Kalen, so they could team up again. But the masked girl snapped him back to the present, making it crystal clear that Kalen runs every personnel decision. The moment those words landed, embarrassment hit the boy like a punch to the gut. He rushed to the master, ready to beg forgiveness for his reckless, careless mess. Galhammer just gave a friendly chuckle and told him, "After all these years in public service, I've learned to expect it all." The old man shot them a confident thumbs up, promised he'd go with them for sure, and even took the paperwork into his own hands. The squad swung onto giant riding beasts and charged down the road, ready for whatever came next. They surged ahead, hungry for whatever jaw-dropping discovery waited next. Rast snapped his head up in shock, spotting something terrifying out in the distance. Right in front of them, a real construction nightmare roared to life. Giant stone giants stomped down the road, hauling massive logs and crates like it was war. The girl gaped in disbelief at the giants, then blurted, "Wait, is it really you?" Rast grinned and explained, "These aren't ordinary golems, they're special brick ones forged from simple blocks. These creatures are built with a flimsy, basic structure. After only a few days of labor, they crumble and turn right back into building materials." The satellite beamed back one chilling truth from faraway lands. This plan is gold, because once the job is done, even the giants will get turned to stone for the next big construction. Back when the plan was set in motion, the road would be slowly built up, ordinary carts rumbling over it, grinding the gravel into every gap until it finally turned solid. Right when the transition hit, the giants snatched the job and took it on themselves. The boy cooked up a plan to smear the base with slime, and the giants, so huge they practically shook the ground, crushed the stones into one solid slab in just a few brutal hours. Every single move matched his original plan to haul the road there and crush it down tight. The girl stared at the boy in pure shock and blurted out that Master Rast had somehow managed to drop 3 hairs with a single shot. Rast only chuckled, still calm and kind. Then he snapped his head around, startled by that sudden shout. Not far off, the summer companion erupted in a big laugh, thrilled that the young man was back to talking about work with that same unstoppable fire. Rast grinned with pure relief, pulled the reins tight and declared, "We're almost there." right where that old temporary camp used to be. Massive stone walls and a towering entrance gate suddenly rose up, towering before the heroes like a challenge. Halkammer spun around in shock, while Roa just stood there with her jaw dropped, because she couldn't even wrap her head around how they pulled off rebuilding all of this. In the cleared spot away from the wild thickets, the locals threw open warm welcomes, and right away, before even the dust could settle, Rast introduced them to his elderly mentor. As the arrivals streamed through the gates, the local security guard grilled the new guest with a sharp, curious stare. Rast only blinked in total confusion when he heard they'd come back at the exact perfect moment. One employee stepped forward and said the city is gearing up for the official naming ceremony right now. As he guided the guests deeper into the settlement, he beamed and bragged that their timing was pure luck. Right before the travelers' eyes, a warm, lived-in world snapped into place. Brick houses replaced tents, supply carts rolled through the streets, and people were busy moving in and making themselves at home in the very first city of the Admiral's domain. Even stern Callhammer broke into a satisfied smile as he stared at the massive construction, while Rast still couldn't wrap his head around what he was seeing. While Roa stared in awe at the insane transformation, her mentor immediately cracked what the local builders were really doing. The old master instantly clocked it. Those massive, soul-crushing wall labor jobs were shoved onto magical golems, while humans were left to handle only the light finishing touches. Rast skidded to a stop before a massive brick building, now turned into Lady Kalen's office. But the moment he spotted that massive line stretching down the whole street in front of the entrance, his joy vanished fast. One of the dissatisfied guys in the crowd grumbled that they weren't here for nothing. They were waiting to meet the local ruler in person and hand over their demands and complaints. Roa inched up to the end of the massive line and, with a shaky voice, asked the man ahead what the whole thing was for. The boy scratched his ear, totally baffled by this sudden reaction. The other guy blurted, shocked, "Wait, you came to the meeting with Lady Kalen too?" And Roa awkwardly admitted, "Yeah." When Rast stared at that endless crowd, he snapped that the line would take forever. Then he marched right inside without even queuing. And yeah, the line was massive, snaking across the whole pavement and right up to the guild doors. Suddenly, a harsh shout blasted from behind and Rast snapped around, eyes wide in shock. At the entrance, the girl clocked the rude violators and barked an order for them to stop, right now. Breathing hard from pure exhaustion, she still stood tall and ordered them to back up and wait their turn with the other applicants. When the girl demanded to see his pass, Rast stared back with stone-cold calm and told her he had no documents at all. A guard stepped in front of them and shut down their plan. No permission, no exceptions. If they wanted to get through, they'd be lining up like everyone else. Roa tried to steady his companion by reminding her of the order, but the registrar suddenly snapped, recognized them both, and blurted their names in total shock. Rast shrugged off the whole fuss and strode right past the girl, leaving her frozen in disbelief. That familiar voice snapped everything back into place. Litna showed up at the doorstep, and the cheerful receptionist bolted toward him as Roa greeted his old friend with open warmth. The nice guy flashed them a warm salute and beamed as he welcomed the travelers back safe and sound. The female administrator sprinted up to her colleague, fuming, and jabbed at the guests who'd shown up uninvited and refused to fall into line. The man's face went chalk-white in an instant, and he blurted in horror, "Did you really make them wait?" Rast discreetly let out a cough into his fist. The manager dropped his head in defeat and clutched his face in total shame. He shoved a young man forward and proclaimed him a high-ranking alchemist, the head of a top-tier research department, and the very one who'd saved his younger brother. The employee went stone still, like the world hit pause. The boy lunged one step ahead. Rast broke into a warm smile and introduced himself like he already knew you. He cut in right away. His companion was Roa Sard, the legendary Ari's younger sister, wielding magical eyes and taking orders straight from Lady Kalen. That poor soul straight up started feeling dizzy, like the world was tilting. She stammered, asking if this was really the same hero who fought through that brutal pandemic. And when he gave her a firm nod, her breath caught. The girl snapped into panic and flailed her arms wildly, like she couldn't breathe fast enough. Doubling over, she wailed, "My name's Cherry Carr," and started begging for forgiveness as Rast fumbled awkwardly to calm her down. The final showdown, over, everything finally gets settled. Roa flashed a warm smile at his brand new acquaintance, and right behind them, Cherry let out a desperate scream. Then the boy grabbed Litna's attention and demanded she take them straight to Lady Kaelin, because the gift couldn't wait. The moment they rolled up, Kaelin snapped into stunned silence, because instantly he recognized the legendary mentor, Rast. The girl broke into a bright laugh and told the old man to ditch all that flashy pomp and just stick to plain, good manners. She let out a big, happy laugh and urged the guests to toss those ridiculous palace ceremonies out the window. The old man dipped into a deep bow and told him, with real sincerity, that this surprise encounter had him completely thrilled. Kaelin just flashed a smile and told the guest, "In my lands, real merit decides everything. Politics and connections don't matter here. What matters is proving your strength." These words lit up the master's face. He couldn't stand the endless, dull political bickering anymore. Roa watched from the side and, in a flash of thought, realized the two of them had just synced up perfectly. The boy hummed under his breath, like he was plotting something in his head. "So tell me, where in the world did Rast's clothes disappear to?" Kaelin snapped the vibe into something deadly serious and pressed. "Why are Master Galhammer and Tala stuck in a place this strange?" The second the talk shifted to that mysterious shaman and ancient primal magic, the whole room snapped into tense, breath-stopping silence. Then the old man snapped back to the boy, turned to Roa, and asked if he wanted to spill something important about it too. "Someone's out here wondering if Master Galhammer is secretly diving into primal magic, especially when the altar's underground ruins looked wrong, too strange, too unnatural, like something was hiding beneath the truth." The girl with glasses narrowed her eyes and stared hard, like she was trying to crack the answer. She stayed cool as ice, confident as ever, ready to spill every single detail. Then it hit them. Everything they thought would happen flipped on its head. The boy, utterly baffled, blurted out whether her magical eyes had caught anything strange over there. She said her eyes slammed into some invisible barrier, like that underground room had been sealed off from the entire outside world. The young man froze on the spot, and his eyes snapped tight with pure shock. She nudged her glasses into place and said it might have been nothing but plain emptiness for now, until the digging exposes what's really underneath. The boy strained to figure out whether someone had shut off her magical gaze. That's why the monsters never even came near. So the young man swallowed his fear and hurried to ask the old Galhammer. The red-haired girl snapped her map open and urged everyone to set up camp nearby so they could keep studying the find. The master barely nodded at her words, then started drumming his fingers on the table like a countdown. Monsters can instinctively feel danger, so they slip back and avoid that strange source of power. The gray-haired master broke into a satisfied smile the moment those good words reached his ears. She slammed her palm on the table and praised Manager Rast for how fast he could move. The girl flashed a sly smile and said the boy was just as lucky, because his mentor immediately understood everything. The old man swore he'd lay out every detail from the investigation, what they learned and the tech they uncovered, and she gave a sharp, approving nod. Rast burst into a joyful grin and swore, straight from the heart, that he genuinely takes pride in leading them. Everyone in the room traded those knowing, satisfied looks, like they'd just seen everything fall perfectly into place. So right when things got dangerous, a new alchemist showed up in the department, someone Rast could finally trust with his whole life. Up on top of the fortress, the flag snapped and fluttered like it was daring the world to look closer. And just beyond that horizon, the grand opening of the very first city in the Admiralty's domain waited to blow their minds. Right ahead of them rose a brand new city, all set to face its very first solemn consecration ceremony. Rast tugged at the collar of the official uniform he hadn't worn in ages, then grabbed Rose's hand and thanked her with real warmth for helping him out. A vine suddenly rustled and jabbed its tip into the cloak's fold like it was checking, right there, how all wrinkled it was. The alchemist snapped back to the strict lesson that a master of his rank had to look flawless the moment he showed up. The boy nodded with pure relief, then flashed that same familiar gesture and triggered the magical formula. The spell snapped the uniform into place in an instant, tightening the fabric and ironing every single crease smooth and locked. After checking the result, he let out a satisfied breath. Then, out of nowhere, a voice snapped from behind the door, asking if everything was okay. Rast flashed a grin and told him, "Don't worry, I'm already heading there." "All right, grab your gear. It's time to break out and hit the world." Still apologizing for the delay, the boy barreled down the stairs and froze when he saw Ari in a stunning, luxurious Western dress. The girl fumbled through an awkward confession that she'd embroidered those patterns herself as a family tradition. So when the boy excitedly suggested automating all that hard work, her cheeks flared even hotter, and she begged him not to stare at her like that. The light blazed off her big glasses, and hot, thick shame flooded her cheeks. The practical alchemist kept grumbling under his breath about automation formulas, totally clueless that the girl's heart was on the line. Rage flared in Ari's eyes as she stomped her shoe on the pavement, barking for him to get in line. She snapped at the guy for risking his life in the meteorite chaos, then practically begged him, no more excuses, to finally start caring for himself. She was practically buzzing as she told him about his wild stunt, how he took on a meteorite all by himself, nearly got burned to death, and left the guy utterly baffled. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she begged Rast to stop taking those reckless risks and to finally take care of himself. Her voice shook as she admitted the truth. If anything ever happened to him, she wouldn't make it. He felt dread crawl up his spine, so he bolted to apologize for his thoughtlessness. Suddenly, the boy's ears caught a creepy rustle creeping somewhere close. He jerked up and spun around the instant that sound hit his ears. Behind the brick wall, a rising roar of voices seeped through, getting louder by the second. His companion pushed him forward, and the stunned Rast immediately obeyed, following right after him. While everyone in formal attire packed the room, Kalina's former subordinates stood tall in their uniforms, medals proudly blazing across their chests. Soldiers huddled together, whispering with bated breath, counting down to the festivities about to explode into action. They marched onto the square glittering with bright ribbons, and the girl blurted hopefully, "Is this really the same place?" Rast couldn't believe the designer's taste. This level of refinement floored him. When the guy praised her amazing work and asked who did it, she puffed up with pride and said she'd done every bit of it herself. She called his name again, but Rast only smirked like he knew a secret and kept his eyes fixed ahead. The bespectacled girl froze mid-step, eyes wide, trying to make sense of what her companion was doing. She snapped her hand toward the brick building like, "Yeah, this is exactly where we're going." Rast only managed an awkward little smile, then told them that from here on out, the festive podium is crystal clear. Just as the guy stared in disbelief at the morning alcohol sitting on the festive tables, a sudden, deafening shout erupted right behind him. A grizzled mentor strode up to him, roaring with joyful laughter, and thrust a massive mug of ale into his hands. Rast's confidence crumpled, embarrassment hit him, and he blurted, "So, should I switch to a proper official tone now?" The master burst into hearty laughter, basically telling the young man, "Times have flipped, because that former student is now your boss." The young man awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, because dealing with someone on that kind of level was wildly out of the ordinary. They synced up in seconds, and both agreed the old man would just keep grinding on his alchemical research. Chugging beer like it was going out of style, the ex-teacher suddenly leaned in and demanded to know whatever happened to those underground ruins. And just like that, he ordered Lady Kalen to pick an official name for their brand new department, right now. Remembering the task the mistress demanded, The old man slammed that heavy mug down on the table thud. The boy said the mistress ordered the old man to forge an official name for the alchemy office, and then unveil it with full ceremony when the big event finally came. The old man slammed a heavy mug onto the table, and with a grateful nod, he thanked him for the help. Then the young man leaned in and said, "I've got one more message for you from Mrs. Kalen." Rast lunged for the door and fired off a last jab at Hella. This was his post too, so the title better be badass. Hell was so shocked by the sudden news that sweat burst out of him, and he snapped in indignation that he was hearing about it for the very first time. He just stood there, blinking in pure confusion, staring at calm Ari. The tiny spirit strained to get the girl to listen, but its words kept slipping away into the air. Ari unrolled the scroll, grinned like it was nothing, and told me to just follow whatever hits that deep, soul-level truth. Rast's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it, wondering if she'd somehow cracked his whole plan before it even happened. She flashed a mysterious smile, then beckoned Master Rast to follow her. She jabbed the comms device on her neck and barked the call. Everyone snapped to attention. The moment the crowd packed in front of the stage, the whole place buzzed with raw anticipation. Celebration bells and booming cheers crashed through the city streets, wrapping everything in bright, festive ribbons. From the podium, a booming voice demanded a thunderous round of applause to greet the guests who trekked from far away. Ari stormed onto the stage in a creepy mask with a single eye, then declared it was time to name the very first city in Admiral's dominion. First, the crowd met Hammer, the gloomy ex-president of the Alchemist'S Association, and Tala, the Night Priestess. And finally, it was Master Rast's moment, head of the Alchemy Research Department. They announced that the department heads would be called out, in the exact order they arrived. He bolted up the stairs. Rast smiled softly and gave a steady nod. The whole crowd blew up with joyful screams, chanting his name like it was a victory song. The boy froze, completely stunned by the surprise that hit him out of nowhere. From every direction, the crowd blasted his name into the air, drowned in friendly applause. Right before it happened, a jolt of memory hit him, how he once crushed the epidemic and dragged the settlement out of thirst. During that time, he collided with a whole crew of new friends, people who flipped his life upside down. That boy duked it out with an armored salmon, chased gold like it was a mission, and somehow still treated all of it like it was just his everyday grind. But then he looked at all those hundreds of smiling faces, and it hit him hard. They were grateful to him, more than he ever imagined. Suddenly, that icy voice crashed back into his mind, the same one that once stole everything from him. Those words about the zero budget kept hammering in my head, ringing out like a heavy bell. Then he was left utterly alone in that gray, endless void. He stood out there, completely alone and broke, on the edge of something huge, right in the middle of a cold, empty gray wasteland. A real, honest smile finally broke across his face, like he'd found his rightful spot at last. A dazzling silver brooch gleamed against his chest, flashing like it had a secret to tell. The boy grinned and waved like a victory flag, bragging that he'd never felt this much respect in the Alchemist'S Association, while his old colleagues squirmed in envy. Meanwhile, the massive crowd surged and spun in the palace square, like a living storm of people. A confident hand slid into a glove, then settled on the podium like it owned the moment. Footsteps thundered down the stairs. Every sound vanished the second that ruler's presence was about to land. Lady Kalen strode onto the stage, faced thousands of people, and let it out. She's absolutely, endlessly proud of every single one of them. She painted their nightmare in bold strokes, one deadly epidemic after another, and then monsters from the sky crashing down out of nowhere, right as they fought to survive together. This brutal land has always been packed with monsters, and the poisoned ground has strangled the crops for years. They went silent as she spoke, their minds replaying every brutal hardship they'd survived. With her fingers white-knuckling the podium edge, she admitted, no sugarcoating, that she couldn't have done any of this alone. When she suddenly smiled warmly and told them she had them now, the townspeople snapped into shocked glances, as if the world had just flipped. Because they pushed together with pure grit, they fought through every obstacle and refused to break. Now she stood encircled by the world's finest subordinates and unbreakable allies, ready to march with her till the very end. Kaelin shot her hand up to the sky, promising everyone that from this moment on, nobody would ever be left alone again. She shot her finger up and held it there like a command, daring everyone to trust what she was saying. The stadium went wild, screaming praises for Lady Kaelin and Admiral Dominion. A thunderous, multi-voiced roar crashed through the city like a storm. On this scorched wasteland, there were barely a few tents standing. But after beating back hardship after hardship, they finally clawed their way to this exact day. Kaelin snapped her arm sharply to the side. She barked an order for everyone to scan the area right now. She swung her arm wide and pointed at everything around them like she was unveiling the whole world. Before the townspeople, brand new houses rose from the ground, and a towering tower cut into the sky, the payoff of their shared faith and relentless hard work. She leaned in close and breathed, "We're finally here, right now." Relief flooded her face and a soft, "finally," slipped out like a breath she'd been holding. The light-haired companion broke into a warm smile, silently replaying her promise that loyal comrades were right there. His eyes flared with real pride for everything they'd built together. Kaelin couldn't hold it anymore. Tears of pure joy streamed down her face as she blurted out, "I'm infinitely proud of every single one of you." The crowd exploded in cheers, praising the Admiral's command and Lady Kaelin like heroes. Backed by her lord's authority, she claimed the power to name the very city they'd built side by side. Her hand shot up in a flash. She leaned in and unleashed the very first words of the dedication. "From now on, this place is called *Harvafolton*, a harbor that feels like time itself is rolling past." The red-haired girl shot her hand up and declared a brand new name for the settlement to the crowd, Habafoltron. The masked assistant Tor opened the official scroll, and the crowd, stunned, struggled to even say that weird, impossible word. The townspeople wasted no time. They instantly understood what the name truly meant, so their leader wasted no time either, ordering the traditional Kajero tree to be planted right away to secure the community's prosperity. The masked girl stood perfectly still, clutching a priceless seedling with both hands as she waited, obedient to the core. The young ruler practically begged everyone there to pray, because he could see a glorious future for their new home, and he wanted it to start right now. The square fell silent as the crowd swarmed around the stone flower bed in the very center. The maid dropped to her knees and gently tucked that tiny tree into the ground beneath the sky's mysterious glow. Every single person froze and held their breath as a pale white mist suddenly spiraled up from the brand new earth. The tiny seedling shot into the soil and popped its first leaves in an instant. But just like that, the peace in the square shattered as a wild, loud commotion boomed down from the sky. Everyone snapped their heads up in shock, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. A freakish, spine-tingling scream ripped through the clouds again, like thunder with teeth. A wave of whispers ripped through the crowd, and everyone instantly recognized Saluk, the legendary white dragon tied to Master Rast, the gorgeous winged lizard dove like lightning, tearing through the sky and blazing a trail of mesmerizing sparks. The dragon's snow-white tail brushed past the young sprout, and with that single touch, it blessed the city for countless years to come. Saluk froze in shock. This wasn't in the ceremony schedule at all. The crowd around them erupted in shock, buzzed with surprise. "So what are we doing next?" He awkwardly grinned, rubbed the back of his head, and tried to play it off like he hadn't just made everything weird. The masked girl hurriedly waved her hands, insisting she'd never heard any of this before. The tiny dragon let out a cheerful, squeaky shriek that lit up the whole air. Right then the baby unfurled its wings, and the sky above them shuddered. Then a blazing ring of ancient primordial magic erupted, glowing with golden runes. Light blasted down in shimmering beams. A respected elder burst into panic and shouted that he'd never, not once, seen an ancient spell like this. The magic slammed into the ground, exploding with raw power. A little sprout quivered in the air, Then, like it couldn't hold back anymore, it burst into rapid growth from sheer overload of energy. In the blink of an eye, a towering, magnificent tree erupted before the stunned crowd, its huge crown swallowing half the sky, while bizarre spiky fruits shimmered from its branches like they were alive. A dazzling fruit fills the frame in an up-close shot. The crowd froze on the spot, eyes wide, whispering like they'd just witnessed a real miracle. The gray-haired nobleman dug his fingers into his chin, lost in thought as the ancient dragon legend lit a spark in his mind, like a promise that greatness was waiting just ahead. The crowd went wild, screaming about a real miracle, the white dragon's blessing crashing down like thunder. A tiny white dragon shot up into the sky like a streak of lightning. They thrust their hands up toward that towering crown and roared praises for the might of their city. The whole town leaned in, stunned, as magic sparkled right before their eyes. Rast just froze for a second, blinking in pure confusion, as the baby snuggled down on his shoulder like it belonged there. The first thunderous round of applause erupted. In the blink of an eye, the whole square in front of the town hall erupted in non-stop buzz and chaos. The boy let out a breath of relief, amazed at how his companion smoothly soothed the stormy crowd. From the podium, she blazed with certainty, claiming the dragon's blessing ignited the Kajero tree on the spot, and that prophecy promised the city would surge into rapid prosperity. Standing in front of that massive crowd, she fired up everyone's hearts and demanded they own this historic moment with pride. Her eyes snapped to Rast, and the truth hit him. She'd marked him as her debtor. She narrowed her eyes with a sneaky little squint, like she was already clocking something no one else saw. She dropped the bombshell that this city was just the starting point, and watching everyone realize their lands were about to expand was pure shock. Rast bowed obediently and dropped his gaze, while the winged buddy perched on his shoulder giggled and copied the move like it was the funniest thing ever. The citizens burst into roaring cheers, fired up and ready to back whatever Lady Kalen decided. Stride with unstoppable confidence toward the podium. Rast's name finally thundered across the square. The masked maid slid the tray forward in total silence, presenting the award like a chilling secret. From the podium, he poured out heartfelt thanks to everyone who busted their backs to build and grow their city. Amid thunderous applause, Rast calmly strode forward, a tiny dragon perched on his shoulder. They locked eyes and flashed warm smiles, and then the young man dropped to one knee before his ruler. Kalen strode in close, reaching out to pin that badge on herself. She finally made it official. Master Rast was awarded the Harvafulton Medal for his incredible achievements. In his head, those brutal student years vanished in a blink, because back then, there was no way he could have ever dreamed of earning an honor like this from the heiress of the mighty Admiral family. Both of them fought through a brutal, winding road, and the scars they left are carved deep into this region's history. And right then, Rast erupted into a cold sweat. He finally got it. That fierce push to come up with a name for the alchemical department wasn't random at all. The host's voice blasted through the venue, announcing that Master Rast was about to step up and deliver his speech. Saluk suddenly found himself the main attraction, with a massive crowd staring straight at him. After everything he's done, and right on the heels of the Lord's speech, now it's his turn to step up and take the mic. The boy couldn't shake the feeling that some people were straight up feeding off his confusion. The girl beside her smirked, like she knew exactly what was coming. He shot her a quick look, and a bead of nervous sweat slid down his cheek like it couldn't wait. Suddenly, little dragon Ari's worries flared, and the boy's gut told him the future had another prediction waiting to strike. As the girl flashed that sly smirk, her masked assistant suddenly started to sweat and looked visibly shaken. Saluk finally stopped stalling. He couldn't spook the little one, and honestly, the words weren't going to come out flawlessly, so he just grabbed the moment and spoke straight from the heart. Down below, everyone froze and held their breath, waiting for the moment to explode. The boy stood up to the townspeople and blurted out the shocking news about the sudden surge of Kajero seeds. He declared that this bizarre phenomenon's real meaning would be hunted down later, step by a specialist in primitive magic. And that brand new act of his is the perfect proof of the power that's about to unleash the blessing of Habafolton. Hearing that, old Master Galgamer just froze, pure shock, couldn't even wrap his head around how the apprentice had the nerve to dump all the work on him. And Salak calmly revealed that his respected mentor would now step in as an advisor for their alchemical research department. Rast finally snaps and announces the name of his alchemical research department, something people have been grilling him about for ages. Before the massive crowd gathered in the square by the sacred tree, he stood there like a storm and declared that from this day on, this place would be called the Kajero Institute. The square exploded in thunderous applause, like the whole crowd was roaring at once. The young man bowed with real gratitude, thanking everyone to their faces, and swore he'd do whatever it took to earn that massive honor he'd just been handed. Suddenly, Rast and Kalen snapped in place. Both of them flinched at that eerie, strange sound. A roaring crowd pressed in, screaming in pure terror. A bloodied, battered unicorn charged into the square, smashing through frightened onlookers, while its wounded rider clung on with nothing but sheer will. The beast crumpled onto the pavement, knocking the warrior loose, and Rast and Kalen lunged off the platform without a second to waste. Bathed in blood, the messenger stumbled in and gasped Kalen and Rast the nightmare. A coup hit the capital, and the royal castle was already gone. The courier's exhausted horse collapsed hard in the middle of the hall, and the entire crowd just went still, stunned stiff. Rast and Kalen froze. When they heard the coup had erupted and the royal castle had fallen, it hit them like thunder out of nowhere. Deep in the forest, an ancient Kajero tree loomed, wrapped in a radiant golden magic glow, and right under its roots, a tiny white dragon was fast asleep. Two girls in white masks with unsettling, wide eyes stitched patterns onto dark fabric like they were following a haunting command. Every needle move pouring their souls into the cloth. They poured their hearts into it, stitch by stitch, line after line. The girls barely budged their knees across the plush carpet. Bright threads slowly twisted into a stunning heart-shaped magical design on the fabric. And that's how a quiet hope was born. Suddenly, a brutal flash ripped through the air, and everyone in the hall recoiled in pure terror. Tears and blood poured down his face as Harold, a young man, screamed that a coup had hit the capital, and that the royal castle was already fallen. Rast spun around in pure shock the second he heard that scream. The battered boy barely managed to stay upright, coughing and bleeding all over the floor by the table. Harold rasped out his friend's name, clinging to hope like it was the last lifeline he had. He shot off a frantic warning. The capital was crumbling, the enemy would be here any minute, and the attackers were getting yanked around like puppets, ruthlessly controlled. Rast burst toward him in pure panic, snapping that he had to treat those horrific wounds right now. Totally clueless, he thrust his hands out and demanded they start the treatment right now, hollering Harold's name over and over like it was an emergency. Kalen scooped up the weakened Harold in her arms without breaking a sweat. He just smirked like it didn't matter, dragging out a careless laugh as he swore everything was exactly the same as always. The wounded man's awful condition made it crystal clear. He wasn't just walking, he was being hunted. The girl demanded the healing potion right now, but Rast shook his head and promised they'd handle everything themselves. Masked subordinates snapped into a sharp salute the second they saw him, ready to move right now. Kalen snapped, ordering Ari and Roa to launch a recon run at once, straight under Master Rast. When they pressed Rast to judge the enemy's strength, he only sighed and told them, straight up, not to ask him to pull off the impossible. Kalen flashed him a confident grin as he walked out. Meanwhile, terrified locals crept up to the girl, hearts pounding as they closed in. The woman trembled and demanded, "Tell me, are they really closing in on the city, and what fresh horror is waiting for us?" Kalen dropped to one knee in front of the little girl, soothed her with a calm voice, and told her the demon slayer was already here. Rast got it. Harold picked the fastest beast and charged at full speed, racing to reach them in time to sound the alarm. As he stared, the young man couldn't help but think. Kalen had finally become a seriously top-tier politician. Rast didn't have a second to think. He ripped his magical artifact to life right then and there. He double-checked the supplies and decided that a handful of scrolls and one special potion would carry him for now. The boy jerked his arm forward and shouted the summoning spell like he'd been waiting to do it all along. Right in front of the stunned crowd, a giant battle hippopotamus named Hippopo burst out of a blinding flash. As the townspeople stared in shock, he snapped his attention to Ari and Roa. The map showed the squad was charging straight out from the capital, but it also screamed that the enemy might have slipped into other settlements to gear up. The girls leaned in behind their whimsical masks and locked eyes on the target ahead. "Forward," he roared, and all three of them sprang onto the giant's back in an instant. The hippopotamus barreled ahead, blasting dust clouds into the air as it raced forward. The sky stayed silent, like it was holding its breath. Suddenly, the girl pushed her glasses up and breathed out that the attackers weren't monsters at all. They were human soldiers. Harold's sword and spear wounds didn't just hurt. They sealed her worst fear, turning her chilling vision of the future into something far too real. And that meant the worst. An actual army rolled in, and among them could be former comrades of your wounded friend. The boy replayed Harold's warning in his head. These armored fighters weren't just fighting. They were being twisted and used in a disgusting trap. Kalen was ordered to carry out recon through combat, but he burned with determination to find any way he could, without killing a single person. The young man stared straight ahead, fighting in silence to make the toughest choice of his entire life. The mind screamed that the only real way to save everyone in Harvafulton was to wipe out the enemy army, annihilate them. The group with glasses held their breath, waiting for his final verdict to land. But then the sight hit me. The wounded Harold who carried this news, standing right in front of me, barely gripping onto his feet. He threw himself into danger just to save those soldiers, because they were being puppeted, plain and simple. A shattered Harold did everything he could to push this request straight onto the team. The young man stared straight ahead and declared, with iron resolve, that he was going to make this will come true. When they saw that determination, the girls broke into soft smiles and promised, right then, to help. He just knew Kalen would come around too. She'd never once demanded senseless destruction of their enemies. But deep down in my gut, doubt still clawed its way to the surface. Will this really end the way we hope? Honestly, stopping your opponent and trying to rescue them mid-battle is way tougher than calmly wiping them out one by one. He beamed at his companions and thanked them from the bottom of his heart for giving him their understanding. Up ahead waited a brutal trial where the lives of enslaved soldiers hung in the balance, while a tiny white dragonlet squeaked nervously beside them, like it could already smell the coming fight. The little girl clutched her stuffed bear so hard her knuckles went pale, and her mind raced with worry about what was coming next for them. Kuru the little dragon purred softly, and somehow she felt every ounce of your anxiety. A sharp, panicked scream tore through the air, like a warning that enemy troops were about to rise over the horizon. The bespectacled companion went stone still, jaw tight, just waiting for danger to come crashing in. The boy spotted the tiny dragon's worry, flashed a soft smile, and thanked him for watching over him. With his crew by his side, he strode with total confidence, steering their massive riding beast straight across the desert. From beyond the hills, a heavy roar of thousands of pounding feet crashed forward, kicking up the first clouds of dust into the sky. The earth gave a shaky shiver from a rumble far off in the distance. A massive dust curtain surged across the barren plain, screaming that a terrifying, colossal army was coming. With the enemy's speed matched against the hippopos, the satellites figured out exactly when the invaders would slam into Harvafulton, and straight up ordered Seluk to blast into the skies for reconnaissance. The young man scowled, realizing that even this kind of control couldn't turn the enemy soldiers into mindless monsters. The enemy columns marched with even, pinpoint precision, like every step was commanded by steel, sending a brutal message that their discipline and control were a terrifying threat. Heavily armed warriors in identical uniforms slammed forward in perfect step, their boots and weapons clattering like dry metal drums. An ominous army of spear-wielders surged ahead in endless ranks, like a wall made of iron and teeth. Ahead, mutated bulls thundered forward, one charge, and they'd smash straight through any defense. Roa leaned in, eyes locked on the horizon as her special glasses drank in every single detail. The boy shouted at the girl, snapping everyone's focus to those weird gaps in the attacker's armor. He paced, heart pounding, desperate to catch her answer, while he tried to read the enemy's next move. The girl stared it down and confirmed it. Monstrous black mushrooms were sprouting straight out of the enemy fighters' bodies. From the gaps in the armor's metal plates, those nasty parasite caps pushed through, dark and relentless, like something alive trying to break free. The boy snapped back to the pseudomoles from earlier, and he knew instantly that their growths were identical. This clue could have been pure gold for their team, like the kind of break that changes everything. Turns out the armor had holes for one brutal reason. The mushrooms grew so huge that the iron literally couldn't even sit on them. Roa snapped that those parasites don't just influence them. They seize every thought and take full control of these poor warriors' minds. The commander clocked it. Those enemy alchemists were tucked under their roomy cloaks, using the exact same mushrooms, and he gave his companion a heartfelt, blazing thank you for the tip. He steadied himself in a snap and declared with full confidence that he already had the solution to everything. A smug, predatory grin spread across the boy's lips like he already had the upper hand. The plan was simple: hit the enemy's left flank fast, then vanish out of the fight before they could react. Rast decided to gamble on a bold idea. Then, with a grin and zero hesitation, he slid his hand beneath his cloak. In the blink of an eye, a magical device sparked to life in the boy's fingers. Then he hit the activation button right away. He locked onto the horizon, breathing down the enemy's next move like he could see it coming. The companion's warning hit right on time. Then the enemy squad on the horizon erupted into gunfire. Rast snapped his hand forward in a blur, and instantly several protective plates shot out to guard the way. While enemy shooters rained shots down, the young man snapped the spatial coordinates into place, ready to trigger an instant block. Right in front of the giant hippopotamus they were charging toward, a brutal honeycomb wall shot up and slammed the first wave of the attack to a stop. Dust clouds erupted around. Rast barked at Hippopo to smash through toward the enemy's left flank, squeezing another bullet in his fist as the chaos closed in. The young man instantly clocked those elemental projectiles. He'd helped develop them once, so he crushed the threat without breaking a sweat. The shells slammed into the magical barrier and jammed there, sparkling like they had nowhere left to go. Now it all clicks. This opponent never planned to spare them for even a second. They came to kill from the very start. As Rast closed in on the fighters, he froze. Something had them stuck in a daze, and the sickening thought hit him hard. Parasites were controlling them. The moment the boy laid eyes on dark fungal growth creeping over the soldiers' necks, he knew. His suspicion was confirmed. She locked eyes on the chaos exploding in front of her. He ripped the potion into the middle of the enemy soldiers, ranks, fast and deadly. The boy barked at Roa to stay sharp and watch the medicine work on the parasite. Roa spun the cart around and barked at Hippopo to bolt straight to Habafulton at full speed. Rast just let out a calm, effortless smile, because he'd already clocked it. Those enemy riders had launched and were now racing after him. A massive flood of armed infantry and roaring battle bulls barreled after them. Chasing like death itself was behind their backs. Rast didn't even pause. He shot his hand forward and slammed the polishing spell into action. A massive whirlwind blasted through the crowd and tore the first line of pursuers right out of the way in an instant. Still, the young man only let out a tired sigh, because without diamond dust, this wind couldn't wreck a thing. Even so, the raging tornado tore through the battlefield, hoisting those massive battle beasts and spinning them wildly through the sky. To stream the enemies, this was plenty. Giant bulls stamped into the road and blocked every single path. Rast snapped his head up and ordered Saluk to hit straight ahead of the opponent, daring him to flinch. Roa gaped at his insane combat skills. Then the guy shrugged and admitted he spends his days fighting just to claw rare materials out of danger. Right then, Saluk snapped his mouth open and unleashed a blinding beam so intense the earth itself shook and trembled. A never-ending swarm of monsters surged into the ravine, building a solid, living wall you couldn't break through. Then boom! The space ripped open with a blinding flash. The enemies scattered screaming in every direction, and that tiny white dragon shot straight up into the sky. Roa seized the chaos, blared at his companions to run, and made his escape while the enemies were still reeling and lost. They sped off to a safer distance, and the explosion behind them belched out thick clouds of dust. The little dragon puffed out its tiny chest like it owned the world, bragging loudly about how it helped. One of the girls leaned in, then quietly pulled the boy aside to share what she'd noticed. Roa whipped around, locking her gaze on them, and waited for the details to spill. Meanwhile, the baby snuggled into his hand and begged for even more strokes. He nodded, then confirmed he felt the medication kick in. The twin sisters bowed in gratitude, then shot straight into the real question. Did your experimental potion finally work on the monsters? When Roa heard the outcome, she snapped, shocked. Tell me it really got that destructive. Turns out that once the potion hit, the nasty parasitic mushroom just shriveled, melted, and dropped right off the armor like it couldn't survive it. The girls recoiled in disgust at the sight of that dirty picture. With a disgusted gasp, both twins snapped back hard, faces twisting in horror at even the thought of that filth. Rast broke into a genuine smile and thanked both girls for jumping in to help. Then, out of nowhere, his smile slipped away, and his eyes flew open in total shock and awkward embarrassment. The companions' fancy dresses were smeared with grime. Dust and dirt caked over every inch. The twins shot each other shocked looks, and one of them quickly blurted out an apology, basically saying she never even thinks about stuff like that in her day-to-day life. They laughed with him and patted his worries away, telling him they never even saw the dirt. One of the sisters flashed a warm, confident smile. Even so, the awkwardness clung to him, and with heavy guilt in his chest, he apologized to them again. The rescue plan finally clicked in his head. Then, right away, a brand new monster of a problem slammed into the scene. Smoke was curling up ahead, yelling that the city's safety mattered more than some ruined outfit. So he had to sprint to Lady Kaelin right now. To save that many people, Rast just didn't have the potions, and even teaming up with Master Galhammer still wouldn't make it in time. The clock kept hammering, because they only had 2.5 days left. The whole square exploded with joyful cheers, the moment their long-awaited hero finally crested the horizon. Rast stayed totally calm, soaking in the deafening chants that screamed his name as he scanned the chaos around him. Out of nowhere, hundreds of fresh sheets of paper rained from the sky and bonked right onto people's heads. One of them launched straight for Rast's face, slamming in with a brutal swing. Once he hit the ground, the boy demanded Arlie rush the report to Kaelin. She didn't hesitate a second and immediately stepped in to help. While the girl was out running her errands, Rast jerked open the caught sheet, and his whole body went numb at the strange headline screaming about the royal capital's rapid collapse. Along with the buzz of the city's chosen name, a nasty post surfaced, one that practically dared the world to brace for massive trouble. The boy stared at the words, utterly baffled, like he couldn't believe where these ridiculous rumors even started. Suddenly, Cherry Carr, an energetic girl with zero chill, came charging up to him, then launched into a fast, frantic apology for how bold she'd been before. She shoved the newest issue of the Harvafulton Post into his hands with a grin, practically begging for his reaction. Cherry kept bowing low, and it totally wrecked Rast's composure. She was so modest it was downright embarrassing. When he blurted out that awkward question, the girl shot back that she's the one who writes the reports, prints the edition, and hands it out herself, because Lady Kaelin had caught on to her talent. Suddenly, a booming voice ripped through the crowd, and a gray-haired warrior he recognized waved at him with a bright, cheerful grin. Rast couldn't help but grin at the return of an old friend, yet one question kept clawing at his mind. How in the world did they pull off bringing back a whole printing press? While the girl was scribbling her heart out in her notebook, the other kid grinned and said her insane success could only come from the legendary maternal beast. The secret hid in a teeny sprout. He snatched a growth from an alchemical beast to send messages, then reshaped it into a reading tool so the whole job got easier fast. The moment the inventor saw the young alchemist's plan, he realized, shockingly, that the kid had already found a way out, and it blew him away. Turns out cracking his plan was a piece of cake, because that guy was always cooking up something absolutely unhinged, with that wild look on his face. The old master just narrowed his eyes with a sly little smirk, like he already knew exactly what was coming. Pure joy exploded across the boy's face the moment he figured it out, and he couldn't help but blush hard at how smart that insight felt. Suddenly, the man blurted that he and the others were ready to help too, leaving the young guy utterly stunned. The man erupted into loud laughter, swearing that a smile that happy is the kind you never, ever forget. Then he couldn't help but brag about his fancy title, consultant at the Kajero Institute. 4 new faces slipped in behind him, fresh temp members from the institute, visibly awkward under that unblinking, watchful stare. With a sly grin, the master said Lady Kalen kept every secret locked tight. She put him on the spot herself, tasking him with the inventor's surprise, and he pulled it off perfectly, no mistakes. The young man could only gape in pure disbelief at his brand new comrades. Right in front of him loomed the Kajero Institute he'd left behind, only now it had ballooned into something massive while he was gone. Rast shot back to the moment Kalen begged him to rush the name. He never imagined that while he was gone, the Kajero Institute would balloon into something this huge. When did all this chaos even start? Turns out those massive golems guarding Harvafulton aren't just monsters at all. They're simplified alchemical beasts built by the Institute. The boy just blinked, nodding like he had no idea what was happening. Kalen herself pushed for a full-on squad, betting everything on the fact that they'd be absolutely essential. Only Master Haruhamer had the skill to pull off that insane job in that tiny window of time. The old man slammed a stack of papers onto the table, spilling the newcomers' skill assessment results for everyone to see. Karakamer grinned and said the final call is Rast's, because out here, he's the one running the show. Rast scanned the report and nearly choked when he spotted the word temporarily. The old man said the contract is temporary, so the leader can watch them in action first, then decide if they truly stay on the team. Rast thought he'd finally severed ties for good, but seeing these quirky masters take real pride in their craft made him realize how unstoppable teamwork can be. Clinging to one shared purpose, chasing the truth, and daring to battle the unknown wrapped him in a deep, unstoppable peace. Rast declared that they're stepping into brutal alchemy and mass production, and he demanded everyone unite, lock arms, and protect their beloved Harvafulton. The young man confessed that at first he panicked over whether he and Master Galhammer could pull off everything by themselves. But once everyone showed up, he was sure they'd hit the exact amount they needed. When the call came to protect Harvafulton, the young alchemists jumped in together, smiling, ready, and completely resolute. The old mentor chuckled and teased Rast about his leadership speech, and Rast just fumbled an awkward wave and blurted that roles like that weren't for him. Not at all. He just smirked like he knew something you didn't. Seeing that look, the guy asked whether the mentor had said anything, but the moment the question hit, he shut it down and refused to hear more. As Rast's back filled his view, the old man murmured under his breath, so softly it almost vanished, about how incredible it felt to witness a new generation finally rise. Meanwhile, the students just stood there, stunned to the bone, staring at the insane quality of the ingredients laid out for their work. Rast calmly laid out the secret behind that never-before-seen tech, but before the words even finished, the mentor's harsh shout cut through the air and demanded everyone start working, right now. The young man watched with a bright, warm smile, because he knew every alchemist is genuinely happy when they chase new knowledge. He leaned in and watched every student's work like it was a secret test, clocking the girl's jaw-dropping control with the magical stones, and the other boy's ruthless precision in every single detail. Rast figured he'd start with a simple, basic scroll to make life easier, and just as he was about to get to work himself, a timid call cut in, right in the middle of his plans. Right ahead of him stood that same focused girl, clutching her ready potion, and he asked her, gently, what her name was. Her blush surged from her ears all the way to her fingertips, and in the tiniest voice, she barely managed to whisper, Cheryl. Nervous to the bone in front of the famed master, she froze from pure embarrassment, unable to stand still. Rast gave her a gentle smile, reached out, and took the vial from her, then asked to borrow the magical solution for just 1 minute. Rast calmly told Cheryl, you passed the exam, and the girl's eyes welled up like she could barely hold back the tears from pure joy. She stared at him with eyes blazing bright, still refusing to believe what she'd just heard. The boy's eyes snapped into focus the moment he saw it. He grabbed the flask of dark liquid, lifted it high, and boldly swore he'd put it to work right away. Dozens of magical scrolls erupted in a blaze around him. He fired off multiple processes at once, snapped calculation mistakes into place on the fly, and forged a brand new formula from scratch. The rest of the crew in the workshop just froze, eyes wide, mouths open, staring in total awe at the spectacle. Rast stared at them, stunned, because he had no clue why the whole room suddenly went dead quiet. The old master slumped, propped his head on one hand, and sighed. With endurance that weak, you won't make it out of here. As the boy set out to create something unreal, the assistant started wailing in perfect unison, because he was forging a brand new scroll from scratch, with no drawing and no template. Rast wrapped it up with a thunderous from the heart thank you that echoed through everyone there. He flicked open his pocket watch, and nearly choked when he saw just how late it had gone. He declared that thanks to them, they'd crushed the timeline and were way ahead of schedule, so it was time to shut it down and finally rest. His voice dropped low as he warned them. Right ahead was the unknown, total strangers and danger, so they had to clamp down and save every last bit of strength. But Cheryl and her colleagues shot back with a hard no, telling Rast they were ready to keep working non-stop, no breaks. Even though it was late, Rast refused to stall. His assistant only grinned obediently and nodded along, ready to follow whatever his master decided. The boy looked him dead in the eye and swore he trusted Rast's authority with his whole heart. Bustling streets roared as soldiers raced to roll carts and snap their duty schedules into place. While everyone else started panicking about their own troops coming in, Rast stayed unnervingly calm and kept munching on yet another strange treat. A collision with the native army hung over them like a death sentence, and the young man tried to numb that crushing dread with one last hit of food. A friend slid up to him and shoved fresh wild bison skewers into his hands, straight from his own grill. Rast took one bite and nearly dropped to the floor from pure shock, while the chef grinned and bragged that this masterpiece only exists because of the master's invention. Turns out, to nail the perfect slow cook, he had to build and use one special contraption. Rast suddenly remembered the magical probe he once slammed together in a hurry to sniff poison in the river and keep an eye on the kitchen's temperature. The chef was already lost in dreamy ideas, begging to craft new cookware for even heating, leaving Rast to nod along and promise, confused and rattled. The young man froze mid-thought, stunned by how wildly off-script they'd used his developments. The thought that even the tiniest things, made with almost no hope, could still spark real joy and help for others lit a fire in his heart. Back at his old job, they tore his mana research apart and called it a budget waste. Now, after all this time, he's finally seen proof that his work matters. With those thoughts burning in his head, Rast marched up to the entrance guard and demanded to know if Roa and Arlie were there. Rast whipped around in shock the second he heard a voice call out. One guard shoved fresh, piping hot skewers into his hands, practically daring him to take a bite. He tipped him off that the girls were upstairs, and the boy shot him a quick thank You before everything kicked off. Before him loomed the towering stone fortress of Harvafulton, slicing straight up into the night sky. She loomed in the night, silent beneath the cold, judging stars. The plant finally burst up onto the roof, and it greeted its friends with pure warmth. We tore past those steep stone stairs, swallowed by the dim glow of a lone torch. Arlie whipped around, spear clutched in her hands, and her face flashed with real shock when she spotted him standing there in the middle of the night. He closed the distance and told them, "I decided to come see you while I keep an eye on the enemy." The boy flashed a smile, and for a second this place felt fresh, warm, and totally safe. With those words, he shoved warm treats onto wooden sticks right into their hands. Arlie fumbled out an awkward thanks for the care while Roa chomped down like crazy, then flashed a big thumbs up. Both girls instantly recognized the delicate flavor, and Rast didn't even hesitate. He just lit up with a grin, thrilled they were eating it up. Roa gulped it down in one breath and dove straight into the mission, firing off a question about how ready their weapons were to smash the enemy. Rast shot Arlie an apology for dumping the Kalen report on her, and she just shrugged it off, saying everything was totally fine. She took the treat in silence and crunched into it right away. She gulped the bite down in seconds and braced herself for what she was about to say next. Arlie burst out with the big update. The enemy march finally ground to a halt. Rast snapped into action, grilling the enemy about how fast they moved and whether they marched through the night without a single break. When that negative answer hit, he broke into a relieved smile, because now there was no doubt they'd make it with time to spare. The boy told the girls to get real rest too, then bolted out the door without looking back. Under a sky full of stars, they stayed perched on the wall in quiet awe, praising how beautifully he'd handled everything, while Littner made sure they were fed with the provisions he'd prepared. Rast rolled in with food, thanked them for their service, then shot back to the front to check what was happening. The girl held her breath and silently prayed he'd get a peaceful rest. Meanwhile, a suffocating silence slammed into the room, and Kaelin sat there with her head bowed low. Rast slowly cracked the door open and called out to his friend by name. On the bed, Harold was fully wrapped in bandages. Then his eyes flicked to the sound of Harold's voice, and he instantly knew it was him, making Rast's worry spike as he demanded to know how his friend was holding up after that brutal reconnaissance. He shot nervous glances at his injured friend, hanging on every breath, praying for an answer. Rast caught a rustle by the door, and a faint smile tugged at him as he tried to read who it was from the footsteps, Harold or someone else. Harold burst into the room, and Rast immediately rushed over to reassure him he was okay, then fired the question back. How was he really doing? He carefully peeled back the bandages on his face and murmured, "You're not understanding," because the help finally arrived, but the wound had been left untreated for days. Harold dropped his head, whispered a sincere apology, and admitted, without excuses, that his call was 100% wrong. When someone asked about the troubling sight in both eyes, Rast snapped back. He'd only lost vision in his right eye, yet for a soldier, even that one failure meant his service was over. Harold froze in shock, eyes glued to his friend's mangled face as the horror poured in. Nearby, Kaelin choked back quiet sobs, blaming herself for how her magic couldn't fully mend the brutal injuries. Suddenly, a hand brushed her hair so softly it felt like a secret. Harold slowly ran his hand over her head, soothing her to silence, and swore he'd take care of everything himself. Harold leaned in and told his friend, "Don't you dare blame yourself, because this wasn't him at all," and reminded him that Kaelin fought just as hard, doing everything she could. Rast choked out his confession through treacherous tears, saying that beside those two, he suddenly felt just like he did in his student days. And then, with a bitter smile, he berated himself for letting his guard slip. He admitted that without that recon mission, their only choice would have been to wipe every enemy out to the last man. So Kaelin's order and that reconnaissance weren't just useful, they were the difference. For one nail-biting second, everything went dead silent, and a tired young man's sweat finally slid down his temple, slow and heavy. His bandaged face stayed locked in profile, masking the brutal truth of the pain he'd just survived. He met her gaze with warmth in his eyes and flashed a gentle, heart-melting smile. The girl jerked her hand over her face, mumbling thanks and apologies, like she couldn't believe her own emotions spilled out. Out of nowhere, the guy remembered the Kajero Institute, and the news hit him like a freight train, leaving him completely stunned. Kaylin, still crying, shot him a playful wink and swore she never once doubted how he'd react. She let out a sly, mysterious chuckle, then slipped her face into the shadows like a secret no one was supposed to see. The boy shut his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Of course, she hadn't changed a bit, even after he'd been gearing up to spill every last thought to her. But then his eyes softened again, like the storm in him just melted away. A soft laugh rippled through the room, like it was daring everyone to listen. He nodded along, silently buying every word she said. Deep down, he truly owed everything to every single employee at the Kajero Institute for all their help. Suddenly, she spun toward him and fired a straight question. Could they pull off the planned task this time? The boy let out a heavy sigh, remembering how Kaylin and Harold had fought through hell in service, then learned to bury their pain behind a cold, indifferent mask. He shut the door behind him without a sound. With a careful reach, Rose pulled a long scroll from the flexible branch and sincerely thanked her loyal assistant. The plant obediently slipped into the shade, like it was following orders. Kaylin's call was 100% right. Without her recon, they never would have even built this counteraction plan. But when the word about Harold hit, it crushed the mood. His lost right eye simply wouldn't come back, because the healing potion had already worked and the wound was sealed. The boy slowly dropped his gaze, saying nothing as his head bowed. He already knew Kaylin would beat himself up over this for the rest of his life. The boy slipped back to the shelves and softly thanked Rose for hearing his cry from the depths. That's why he had to move. No hesitation, no excuses. That stubborn habit of hers, shouldering every ounce of responsibility since her student days, finally hit a breaking point, so he lunged straight for the old box. Suddenly, the moment he understood, his eyes locked up in pure shock. Staring through the glass bottles, he suddenly understood. He had no business walking away and leaving everything exactly as it was. The boy yanked out a massive scroll and unrolled it, an ancient relic of his old creations, back when he couldn't even shrink his own work. The boy tore through the messy shelves with shaking hands, then suddenly blurted out in pure triumph. He'd finally found the right scroll. His eyes turned stone serious, and one thought slammed into his head. He had to go all out, no matter what, to save his friend. With a cocky flick of his hand, he snapped the magical scroll to life, and a tangled ring of ancient runes erupted around him in an instant. His eyes snapped wide in shock. The old data he once pulled from Harold was still locked inside the scroll system. He yanked his backpack together fast, thinking the info might be old, but it could still spark the perfect foundation for a brand new prototype. He slung the bag over his shoulder, blurted an apology to Rose, and told her to straighten up the office, because he was already racing toward Harold. The door slammed shut, and Rose, still stunned, could only blurt out a wish for him to have a safe journey. He ended up on the night streets, gripping his nerves, because he had nothing left but until dawn. He sprinted along the pavement, scribbling formulas as he fought for the answer to the big question: how to cut down magical rejection in his body. Turns out the human body doesn't just handle mana easily. It's weirdly incompatible, and slapping in a permanent instrument is way more complicated than brewing a normal potion. Suddenly, right in the middle of the road, he slammed to a stop. An electric insight hit him. The exact balance between the core's independence and its compatibility. He'd seen this answer somewhere before. Images of the mysterious Arlie and Roa, the two he once worked with, flashed into his mind in an instant. Strangers on the street froze in terror when the boy unfurled glowing magical scrolls right in the middle of the road. His face lit up the second he got it. If he copied the mystical eye of Roa's structure, the magical chain would click into place perfectly. His eyes went wide, stunned by the sudden revelation. Ras suddenly saw it, One tiny detail, and that formula would snap into a smart, sneaky trick. The very next day, he strode down the street, lost in his own head, while magical scrolls zipped through the air and lit up around him all by themselves. Strangers on the street only stared, eyes wide, as the eccentric magician put on a show that left them speechless. A little later, Rast yanked the door open and stepped into the room where the wounded herald was lying. He flashed a soft smile and leaned in to ask his friend if they had a free moment. The friends in the room sprang onto the bed in shock, blurting out the guest's name. "You, as always, you make the impossible happen," the wounded one rasped, and bright magical sparks erupted in the air. The boy carefully ran his fingers over his face, and there it was, a brand new eye, glowing with a wild, intricate pattern, shining where the bandage used to be. Harold finally got his unique crystalline prosthesis. Its built-in 3D magical circles lit up his vision, and just like that, he could see the world again. "I see it, I really see it," he shouted, and tears of pure joy burst out before he could even stop them. Rast beamed with warmth, thrilled that the ancient sorcerer's hints finally helped him crack the contour incompatibility. She closed in fast, stared deep into his glowing crystalline eye and blurted out, shaking, "Tell me, does it hurt?" She collapsed her hand onto the bed, stunned into silence because she'd never, ever seen or heard anything like these wonders in her whole life. The boy told him this artifact never shuts off, but it drinks mana to adapt, so Harold's total magical reserve is about to dip, just a little. Harold listened to his own feelings and couldn't believe it. This new eye doesn't slow him down at all, even if it feels downright weird. Rast snapped his eyes wide, totally stunned. Harold sat on the edge of the bed and poured out a heartfelt thank you to his friends for saving him. He forced a shaky smile, and that fresh, weird new eye caught the light like a warning. The boy twirled in front of the mirror, announced his new look was totally stylish, and Kalen couldn't help bursting into laughter at that bold, confident swagger. Before he could even react, someone shoved a black eye patch into his hands, because that glaring eye would draw every last stare in seconds. Deep in the dead of night, wild laughter blasted down the street, spilling out from the palace windows glowing like a spotlight. Kalen slid a bottle of strong liquor onto the bed like he was sharing a secret, then pushed for a celebration right after the recovery. The girl shot a sly squint at his embarrassment, like she already knew he'd been had. Next morning, the groggy friends replayed it in their heads, how they quietly chugged that insanely strong tincture in the hospital, far from Littner. The bright sun has already blasted over the city, lighting everything up for what's about to happen next. Rast jolted and whipped around the moment he heard that voice. Clutching his sore neck, he cursed the brutal exhaustion that even the special potions couldn't break, until a bright, cheerful voice called from behind him. Right beside the restorative potion bottle sat a no-nonsense ration pack, simple, but built to keep you going. Cheryl showed up early to inspect the material extraction, but before she could even look around, Rast was already waiting, and he flashed her a smile. When he said her name, a wave of happiness hit her so hard she almost cried. She never once thought he'd pay her that much attention. Spying something odd in the master's hands, she quizzed him on it, and Rast panicked, stammering out an awkward apology for drifting off when he should have been paying attention. Rast clutched the dry ration tight to his chest, like it was the last lifeline he had. Cheryl snapped her head to the side, stunned like she just heard the impossible. The boy planted himself at the book-stacked table and shoved a piece toward her, daring her to take a bite. He said it was a hearty, endurance-packed ration mixed with special herbs, because he knew she still hadn't eaten breakfast. Cheryl's face lit up. She broke into a real smile and thanked them from the bottom of her heart for that gesture. But then she froze for a second, panicking she might have just spoiled him too much. Rast snapped the cracker in half like it was nothing, then swore he'd one day hand her the full alchemical recipe. That proposal lit up her face with pure, unstoppable joy. She popped the treat into her hands, marveling at how tiny it was, and how it could last for ages. After the first bite, the girl's tongue caught that strange, sour bitterness, and suddenly she was hooked. The girl chewed in silence. Then her eyes widened as the surprise hit. First that sharp sour kick, then a surprisingly tasty bitterness that made the whole treat feel unforgettable. The gray-haired Haruhamer burst in with a wide grin and fired off. "Are you all here yet?" The boy bowed politely and pressed the old man a bottle of pure, energizing potion. The man shot up with pride and declared that the consultant from the Kajero Institute and his whole team were ready to get to work. The old man downed the whole bottle in one savage gulp, then erupted into a satisfied laugh like he'd just won. That empty bottle finally clattered onto the table, and right in the middle of all that laughter, the whole room went silent. The man flashed the youth a warm smile and wished everyone a great day. The boy flashed a grateful smile, and you could tell it meant everything. The entire room erupted in loud, unanimous agreement. The young man rushed up to the messy table and barked, "Give it everything you've got. Let's finally crush this work and be done." At last, a long-awaited cry of victory thundered across the finished barrels, and the whole hall exploded into wild, happy cheers. Exhausted yet grinning, the workers slapped high fives and cheered each other on with everything they had. The boy just stood there in silence, soaking in the heartfelt celebration like it was meant for him. He flashed a warm smile, thrilled to be part of a team this welcoming and downright amazing. Old happy faces of my friends from back then suddenly flashed in front of my eyes. Rast gathered the whole squad in the hall and shouted the news. With everyone working together, the Kajero Institute's first product was finished way ahead of schedule. Right when he was about to kick off the test, the doors slammed open like something out of a nightmare had arrived. The boy went completely still, like the world just hit pause. Right at the doorstep, Arlie burst in, gasping like her lungs had nothing left, and still she managed to call out to him with her final ounce of strength. The heart hammered wildly like it was trying to break out. Gasping for breath, the girl blurted out that the enemy had suddenly sped up their advance, and they'd be here any second. The enemy's fast-approaching charge was crashing every single one of their plans to pieces. The wind hissed across the endless wild lands as the very first preparations kicked off, right before everything exploded into action. The young alchemist flashed a confident grin at his friends and practically demanded they stop messing around and get down to business. At that exact moment, the magical circle erupted in blinding light, kicking off a mysterious power-up no one could explain. A mysterious smile snapped onto the warrior's face, and the first wave of magical sparks started to shimmer in the air. Meanwhile, their curly friend couldn't resist and cautiously lifted the thick white fabric. Right in front of him, an unbelievable scene burst into view. A girl stood there with perfect confidence, her hands locking onto the hilt of a gorgeous sword wrapped in living roses. The weapon's blade blazed with raw power, and even the wooden barrels nearby were dusted over in delicate petals. While the allies were still reeling from everything they'd witnessed, the alchemist yanked a huge dark crystal straight out of his bag. Side by side, they charged straight up to those massive barrels, and the clean water inside was packed to the brim. The boy leaned in and said this stone is the real foundation of everything they're doing, and told me to stop worrying and just watch what happens next. He slid the mysterious find to the very bottom of the wooden vessel, like it was too dangerous to be seen. The moment the water hit, it exploded in boiling fury, big bubbles surging up while it glimmered with a dazzling, bright shine. Then the alchemist shot his hand over the water, and from the barrel a perfect, shining droplet leapt up like it had a mind of its own. The glowing light whipped into a magical vortex around her, sealing the creation of a one-of-a-kind substance. The magical stone vanished fast, melting into the water like it was never there. The girl leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and stared into one of the cart's wooden barrels. The magical substance inside began to melt, then shattered into tiny glowing crystals. Suddenly the liquid shot upward, and she snapped her eyes shut. Even as the satellite blared warnings for the girl not to stare too hard, something sinister inside her kept waking up. In the next second, the water detonated with a roar, smashing the cart's wooden planks to splinters. A huge, see-through rabbit crashed onto the ground with a loud splash. Rast kept it cool and announced, with total confidence, that he was calling these creatures potion rabbits. She gripped her courage, slid her hand forward, and gently stroked the rare magical creature like it was calling out to her. The girl took one look at them and figured it out. These beasts heal on contact, and they never even leave a single drop on the ground. Rast nodded, explaining that they're not just any slimes, they're a whole different breed, while their one-eyed buddy stared in stunned silence. He'd reached his limit and screamed that this wasn't mercy at all, because right in front of them, a brand new life had already been born. Ordinary alchemy could only turn beasts if they were already alive in a living form, and it demanded a painfully long cultivation before the transmutation would even work. What Rast held in his hands was something only the gods were allowed to touch. Rast snapped his hand and barked an order, then unleashed a full armada of potion rabbits charging out. The magical liquid instantly erupted, boiling hard and foaming like it was about to explode. The ear army obeyed the call and crashed straight into the attack. But then one rabbit snapped around and faced the allied troops, and the fighters went rigid with shock. The commander couldn't wrap his head around why Rast had just set those creatures free. The soldiers snapped to attention when one rabbit suddenly leapt onto their old, elderly companion like it had chosen him for the rescue. The officer clutched his chest and choked on frantic breath as a sinister black fungus tore right through his flesh. That healing liquid scorched the parasite alive, and the man tore through the air with screams of pure, unbearable agony. The warrior crumpled to the ground, and his stunned comrades just couldn't believe what they were seeing. The commander spun on his heel and snapped at Rast for immediate answers. His one-eyed companion was the first to clock the young man's plan. These rabbits weren't roaming for fun. They were hunting the sick ones, or the ones already bent under that parasitic black fungus. Rast just stood there in stunned silence, watching his magic finally take hold. Turns out he wasn't just a random guy. He was a spy, secretly feeding the enemy the army's plans. Rast leaned in, studied the captive's body, and nailed it. An enemy parasite was hijacking him. The young man was ordered to march the prisoner to the barracks under guard, knowing that with just one magical rabbit, he could rip out the parasitic mushroom. But it still wouldn't fully cure him. A massive fluffy beast surged forward at full speed. They charged straight into the enemy's path. Hostile shooters snapped up their shields and trained their magical guns on the target. The tiny healers danced out of the way like lightning, dodging every shot as potions splashed everywhere around them. A crushing salvo roared through the air like thunder. But the fluffy healers didn't let up. They kept slamming their frenzied assault again and again. The tiny beasts slammed into the enemy's defenses like a runaway avalanche, bursting open with reckless splashes of magical potion and flattening confused soldiers in their tracks. Rast and his friend watched the whole meltdown unfold from a wooden platform, stunned as chaos tore through everything. The one-eyed ally leaned in, worried, and asked if they truly had enough potion rabbits to take on the whole enemy brigade. The boy smirked with pure mystery, then jabbed a finger at the barrels of potion bubbling like crazy, the same ones the whole Kajero Institute had been grinding on. A never-ending flood of fluffy creatures burst out of the barrels and swallowed the whole battlefield, and even one comrade had to admit it looked absolutely terrifying. Enemy fighters stumbled in panic, desperately trying to block the brutal, relentless assault coming at them. Dark black orbs clung to the warriors' armor like a curse, and no matter how they fought, nothing could pry them off. The razor-sharp blade bit into the dark shell, and tiny splashes sprayed everywhere. The white-haired tactician grinned, because even when they swung swords at those spheres, the blasts only made them burst wide open, soaking the fighters in a cold, liquid splash. The enemy army crumpled fast and vanished, and all that was left on the battlefield was a field of bodies, while the rabbits kept sprinting through the chaos. A brutal shockwave ripped through the air, whipping up a thick cloud of dust across the ground in an instant. The boy wiped sweat from his brow, letting out a breath of pure relief, like fate had just handed him a mountain of herbs and magical stones. Right on the very tip of that foreign blade, pure magical particles burst into shimmering sparks. His mouth hung open, breath stolen by pure shock. Smack in the middle of the hostile crowd, that familiar silhouette spun like a storm, and the boy roared Lily's name with everything he had. She tore across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, striking down enemies before they could even react. Even as death rained down in the middle of the assassination attempt, her eyes stayed ice-cold and locked on the target. The royal figure nearby snapped their gaze into focus, eyes narrowing like a predator's, realizing the exact moment the young man's attention got grabbed. The next slash ripped through the air, and a bright spray of droplets erupted like glitter in the light. Lily shot upward like a comet, flipped midair, and thrust two gleaming swords crossed overhead for the final blow. Rast and Kalen stared at the clash, worried, while Uri pointed out that the opponent's swordwork was even sharper than Tala's. Then Harold swallowed hard and breathed Lily's name under his breath. The boy froze for a split second, forcing his thoughts to line up. Then he hurried back to his companions and demanded their permission to deal with it himself. Rast nodded, then pushed the demand hard. Take off that eye patch finally. The friends stayed put, eyes locked on every single move like they expected something to snap at any second. Harold shot them a quick thank you and flicked the bandage onto the ground. The enemies slammed into each other on that scorched plain, staring each other down face to face. Right behind her, the bespectacled companion gasped in disbelief, asking if Harold was nothing more than some run-of-the-mill military accountant. Rast grinned back, like he couldn't resist showing the scribe exactly how to pull off a real surprise. Arai shut her eyes with a satisfied grin, already craving the fight that was about to explode. Lily rocketed forward and smashed into the guy with a storm of strikes from her twin blades. Harold slammed his sword into the incoming strike, then shot his other hand behind his back, searching for something. The next second, he whipped out a hidden pistol and trained it on her. A shot cracked through the air, and a brutal shockwave slammed the girl backward, ripping her headpiece clean off. The hat-wearing warrior with the royal lily kept his eyes locked on the enemy, not blinking an inch. The blades slammed together with a thunderous clatter, like the world itself just flinched. Harold fought for his life, desperately blocking every enemy strike as the frenzied assault crashed down on the scorched wasteland. The girl snapped. Her visions didn't just show the future anymore, the picture had totally flipped. A magical detail shimmered in the air like it was alive, right in front of them. The allies saw it coming. Once they realized Harold's opponent was way stronger, they knew Harold was done for. The bespectacled girl narrowed her eyes like a predator and demanded to know what that was. Rast just smirked, mysterious as ever in response. Harold's artificial eye finally woke up the magic that had been sleeping for ages, and it exploded into life. The boy couldn't hold it in. His secret gadget inside the prosthesis finally kicked on, and pure relief hit him like a wave. Rast clamped his breath tight, waiting for the next punch of fate. The companion blurted in shock. What trick did you use to make your moves and strikes hit that fast? Harold's stance snapped into something deadly, and he unleashed a lightning-quick counterattack. He explained that the prosthesis doesn't just help. It hoovers up the leftover magic from blade clashes and grinds it back into usable power, like turning scrap into new materials. In the middle of the brutal clash, their magic exploded outward, then fizzled away into the air like it never happened. The longer Harold fought that terrifying enemy, the more his position turned into a straight-up advantage. His artificial eye drank in every single piece of that power, and then slammed it right back into his body. Harry instantly saw what this tactic was really doing, and he froze there, stunned out of his mind. Buzzing with excitement, Chelule sprang up to Master Rast and fired off. So, how does this tiny thing work? Rast couldn't shake Ori's suspiciously razor-sharp stare, and he instantly found himself getting nervous without even trying. The boy froze in place, awkwardly stuck between wanting to move and being too nervous to start. He told us about a stone slab they unearthed during roadworks. Its magical grooves could steer power and even build it up like a battery. Chelyul clocked the magic concentration shift in the air right away, and once again, it blew the young man away. Rast lunged out his hand toward her. He urged her to broaden her view with just a simple focus trick. The celluloid stopped breathing, like it was holding its breath right before the next big moment. The young man carefully placed his hand on her head, and a warm burst of energy surged through her whole body. Once the magic faded, he leaned in and asked, soft but sharp, whether she'd noticed something different about Harold now. The girl leaned in, eyes wide, watching the fight like it was pure magic, because she'd never seen those streams of magical power with her own eyes before. The artifact's creator grinned and said his device exploits the mana gap between the sword's tip and his eye prosthesis, then whips that gap into an artificial gust of magical power. Mana surged from the blade's tip straight into Harold's eye prosthesis, and with that boost, he shoved the enemy back with total confidence. All he had to do was slam in one brutal burst of power. The young man grinned like, yeah, this kind of trick only works because Harold is freakishly good. The air got shattered by roaring bursts of magic, and Harold mowed down a stronger foe with one single, devastating thrust. He clamped a firm grip on the wounded warrior woman's hand and hauled her close. The boy leaned in and grilled Kaelin about one thing: what kind of bond Harold shared with the swordswoman, Lily. Kaelin smirked to himself, relishing the fact that he'd only ever called her his subordinate. Lily stared at her rescuer in total shock as he clutched her tight and refused to let go. Harold pulled out the medicine, then tended her bleeding head wound with trembling focus, despite how wiped out he was. Lily didn't hold back a single emotion. She cradled his face and pressed a fierce, passionate kiss right on his lips. Amid a battlefield littered with bodies and quiet as death, two lovers finally slipped away, just the two of them beneath the endless sky. The young man rushed over and gently covered his little friend's eyes, laughing as he said Harold would have won even without those smart inventions. Rast told them he shrunk that massive magical circle down to the size of an eyeball, using a three-dimensional setup, the same kind he'd used with the rabbit magical stones. Just as he was about to break down the diagram in full detail, he suddenly felt a brutal, piercing stare pin him in place. While Kaelin stared in pure awe at how fast it all came together, Rast stumbled through a shaky explanation. He wasn't doing magic. He just mashed together different elements and pulled the data straight from the eye studies of Uri and Roa. The boy shot back with an instant apology for snooping into their secrets without permission. Guilt crushed him, and all he could do was nod. One cold glance from Uri, who'd been silently growing up right behind him, sent a shiver crawling down his spine. The girl stared with cold emptiness in her eyes, and then the question hit. Did Harold actually sign off on this kind of deadly game? Rast muttered that he had a plan. He wanted to shock the old man with a surprise. A guilty, tight-lipped smile flickered across his face like he'd been caught red-handed. Uri kept staring at him from behind her glasses, and the intensity felt like a drill, silent but relentless. A cold sweat slid down his cheek like a warning running out of time. Kaelin tried to break the tension by cracking up everyone with stories of Rast's endless student mistakes, then rushed in to reassure them that Harold had been dealing with that kind of mess for ages. But the moment Kaelin blurted out that there might be a catch, Rast panicked and started flinging all the blame at her. And behind Uri, a dark aura was already swelling into something dangerous. No guessing this time. He jabbed his finger at Kaelin again and again, until the other guy cut the argument short, basically saying Harold must have already smelled a hidden trick in all this. Kaelin clicked her tongue in disgust at first, then snapped her head up and agreed in a flash, practically vibrating with excitement. The monocled girl shot her a hard look and barked, "Shut up now." She sat Rast down and made it crystal clear. Letting an artificial piece with unknown functions live inside her body was terrifyingly dangerous. Harold beamed while praising the Wonder Eye, but the girl snapped at Rast nonstop, ripping into him for acting so childish with his surprise plans. Rast snapped back in shock. She flashed a sweet, sly smile that felt like a secret. A crushing, awkward silence crashes down like a wave you can't escape. Rast dropped his gaze in shame and swallowed his pride, apologizing for keeping the prosthetic's real power hidden just to pull off a childish surprise. Harold blinked in shock and demanded, "So that's the real reason?" The girl leaned in and quietly asked, "Did you handle the safety backup?" The comrade waved the apology through with zero hesitation. Those same little antics were basically Rast's whole thing. In the end, she leaned in and told them, "Never take your responsibilities lightly again." She softly called out Rast's name, and the moment turned electric. The girl admitted that the second her eyes catch a glimpse of that horrible future, dread slams into her chest, and she can't stop worrying about their lives. The three friends shot each other shocked looks, then clammed up like something big had just hit. Even the most battle-hardened warrior couldn't ignore what was right in front of her. This stern fighter had to admit the truth. This story is all about Uri, the legendary heroine dubbed Double Spear Kalen, who can see the future. "Forgive our reckless ways," the calm voice murmured back. The warrior bowed her head, hit with the truth that both of them were only trying to shield their friends from trouble. The tension finally loosened, and the person across from her reassured her softly, then admitted she'd said way too much herself. Chelyul's face broke into a soft, relieved smile. With heads bowed before the seer, the whole group swallowed their pride and apologized, again, for the misunderstanding. Right when the serious talk hit its peak, a thunderous shout ripped through the room. Someone just announced the battlefield cleanup was starting. The hulking Galhammer grabbed the boys in his iron grip, hauled them close, and laughed, asking if they were finally done talking. In perfect formation, the soldiers only smirked, eyes locked on that restless young troublemaker. Meanwhile, Kodo beamed as she thanked Rast for the lesson, and the others couldn't resist roasting him, like he was some henpecked husband. Rast awkwardly blurted out his thanks, then praised the girls from the bottom of his heart, and you could practically feel their hearts start pounding. Now both assistants beamed with pure joy, ready to dive back in and work side by side with their beloved master. Rast shot a glance at the sky and declared the job was down to one final task. Then he told Kodo to call the team from the Kajero Institute. The assistants leaned in, ready to hear whatever was about to happen. When the girl asked what came next, Rast flashed a grin and declared the job, "Wipe the land clean of every last trace of magic." Chelyul gaped in pure, jaw-dropping astonishment. The idea of grabbing magical waste hit her like a weight, and she let out a long, defeated sigh. She grimaced, then forced herself to admit just how serious it was. The fight is over, but those shattered potions seeped into the ground and turned the local soil brutally toxic. Seeing that sour look on her face, the old colleague leaned in and asked if she truly couldn't stand this activity. Meanwhile, Rast grunted as he heaved those heavy barrels off the wagon. The girl shot back, saying she gets why work matters, but it swallows too much time and leaves her with nothing. She pictured herself stuck on a chair in the middle of a field for days, staring at a pipe that kept belching smoke forever. Same fierce plume, no pause, no change. The cell was griping to the elder about having to shuffle the equipment every single day, and Rast just sat there like, how in the world can something this boring scare her? Once he realized the traditional method was nothing but dull, she erupted on the spot, teeth bared with fierce resolve, and screamed that she'd handle everything herself. Rast only rubbed his head, baffled by that wild enthusiasm. Then Kodo came barreling in, shouting that they'd already started rounding up everyone else. The silver-haired young man in his uniform leaned in, ready to witness whatever was coming next. Launch commands for a magical conversion flared across the sky like a burst of destiny. Rast flashed a grateful smile at the cadets, then called out, "All right, work starts now." The boy shot his arms up, and a massive surge of magic slammed into the ground like a tidal wave. The cadets stood there, mouths hanging open in pure shock. Even the grass was wrapped in magic, like it belonged to a whole different tier of power. At first, she said she thought it was just plain field plowing, but Rast shut that down, because clearing out magic and getting the land ready always happened together. The girl dropped her gaze and mumbled a sincere apology, admitting her doubts. The cadets finally clocked it. Rast had been molding them step by step, teaching them his craft with deadly precision. He strode forward and roared at everyone to rip open the management scrolls they'd been given. Back turned to the students, the boy barked, "Get to your workstations," and made them move. Suddenly, Master Galhammer shot his hand onto his shoulder and offered to grab the controls himself. The master casually snapped his fingers, and just like that, he seized control of the magic streams. Rast shot the veteran a grateful nod, then bolted out to see how his students were doing. With a fierce mentor and eager subordinates backing him up, that young man couldn't believe it. When you've got the right team, it really is this damn easy. That kind of harmony hit like a wave of relief, washing away every ounce of tension and leaving nothing but peace. A calm, peaceful silence crashed into my mind like a warm blanket. He'd never felt confidence hit that hard in his entire life. Suddenly, a panicked commotion erupted near the castle gates, and the guards snapped to attention, bracing for whatever was coming. The young man ripped through the magic drain in seconds, then bolted out for reconnaissance. Up ahead, he spotted a furious Tala snapping and arguing with someone right at the entrance. The companions threw everything they had at stopping that belligerent girl from making a reckless, senseless move. Tala tore into the battle like a storm, screaming that Lily had spotted the shaman inside the lair of the deadly mushroom demon, and that every single second they wasted would steal another life. The girls scrambled to make the hothead understand that the enemy wasn't alone. They had an entire army of henchmen at their command. The warrior froze for a heartbeat the instant he heard that familiar name. A bespectacled friend snapped that you can't slice down a cunning opponent with a sword alone, and you definitely can't lean on that blessing power forever. Tavla dropped her gaze in defeat, swallowing her rage before it could spill out. Another girl snapped her back to reality, warning her about Mr. Harold's words. Those infected puppets were out there all across the country. She wouldn't bend. She'd go there no matter how the whole world screamed that it was insane madness. The boy knew plain warnings about danger wouldn't faze Tala, because this mission was the only lifeline her battered soul could cling to. That single desperate goal kept her from sinking into despair and stopped her from cracking. With her clan wiped out, she had one mission left, and it burned brighter than anything: revenge. Then the bespectacled girl leaned in and calmly said, "All right, if that's the deal, Roa's coming too, and we're setting off together." She knew exactly what the girl feared most, and she also knew Tala would choose revenge over her own life without blinking. Tavla froze in disbelief, not believing a single word that hit her ears. Thick black smoke curled around her legs like a living shadow. She started protesting like crazy. Roa was going toe-to-toe in close range, and it was way too dangerous. But her opponent just stared coldly and shut her down with one sharp rebuttal. The girl snapped into silence, eyes wide, fighting for every breath as confusion swallowed her. She snapped, ruthless and final. If Tala walks out anyway, Roa will chase her without a second thought, all the way to death. She admitted that against this monster, both of them are helpless, and they probably won't even make it to the shaman. Hunching her head, Tala murmured a heartfelt apology and swore, under her breath, that she'd never let her friends come to harm. She froze in suffocating silence, utterly shattered by the brutal truth that just hit. Before long, the moment finally arrived to take the next step. The whole team strode down the cobblestone street with unshakable calm. With a bright grin, the boy urged his friends to take their proposal to Kaelin right away. Inside the strategic Harborful government cabinet, Kaelin's shoulders finally dropped, because they were here right as she was about to send a messenger to find them. The girl snapped, dead serious, and told everyone she'd call them all in for something big. The moment the meeting was called to start, the young man clocked exactly what she was thinking. With her finger planted on the map, Kaelin declared, loud and unshakable, that the knight's duty to the king, and the weight of her people on her shoulders, would never let her stand by and do nothing. She locked in one mission: take back the royal capital. And when it was time to talk numbers, Rittner, the chief of supplies, stepped forward and laid out the massive food reserves. Rittner broke it down. Through meticulous planning, they ended up with a massive surplus of food. With their rear base finally rock solid, the ruler ordered the team to speak up and share every thought. After a quick debate, the leaders of Kalen decided this huge campaign was too risky and went straight to the seers. But Uri and Roa had to deliver the gut punch. They'd seen nothing. The girls hurriedly apologized and swore their magical vision was quiet this time. The ruler finally saw how brutal open war would be and scrambled to find a different way to act. While Kalen was talking to Mrs. Tala, the young man smirked to himself, sure that once again his favorite plan was unfolding. One explosive breakthrough, pulled off by a tight squad of elite fighters. She clenched her gloved hands so hard her knuckles went white and demanded his take on everything that just happened. He promised that peace would reach Gaborfalton soon, and that promise wrapped her in relief, because keeping the city safe still came first. In the pitch-black corridor, someone let out a sharp, curious grunt from the darkness. Suddenly, the dead silence got shattered by the servant's panicked cry, calling out for Lady Kalen. The guest leaned in and swore that the enemy base was buried deep inside the royal capital's dungeons. A confident smile snapped onto her face. A long-haired man strode up to Master Rast and blurted out a warning. Something massive was coming, and it would wipe the world clean. The boy swore, straight-faced, that he was going to the capital with them, because he owed Rast. He stepped forward with steel in his stance, desperate to repay that rescue immediately. Lady Kalen made it crystal clear. The invaders didn't fall because of some lucky break, but because Rast's one-of-a-kind alchemy completely stunned the enemy soldiers, working better than an entire army. She pressed her fingertips to her lips, lost in thought, and then she whipped her head back to the guy, like she wasn't done with him yet. She pulled out a vial of the potion and demanded to know if he could start churning it out at mass scale, because this was the one key that could finally break the grip on the capital. She made it crystal clear that the Master's Rast herb is the one thing that can unlock the capital, and she needed the young man's personal opinion badly. Rast flashed a grateful smile and politely thanked them for the praise. Chess pieces were scattered across the board as the debate raged, because trade was totally paralyzed and rare herbs were running out in Harvafalton. Harvafalton couldn't send the capital a single potion. The young man rubbed his chin, eyes locked in deep thought, like he was about to crack the whole mystery. In the council hall, Uri slammed the truth down hard. Her title as a demon slayer wasn't something she put on for show. She admitted the whole sudden army push was ridiculous, but still snapped Kalen to stay in the back, no matter how many of their best fighters they sent ahead. Glasses gleaming, the stubborn warrior dug in her heels and swore she'd handle it all, no matter what challenges came her way. Kalen gasped in furious outrage, refusing to just sit there and do nothing. She blinked hard, utterly baffled, like the world just didn't make sense. She clocked her mistress's aggressive mood instantly, then cut straight to the point, asking if she really just wanted to throw down in the capital after that soul-crushing paperwork routine. Kalen started blurting out excuses, but her stern friend cut her off, telling her that her life matters too much now for the whole nation to lose. A mocking grin flashed across Uri's face as she teased her friend's crushing, unspeakable disappointment, the one over losing the chance to fight. Then her voice turned cold and serious again, because every soul in Harvafalton, and in all the lands they'd crushed, needed her to lead with wisdom. Rast burst into the conversation and said, after the capital fell, Kalen stayed the highest-ranking noble in the kingdom, so if she dies on the front lines, every shred of hope gets wiped out. Kalen let out a defeated sigh, admitted he was beat, and asked the boy what he thought, while that mysterious smile already curled on the kid's lips. He pressed a hand to his chest, then fired off a bold request to Lady Kalen, give the order and seize the capital, swearing he'd bring the city back to her like a ribbon-tied gift. A sinister darkness has swept down over the royal capital, swallowing everything in its shadow. The grand castle gate stood wide open and utterly empty, like the kingdom had gone quiet in an instant. A tired crowd of people shuffled down the stairs, their heads sprouting creepy parasitic mushrooms like they'd been taken over. That once thriving city of traders and travelers is gone, wiped out, while the only survivors shuffle obediently into the dark tunnel's depths. People lined up like they were being forced, clutching plates of nasty slime in their hands. Spoiled food frothed, bubbled, and steamed up like a nasty nightmare. They slogged along a tight stone path, racing toward the source of the rising poisonous miasma that poisoned the air. A man and a woman sank on the spot, barely lifting their feet, their eyes stuck on the dark as exhaustion crushed all hope. The townspeople lined up and poured their precious supplies into the underground spring, one by one. Thick sludge exploded onto the ground, splattering everywhere. The last sticky chunk of mud finally gave up and slid down onto the ground. In front of the crowd, a gigantic monstrous block with a stone face slammed up out of the ground. Rikarsum, the demon. A mushroom sprouted on his head, and he jerked back in shock, because he could barely recognize his own owner. He clasped his hands respectfully to his chest, and greeted the monster like it had just leveled up. The hulking, grotesque monster just laughed at Dogi, while he bought the necromancer's bargain bin lie about evolution and fell for it. The bearded guy with a mushroom perched on his head flinched as the giant stone body started cracking, loud, violent, and all at once. The skin split open, and what was hiding underneath finally spilled out. In the blink of an eye, the old shell shattered into dust, and right before the gnome could even react, a lean young man stepped out, calmly savoring the perks of that alchemy like he'd just found treasure. He replayed his spy's report, sealed with confirmation of the truth, right up until the spy died in the shadows. Rast is alive. Rage surged through the boy as he remembered how that cursed necromancer lied straight to his face about the death of that upstart. The enemy's name alone hit him like a spark. His teeth clenched before he even realized it. He thrust out his shaking hand, desperate to end his life with his own hands. Just like that, he burst into wild laughter, grabbed his head, and couldn't stop shouting Rast over and over like it was pure joy. Trapped among the dry branches, the young man snapped that even losing his army was all part of the plan, because the real victory was making the enemy pay in suffering. While the academy's tall brick tower stood there, night crept in and swallowed it bit by bit. A predatory grin snapped back onto his face as he murmured about how those dead soldiers would return with altered bodies, turning into the real threat. The bearded companion just stood there, staring into nothing, completely clueless about what the plan was really aiming to do. Right then, a young girl with wide, round eyes couldn't even process what she was seeing. Every ally had survived that brutal fight, and not a single one fell. While the enemies were gearing up for a brutal retaliation, in Richardsam, a young journalist rushed to Rast and thanked him from the bottom of her heart, because without that meeting, she never would have made it on her own. The boy quickly brushed it off, saying the real credit belonged to the whole Kajero agency. He made it crystal clear. They're not just talking about what's next, they're already gearing up for the next step right now. The girl shot a question. Was Mr. Rast and his crew about to storm back and wrest the royal capital out of enemy hands? Rast flashed a grin and told her to hang on for good news about freeing the capital, even as he was already wrestling with the nasty hidden problems lurking ahead. They pointed to Ari and Lua, sisters with magical eyes, right now out on a full-on reconnaissance mission. With a bright smile, she waved him off, begged him luck, and then bolted to start writing her future article. The second the door shut, the boy blurted out that a brutal obstacle was standing in his way. All alone, he shoved hope aside and threw himself into the grind. Rast snapped his magic system into gear, thrusting his hands toward the pulsing, glowing liquid as thin conductors carried the power. With a confident grin, he tugged the magical thread, like he already knew it would answer. For the jewelry work, he slipped on Willow-made special gloves, then pulled out a control scroll for ultra-pure water, and a second scroll that could microcopy anything it targeted. A wild blend of proteins, minerals, and ground crystals was about to become the fuel that would grow a new embryo, one destined to hatch into a chimera. He managed to juggle several mind-bending magic schemes at once, but the real nightmare was still waiting just out of sight. Rast stared at the magical device with pure disappointment, realizing once again that his plan had blown up in his face. The vessel let out a quiet hiss, and that mixture disappeared into thin air like it was never there. He crumpled into the chair, staring at the ceiling, thinking, is it really impossible to build a chimera without magical stones at all? Pouring more power into the magic circle didn't change a thing, and the boy slammed straight into a dead end. He shot a glance at the pitch-black window and decided to step out for a quick walk. A heavy sigh ripped out of his chest. Outside, the world had sunk into deep night, and every single light in the academy had already shut off hours ago. Rast slowly drifted through the empty yard, aimlessly losing track of time the same way he always did while he worked. Suddenly, a weird glow flared through the tall tower windows and yanked his attention like a hook. He squinted, fully hooked, like something hidden was about to reveal itself. The boy cracked the door open and froze on the spot. Down the dim hallway, a girl knelt in front of the altar like she'd been waiting for him. He definitely didn't see anyone coming, especially not here. She leaned in and told me, softly but honestly, that even Rast gets nights where something won't let him rest. Tavla jolted, spun around, and both of them blurted each other's names in total shock. A girl jolted from the shock and snapped around the second. She recognized that familiar voice. Rast lingered by the door, softly calling her name like it was the only thing keeping him together. When he asked her about prayer, she leaned in and told him her patron goddess, Alisra, rules the night. Tavla suddenly realized the boy might just be a normal kid, and he blurted out his confusion, trying to figure out what those words were supposed to mean. He squinted hard, like he was daring the world to finally give him answers. She flashed her tightly clenched palms and told him exactly why she knelt in prayer every single night. Rast gave an awkward smile, scratched the back of his head, and shrugged off his condition as nothing more than plain fatigue and a business slump. She stared right into his eyes and softly promised to listen to every thought rattling around in his head. She flashed a soft smile, like she knew exactly what was coming. The boy confessed he couldn't choose between charging ahead or ripping up the whole plan, because on paper it's flawless, yet in real life everything keeps falling apart. The darkness swelled around them, choking the light in seconds. Tala smirked and shot him a sly look, straight up saying she had zero clue what any of his complicated words meant. So the guy froze, then blurted out a rushed apology for talking too much. They sat shoulder to shoulder in the chapel's dim glow, wrapped in silence. Then she spun toward him with a mysterious stare and urged him to test a tiny oracle to uncover the truth. She strode forward with steady confidence, even while everyone could still feel the truth. She was a humble servant of the temple, no matter how strong her steps looked. Her fingertips brushed the sacred tome with a trembling kind of reverence. Rast eyed the oracle with sharp suspicion, because this ritual forced the priests to dig deep into the subconscious, hunting for answers they couldn't explain. Seeing this ritual up close shocked him, because all he'd ever known was that girl, standing there like a fierce warrior with a sword. The book's pages flipped in a blur, and a soft glow burst out like it had been hiding there all along. In her mind's eye, a foggy prophecy flickered, revealing that night and day run on totally different rules. The girl slipped into a full trance, gripping an open book while glittering spells swirled around her like magic in the air. She let out a quiet breath, then opened her eyes like something inside her had finally snapped awake. Rast scratched his chin, baffled, trying to figure out if monsters really changed just because of the time of day. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to light. The boy convinced himself he was building something that thrived at night, even while he still followed the rules of daytime. Hearing that, the girl just hummed, like she was instantly hooked. The last puzzle snapped into place the second it hit his mind. Tavla let out a soft breath, shut her eyes, and snapped the book closed, accepting with a satisfied smile that he was right. Rast claimed his transmutation shatters the magical world's core logic, and he crowned it as a brand new oracle. Trying to mess with this logic was a losing battle from the start. The boy finally cracked the puzzle with a rock-solid explanation. That fresh perspective blew his assumptions apart and forced him to question everything he thought he knew. So Rast hit pause on his current research and decided to suspend it for now. Tal sprang into action, demanding they leave for the royal capital. Right now, no delays. She fidgeted and blurted, "Tell me this won't mess up our trip, please." The girl's shoulders sagged as she lowered her eyes, heartbreak hanging heavy in the air. Her lips were locked tight, like she was holding back everything she wanted to say. She swore she'd guard Rast on the road to the capital, paying back that debt one step at a time. Rast managed a stiff, awkward thanks back to her, like the words got stuck on the way out. Suddenly, she rushed up to him with tears streaming down her face and begged, "How much longer are we going to have to wait?" The boy rushed in and tried to soothe her before things spiraled. He mentally berated himself, terrified he'd pushed her into panic again. The boy swore at himself in his head, terrified he'd spilled too much and sent her spiraling into anxiety. The moment he spoke, surprise slammed into her. She froze on the spot. He slowly lifted his hand to her head, whispering that once the scouts came back, they'd be gone, right away. Then he said it with total seriousness. He ditched the old plan and would bet everything on Tala's prophecy. Hearing that, Tala snapped his hand to his shirt, like he couldn't even breathe. There was no way he'd just heard what she said. Tears glittered in her eyes as she clung to him, whispering heartfelt thanks so softly it felt like the whole world was holding its breath. Flushed with embarrassment, the girl tried to swear to him she hadn't invented that prophecy just to ditch him, and it only made him burst into a warm laugh. She went quiet again, pressing in close against his chest like she never wanted to let go. He flashed a soft, heart-melting smile. Tala scooted back, dropped her gaze with guilt, and begged forgiveness for shoving him aside. She'd done it out of pure fear of the necromancer. He mouthed her name in silence, like it was a secret only his heart could hear. I caught myself remembering who she used to be. The girl shut her eyes and begged for a safer route, even if it meant waiting, so nobody on her team would end up hurt. The boy stared at her, totally clueless, and the only thing he could think was that their first meeting couldn't be the same. Then she was merciless, cutting like a razor-sharp blade. Back then, Tala would have sprinted straight into the royal capital by herself. No doubts, no pause, ready to throw her life away the second fate asked for it. She didn't deny it at all. She let the truth hang there in the air. Then she couldn't help but quietly overthink everything. The girl kept going, and when the talk drifted into that carefree, live-for-the-moment mindset, she dropped the name of another fearless daredevil she knew about. Rast shot his eyebrows up in pure shock. She stepped up, jabbed her finger into his chest, and told him Lawa says they're basically the same, and that she thinks Rast fits that vibe too. A genuine, tender smile blossomed across her face. The boy's head spun with confusion as he desperately tried to figure out where that eerie similarity was actually showing up. Tala snapped her gaze to the window and swore, with total conviction, that she'd do everything in her power to make sure Rast never tried to throw himself away like that again. He just smiled quietly, stunned that she'd care so much, so out of the blue. And with a wave of relief, he nodded back. They suddenly shouted Rast's name, and he snapped around, stunned. A weathered wooden emblem hung on the wall, just waiting to catch your eye. Then, out of nowhere, the guild's headquarters surged into view ahead of them. At the door, a messenger blared the scouts were back, and the boy bolted straight for them. He burst into the huge meeting hall, stepping in with sharp, fast strides. Right there, Leader Kaelin and the twin sisters Arlie and Roa were already waiting, stalking the moment like they'd been waiting just for him. The moment the news hit, it turned into a nightmare. Toma's village was completely overrun, and every neighboring land was staring down an inevitable death. The boy stared at the disaster's massive scale, drowning in a heavy, gloomy silence. On those streets that used to buzz with life, only infected souls staggered around with no purpose at all. He gratefully thanked the girls for stepping into that danger, But Kaelin only shrugged it off, like this tragedy was always bound to happen. The sisters protested softly, because the guild had basically saved them by hooking them up with riding hippocamps. On top of Kaelin's order, Rast himself threw them a massive stash of potions, so much help it practically turned the tide. One of the girls shot her hand forward with total confidence and announced another special weapon from their arsenal. They rocked these weird white masks with target designs, and the guy blurted out an awkward apology right away for how plain and rushed they looked. The bespectacled girl beamed with pure joy, then instantly clamped her chatty friend's mouth shut, just in time to stop a secret from slipping out. She flashed an incredible bracelet that could automatically fire an antidote the instant those parasitic fungi went on the attack. That amulet didn't just look useful. It opened the door to purification at the exact critical moment, all while it kept a weapon hidden from sight. With one sharp flick of her hand, the girl yanked a long spear out of him, compressed down by the spatial magic sealed inside her backpack. Back at the headquarters, Knight Tora geared up to ride for the capital. Then Rast suddenly blurted that he was heading to Tom's village, and it completely derailed her plans. She snapped her eyes to him, stunned. The boy stayed cool and insisted over and over that they'd go there first. Tora blew up in pure rage, screaming that they had 0 spare soldiers to guard that remote village, because once they left, the mushrooms would move back in. She demanded to know if ordinary feelings had somehow fogged his mind. Rast only smiled, mysterious, confident, like he knew exactly what was coming next. When she pressed again, "Are you sure this is really the best way out?" He snapped his head forward and nodded hard. The knightess clenched her fist, trapped in helpless rage. She swallowed her pride and quietly apologized for lashing out. With a weary sigh, the girl shut her eyes and finally nodded, trusting Rast. The girl flashed a sly smile and capped the whole argument with a final period. She leaned over the table, map spread out, then snapped to the team, "Pack it up, tomorrow morning we're gone." Dawn. Morning wind hissed through the treetops, whispering around that huge brick headquarters like it knew a secret. Travel-ready footsteps thundered across the cobblestones. Rast yanked his heavy hiking backpack into place and spun toward the call. The seasoned warrior leaned in at parting and warned them to steer clear of stupidity. He just knew, deep down, that begging them to listen was pointless. The squad hit the road, handing the Kajero Institute's safety to whoever stayed behind. Suddenly, Shelrel, the dark-haired kid, closed in on Rast, shaking with nerves. She fumbled through her nerves and thrust a fluffy, checkered bundle into his hands. The girl bragged that she'd whip up nutritious, bear-shaped cookies for the trip with her upgraded recipe just for him. The boy thanked her from the bottom of his heart, and Shelrel lit up with pure happiness. Suddenly, nervous whispers crept up behind him, right in his ear. The other guild members pleaded for his survival, grimacing through their nausea, because only they knew exactly what was really lurking inside those treats. Tora awkwardly flashed a small smile, thanking the girls as their sudden attention hit her out of nowhere. They basically tossed all their hopes for safety and God's blessing straight into the ground, burying her beneath prayers. Rast watched from the sidelines, grinning at how wildly popular she seemed among the girls, then dashed off to meet Kaelin. The boy leaned in and whispered, "It's time for me to go." They both fell silent beneath the giant tree's canopy in the square, staring each other down. Kaelin softly murmured his name, like it was the only thing in the world that mattered. She flashed a sly smile and basically teased, "I'll be right here, counting down for your gift." Rast just told her, "Don't push yourself too hard, and don't go drawing eyes we don't need right here." Their fists slammed together in a hard, final farewell. A cheerful young officer kept grinning at them from the side, watching every move. Out of nowhere, a thunderous voice bellowed, "Listen up," and it ripped through the whole square. That exact voice barked the order again, and the whole crowd instantly went dead silent. The speaker sucked in a deep breath, like they were about to jump into a storm. The officer leaned in and talked to Kaelin, but she just shut her eyes and stayed silent. A thunderous voice roared, ordering the chosen four to step forward. The young assistant immediately parted the crowd and bowed low, ushering Lady Kaelin forward to speak. With a burst of confidence, she faced the whole crowd, then snapped her attention straight to the residents of Harvafalton. Kaelin blurted out that Rast, the priestess knight of Torah, along with her lieutenants Arlie and Roa, are charging into a brutal mission to rip the capital back from the demons. The girl thrust her hand toward the sky, urging everyone to pray together for the four heroes' safety. She lifted her finger to the sky, and a blinding ray of hope burst through. The warriors stood in tense silence, bracing themselves to swallow that crushing fate. When the order to pay respects hit, the whole unit thundered toward the gate with pounding steps. The anxious assistant blurted to the lady that she couldn't keep gambling with her own safety like that. Kaelin didn't answer. She only clenched her fist tight, trapped in pure helplessness. As she watched them vanish with that heartbreaking smile, she whispered, "They were finally gone." The young man nodded with fierce sincerity and said he understands her situation perfectly. The girl snapped him away, rolling her eyes and telling him, "I know this already. Rast even reminded me." They stayed right by the massive gates, dead sure the city couldn't possibly survive losing its ruler. The squad inched forward on these strange, thick-skinned beasts, pushing straight toward the snow-capped mountain peaks. One of the companions spread out the map and leaned in to tell Master Rast that Toma's village was right there, practically around the corner. The crew cut through the trees to a hidden clearing, and their leader cracked open a magical scroll with a flick of his hand. The moment he tapped it, the scroll snapped open in an instant. Rast grinned and suggested they make a quick stop so they could get ready. He told Roa to thrust her hand forward for the temporary brand, while the other companion snapped up a water barrier to shield everything. The moment those magical lines flared, the girl let out a sharp, quiet cry as they scorched a burning pattern into her skin. The boy shoved a tiny vial of potion into her hands and told her to fasten it to her belt. Everything snapped to a stop fast, and Rast immediately leaned in to warn a stunned Roa that the magic wouldn't last. She clenched her fist tight, quietly testing that power as she got stronger. Roa stared at the brand new pattern and murmured that she was finally seeing a true magical outline for the very first time. Suddenly, a soft, breathy moan slipped out from behind him. She just nodded with total seriousness and told him, straight up, that she puts her full trust in him. The girl sucked in a trembling breath, rallied every ounce of courage she had, and whispered that her last sliver of hope was now in his hands. Rast slowly dragged his palm across the hexagonal magical symbol, kicking off a secret ritual like the world was about to change. The girl shot him a grim look, calling his magic a shaman's curse, and Rast just awkwardly scratched the back of his head like he had no idea what to say. She snapped her hair into place with annoyance, wrestling with the restless tickle of magic on her skin. The air twisted into a blazing spiral of light, like the world itself was reaching for power. Her glasses flashed as she gasped in pure disbelief. Then she lunged forward, hands reaching for the magic. She stared in awe as a wild surge of energy ripped through her body like a storm. Another girl snapped one eye shut tight and squinted hard. She let out a shaky breath, pressed her fist to her chest, and tried to force her racing heartbeat to slow down. While Rast was explaining the mana's reaction, she leaned in and demanded to know if he'd tested it on himself. Rast strode up with fearless confidence, raised his hand, and barked for the team to draw their weapons, right now. With a bright, grin-splashed smile, he held up a bottle of potion and swore he'd finally become the very first test subject. The girls just yanked out their swords and staffs, and the blades in their hands started vibrating like crazy from the raw, thunderous resonance, so all three froze in pure shock. The sorceress recoiled, whining that the feeling was downright disgusting. Then her friend shot her a shush, ordering her to stay calm. The satellite jerked and muttered that the sensation was absolutely disgusting, then snapped back into perfect behavior. The white-haired girl stared straight at Rast and blurted out what he was really trying to pull off. She stared at her blade in shock. Now it blazed with a living glow from the potion she'd just spilled. The warrior was totally baffled, because her double-edged sword had no dull side to let her strike safely. Then Rast warned them, saying the calm people were right up ahead, and if they got into a real brawl, someone could get seriously hurt. Turns out his plan was way simpler than it sounded. That potion on the swords would hit the mushroom parasite at the same time, KO it, and instantly seal up every wound it left behind. Ras strode up with zero hesitation and barked, "Get to the village." On the road, his companion leaned in and asked if mushrooms truly vanished with just a swipe of the blade. Then the boy nodded, sealing her suspicion as true. Right in front of them sat a haunting scene. Peasants shuffling through the streets like zombies, mushrooms perched on their heads. The girls snatched up their weapons without hesitation, and Rast murmured under his breath that the infection rumors were now confirmed beyond doubt. He could only stare in disbelief as his allies met their fate. The warrior women surged forward on the spot, hacking their swords through the air and blasting healing mist clouds everywhere. Everything went down in a blink. Those infected villagers dropped to the ground, utterly unharmed, still intact. Rast cheered the girls on for their hard work, then calmly assured them those mushrooms can't spread through touch, so the big danger is just accidentally swallowing them. The white-haired warrior swore that with the potion coating their blades, they stayed cool in the chaos, while the infected villagers couldn't throw a single real move, not even once. Rast leaned into his ally, blown away as that trio of alchemists darted with unreal agility, squeezing every last drop out of their elixirs to keep the wounded peasants alive, even while the battle raged around them. Someone quietly thanked him back, promising him that this torment wouldn't last much longer. The moment the girl showed up by the horse, she blurted out what happened to Zara, the one enemy they'd purposely left tied up, still covered in those parasitic fungi. Rast snapped his head toward his teammates and demanded, "Are the magic seals on your weapons still active?" And the girls nodded fast, like they already knew what was coming. The moment he got the yes, the young man snapped his hand out from under his cloak. In the light, a razor-sharp, refined horn knife flashed, etched with two twisting lines and a bloody seal. Rast told him it would only take a minute, then lunged toward helpless Zara and slammed the blade down on the growth covering his shoulder. A calm, almost carefree grin lit up his face like he had nothing to fear. Using purification magic, he painstakingly ripped the parasitic factor out of the mushroom, and his assistant instantly sucked in a breath, terrified by what they'd just uncovered. In the next heartbeat, Rast didn't even hesitate. He dumped the dangerous substance into the flask and chugged it all in one go. "If mushrooms start sprouting on me, you better have my back," he said, flashing a sly little smile at his stunned companion. With zero hesitation, he drove the knife blade into his own hand and shoved the parasite straight into his blood as the girl's panicked scream shattered the air. Rast clenched his bare hand around the blade, eyes locked on his opponent. The girls shrieked in total panic when Rast's hand instantly sprouted black, swollen veins. Still, the boy just managed a tired little smile. He shot the team a confident look, promised they'd be safe, and motioned them to stay back. The boy barked at his companion to dump the potion right now. A piercing bell shrieked through the air. The bottle cracked into pieces, and the liquid blasted across the stone tiles. Her companion's glasses flashed as she snatched a few drops out of the air with effortless speed. Rast bared a brutal, dark blood wound and admitted this was his backup plan, one he never got the chance to warn anyone about. The girls shrieked in total disbelief, demanding answers for that outrageously dangerous prank. And before anyone could blink, he yanked the scroll open, shouting for everyone to lean in and watch every detail. Rast explained that the decoction he'd gulped earlier wasn't for healing at all. It was just to dull the toxins wreaking havoc from that parasitic fungus living in his blood. She clenched her breath, shaking with pure electric excitement. The boy slammed the spell into action, desperate to force his body to forge the immunity in mere seconds. Magic crackled around Rast, and the moment new spells came into his hands, everything started speeding up. It didn't hesitate, driving the blade straight into its own hand until dark, bulging veins strained under the skin. Once he figured out how the parasite worked, he snapped a command in his head, then made it burst out and purge itself clean. Normally, his immune system would crush those invaders, but the spores multiplied way too fast. So he snapped and decided to rip them straight out of his blood himself. He pulled the infection into an air sphere and blasted the spores with his magic until they were neutralized. A shadowy goo churned inside the sphere, whipping around in a wild frenzy. His companion went wide-eyed, stuck in place as he watched the chaos explode before them. The purified liquid trickled out in a razor-thin stream, sliding straight into the glass bottles. The magical whirlwind whipped up even harder, and with a final fierce spin, it finished the purification for good. Exhausted, Rast crumpled to the ground, gasping through his mouth, while a ready bottle thudded right beside him. A brand new magical seal shimmered across the glass vessel, like it was glowing for the first time. Everything wrapped up perfectly. Around the boy sprawled on the ground, they lined up the ready medicines, just waiting to strike. So this was his backup plan, because the original magic always demanded blood first. The bespectacled assistant broke down, tears spilling as she begged him to promise he was all right. Rast only gave a quiet smile back, then told him he'd started out trying to craft a special homunculus, without a magical stone powering its core. With her head bowed, she choked out through tears, begging him to tell her why he always swallows the whole hit alone. The boy gave a calm nod, then spilled his first plan: craft a special homunculus that didn't need a magical core at all. The priestess shot him a worried look and asked if he was okay, then demanded a full, detailed breakdown of what this undertaking truly meant. Most people need magical stones ripped from monsters to make homunculi, but stumbling on those tiny crystals in nature is basically a dead end. That's why he needed a microscopic creature, one that could snatch control away from the parasitic fungus and keep reproducing on its own. The girl blurted out, totally baffled, "Why are you overthinking this? Will it really help you beat those demons?" He shot up his index finger and declared he'd blow past the rules, then magically recreate a brand new copy of the stone himself. And yeah, by the time the fungus had already swept across the whole country, even killing the source of evil wouldn't stop it. The disease kept tearing people down, spawning endless reinfections. The boy grinned like he knew something you didn't. Suddenly, the priestess snapped back to the ancient prophecy of Torah, saying the hero had to reach out and touch the mysterious truth. Everything suddenly clicked, and she finally understood why he'd been asking those questions lately. The boy's finger dropped inch by inch onto the cap of the razor-sharp ampule. In the next heartbeat, he was already grinning as he expertly spun 3 glass vials of dark liquid around his fingers. The injection slammed the parasites shut inside their bodies, because the medicine they had was only barely enough to cover them. The girls stared at each other, stunned out of their minds, because they couldn't fathom how something like that could even be real. Rast paced back and forth, tapping his fingers as he explained that weakened spores would make the body fight back. But the veiled girl only let out a tired sigh, totally lost, because to her it sounded like nonsense. The young alchemist spun a tiny test tube between his fingers, wrestling with the truth that this wasn't just some potion. It didn't add new power, it sharpened the power you already had. Then the high priestess leaned in and said it wasn't some miracle cure at all. It was medicine meant to guard you against infection before it even starts. In the boy's head, 2 ancient words, acquired fungus, clicked together instantly. While their weird riding beast just blinked in silence, both of them stared off, lost in deep thought about the name. Rast snapped around, his cloak flaring behind him, and grinned as he declared he'd name this remedy a vaccine. The next second, the whole settlement shook with booming shouts of gratitude from the locals. The village elder stepped right up, bowed his head, and poured out heartfelt thanks to the alchemist for saving them again from certain doom. The young man awkwardly grinned and pointed behind him, throwing every bit of praise to the girls of the Order of Torah. The peasants swarmed the confused priests on the spot, blurting out loud praises about angels and goddesses. Night has crashed in, dark and ready to swallow everything whole. In the morning, the girls marched ahead of everyone, laughing and chatting, while Rast stood there in silence, heavy backpack digging into his shoulders as he watched them pass. A crowd surged onto the street. Whispers fluttered through the air as everyone leaned in, staring at the newcomers like they'd just arrived with secrets. Rast slumped into the chair, curled up tight like guilt had pinned him there. That deafening silence snapped when a soft voice cut through the air, saying his name. 3 furious companions crowded in around him, each of them blasting out an insanely oppressive aura. He blurted out a frantic explanation, insisting he finally got why they had to make the vaccine. Under those watchful eyes, the boy could only grin, guilty as sin. Her glasses flashed with a cold, unforgiving glare. Rast went instant flustered and started babbling helplessly, words spilling out like he couldn't stop them. His voice is gone, speech has vanished from him completely. She kept her cool as she listened, first apologizing for the panic. But then her voice turned sharp and she made it clear. Just because she worried didn't mean he had the right to poison himself just to test it. The boy went stone still. He tried to argue that he couldn't gamble with anyone else's life, but the girls shut him down in unison, because his life was worth just as much. Rast couldn't help but picture the nightmare. If anything happened to him, Kalen would slam into the royal capital at once, dragging the whole Herbalton army into a bloody rampage. She locked eyes with him like a blade and demanded to know, did he really understand just how massive the disaster would be if he died? Even a legendary fighter like Kalen couldn't keep up with a crowd of enemies at once, so if she tried, that demon battle would have turned into a bloodbath. And only when the boy swallowed his pride and admitted his mistake did the girls' rage finally cool off. 2 girls said it loud and clear. If it ever comes down to it, they're volunteering next time, no questions asked. Rast stood there, stunned out of his mind. The 3rd girl blurted that he saved her twice, and said this was their best shot to pay that debt back. A hard, confident step forward cut the conversation short. Someone slammed down the truth and declared, "It's my problem now." His eyes snapped wide with pure shock. The girl in glasses sank her head low, drowning in gloom. She begged him, no more pushing it to the breaking point, and absolutely no more experiments on people, ever again. Rast clenched his fist so hard, he flat out refused to accept it. He swore with every ounce of fury that he'd never let Arlie, Roa, or Tora pay that kind of price. The girls shot quiet glances at each other, nodding along as the older sister's words landed. A tear traced down her cheek, and she clung to one fierce truth. Master Rast would blaze a path out of this. The boy stared at his team and vowed, right there, he'd do everything he possibly could. The pressure finally let go, and a shaky little smile tugged at his lips. The girl dropped her head in silence, hiding her eyes from the world. A soft step echoed through the silence. The door slammed shut, like the world just snapped in half. The girl with glasses barely said a word, but in that split second she confirmed she'd caught a glimpse of one of the paths from another battle. A warm hand slid onto her shoulder, soft as a secret. Meanwhile, Rast was suddenly ambushed. His companion shrieked as a magical blade streaked straight toward the god. A blinding flash tore through the air, the instant that crushing impact hit. Blood splashed. The girl's eyes went wide as she stared at Rast's bloodied hand, and she honestly couldn't believe what she was seeing. The weapon struck with a brutal clang, then veered off into the side, scattering sparks as it flew. The sword's edge screamed across the ground, then it shattered into a storm of fragments. Rast simply steadied himself and calmly shook his wounded palm, like pain couldn't steal his composure. He lunged forward without warning, snapping the gap so fast the companions were left stuck in magical cages. Yet his blade still scraped one of the girls across the shoulder. The boy clamped his fingers around the dagger, gripping it like his life depended on it. A snap of fingers cracked through the air. The magical barrier shattered into shards, and Rast threw himself into a defensive stance in front of the new enemy, blocking and protecting his allies like his life depended on it. A snap of spinning force roared in with a whistle, slicing straight through the air. The swordsman lunged forward and planted himself between the blade and the girls, blocking the strike like a living wall. The girl with glasses snapped her breath in pure shock. The drink finally sank in, and he stood there rock solid. Blood poured from his mouth as his shoulders heaved like he was fighting for every breath. She stared straight at his face, like she was trying to read his secrets in real time. The boy flashed a warm smile, but black cracks were already racing across his neck. The clash kept raging. He kept charging straight into every single enemy strike, over and over. And yet it drags you into pure despair, she see. A devastating punch slammed into his stomach, knocking the air right out of him. He winced at the pain, but he refused to back up, throwing his own body between the danger and the screaming girls. The potion he gulped earlier was meant to seal those wounds, but his chest still clenched with raw, racing fear. Heavy drops slammed into the stone with a brutal, shaking thud. The cracked hand clamped down on the sword's hilt like it meant to never let go. The blonde girl leaned toward the open window, staring out like she was plotting her next move. She glanced at her companion and calmly said she could already picture exactly how everything would unfold next. With a sharp little irony, she said, "The only one who still can't see that storm is coming is him." Outside the window, the starry sky glittered like it was alive. Night silence. A soft metallic clink cut through the air, and her hand stayed locked on the carved blade's handle, unshaken and ready. The young man unfurled enchanted scrolls laced with crystals right in the center of the room, then flashed a grin at his tiny dragon before cheerfully telling it, "All right, let's get to work." The alchemist coolly drew a dagger, while his tiny dragon squeaked with pure panic right by his side. Those prophecy words from Torah lit a fire in him and pointed straight to the solution. When the boy saw the animal trembling with fear, he grinned. He wasn't about to boil the vaccine at all. He just needed one drop of his own blood. He finally got it. Those parasitic mushrooms weren't born wild at all. They were engineered, and someone was yanking the infected around through a hidden, invisible link. The alchemist's eyes burned with steel. He decided to pull this thread straight on the creator himself. The plan was pure chaos. Track the main host's trail and torch every parasite in all the victims at the same exact time. To dodge the world's laws, he unleashed primordial magic, sliced open his palm, and let his blood act like a living wire. Dark drops splattered off the blade as the boy slammed the bloody potion into action. With a blinding flash, the liquid spiraled midair into a glowing sheet of parchment. In a heartbeat, it snapped into place, forming a heavy bottle packed with dark, dangerous elixir. Dzengit. Meanwhile, that peaceful mountain village was totally oblivious to the danger closing in. Suddenly, a colossal wave of cleansing magic crashed over the rooftops, purging the infection in an instant. In the square, the boy rounded up the rescued villagers, snapped that fresh attacks were coming, and left two brothers, Hippopo, to stand guard and keep the village's peace. The men stood there, frozen solid, mouths hanging open when they heard the heroes were bolting so early. Rast grinned brightly, waved them off, and sent them on their way with a cheerful goodbye. Meanwhile, the locals swarmed Hippopo with sheer joy, thanking him over and over for the rescue. The wind whipped his cloak as the young man strutted off with total confidence, leaving the crowd staring in stunned silence. Already out past the village, his long-haired companion leaned in and demanded why Rast had gone so quiet all of a sudden. Shouts still tore through the air as the crowd chased after them, screaming praises for the kingdom's saviors. Rast shot a sideways look, utterly baffled. The whole crowd erupted like a thunderstorm, screaming nonstop. They didn't even look back, just lifted their hands in quiet farewell as if the silence itself said goodbye. The boy jerked his head aside, then coughed hard into his fist like he couldn't hide his nerves. Behind him, the girls snickered under their breath, openly laughing at every move he made to look all pompous. Far away from here, a sudden sharp heel slammed onto the forest path, like trouble was announcing itself. Deep in the thick trees, a lone shadow hung motionless, like it was waiting for something to happen. Right in front of the travelers stretched a thick, lush forest, so dense it swallowed the light. He stared straight ahead in fierce silence, then angled his face into the incoming wind. The trio rode their monstrous, horned beasts across the blazing mountain plains. The path stayed wide open because the girls clocked danger ahead of time, so he strode forward with the whole squad under control. At last, the royal capital's skyline burst through the trees, like it had been waiting for the right moment to be seen. He slammed on the brakes and stopped dead in his tracks. The boy shot out a warning. You can't keep dodging enemies anymore, and those healing herb supplies aren't endless. A heavy drop of water tore free from his fingers and splashed down. Realizing a frontal assault would get him cooked, he hit the magical cluster with a cleansing burst. Under the spell, the water snapped inward with a crackle that sounded like lightning striking. A perfectly smooth, heavy sphere cradled itself in his palm, like it had always belonged there. She carefully slid down to the very bottom of the camping pot, letting the brew wrap around her. The girls huddled around the vessel, staring in total confusion, because they had no clue where that real boiling water had even come from. With a single flick of his fingers, the magical shell shattered. Then hot steam blasted out like a sudden wildfire. While the enemy closed in, the team didn't panic. They brewed hot tea and carved out a calm rest right in the middle of the wild forest. In the steaming hot water, the bud of the rare eastern flower, chaka, slowly unfurled. The girls shut their eyes and let that lush, floral scent wash over them like pure bliss. They leaned in and took their very first sip, slow, deliberate, and full of anticipation. Rast only flashed a warm smile, soaking in their jokes about how wastefully higher alchemy was being used. One of the companions suddenly snapped. Wait, how are we brewing tea in the middle of this remote forest without a fire? The boy snapped that the fire would cough out smoke, and there was no way they needed any extra guests at all. So instead of stopping, he cleansed the water with magic, sealed it up in space, then blasted it with lightning-fast gas compression until it heated up. The girls were blown away by the ingenuity, and then they took a sip and went, "Wait, what is this taste?" Rast smiled softly and said he was only trying to find a way to thank them for everything. The company pulled up between the trees and leaned in, savoring a warm, soothing brew like it was pure relief. He dropped his eyes and admitted, voice soft but heavy, he'd always believed he could handle it alone, and now he finally gets how badly he's been worrying everyone. With real sincerity, he thanked his friends for sticking by him through every step of the journey and always looking out for him. Rast fidgeted and rubbed his cheek, stuck for ages with the words he just couldn't find. He admitted he'd never felt support like this back in the old guild, and it all happened because of their friendship. The masked girl teased the guy as hopeless, then grinned and said, "Honestly, you should be thanking him." The three companions huddled in tense silence, waiting for the story to pick up again. The bespectacled woman flashed a warm smile and said Rast didn't just stop them for any old reason. He wanted them to take a break for something big. She saw right through him. He never gambled on luck. He weighed every option and braced for the worst before it even happened. Rast slumped, propped his cheek on his hand, and urged them to settle on one last decision before they rode into the capital. He scratched the back of his head, looking a little lost, but deep down he was genuinely blown away by how sharp their insight was. It was all about that idea from yesterday to push the vaccine to everyone. Rast brought that fact back up with absolute seriousness. 3 faceted syringes flashed under the light as they clenched in his fingers. The girl with glasses calmly shut that down, making it crystal clear. There's zero room for doubt. The serum turned them into something parasites couldn't touch, and from that moment on, the infected swore they were one of them. Rast didn't waste a second. He snapped out the brutal truth. Nobody knows how long the effect lasts. The side effects could go anywhere, and that protection might not even stop the demon bearer. The boy's eyes locked in razor sharp. He leaned in and asked, "You ready to get vaccinated right now?" Since he already knew every risk that came with it. He told them straight up that he couldn't promise a single thing. The young man demanded to know, were those girls really ready to follow him, risking their lives for a drug that could get them killed? Then, out of nowhere, he went completely silent. He threw them one final lifeline. Turn back now and retreat to Garvafolten. Then it hit him. He couldn't shove the decision onto them. He had to ask for help himself, own what he did, and carry the weight. The boy sucked in a sharp breath and snapped his thoughts into place. One of the companions leaned in and whispered that she'd already decided everything a long time ago. Then she immediately shut down her own confession. He didn't beat around the bush. He admitted he needed their strength and begged them to trust him. The young man locked eyes on their faces, like he was trying to read every secret hiding in them. In that brutal waiting, sweat finally broke loose and slid down his cheek. Meanwhile, the girls studied the syringe in dead still calm, firing off straight-to-the-point questions about exactly where to inject it. His hand trembled like it had no control left. Confused out of his mind, he could only blurt out a shaky, bewildered, "Yes." When he laid out the steps to open the needle, he suddenly froze, because the only person terrified of that moment was him. Rast let out a quick, sharp smile. He shot his arm behind his head, and with full sincerity, praised his companions for how reliably they always had his back. Off in the distance, a gorgeous city loomed. But the moment the heroes hit its streets, something utterly bizarre stopped them cold. The bearded man's face wore an ice-cold calm that felt downright terrifying. People strolled on the cobblestones like they had nothing to fear. Far off, the palace rose like a shadow, silent and looming over everything. The townspeople kept right on with their daily chores, calm as ever, working like nothing was wrong. The streets were roaring with life, merchants hustling with goods everywhere. Yet the sickness was spreading so hard that almost everyone nearby was massively infected. Massive parasitic mushroom sprouted straight from the heads of unsuspecting people walking by. Rast claimed the parasite intentionally kept scraps of people's alive so it could steer the whole crowd like it was one puppet. Thanks to the vaccine, the heroes melted right into the mutant crowd, so perfectly that they even stopped on the street to smile and greet them like old friends. Saluk jabbed a hand toward the towering spires and asked, "So we're headed for the royal palace, right?" The young man froze for a heartbeat, like his thoughts were racing. Then he zeroed in on what came next. With a small, sly smile, he cut him off and made it crystal clear. They weren't going anywhere near that place. As he watched the sick townspeople, he spotted a weird pattern repeating itself. The boy nodded at his companion, urging him to step closer and inspect the street. The girl with the glasses blew out a sharp breath, then she guessed it. Even here, ordinary life couldn't keep its grip on things. Healthy people packed the shops shoulder to shoulder, lugging heavy grocery boxes like it was a mission. But the mushroom carriers all gathered in a weird, completely unexpected way. They stood there in dead silence, clutching empty plates like the moment had stolen all their words. The boy clocked the crowd moving and decided to tail them. The infected dripped forward in a slow, relentless tide, crawling down the stone steps toward the giant building. The heroes tiptoed after them, wary as shadows in the dark. His footsteps clapped dully against the pavement, echoing like a warning in an empty street. Tens of gloomy people marched in perfect silence, moving in one direction like they'd been commanded. The girl spun her head around, panicking. More and more sick people kept piling in, and she had no clue where they'd even ended up. The girl's nerves were on fire as she realized the enemies around her kept multiplying. The squad tore down the stone steps toward the water, vanishing in the deep shadow of that massive bridge. From there, they moved in total silence up that tight path, hugging the ivy-covered wall like they were slipping past danger. Ahead yawned a pitch-black passage into the dungeon, an ancient sewer, reeking of darkness and secrets. As they climbed those huge stairs, they prayed for even the tiniest clue, anything, to keep them from meeting the demon waiting just ahead. Suddenly, the girl with glasses snapped still, caught in pure shock. The young man whipped out his wand and shouted for everyone to thrust their hands forward, so the magical emblem could brand itself onto them. The girls reluctantly went along, but you could practically hear them swallow their frustration at his latest wild idea. The air crackled with raw magical power, like lightning trapped in thin air. Instead of unleashing a ruthless spell, the wide-eyed boy calmly unfurled a tiny white flag. The companion's speech got strangled by pure absurdity, while he just stood there, smugly satisfied with himself like he'd won. A plain spiral symbol suddenly inked itself onto their hands. The girl with glasses snapped a frown, clearly fed up. Even though her mood looked grim, he grinned anyway and waved her forward. Let's move on. Three friends slammed their fists together against that clear, open sky. No backsies. Not now, not ever. Two girls froze in shock and shot their eyes upward. Every last person in that company slammed on the brakes and froze right in the middle of the road. The companions kept locking eyes, over and over, like something big was about to snap. The boy threw in the towel, then grinned as he confessed he just couldn't take them on. The girls thrust their fists up, spirals glowing on their skin, and the tiny dragon leaned in with total trust, nudging its snout right into their circle. The tiny little animal beamed and squinted its eyes like it couldn't believe how bright everything felt. And the girls erupted into joyful laughter. The girl with the monocle reached out and gently touched the little one while she admired him. Then the boy shot his hand out toward them, reaching for what he needed. Their fists slammed together in a single, shared moment. He barked a quick order to move out, and the girls strode in with fearless confidence, lining up right behind their leader. Their trail plunged straight into the stone cave's pitch-black darkness.